Why, you want to do it? At this time, Yin Yang Longchen said in a cold voice. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure from his half-step God Emperor realm came straight at Ji Rufeng. Ji Rufeng's body shook. Everyone in the Ji family was shocked. Yin Yang Longchen said in a cold voice, Old Ghost Ji, although we are now half-relatives, this does not mean that you can act recklessly in front of me. Yin Yang Longchen's meaning is very clear. Today, you, the Ji family, must either endure or be destroyed. Seeing this scene, the faces of everyone in the Ji family became extremely ferocious. Father, I've had enough. The next second, Ji Dongshe shouted angrily, instead of lingering on, it's better to perish with them. We're all going to die anyway, so why should we endure their bullying like this? Boom 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 boom. After Ji Dongshe finished speaking, everyone in the Ji family released their martial arts pressure one by one. As soon as Ji Rufeng gives the order, they will fight to the death. Seeing this scene, the guests in the hall who were originally watching the show were all shocked. They no longer hesitated and evacuated outside the hall one after another. Oh, Yin Yang Longchen didn't care about this at all. He just sneered and then looked at Ji Rufeng and said calmly, Old Ji, have you thought it through? I miss your sister. Before Ji Rufeng could speak, and Yi in the crowd was already furious. Yin Yang Longchen, you bastard, do you really think that your grandfather Dark Knight is just a decoration? Just a domain master? Do you think you can do whatever you want with the support of a God Emperor Elder from the Sky Demon clan? Damn it, you dare to bully our Chinger's family. Today, I will kill you on behalf of our Chinger. That's enough. But at this moment, when Anya was about to make a move, Ji Qianya suddenly shouted, Grandpa, today is my wedding day, please be careful. Well, when Ji Qianya said this, everyone in the hall was stunned. This is what happened to the evacuated guests. This is what the Yin Yang school does. This is what Situ Hao did. This is especially true for the Ji family. The entire Qingfeng palace was instantly filled with deathly silence. Ji Rufeng glanced at Ji Qianya and said in a trembling voice, Qianya, you. Grandpa, this is my business, I decide for myself. Ji Qianya said lightly. Fighting with Yin Yang Longchen. Stop kidding. The Yin Yang family was obviously well prepared. If the Ji family fought with them at this time, they would surely be destroyed. This is not what Ji Qianya wants to see. Sacrificing one's own life in exchange for the lives of everyone in the Ji family is worth it for Ji Qianya. As for the future, as Ji Dongshe said, as long as you are alive, there is hope. For the humiliation you inflicted today, I will make you pay it back 1,000 times in the future. With this thought in mind, Ji Qianya looked at Yin Yang Wutian in front of him and said calmly, Don't you just want to humiliate me and take revenge on me? I will help you. Well, Yin Yang Wutian was stunned for a moment, then sneered, Ji Qianya, you have to think clearly. I marry you not to make you my concubine, let alone my legal wife, but just a plaything. In this case, do you still want to marry me? Marry. Ji Qianya said without hesitation. A bitch is indeed a bitch. In this case, I will fulfill your wish. Don't worry, tonight is just the beginning. Brother Situ has many new and interesting things waiting to take care of you, right, Brother Situ? Yin Yang Wuden said in a cold voice. Ha ha ha. Situ Hao laughed. Brother Wushan, don't worry, I guarantee that by then you will also like that wonderful feeling. Really? Then I can't wait to try it. Yin Yang Wuden and Situ Hao were talking and laughing, but the guests present were trembling with fear. Everyone in the Ji family gritted their teeth and looked at Ji Rufeng with questioning eyes. In the crowd, and Yi has already gone berserk. Damn it, I can't stand this. Yo-ho. But at this moment, outside the hall, a teasing chuckle suddenly sounded. It's quite lively, but the young lady wants to get married, has this young master agreed? Chapter 1726, Rob the Bride. No no no, I'm here to kill people. It's quite lively, but my little wife wants to get married. Has this young master agreed? Damn, my cousin-in-law. Hearing this, and Yi immediately exclaimed in his heart. Originally, he thought Ye Bufan would not come, and he even thought that Ye Bufan had deceived him and that he was not his cousin's husband at all. However, he didn't expect that when he was extremely disappointed and even ready to take action, Ye Bufan appeared again. I have to say, this cousin's husband is a bit unreliable. But better late than never. No, it should be said that it is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Ye Bufan appeared at this time. Tisk tisk. And Ye smiled leisurely and said to himself, this is going to be a good show to watch. Seeing what An Ye said, the others were stunned. They were a little confused. Little wife, you want to get married, and I have agreed. What the hell is this? Although they didn't understand why, everyone looked outside the hall. The guests were like this. Everyone in the Ji family is like this. This is the case with the Yin-Yang Longchen couple. The same is true for Satu Hao. Even Ji Qianya was stunned for a moment and then looked outside the hall. At this moment, outside the hall, Ye Bufan, dressed in white, walked slowly into the hall with his hands behind his back. Behind him were 12 powerful gods including the Netherworld Blood Fox and Tuhuo. That's right, 12. In the past month, in addition to the 7 major captains including Nether Blood Fox and Tuhuo, 4 deputy captains in the Divine Emperor realm have successfully advanced to the Divine Lord realm. Although he is only a god of the first level, he is still a god after all. At this moment, as soon as Ye Bufan and the 12 gods walked into the hall, the guests in the hall were startled and the curiosity on their faces became even stronger. You know, Satu Hao, as the young patriarch of the Shanyu tribe, only brought 2 gods with him when he came. But what about Ye Bufan? The 12 people behind him are all powerful gods. Especially the Netherworld Blood Fox, which has already reached the 6th level of the Divine Lord. Such a force is definitely considered powerful in the Purple Emperor domain. But unfortunately, they had no impression of these people at all. The most important thing is that the leader is actually a human, and he is only a 9th level celestial being. Who is this guy? I don't know him, neither have I. Most of the gods in our Purple Emperor domain know each other. These 12 gods should not belong to our Purple Emperor domain, but come from other star regions. Of course, when have you ever seen a human appear in our Purple Emperor territory? I am more curious about the human race. How can a mere celestial god command 12 gods? When did the human race become so awesome? Actually, none of this matters. What matters is why this human race is here. Needless to say, those who come with bad intentions will not come, and now there is something interesting to watch. The guests were talking quietly among themselves. It's you. Shui Xinkui, who had been sitting still, suddenly stood up. She widened her eyes and stared at Ye Bufan, asking in disbelief, "You're not dead?" Well, as soon as Shui Xinkui said this, the expressions of everyone present changed again. They know each other, and they have a grudge. Even Yin Yang Longchen frowned. But there are exceptions. That person is Yin Yang Wutian. Back then in the 7-star Jedi, he witnessed with his own eyes the Star Beast tribe besieging the 7-star Jedi. It can be said that under that situation, Ye Bufan's chance of survival was almost 0. However, he did not expect that the other party would be standing in front of him alive again. How could Yin Yang Wuden not be angry? He would never forget that Ye Bufan kidnapped him. To him, that was definitely the greatest shame of his life. If Ye Bufan didn't die, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. But soon, the anger in Yin Yang Wuden's heart was replaced by a sneer. For no other reason than, if Ye Bufan did not show up, he naturally would not know that Ye Bufan was still alive, and he would not cause trouble for Ye Bufan or even take his life. But Ye Bufan actually appeared in front of him on his own initiative. The most important thing is that today, his father Yin Yang Longchen is also here. Want to kill Ye Bufan? That was too easy and too simple for him. Ye Bufan is simply like a man who refuses to take the road to heaven and forces his way into the land where there is no door. He is looking for death. However, Yin Yang Wuden suddenly changed his mind. Looking at Ye Bufan, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Human boy, wouldn't it be too easy for you to kill you just like that? Don't you like Ji Qianya? Well then, I will take her, possess her, rape her, and torture her right in front of you. It will be very interesting then, right? Ji Qianya had no idea about the shameless thoughts in Yin Yang Wuden's mind. At this moment, she looked at Ye Bufan with a frown, her expression extremely complicated. She never expected that Ye Bufan would come suddenly. Let him go. I'm afraid it's too late. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Ye Bufan burst into laughter, and then looked at Shui Xinkui with a teasing and amusing expression. Die. Your Madam Shui Xinkui is still alive, how can I bear to let her die? Snort. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Shui Xinkui snorted coldly and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Since the Star Beasts didn't kill you last time in the 7 Stars Jedi, today, I will take your life with my own hands. Just you. Ye Bufan shook his head. It's not that I look down on you, it's just if you had this ability, would you still use the Star Beast tribe to deal with me? I'm afraid you would have taken action yourself at that time, right? You couldn't kill me back then, and today, you are even less of a match for me. Sharp-tongued, Shui Shinkui shouted angrily, since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Mother, please save his life. Don't kill him. But at this moment, Yin Yang Wudin from behind suddenly shouted. Shui Shinkui couldn't help but be stunned. Then, as if she had thought of something, she looked at Ye Bufan and sneered, boy, you are not here to steal the bride today, are you? Kicking the bride. When Shui Shinkui said this, everyone present was stunned. Wow. After a moment, the whole audience was in an uproar again. Didn't Yin Yang Wudin say before that Ji Qianya was having an affair with a human boy, so he changed his mind and didn't plan to marry Ji Qianya, but to treat her as a plaything? Could it be that the human being in front of him is the one Yin Yang Wudin mentioned, the one who is with Ji Qianyagu and Qi? That would be interesting if that were the case. Everyone in the Ji family was stunned. They looked at each other. They naturally knew of Ye Bufan's existence. But the relationship between Ye Bufan and Ji Qianya is not as bad as Yin Yang Wudin said. Of course, none of this matters. More importantly, why did he come? Could it be that, as Shui Shinkui said, he came here today to steal the bride? But at this moment, Ye Bufan had already spoken. Killing the bride. No, no, no. He shook his head, then looked at Shui Shinkui with a teasing and amusing expression. I am here to kill someone today. As for snatching the bride, the groom is dead, is there any need for me to rob him? Chapter 1727, Bloodheart Leader, Half-Step Divine Emperor. I'm here to kill people. As for snatching the bride, the groom is dead, is there any need for me to rob him? Never stop until your words shock people. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, all the guests present couldn't help but be shocked. They kept recalling Ye Bufan's words in their minds. Rob the bride. No, 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 I'm here to kill people. This kid is too arrogant and presumptuous. He simply looks down on everyone. Who is this person in front of me? That is the famous poison lady in the Purple Emperor domain. The most important thing is that she has a yin-yang dragon spring who is at the half-step God Emperor level by her side. As a half-step Divine Emperor, can you kill Yin-Yang Longchen just because you want to? It's good enough that he didn't kill you. Do you really think that you can compete with the Territory Lord's mansion with just the 12 gods under your command? Really, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, he is simply asking for death. The guests thought so, but Yi did not think so. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, cousin-in-law, so domineering. At this moment, he had an urge to stand up and cheer for Ye Bufan. But in the end he held back. It's not that he is afraid, but he has already regarded himself as Ye Bufan's trump card. As long as the yin-yang dragon spring doesn't move, he will definitely not act rashly. An instant reaction. Everyone present had a different expression. Okay. Shui Shinkui laughed loudly, then looked at Ye Bufan with a look of disdain and contempt, saying, killing people, huh? Very good, human boy, I want to see who you can kill today. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce aura suddenly surged out of Shui Shinkui's body. This sudden change made everyone present tremble in their hearts. They were shocked. They are all unbelievable. All along, in everyone's eyes, Shui Shinkui was only at the 6th level of the divine realm. But what about now? Her cultivation had actually reached the 9th level of the divine lord. When did she break through? When did she advance to the 9th level of the divine realm? Everyone in the Ji family looked as pale as death. No wonder Yin Yang Longchen and Shui Shinkui only brought 10 gods with them to Tianhe Star this time. It turns out Shui Shinkui has also been promoted to the 9th level of the Divine Lord. She and Yin Yang Longchen are enough to shake the entire Ji family. Add to that the 10 gods they brought with them. Once they take action, the Ji family and even the entire Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will be defeated and destroyed today. Father, what should we do? Should we take action? When they thought of this, everyone in the Ji family looked at Ji Rufeng, and Ji Dongqing couldn't help but ask. In the current situation, they alone would not be a match for the Yin-Yang Longchen couple, but what if Ye Bufan was added? You know, Ye Bufan also has 12 god-level warriors under his command. Once the two of them join forces, they may be able to compete with the Domain Lord's mansion. The next second, Ye Bufan said in a deep voice, "Give the order, everyone get ready and wait for my instructions." At this moment, Ye Bufan has made a decision. Today, he would rather die with honor than live in disgrace. Since the Yin-Yang school is so aggressive, we will fight them to the death and perish together. Yes. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone in the Ji family responded. In the crowd, Yi looked at Shui Xin Kui with a frown on his face. This vicious woman has actually reached the pinnacle of Divine Venerable, half-step Divine Emperor level. I really didn't expect it, but this is more interesting. Cousin, please don't let me down. As Yi was thinking, Ye Bufan also looked at Shui Xinkui with some surprise and asked, God of the ninth heaven. No, no, no. Shui Xinkui smiled and said, one step beyond the ninth level of the Divine Lord, I am now a half-step Divine Emperor. Boom. He never stops until his words shock people. As soon as Shui Xinkui said this, the whole audience was boiling again. Half-step Divine Emperor. Ye Bufan frowned. Didn't expect that. Shui Xinkui smiled and said, in fact, it is thanks to you that I was able to be promoted to half-step Divine Emperor so quickly. Ye Bufan was puzzled. Shui Xinkui continued, do you still remember the time when I used the Star Beast tribe to besiege the 7-star Jedi? After a pause, Shui Xinkui continued, originally, I just wanted to take your life, but I didn't expect to encounter an Earth Elemental Spirit in the 7 Stars Jedi. It just so happens that I am cultivating the Earth element in the godly realm. So, after I captured the Earth Elemental Spirit, I devoured it directly and entered the half-step God Emperor level in one step. So, do you think I should thank you? Have you refined the Earth Elemental Spirit? As soon as Shui Xinkui finished speaking, Ye Bufan became furious. Any questions? Shui Xinkui smiled leisurely. Son of a bitch. Ye Bufan was furious. Originally, he was thinking about killing Shui Xinkui, or taking back the Earth Elemental Elf before killing Shui Xinkui, or finding out the whereabouts of the Earth Elemental Elf from Shui Xinkui. However, he didn't expect that the Earth Elemental Elf had already been refined by Shui Xinkui. This bastard first used the Star Beast tribe to destroy the 7-star Jedi, causing himself to suffer heavy losses. Now, he has refined the Earth Elemental Elves before himself. How can I calm down the anger in my heart if I don't kill her? With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan roared angrily, this is a personal grudge. If you don't want to die, get out. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying murderous intent from Ye Bufan's body poured out and surged out. The cold murderous intent brought about gusts of cold wind. Bang, bang, bang. The entire Qingfeng Palace was directly exploded into ruins under the impact of this murderous intent. All the guests were shocked. Run. Without any hesitation, they retreated into the distance in an instant. However, no one in the Ji family moved at all. They remained where they were, staring closely at Yin-Yang Longchen and Shui Xinkui. Their meaning is very clear, that is, today, the Ji family will fight to the death. Not only that, all the powerful gods of the Ji family in Tianhe Star have also arrived. Including Ji Rufeng and others, there are a total of 23 gods. The 10 gods from the Domain Lord's mansion have also arrived behind Yin-Yang Dragon Spring. At this moment, Ye Bufan and Shui Xinkui are the center. The Domain Lord's mansion, the Ji family, and the 7-star Jedi are in confrontation. The Ji family and the 7-star Jedi are clearly on the same front. Adding the two sides together, there are a total of 35 gods. On the other hand, the Yin-Yang Longchen side, including the couple, has only 12 gods. But even so, whether it was Yin-Yang Longchen or Shui Xinkui, the two of them remained calm and composed, looking as if they were sure of victory. Dead silence. An invisible collision of murderous intent. Ye Bufan looked directly at Shui Xinkui and spoke suddenly, saying in a cold voice, I will leave Yin-Yang Dragon Spring to you. Remember, I don't want him to interfere before I deal with that bitch Shui Xinkui. Well, when Ye Bufan said this, everyone present was stunned and a little confused. The Yin-Yang Dragon Spring is handed over to you. Before I deal with Shui Xinkui, I don't allow Yin-Yang Longquan to intervene. What's the meaning? Is there anyone here who can restrain Yin-Yang Longchen, the half-step Divine Emperor? Who is this person? Where is he? Everyone looked at each other. Yin-Yang Longchen also frowned. Ji Rufeng even looked at Ji Qianya beside him, frowned and asked in a deep voice, Qianya, what's going on? Could it be that he has another half-step God Emperor level warrior under his command? I don't know. Ji Qianya's face was full of bitterness. To be honest, she didn't know much more about Ye Bufan than the others in the Ji family. She only knew that the strongest subordinate of Ye Bufan was the Netherworld Blood Fox. As for whether there are any hidden strong people, she has no idea. Everyone was confused, and Yi in the crowd smiled knowingly, for he knew very well that Ye Bufan was talking about him. Isn't it just a yin-yang dragon spring? Although Yi did not speak, he had secretly locked onto the yin-yang dragon spring. It would be fine if the yin-yang dragon spring doesn't move. If it moves, Yi will definitely take action. Snort. But at this moment, Shui Xinkui snorted coldly and said, "You are just being mysterious. You will soon know whether I am deliberately being mysterious or not. But you." As he spoke, Ye Bufan sneered. "Half-step Divine Emperor. So what if you are half a step away from becoming a God Emperor? Today, you must die. Call out." After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan rushed directly towards Shui Xinkui. "Court death." Shui Xinkui roared angrily and rushed out instantly. It is simply a foolish dream for a mere heavenly god to attempt to kill a half-step Divine Emperor. Chapter 17:28 Come on, let's hurt each other. This. The sudden scene stunned everyone present except the 12 7-star Jedi gods, and Yi and Ji Qianya. Originally, in their opinion, the reason why Ye Bufan was so arrogant and domineering was that his greatest reliance was the 12 gods under his command. However, he did not expect that Ye Bufan would directly rush towards Shui Xinkui. What does he want to do? Would he not intend to fight against Shui Xinkui, the half-step God Emperor, on his own? Crazy. Does he know how powerful and terrifying a half-step God Emperor is? Ye Bufan naturally knew how powerful and even terrifying a half-step Divine Emperor was. But so what? In just a moment, Ye Bufan had rushed to Shui Xinkui. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan directly activated the Tiangang Fumo Gong. In an instant, Tiangong left the body and protected Ye Bufan's entire body. At the same time, Ye Bufan punched directly at the Shui Xinkui in front of him. Court death. Shui Xinkui roared angrily and punched Ye Bufan as well. The 9th heavenly god versus the half-step God Emperor. Boom. In an instant, fists collided with each other and a thunderous sound was heard. Shui Xinkui sneered, even mocked. Although she was well aware that Ye Bufan's body was extremely strong, in her opinion, even so, Ye Bufan was not qualified to compete with her head-on. But the next second, Shui Xinkui's face changed drastically. She clearly felt that when her old strength had declined and her new strength had not yet been generated, Ye Bufan's iron fist suddenly gave her a strong impact. Shui Xinkui was shocked, but she didn't have time to react. Tap, tap, tap. In an instant, under the impact of this force, Shui Xinkui retreated 7 steps. Ye Bufan also retreated 6 steps in a row. However, this scene shocked all the onlookers around. They didn't know that the Tiangang Fumo Gong could rebound 30% of physical attacks, so naturally they didn't know what Shui Xinkui had experienced in that instant just now. They only knew that at this moment, the two of them fought for the first time, and Shui Xinkui retreated 6 steps, while Ye Bufan only retreated 6 steps. Although it was only a 1-step difference, it was enough to show that in terms of strength, Ye Bufan was better than Shui Xinkui. But how is this possible? How could a mere warrior at the 9th level of the heavenly god realm be stronger than Shui Xinkui, who is half a step away from becoming a god emperor? Are you crazy? Or could it be that Shui Xinkui, the half-step god emperor, is simply a fake half-step god emperor? What the hell? Everyone looked incredulous, but Yi exclaimed in shock, This guy actually cultivated the Tiangang subduing demon technique. How is it possible? It's only been a short time. 1.5 months, and the Tiangang has been fully developed. Damn, this is too depressing, isn't it? Thinking back to the time when he had just acquired the Tiangang Fumo Gong, and he also knew how powerful this magical power was, so he couldn't help but practice it. But what is the result? It took him a whole year of practice to open more than 60 major acupoints in his body. In other words, it would take him about 11 years to master the Tiangang Fumo Gong. 11 years. In addition, Yi himself had not cultivated his physical body, so this magical power was not of much help to him, so he gave it up later. But what about now? It only took Ye Bufan 1.5 months to master the Tiangang Fumo Gong. If this isn't a monster, then what is it? In fact, at this moment, the person who was most shocked was Shui Xinkui. Recalling the scene just now, Shui Shinkui could be sure that the power later definitely did not belong to Ye Bufan, but came from herself. In other words, Ye Bufan bounced back about 30% of her attacks. What does that mean? This means that when she attacked Ye Bufan, she was also attacking herself. Hit yourself. You. Looking at Ye Bufan, Shui Shinkui showed a hint of fear and solemnity on his face for the first time. Not bad, not bad. Ye Bufan just smiled slightly. The punch just now was just a test for him. He wanted to see how powerful the Tiangang Fumo Gong was. The result was obvious and Ye Bufan was very satisfied. The body-protecting Tiangong directly rebounded 30% of Shui Shinkui's attack, which was equivalent to directly weakening Shui Shinkui's attack by 30%. Combined with the body-protecting Tiangong's own defense, it can offset about 20% of the attack. In this way, Shui Shinkui's attack was weakened by 50%, or half, before it hit Ye Bufan. The half-step God Emperor is indeed powerful, but what if he is weakened by half? At that time, her full-strength attack was only equivalent to the attack of a 6th-level god. Ye Bufan is a god of the 2nd level, his body is so powerful. To him, the attack from the 6th level of God was not enough to threaten him. In other words, under the protection of Tiangong, Ye Bufan's defense is already invincible. Even if he stood still and let Shui Shinkui beat him, Shui Shinkui might not be able to kill him. In that case, what does Ye Bufan have to be afraid of? If you can't kill me, then I will kill you. Half-step Divine Emperor. Hee. I'll exhaust you to death. After a cold laugh, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated. He moved and rushed towards Shui Shinkui again. Son of a bitch. Feeling the playful and mocking smile on Ye Bufan's face, Shui Shinkui instantly became furious. I don't believe that you can keep using this magical power forever. With this thought in mind, Shui Shinkui no longer hesitated and rushed out instantly. In the ruins, Ye Bufan and Shui Shinkui clashed again. Ye Bufan slapped out with his palm. Shui Shinkui came forward with a punch to kill him. However, this time Ye Bufan simply ignored Shui Shinkui's attack. Why? It's very simple. Since you can't hurt me, why should I bother with you? Defense. That doesn't exist. All I need to do is attack. Tiangang protects the body. Invincible defense. I am just so willful. Bang. In an instant, Shui Shinkui punched Ye Bufan. Powerful force impact. Ye Bufan's body shook, and at the same time, 30% of the damage was directly rebounded. Shui Shinkui was shocked, but he could do nothing and was unable to dodge. Bang! At this time, Ye Bufan slapped Shui Shinkui hard on the left cheek. This is a real slap in the face and a naked humiliation. Buzz! Shui Shinkui's heart trembled. Her eyes widened, she was stunned and dumbfounded. Feeling the burning pain on her cheek, endless humiliation surged from her heart. Everyone around also widened their eyes and stared at the scene in a daze. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped and space seemed to have solidified. Ye Bufan shook his hands and said in amazement, "This guy is really thick-skinned. It hurts my hand a little bit." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. How could they not hear that Ye Bufan was clearly humiliating Shui Shinkui? But how dare he? Ah! The next second, Shui Shinkui let out a hysterical howl. Her red eyes stared at Ye Bufan intently, and she roared angrily, "Kill you! I must kill you!" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Shinkui attacked Ye Bufan directly with a punch. One punch, brutal and violent. One punch, as powerful as a wolf or a tiger. One punch and the situation changes dramatically. Ye Bufan just smiled. "Come on, let's hurt each other." As soon as he finished speaking, he also threw a punch. However, compared with Shui Shinkui's attack, Ye Bufan's punch was obviously much weaker. But so what? With Tiangong protecting her body, the damage caused to her by Shui Shinkui's attack might not be greater than the damage she caused to her, not to mention there was a 30% rebound. In other words, if Shui Shinkui punched me once, it was equivalent to me punching her twice. In the long run, Ye Bufan firmly believed that even if the Blood Heart King was a half-step God Emperor, he would definitely be defeated. Shui Shinkui was naturally very clear about all this. However, after being slapped in the face and humiliated by Ye Bufan in public, she no longer cared about anything else. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind, and that was to kill Ye Bufan. But he didn't expect that all this was done deliberately by Ye Bufan. What he wanted was for Shui Shinkui to be as crazy as a devil, because only in this way could Ye Bufan maximize his advantages, or even to the limit. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. In the ruins, Shui Shinkui and Ye Bufan were fighting each other, punching each other and slapping each other in return. The two of them fought back and forth, and in just a few dozen seconds they had clashed no less than 100 times. Not only that, every attack from the two was brutal and rough. This scene made everyone around tremble in their hearts and their hands and feet became cold. They felt that this was not a battle between intelligent beings, but a life and death fight between two mindless beasts. It was too brutal and too barbaric. Chapter 1729 Yin Yang Long Chen, come and help me. Violent attack and fierce fighting. 3 minutes later. Trample, trample, trample. Shui Shinkui took 3 steps back, and then with a puff sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face looked a little pale. What the hell? This scene made everyone present tremble in their hearts. They never expected that Ye Bufan could beat a half-step god emperor to the point of vomiting blood. Is this really the combat power that a warrior of the 9th level of the heavenly gods should have? Of course not. At this moment, all the guests watching the scene have already realized that Ye Bufan is cultivating his physical body, and his real strength is also in his physical body. In comparison, the martial arts cultivation of the 9th level of the heavenly god is not worth mentioning at all. Tisk tisk. Seeing the Blood Heart King spitting blood, Ye Bufan did not pursue him. Instead, he smiled and sneered, half-step divine emperor. You are nothing more than that. Son of a bitch. Shui Shinkui was furious. At this time, Yin Yang Wu Tian, who was watching the battle from a distance, suddenly spoke up to remind him, Shinkui, his physical body has at least reached the 8th level of the Divine Lord, or even the 9th level of the Divine Lord. Don't fight him head-on again. Bullshit 8th Heaven God and 9th Heaven God. Shui Shinkui was certain that Ye Jungfan's physical body was at most at the 3rd or 4th level of the Divine Lord. The reason why he was so strong was entirely because of his magical power that could rebound damage. Otherwise, Ye Bufan would not be his opponent at all. But Yin Yang Long Chen was right. It was definitely unwise to fight Ye Bufan head-on. Boy, you have successfully angered me. The next second, Shui Shinkui shouted angrily. Base. As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp sword filled with purple-red flames appeared out of thin air in her hand. Supreme King's weapon. Ye Bufan glanced at the sword in Shui Shinkui's hand and frowned. No, Shui Shinkui said in one word, this is only a half-step king weapon, but it is enough to kill you. Oh, Ye Bufan sneered. Not to mention it's just a half-step king weapon, he is not afraid even if it is a supreme king weapon. After all, the so-called supreme royal weapon is nothing more than a divine weapon that comes with elemental damage. The sharpness of the divine weapon can indeed break through Ye Bufan's physical defense. But it was just a break, not enough to kill Ye Bufan. Unless Shui Shinkui is a powerful god emperor. Unfortunately, she is not. As for elemental damage, it is not worth mentioning. The heaven-devouring seal of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture can devour everything in the world, so just the elements can be refined. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan said, then I will see what basis you have for taking my life. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan did not retreat but instead advanced and attacked Shui Shinkui directly. Snort. Shui Shinkui snorted coldly, then drew his sword and rushed towards Ye Bufan. In a moment, in front of Ye Bufan, Shui Shinkui swung the sword in his hand. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan ignored him and just punched Shui Shinkui. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Facing a half-step king weapon, Ye Bufan actually didn't dodge or evade. Isn't he afraid of being killed by Shui Shinkui's sword? Even if Shui Shinkui cannot kill him with one sword, he will definitely injure him seriously, right? But Ye Bufan actually ignored the sword. Is he crazy? Or does he not want to live anymore? Faced with this scene, Shui Shinkui was also a little surprised, but soon, this surprise was replaced by a hint of sneer. Since Ye Bufan was seeking death, she would naturally be happy to help him. In a flash, Shui Shinkui swung the sword in his hand and slashed down directly. The sharp sword blade directly broke through Ye Bufan's body protection. During this period, Shui Shinkui's sword power was reduced by 3 points. Even so, it is enough. After the long sword broke through the protective Tiangong, it directly fell on Ye Bufan's left shoulder. Puff. Blood splattered. Half of the sword in Shui Shinkui's hand was embedded in Ye Bufan's flesh and blood. But that's all. Although Shui Xingkui's sword broke Ye Bufan's body, it could not hurt his bones. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Shui Xingkui's pupils shrank and he was shocked. At this time, Ye Bufan's punch arrived late and hit Shui Xingkui's chest directly. Bang! Powerful force impact. Puff! The already injured Shui Xingkui immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, her body flew backwards. Puff! As Shui Xingkui flew backwards, the long sword in her hand was instantly pulled out from Ye Bufan's flesh and blood, and immediately brought out a hint of bright red. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. Shui Xingkui injured Ye Bufan with a sword. Ye Bufan punched Shui Xingkui away, causing her to spit blood again. The two seem evenly matched. But is this really the case? You know, Shui Xingkui is a half-step divine emperor, and she is holding a half-step royal weapon in her hand. The most important thing is Ye Bufan didn't even dodge her sword. But even so, the sword that should have caused fatal damage to Ye Bufan only just injured Ye Bufan. Damn, how strong and abnormal is this human boy's body? Is he a humanoid Tyrannosaurus? Everyone present was horrified. Not bad, not bad. Ye Bufan smiled and said, the heavenly gang demon subduing skill really did not disappoint me. Ye Bufan said this, but Shui Xingkui's face became extremely gloomy. It's not for any other reason, it's just because Ye Bufan's physical defense is too strong and too abnormal. Even this sword couldn't seriously injure Ye Bufan, so how could she threaten Ye Bufan? As a strong man at the half-step God Emperor level, Shui Xingkui felt extremely aggrieved at this moment. It was obvious that she was several times stronger than Ye Bufan, but she just couldn't do anything to Ye Bufan. What a fucked up thing this is. Base. Before Shui Xingkui could think about it, Ye Bufan had already taken out a blood-red long sword. This long sword is exactly the half-step king weapon left behind by the commander of the 4th Legion in the 7-star Jedi. Now, without the nurturing of that commander, this half-step king weapon has once again become a divine weapon. However, even if it was just a divine soldier, it was enough for Ye Bufan. Looking at Shui Xingkui, Ye Bufan smiled evilly. I said that today we will hurt each other. In this case, if you use a sword, then I can only use a knife. I hurt your sister. When Ye Bufan said this, Shui Xingkui almost couldn't help but burst into cursing. Ye Bufan's body was strong enough to fight against the divine soldiers, but she couldn't. You know, although she is a half-step God Emperor, that is only her martial arts cultivation. She has not cultivated her physical body. In other words, the strength of her physical body is at most the level of a normal half-step God Emperor. Can a body of this level withstand the sharp edge of the divine soldiers? Stop kidding. The divine soldiers could easily make her bleed. If Ye Bufan and I hurt each other again like we did in the previous fistfight, it would inevitably turn into you hitting me with a knife and I hitting you with a sword. Shui Xingkui didn't even dare to think about such a scene. However, Shui Xingkui didn't dare to think about it, but Ye Bufan did it anyway. The flesh and blood of the god of the two realms. The everlasting protective power of the heavens. Under the double defense, Ye Bufan is now like an indestructible cockroach under the God Emperor. In that case, I am Shao Qiang, I am afraid of no one. Bring it on. The next second, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Base. Then, he waved his long sword and rushed towards Shui Xingkui with the sword. I'm coming to your sister. Shui Xingkui cursed in his heart. It's a pity that Ye Bufan had already arrived in front of her and slashed at her with a knife. As for defense, that doesn't exist at all. Under this kind of vigorous attack, it can be said that Ye Bufan's whole body is full of flaws. But what can we do? Shui Xingkui's mouth twitched. She is tired. But no matter how tired she was, she couldn't ignore the attacks of the heavenly soldiers like Ye Bufan did. Immediately, Shui Xingkui danced with the sword in his hand. When the swords collided, and a crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. Shui Xingkui blocked the knife with his sword. Ye Bufan didn't care at all. He simply drew back his sword and then slashed it out. In a word, kill her. If one blow doesn't kill, then use 2, 3, 4, 100, or 1,000 blows. It's impossible for Shui Xingkui to block every attack, right? Every blow he made to her was a blow. Sooner or later she will be hacked to death. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan drew out his sword and the situation became unstoppable. He chopped horizontally and vertically, one blow after another, without even a moment's pause. As the saying goes, the best defense is attack, attack, and attack again. What's more, Ye Bufan doesn't need to defend at all. His strong body and the protective Tiangong allowed him to act recklessly when facing Shui Xinkui. This will make Shui Xinkui suffer. Dang, dang, dang. Dang, dang, dang. Faced with Ye Bufan's suicidal attack, Shui Xinkui could only try his best to resist. But she can block 1 or 2 swords, but can she block 100 or 200 swords? Even if she could hold it back, there would always be times when she was careless. That was why, in less than 3 minutes, Shui Xinkui had been stabbed 7 times. At this moment, as a half-step God Emperor level warrior, Shui Xinkui finally felt that his life was threatened, so he stopped hesitating and shouted angrily, "Yinyang Longchen, you bastard, what are you still standing there for? Do you want to watch him hack me to death? Come and help me." Chapter 1730, Surprised or Not. "Yinyang Long Quan, you bastard, what are you still standing there for? Do you want to watch him hack me to death? Come and help me." The poison lady Shui Xinkui, who was a half-step God Emperor, fought with Ye Bufan for less than half an hour before asking for help from Yinyang Dragon Spring. This scene made everyone present feel a little unbelievable, and made everyone tremble with fear. Being able to force the half-step God Emperor level Bloodheart King into such a situation shows that Ye Bufan's combat power is extraordinary. But Yinyang Longchen didn't think so much. Based on his understanding of Shui Xinkui, he knew that Shui Xinkui would never ask him for help unless it was absolutely necessary, which was why he had never taken any action. But since Shui Xinkui has already spoken, it means that her life has been threatened. In this case, Yinyang Longchen will not continue to stand idly by. "Thief, you are looking for death." Yinyang Longchen roared angrily, then rushed out directly. "Stop him." Seeing this scene, Ji Rufeng shouted loudly. He knew very well that at this point, the Ji family had no choice. Or they die. Either the yin and yang couple will be destroyed. In this case, they naturally choose the latter. As for the future, we'll talk about the future in the future. Following Ji Rufeng's order, more than 20 gods from the Ji family were ready to take action. However, although they are fast, there are people who are faster than them. Yin. Between heaven and earth, a sharp sword sound suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a cold black light shot out from the crowd of onlookers, and headed straight for the Yin-Yang Dragon Spring with the force of thunder, and arrived in front of the Yin-Yang Dragon Spring in an instant. A sudden change. A deep and cold murderous intent. Yinyang Longchen's heart trembled. He was supposed to rush towards Ye Bufan and Shui Xinkui, but he suddenly retreated. Something happened in a flash. After retreating several dozen meters, Yinyang Longquan shouted angrily, "Who?" In front of him, where he was originally, a blood-red sword was now suspended in the air. The sword is 2 feet and 1 inch long, and the blade is as thin as a cicada's wing. It emits a faint cold light, and there is a faint black light around the sword. At that moment just now, it was this sharp sword that blocked Yinyang Longchen's way, and it was also this sharp sword that intercepted Yinyang Longchen's reinforcements to Shui Xinkui. At this moment, looking at this sharp sword, Yinyang Longchen's face became extremely gloomy, because he already felt the threat from this sharp sword. Yinyang Longchen was like this, and everyone else present was stunned. Looking at this sharp sword, they were stunned and somewhat confused. Ahem. But at this moment, following Yinyang Longchen's loud shout, a light cough suddenly sounded among the crowd. This sudden sound instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Including Yinyang Longchen, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. In the crowd, Yi stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at Yinyang Longquan with a mocking and amusing expression. "Is it you?" Looking at the Dark Knight, Yinyang Longchen was stunned at first, and then he shouted angrily. "That's me." Dark Knight smiled indifferently. "You dare to stop me?" Yinyang Longchen was furious. Hee. And Yi smiled and said, "My cousin's husband has given the order, and I dare not disobey." After a pause, Yi continued, "So, you should just watch from the sidelines. After all, this is a private feud between my cousin's husband and your wife, so it's better for the rest of us not to interfere." As soon as Yi said this, everyone present fell silent. At this moment, they couldn't help but think of Ye Bufan's previous words. "The Yin-Yang Dragon Spring is now handed over to you. Remember, I don't want him to interfere before I deal with that bitch Shui Xinkui." There is no doubt that Ye Bufan was talking to Anya. But, can the Dark Knight stop the Yin-Yang Dragon Spring? You know, and Yi is only at the third level of the God Lord, but Yin Yang Longchen is half a step away from being a God Emperor. How can one resist a half-step God Emperor with the strength of the third level of God? Not far away, everyone in the Ji family also looked shocked, especially Bai Tianyu. Although he was very dissatisfied with An Yi, the matter between An Yi and Bai Ziqing was a fact, which meant that whether he liked it or not, An Yi was his son-in-law. He was very relieved that An Yi was able to stand up in this situation. However, although he was relieved, it did not mean that he agreed with An Yi's approach. He was even somewhat dissatisfied with it. After all, Dark Knight could have stayed out of it. But what about now? Now that he's in the game, it's hard to get out. Most importantly, who is Yin Yang Longchen? That is a half-step God Emperor. You, a god of the third heaven, are seeking death if you stand out to stop him. You'll die if you die. But what will happen to Qinger after you die? You know, today Bai Tianyu, like everyone else in the Ji family, had already made up his mind to perish together with the Yin Yang family. If something unexpected happened to An Yi again, Bai Ziqing would really be left alone and helpless. As a father, Bai Tianyu naturally does not want this situation to happen. But now, before Bai Tianyu and the others could think about it, Yin Yang Longchen looked at An Yi and said coldly, "You are a god of the third heaven and a supreme king weapon, and you want to stop me. Are you worthy? You won't know if it's suitable until you try it." Dark Knight smiled slightly. Snort. Yin Yang Longchen snorted coldly and said, "Then let me see why you can stop me. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Yang Longchen flashed and rushed out directly. But his target was not An Yi, but Ye Bufan and Shui Xinkui in the distance. Yin Yang Longchen always remembered that at this moment, reinforcing Shui Xinkui was what he should do most. As for the Dark Knight, he just wanted to delay himself and buy time for Ye Bufan. Yin Yang Longchen would naturally not be fooled, and would not let him get his wish. It's a pity that Yin Yang Longchen wanted to reinforce Shui Xinkui, but An Yi would naturally not let him do so. Chu Shuang, kill. With a loud shout from An Yi, the supreme royal weapon in the air rushed towards him before Yin Yang Longquan, leaving him no chance to reinforce Shui Xinkui. Asshole. Seeing this scene, Yin Yang Longchen became furious. Although he is a half-step God Emperor, he cannot ignore a supreme royal weapon. Now, entangled by the supreme king's weapon, he can't escape at all, nor can he reinforce Shui Xinkui. You're looking for death. 3 seconds later, Yin Yang Longchen looked towards the Dark Knight and was furious. Call out. Immediately afterwards, he flashed and rushed directly towards the Dark Knight. The Supreme King's weapon is indeed troublesome. But as long as An Yi is killed, the so-called Supreme King weapon will be just a pile of scrap metal. Therefore, to catch a thief, one must first catch the king. If An Yi is killed, Supreme King Wu will not be a threat. The sudden change shocked everyone present. Especially the Ji family. They see the current situation very clearly and understand it very well. As long as they can hold Yin Yang Longchen back and wait for Ye Bufan to kill Shui Xinkui, then they can join forces with Ye Bufan, and Yin Yang Longchen will definitely not be their match. So what they have to do now is to intercept Yin Yang Longchen and reinforce Shui Xinkui. Now, the reason why Yin Yang Longchen attacked An Yi was because An Yi had influenced him and even prevented him from reinforcing Shui Xinkui. Besides, An Yi is Bai Ziqing's husband and half-son-in-law of the Ji family. In this case, they naturally would not allow Yin Yang Longchen to kill An Yi. Stop him. That was why Ji Rufeng shouted loudly the moment Yin Yang Longchen took action. Kill. He himself was the first to rush out. However, Yin Yang Longchen is, after all, a half-step divine emperor. How could the Ji family members be faster than him? Call out. Before the Ji family members arrived, Yin Yang Longchen had already arrived in front of An Yi. Die. Facing the Dark Knight, Yin Yang Longchen did not hesitate or waver, and directly punched out to kill. This punch was violent and ferocious. With this punch, the situation changed drastically. This punch is full of murderous intent. Seeing this scene, all the guests around An Yi scattered instantly. Ji Rufeng, who was charging from a distance, was even more anxious. Dark Knight boy, run. It's a pity that the knight turns a deaf ear. Even more prosperous. Facing Yin Yang Longchen's fatal blow, An Yi did not retreat but instead advanced and also punched out. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, dumbfounded and confused. The god of the third heaven actually attempted to confront a half-step god emperor head-on. This is something's wrong with your brain. Boom. The next second, the fists of Yi and Yin Yang Long Quan collided with each other. A loud thunderous sound was heard. The violent force brought about a strong wind that swept in all directions, causing pain on everyone's cheeks. Ka ka ka. The ground cracked, and hideous cracks appeared in an instant. Everyone in the Ji family felt depressed. It was all over. But at this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Yin Yang Long Chen's figure actually stepped. Step and retreated 7 steps before he could barely stabilize himself. On the other hand, in the dark night, he still stood there, motionless as a mountain. The strange scene shocked everyone present. Yin Yang Long Quan looked straight at Dark Knight, and said in shock, "Are you a half-step Divine Emperor?" "Did I ever say that I am not a half-step Divine Emperor?" Dark Knight blinked and said with a smile. Yin Yang Long Chen was furious and even more shocked. "How about it?" And Yi smiled, and said with a playful and teasing look, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Chapter 1731 You all must die. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? I surprise your sister. I'm surprised. Looking at the Dark Knight, Yin Yang Long Chen was almost furious. Who could have thought that this fellow at the 3rd level of the God realm was actually a half-step God Emperor? What the hell is this pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Yin Yang Long Chen was furious, but everyone else present was stunned and dumbfounded. They were already shocked enough when Shui Xinkui displayed his cultivation level of half-step God Emperor before, but they didn't expect that another half-step God Emperor would appear now. When did a half-step God Emperor become so worthless? Especially for everyone in the Ji family, the scene before them was like a dream. They originally wanted to rescue Yi, but now they were all stuck in midair. After looking at Anya, they all looked at Bai Tianyu and Ji Dongshe. Ji Rufeng couldn't help but ask, "Is this kid a half-step Divine Emperor?" Ji Dongshe and Bai Tianyu looked at each other, their faces looking messy and miserable. Obviously, before this, they didn't know that Yi was a half-step God Emperor. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Ji family couldn't help but twitch their lips. It would have been fine if they didn't know Yi's true strength, but even Bai Tianyu and his wife didn't know it. Isn't this a bit too much? After all, Bai Tianyu and Ji Dongshe are Yi's father-in-law and mother-in-law. How could they know that it was Bai Ziqing's idea that Yi concealed his cultivation level from them? In Bai Ziqing's words, the purpose of hiding his cultivation was to show off to the Ji family in the future. It's a pity that now this force is installed on Yin Yang Long Chen. After a brief moment of daze, Yin Yang Long Quan looked at Yi with a gloomy expression, and then angrily asked, "Who are you?" When he saw Yi for the first time just now, he already had doubts about Yi's identity. At this moment, Yin Yang Long Chen can be even more certain that Yi's identity is definitely not simple. "Who is this seat?" And Yi shook his head and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is you just need to remember that with me here, you will never have a chance to make a move." Yin Yang Long Chen clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and was furious. Ah! But at this moment, a shrill scream suddenly sounded in the distant air. Puff! Ye Bufan chopped with his knife, and Shui Xinkui's entire left arm fell off. For a moment, blood gushed out from Shui Xinkui's left shoulder and he was in excruciating pain. Yin Yang Long Quan, you bastard, I'm almost dying, why don't you do anything? The pain of broken arm made Shui Xinkui unable to hold back and let out a roar of anger. Yin Yang Long Chen's mouth twitched. He felt wronged and even more frustrated. Is it that he doesn't want to take action? He didn't even have a chance to make a move. But no matter what, nothing must happen to Shui Xinkui. After all his achievements today are thanks to Shui Xinkui. Once Shui Xinkui dies, he will inevitably be implicated, and even have to endure the thundering wrath of the powerful God Emperor behind Shui Xinkui. This is not what Yin Yang Long Chen wants to see. This is definitely not something that Yin Yang Long Quan can bear. So, after seeing Shui Xinkui's arm being cut off, Yin Yang Long Chen instantly went berserk. Call out! He ignored Yi and rushed straight towards Ye Bufan and Shui Xinkui. It's a pity that Dark Knight will never let him get his wish. In just a moment, Yi had already blocked the Yin Yang Dragon Spring, and even the Chu Shuang Cold Sword of the Supreme King level was already held upright in his hand. Yin Yang Long Quan was furious, do you really want to be my enemy? I said, as long as I'm here, don't even think about interfering in the fight between my brother-in-law and Shui Xinkui. Dark Knight said calmly. You're looking for death. Yin Yang Longchen roared angrily and rushed directly towards the Dark Knight. Dark Knight will naturally not sit idly by and wait for death. Boom. In an instant, the battle between the two half-step god emperors broke out. The guests watching below no longer hesitated and retreated to a farther distance. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the pond will suffer. They don't want to be affected by the battle between the four half-step god emperors. At this time, while Yin Yang Long Quan was fighting against An Yi, he roared again, "What are you still standing there for? Go and help madam." Yin Yang Longchen's words were naturally directed to the 10 divine warriors in the Domain Lord's mansion. Since he couldn't escape, he could only ask these 10 gods to reinforce Shui Shinkui. Unfortunately, kill. As soon as Yin Yang Longchen finished speaking, Ji Rufeng shouted loudly. The current situation is destined to see them fighting to the death with the Yin Yang family. The reason why they didn't take direct action just now was because they were afraid of Yin Yang Longchen, the half-step god emperor. They wanted to wait until Ye Bufan killed Shui Shinkui before joining forces to deal with Yin Yang Longchen and his men. Now, since there is An Yi, the half-step god emperor, who is holding back the Yin Yang dragon spring, the people of the Ji family will naturally not hesitate any longer. Following Ji Rufeng's order, more than 20 gods of the Ji family directly rushed towards the 10 gods of the Domain Lord's mansion. Seeing this scene, the Nether Blood Fox also shouted, "Kill!" Immediately afterwards, the 12 gods of the 7-star Jedi also rushed out. Ji family, the 7-star Jedi. More than 30 gods from both sides attacked at the same time, attacking the 10 great gods of the Domain Lord's mansion. The difference in numbers of 3 to 1, or even 4 to 1, made the Ji family and the 7-star Jedi fearless and unreserved. Boom! In an instant, the battle between the gods broke out. Not only that, as soon as the battle began, the 10 great gods of the Domain Lord's mansion were completely suppressed by the joint efforts of the Ji family and the 7-star Jedi, and were already losing ground. Seeing this scene, Yin Yang Longchen's face became gloomy and ferocious to the extreme. Everything today was originally under his control. With him and Shui Shinkui, 2 half-step god emperors present, the Ji family could not cause any trouble at all. But who would have thought that first Ye Bufan showed up, and now another An Yi appeared? Let's not talk about An Yi for now, after all, he is already a half-step god emperor. But what about Ye Bufan? This ant from the heavenly god realm had actually forced Shui Shinkui, a half-step god emperor, into a desperate situation. It is even in danger and even life is threatened. Once Shui Shinkui dies, will he still be able to survive? If Ye Bufan and Anya join forces, he will definitely not be their match. By then, he will be defeated and die. When he thought of this, Yin Yang Long Quan was furious. Ji family, you are courting death. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Yang Longchen threw something in his hand and it exploded in midair. The dazzling fireworks were like a sea of fire, instantly dyeing the entire sky red. What's this? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. After dozens of seconds, the sea of fire created by the fireworks gradually subsided. Among the guests watching from afar, one of them pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" In fact, he didn't need to say it. All the living beings on Tianhe Star had already discovered the changes outside the 9 heavens. I saw that beyond the 9 heavens, in the endless starry sky, at this moment, small black dots were rapidly approaching the Tianhe Star. In just a moment, the true appearance of these small black dots had been revealed to everyone's sight. Those were starry sky battleships gleaming with metallic luster. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looking around, the densely packed starry sky warships are impossible to see clearly or count. The 3 leading gold-class starry sky battleships roared in like steel beasts. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Their scalps felt tingling and their hearts were trembling. With so many star warships, I'm afraid the entire Domain Lord's mansion has been mobilized in full force, right? The 2 half-step god emperors were here in person, and coupled with the situation before them, it was obvious that Yin Yang Longchen had been prepared and he was determined to destroy the entire Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Everyone's heart trembled. Everyone in the Ji family looked extremely gloomy. After a moment, Ji Rufeng roared angrily, "Kill, kill as many as you can. Since you want me to die, you can forget about having an easy life." Boom. In an instant, the murderous intent of everyone in the Ji family dimmed by 7 points. Ha ha ha. Yin Yang Long Quan laughed loudly. How about it? Are you satisfied with my arrangement? Want to kill me? Today, you all have to die. Chapter 1732 Poof. Today, you all have to die. If it wasn't for the purpose of catching and killing all the members of the Ji family, Yin Yang Longchen would not have dispatched the army of the Domain Lord's mansion to ambush outside Tianhe Star. It can be said that this was just a casual act of Yin Yang Longchen. But he didn't expect that if he hadn't made this arrangement, he would have almost capsized in the ditch. How could Yin Yang Longchen not be angry, and how could he tolerate this? At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, which was to kill all the members of the Ji family, regardless of gender, age, or even chickens and dogs, leaving no one alive. Bang! The next second, Yin Yang Long Quan and Yi exchanged blows and then retreated dozens of meters away. Then he looked at Yi and said with a teasing look on his face, "So, you didn't expect it, did you? Although you are a half-step God Emperor, but I also have tens of millions of troops, including many God Emperors and God Lords. Add in Xin Kui and I, do you think you still have a chance of winning?" After a pause, Yin Yang Long Quan continued, "As long as you surrender now and submit to me, I can spare your life and let you enjoy endless wealth and glory from now on. How do you think?" Oh. Facing Yin Yang Long Quan's attempt to surrender, Yi sneered and said, "Yin Yang Long Quan, are you still so confident? Do you really think you have already won? Isn't it?" Yin Yang Long Chen spread his hands and said, "In front of my territory Lord Mansion's millions of troops, do you think you have any chance of winning?" Hee hee. Dark Knight sneered with disdain. The territory Lord's Mansion has tens of millions of troops. It seems awesome, but what's the reality? They are just a bunch of rabble. No matter how many people there are, it makes no sense. Especially after the 7-star Jedi witnessed Ye Bufan performing the god-killing sword chi with their own eyes, and Ye became even more dismissive of this so-called army. Because, if you have never seen that knife with your own eyes, you will never be able to understand how terrifying it is. That is a knife that kills. That is even more of a world-destroying sword. If Ye Bufan slashes out with this sword, I'm afraid with one sword, the so-called Domain Lord's Mansion's millions of troops will collapse in an instant. Except for the god, no one will hope to survive. Even the god will be seriously injured if he doesn't die. So, in Anya's eyes, he didn't care about the so-called Domain Lord's Mansion army at all, because that was just something that Ye Bufan could end with one sword. This is also true. Ye Bufan just took a look and ignored these starry sky battleships. Not only that, for Yi, at this moment, this so-called Territory Lord Mansion army does not need Ye Bufan to take action at all, because... Boom! Suddenly, a loud thunder-like sound suddenly rang out above the sky. At first glance, when the Domain Lord's fleet was about to enter Tianhe Star, the leading Golden-class Starry Sky battleship directly crashed into a purple light curtain. Immediately afterwards, a purple light curtain covering the entire Tianhe Star appeared instantly. Within the light curtain, there were 9 golden dragons roaming freely, and the sound of dragon roars was endless. What's this? Seeing this scene, all the guests on Tianhe Star were stunned, including Yin Yang Longchen. Then, he glanced at Ji Rufeng in the distance and shouted angrily, "Old Ji, you actually set up a defensive formation outside Tianhe Star." Defensive formation? Ji Rufeng was completely confused. Ji Rufeng was like this, and everyone in the Ji family was no exception. They all looked at each other in bewilderment. When did the defensive formation appear in Tianhe Star? How come we didn't know about it? The reactions of the Ji family made Yin Yang Long Quan frown. Didn't you arrange this? Although the Ji family did not want to admit it, this so-called defensive formation had nothing to do with them. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Yi in front of Yin Yang Long Quan suddenly laughed and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Yin Yang, I seem to have ruined your good fortune again." You. Yin Yang Long Quan glanced at Yi and angrily asked, "Did you do this?" "That's right." Yi responded, and then continued, "But this is not a defensive formation, but another supreme royal weapon of mine, called the 9 Dragons Fire Cover. Originally, I secretly blocked Tianhe Star to prevent you from escaping, but I didn't expect to block your reinforcements outside Tianhe Star. Ha 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 ha, Lord of Yin and Yang Domain, let me ask you, are you surprised or not?" You. Hearing this, Yin Yang Longchen's eyes turned red, and he was almost furious. Surprised? Unexpected? Are you here to discuss this domain master? Yin Yang Longchen was in such a state that the other people on Tianhe Star were dumbfounded. 9 Dragons Fire Cover. The entire Tianhe star was originally blocked off to prevent Yin Yongwudan and others from escaping. However, they did not expect that by chance they were able to block the Territory Lord's army outside Tianhe star. This is really they didn't know what to say. But for everyone in the Ji family, this is indeed a great thing. Since the Territory Lord's army cannot get in, then what do they have to be afraid of? As for the 12 gods of the 7-star Jedi, they have never been afraid of them. Millions of troops. So what? Like Anya, they all saw with their own eyes the sword strike that Ye Bufan used during the 7-star Jedi battle. A huge army of tens of millions can be destroyed with just one strike. So, when they saw it clearly, and Ye had blocked the Territory Lord's army outside Tianhe Star, and actually indirectly saved their lives. Otherwise, once they entered Tianhe Star, Ye Bufan would definitely not give them the opportunity to attack in groups. It's a pity that Yin Yang Longchen was unaware of all this. Snort. After a brief silence, Yin Yang Long Quan snorted coldly and said, 9 Dragons Fire Cover, right. This Territory Lord wants to see whether your so-called 9 Dragons Fire Cover can stop the star fleet of my Territory Lord mansion. After saying this, Yin Yang Long Quan roared to the sky again, smash it for me. Huff. As Yin Yang Longchen finished speaking, the starry sky warships outside Tianhe Star withdrew one after another. After a while, they all stopped 10,000 meters away from Tianhe Star. Then, boom 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 boom, the star cannons equipped on all the star warships in the star fleet fired at the same time. For a moment, the earth-shattering energy fell on the 9 Dragons Fire Cover like a storm. This power has definitely reached the level of a god emperor. That was why everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. However, just when everyone thought that the 9 Dragons Fire Shield would be blown to the ground, 9 golden dragons in the purple light curtain actually swallowed all the energy fired by all the starry sky cannons. Not only that, after the 9 golden dragons swallowed up the energy, the originally light purple light curtain outside the Tianhe Star actually turned directly into dark purple, and the defensive power increased by 3 points. The strange scene made everyone stunned. Ha ha ha. Yin Yang Wu Tian laughed wantonly and said, Yin Yang Long Quan, my 9 Dragons Fire Cover is not an ordinary Supreme King weapon. After all these years of nurturing by me, it can even withstand attacks from the first level of the Hongmeng Heaven. You want to break my 9 Dragons Fire Cover with your scrap metal? Don't be silly, you are just dreaming. Not only that, my 9 Dragons Fire Cover can also devour all external attacks and strengthen itself. In other words, the more you attack, the stronger the defense of my 9 Dragons Fire Cover will be. Ha ha ha, are you stupid? What? When Yi said this, everyone was shocked. This 9 Dragons Fire Cover can actually resist the attack of the first level of Hongmeng. Moreover, it can absorb external attacks and continuously enhance its own defense. This is too outrageous. However, is this really the case? Of course not. And Yi himself is only half a step away from being a divine emperor. How could his 9 Dragons Fire Cover possibly withstand the attack of a powerful warrior from the first level of Hongmeng? It was obvious that he was trying to fool Yin Yang Longchen. However, there is one thing that Yi did not lie about, that is, the 9 Dragons Fire Cover can indeed absorb external energy, thereby enhancing its own defense. This is also the reason why so many starry sky cannons attacking at the same time cannot break through the 9 Dragons Fire Cover. However, the 9 Dragons Fire Cover is not invincible, nor is it unbreakable. Only physical attacks are effective. That is to say, if the Domain Lord's mansion's tens of millions of troops attacked the 9 Dragons Fire Cover with their fists and feet, then with the combined strength of the tens of millions of troops, the 9 Dragons Fire Cover would probably not be able to block even a single blow. It's a pity that Yi would not be stupid enough to tell Yin Yang Longchen about this. You. At this moment, staring at Anya, Yin Yang Longchen was almost furious with him. Haha, Lord of Yin and Yang, what's wrong with me? And Yi laughed, and then said, in fact, there is still a way to break through the 9 Dragons Fire Cover. What is the solution? Yin Yang Longchen asked instinctively. It's very simple. And Yi smiled and said, first, I will take back the 9 Dragons Fire Cover. Second, kill me. Once I die, the 9 Dragons Fire Cover will naturally become ineffective. You. Puff. Yin Yang Longchen was so angry that he spat out blood. If I had the ability to kill you, would I still be here talking to you? Chapter 1733 Grandpa, save me. The lowest person is invincible. Yin Yang Longchen discovered that the Yi in front of him was extremely mean, but he had no way to deal with Yi. It is simply impossible for him to take back the 9 dragons' fire cover. Kill him. Yin Yang Longchen believed that with his own strength, he could not kill Yi, who was also a half-step god emperor. What to do? In the current situation, if the army of the Domain Lord's mansion cannot enter Tianhe Star, then his side will eventually be defeated and destroyed. Helpless, Yin Yang Longchen glanced at the guests watching from afar, and then shouted in a deep voice, "Please help me to kill these traitors. I promise that after the success, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will be divided equally among you, and my Domain Lord mansion will not take a penny." Buzz. When Yin Yang Longchen said this, everyone present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Divide the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce equally. I have to say, this is really too big, so big that it is almost impossible to refuse. Let's see who dares. But at this moment, Ye Bufan, who was attacking Shui Shinkui, suddenly shouted angrily, "This is a personal grudge between me and Shui Shinkui. Outsiders had better not interfere. Otherwise I will kill his entire family and wipe out his entire clan. When the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you." Buzz. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the hearts of all the guests present trembled again, and those who had originally planned to help Yin Yang Longchen also gave up this idea. The industry of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is indeed attractive, but compared with one's own life and property, the so-called wealth is not worth mentioning at all. After all, if you lose your life, what is the point of having so much wealth? After going through all that happened before, Ye Bufan and Anya have left a huge psychological shadow in the hearts of all the guests. Once they make a move, everyone would be happy if Ye Bufan and Anya could be killed, but what if they cannot be killed? What awaits them then will surely be even more brutal revenge from Ye Bufan and Anya. A half-step divine emperor. A human monster whose fighting power is not inferior to that of a half-step god emperor. If these two people join forces to take revenge, how can they resist? In that case, it's better to stay out of it. Seeing that the people who had already taken action were scared away by Ye Bufan's words, Yin Yang Longchen suddenly became angry, helpless, and even a little depressed. Ha ha. In front of him, Yi smiled and said unscrupulously, "Master of Yin Yang territory, stop struggling in vain, because it is useless. I advise you to think carefully about how to ask for forgiveness from my cousin's husband and let him spare your life." Hearing this, Yin Yang Longchen became furious, and then was stunned. Although Dark Knight's words were full of sarcasm, they actually made some sense. After all, in the current situation his side is doomed to fail. Since defeat is inevitable, then should he also consider his own life and property? Before Yin Yang Longchen could think about it, an angry roar suddenly sounded from Shui Shinkui in midair. At this moment, Shui Shinkui's outer clothes had already been dyed red with blood. Not only had she lost her left arm, she had also been stabbed dozens of times. She originally thought that Yin Yang Dragon Spring could rescue her, but now Shui Shinkui knew that her idea had already become a luxury. Now, no one can help her except relying on herself. With this thought in mind, Shui Shinkui, who had originally had some reservations, no longer hesitated and decided to go all out. When, after the sharp sword and the long knife collided, Shui Shinkui did not hesitate at all, and her figure instantly retreated to 30 meters away from Ye Bufan. From the beginning of the battle until now, Shui Shinkui has never used his martial arts skills. It's not that she doesn't want to, but that she doesn't dare. After all, supernatural powers consume too much divine energy. As a half-step god emperor level warrior, all of her divine power can only support her to display her martial arts skills 3 times at most. If the 3 magical powers could seriously injure or even kill Ye Bufan, that would naturally be the best. But what if I can't kill him, or what if I can't seriously injure Ye Bufan? At that time, her divine power was exhausted. Facing Ye Bufan, an opponent whose physical body has reached the level of a god, she has no choice but to die. But even without using his magical powers, Shui Shinkui's divine power was rapidly consumed after repeated fighting. Nowadays, the remaining divine power in her body is less than half, and at most it can only support her to display her martial arts skills once. A matter of life and death. The blood heart Kui is no longer retained. She moved the sword in her hand, and divine power surged around her body, and then she slashed out with the sword again. 9 tribulations of Tianshu. Huff, huff, huff. As Shui Shinkui slashed out with his sword, the 9 elements of gold, wood, water, fire in the world, except for the element of light, all the other 8 elements gathered together. These 8 elements are exactly the 8 elements that Shui Shinkui has already cultivated to perfection. In an instant, the 8 elements gathered together and formed 8 elemental swords directly in front of Shui Shinkui. In an instant, the 8 elemental swords merged into one, forming an 8-colored sword light. Cut. Following a loud shout from Shui Shinkui, the 8-colored sword beams attacked Ye Bufan with unstoppable force. This sword was as fast as lightning and as fierce as thunder. The sword came suddenly, leaving Ye Bufan no chance to dodge. With this sword, Shui Shinkui is going all out and is determined to kill Ye Bufan. Facing Shui Shinkui's earth-shattering sword, Ye Bufan's heart was shaken violently. He felt that he could not block this sword. However, Ye Bufan was not intimidated by this. He raised his left hand and shouted, Tongtian Furnace. Boom. In an instant, all the 9th-level divine power in Ye Bufan's body burst out and condensed into an ancient giant tripod that was 100 meters tall in front of him. It was at this time that Shui Shinkui attacked with a sword. Call. The giant tripod collided with the sword. The 8-colored sword light of Shui Shinkui was directly wrapped by Ye Bufan's Tongtian Furnace. Refine. Ye Bufan shouted, and at the same time, his body retreated violently. The Tongtian Furnace can refine everything, and naturally it can also refine the sword light of Shui Shinkui. It's a pity that Ye Bufan's cultivation is only at the 9th level of the heavenly god realm, while Shui Shinkui is half a step away from becoming a divine emperor. That's why. Boom. In just 1 second, the Tongtian Furnace was completely shattered. But for Ye Bufan, this short second was enough. When the Tongtian Furnace was shattered, Ye Bufan had already flown hundreds of meters away. Call. Shui Shinkui's 8-colored sword continued to slash down without slowing down. But this sword is destined to miss. Boom. With one strike of the sword, a bottomless abyss appeared above the earth. The sudden change shocked everyone. Looking at the huge abyss on the earth, many people swallowed their saliva. Huff, huff, huff. In midair, Shui Shinkui was gasping for breath. The sword strike just now had consumed all of her divine power, and now she was at the end of her strength. Isn't it a pity? At this time, hundreds of meters away, Ye Bufan looked at Shui Shinkui and smiled indifferently. You. Shui Shinkui was frightened and furious. Brush. Ye Bufan swung his long sword and said in a cold voice, he who kills will be killed. On that day, you used the Star Beast tribe to attack the 7-star Jedi. Today, I will use your head to commemorate the heroic spirits who died in my 7-star Jedi because of you. So it's over, bitch, go to hell. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took a step forward, and his figure turned into a residual shadow and attacked Shui Shinkui directly. Buzz. Shui Shinkui's heart trembled, and an endless feeling of fear came over him. No. She howled and then exclaimed, Grandpa, save me. Chapter 1734 The Divine Emperor's Dharma Image. Grandpa, save me. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Shinkui took out a dark purple jade pendant and crushed it. Boom. The moment the jade pendant shattered, a terrifying aura instantly surged out. Not good. Ye Bufan's face changed and he retreated instantly. At this time, with Shui Shinkui as the center, the elements of heaven and earth in Tianhe Star gathered together madly. In just a moment, these elements have gathered into a violent elemental storm. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. 9 elements come together. Everyone clearly felt that where they were, all kinds of elements had increased more than tenfold, and were still continuing to increase. At the same time, behind Shui Shinkui, a huge demon shadow 100 meters tall instantly took shape. As more and more elements gathered, the phantom of the demon became more and more condensed and real, until finally, the phantom of the demon seemed to have become a real person with flesh and blood. The giant demon stood proudly behind Shui Shinkui. Although he did nothing, his natural and terrifying aura made everyone present tremble in their hearts. The creatures below the level of the God King even collapsed to the ground in fear. Powerful, terrifying, invincible. This was everyone's first reaction after seeing this giant demon. At this time, the pupils of An Yi, who was not far away, shrank and he exclaimed, the Divine Emperor's Dharma image. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and even horrified. As powerful beings in the Purple Emperor domain, they were naturally familiar with the Divine Emperor's Dharma image, but they had never seen one. Is the demon in front of me the image of the God Emperor? Ye Bufan was also shocked. Before he left the Shenwu continent, Feng Hen had mentioned the Divine Emperor's Dharma image to him. The so-called Dharma image of the God Emperor is actually a temporary incarnation, that is, an avatar, condensed with a wisp of the God Emperor's soul as a medium, using the elements of heaven and earth. Although this clone only has 1/10 of the combat power of the original body, the weakest of any God Emperor's Dharma images is at the first level of a God Emperor. It's not for any other reason, it's because the first and second levels of the God Emperor are not enough to condense a Dharma image. Only after reaching the third level of the God Emperor can one have the ability to condense a Dharma image, and 1/10 of the combat power of the third level of the God Emperor is already equivalent to the full combat power of the first level of the God Emperor. In other words, the magic elephant that appeared before him was at least at the first level of the Divine Emperor. This was something Ye Bufan had never expected. Not only Ye Bufan, but Ye also didn't expect this. It is true, although one can condense a Dharma image after reaching the third level of the God Emperor, in most cases, a strong person at the God Emperor level will not do so. Because, once the Dharma image is destroyed, the original body will lose 1/10 of its cultivation. In this situation, who would dare to condense the image of the Divine Emperor easily? After all, the God Emperor's Dharma image can only exert 1/10 of the power of the God Emperor himself. If you are plotted against by someone with ulterior motives, you might end up losing 1/10 of your cultivation in vain. However, no one expected that Shui Shinkui actually had an image of the God Emperor hidden on his body. However, this is enough to show how much the God Emperor behind Shui Shinkui values her. Otherwise, how could the other party condense an image of the Divine Emperor just for Shui Shinkui? Ha ha ha. Before anyone could think about it, Yin Yang Wutan's unbridled laughter suddenly rang out. To be honest, even he didn't know that Shui Shinkui actually had an image of the God Emperor hidden in his body. But that doesn't matter. What's important is that this statue of the God Emperor is Shui Shinkui's grandfather, the father-in-law of Yin Yang Longchen, and also a genuine God Emperor level powerhouse. The Emperor of God is here in person. Let me ask you, who else here can threaten them? Ye Bufan, or Dark Knight? Stop kidding. Although Ye Bufan and Anya both have the strength of a half-step God Emperor, a half-step God Emperor is still not a God Emperor. Compared with the real God Emperor, there is a huge difference between them. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are ants. At this time, the God Emperor Faxiong glanced at Shui Shinkui, then looked at Ye Bufan, who was not far away, frowned, and said, "Human race. Did you hurt Shinkui?" "Grandpa, that's him," Shui Shinkui shouted loudly. Ye Bufan frowned. Snort. The God Emperor Dharma image snorted coldly and said, "If that's the case, then die." Fuck. Seeing this, and Ye's pupils shrank in shock. He cursed, "You old thing from the Sky Demon clan, stop it right there. It's a pity that the God Emperor's Dharma image ignored Dark Knight at all. Call." He slapped out with his palm, directly hitting Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan was shocked. Run. He made the decision almost without thinking. However, no matter how fast Ye Bufan is, how can he be faster than the powerful God Emperor? Call. Ye Bufan had just taken a step forward when the giant palm of the God Emperor's Dharma elephant that covered the sky arrived instantly. In an instant, Ye Bufan's face turned pale and his heart trembled wildly. This was the first time he witnessed the power and terror of the God Emperor. Although there is only one step between the God Emperor and the half-step God Emperor, the God Emperor is more than 100 times stronger than the half-step God Emperor. He is like a mountain that is insurmountable, let alone defeatable. Finished. Ye Bufan exclaimed in his heart. Boom. The God Emperor's giant palm that covered the sky slapped him directly, and pressed him down from midair. Then there was a loud bang, and the God Emperor's giant palm slammed down to the ground, causing the entire Tianhe star to tremble violently. The giant palm was embedded dozens of meters deep into the earth. The palm strike came in a flash, too fast and too fierce. In an instant, the whole place was silent. Looking at the giant hand embedded more than 10 meters deep in the ground in the distance, and thinking back to the scene just now, everyone present couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Before this, Ye Bufan had beaten Shui Shinkui, the half-step God Emperor, so badly that he had no power to fight back. But what about now? He was actually killed by a palm strike from the Divine Emperor. Is Ye Bufan too weak? No, it's because the God Emperor's magic image is too powerful. The onlookers were terrified, and the Ji family members looked as pale as death. With the Emperor of God in person, how can they resist? But there is one exception, and that is Dark Knight. Son of a bitch. Seeing that the Divine Emperor Dharma image actually ignored him and slapped Ye Bufan to death with one palm, and he instantly became furious and ran away. Old thing from the Sky Demon clan, didn't you hear me telling you to stop? You were looking for death. Wow. When Ye said this, everyone present was shocked. They all looked towards the Dark Knight with disbelief. The God Emperor's Dharma image also retracted his giant palm, then frowned and looked towards the Dark Knight. What are you looking at? And Ye cursed angrily, you old bastard from the 4th level of the Divine Emperor, what are you so arrogant about? Isn't it just the Divine Emperor Dharma image? Don't I have one? Fuck you, if I can't kill you today, I won't be called Dark Knight Ming. Boom. Never stop until your words shock people. When Ye said this, everyone present was shocked and couldn't believe it. From what Ye said, could it be that he also has the Divine Emperor's Dharma image? The heavenly magic elephant frowned. Dark Knight, darkness. This name gave him a very familiar feeling, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. So, he could only look at Ye and said lightly, who are you? I am your uncle. Ye cursed angrily, and then said, old man, come out and kill this old bastard for me. At this moment, Ye was so angry. If he had known that the other party would attack directly, he would definitely call out the Shira clan's God Emperor without hesitation. Unfortunately, now that things have come to this, it's too late. Now, Ye only wanted to kill the statue of the God Emperor of the Demon clan in front of him. Boom. But at this moment, just when Ye was preparing to summon the Shira God Emperor's magic elephant, a violent roar suddenly sounded from the huge palm print of the heavenly god magic elephant not far away. What's going on? The sudden scene instantly attracted everyone's attention, including Dark Knight, and also the God Emperor image of the Elder of the Heavenly Demon clan. Call out. At this moment, in everyone's sight, a figure rose into the sky directly from the giant palm print. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They were stunned and dumbfounded. Because this person was none other than Ye Bufan, who was killed by the palm of the Divine Emperor's Dharma elephant. But at this moment, Ye Bufan was not only not dead, but was also unharmed. How is that possible? The God Emperor Dharma image of the Sky Demon clan's elder frowned, with an expression of disbelief. Ye Bufan ignored it. Facing the Divine Emperor Dharma image, he slashed with his sword, God-killing sword Chi. Chapter 1735 God Emperor, Destroy. God-killing sword energy. The seemingly casual palm strike from the God Emperor Dharma image had already made Ye Bufan clearly realize that he was simply unable to contend with a God Emperor level powerhouse now. To him, the God Emperor is invincible. The most important thing is that the statue of the God Emperor of the Sky Demon clan in front of him has already decided to kill him. The palm strike from the opponent just now was not something Ye Bufan could withstand now. If it weren't for the 3 life-saving divine patterns left by Dao Wuya, Ye Bufan would have been dead by now. But even so, Dao Wuya only has 3 life-saving divine patterns. I just used up 1, and now there are 2 left. In other words, Ye Bufan can at most withstand 2 attacks from the God Emperor's Dharma elephant. What happens after 2 times? After 2 times, Ye Bufan would definitely die. Ye Bufan doesn't want to die. That's why he attacked directly, and his first attack was the strongest attack he could launch at the moment. The God-killing sword energy will kill the gods. Ye Bufan didn't know whether the God-killing sword Chi could kill a strong man at the level of God Emperor, but for him, he no longer had any other choice. If you fail, you will die. Boom. As the God-killing sword energy came out, the terrifying murderous intent instantly froze the heaven and earth. This terrifying murderous intent directly targeted the image of the God Emperor. Fuck. In front of the statue of the God Emperor, and Ye, who was originally in great shock because Ye Bufan had come back to life, suddenly exclaimed, and his pupils and mind could not help but tremble at this moment. That cold breath, that terrifying murderous intent, and that familiar smell. The past is still vivid in my mind. The scene in the 7-Star Jedi instantly came to mind. That knife. The Dark Knight was filled with fear. Run. Without the slightest hesitation, he exclaimed in an instant, and then shouted loudly, old man, father-in-law, and everyone else, run. Call out. Before he finished his words, Ye's figure had already retreated thousands of meters away. Not only that, Ye was still running madly towards a farther distance. It was like this in Dark Knight, and the 12 gods in the 7-Star Jedi were no exception. God-killing sword energy. Not only had Ye seen Ye Bufan's knife strike, they had also experienced it personally. This knife is powerful and terrifying. This knife destroyed the sky and the earth. The most important thing is that this knife is a large-scale indiscriminate attack. Given their current position, if you don't run, you will die. Although everyone in the Ji family didn't know what was going on, since Ye said so, they would naturally do as he said. After all, Ye would not harm them no matter what. That was why, after Dark Knight and the 12 7-star Jedi gods, everyone in the Ji family fled to a farther place without any hesitation. The others looked confused. Run. Why run? Although they couldn't figure it out, everyone still did it instinctively, even Yin Yang Longchen, Shui Xinkui and others were no exception. Of course, this group of people does not include the Divine Emperor's Dharma image. To him, he is the Supreme God Emperor. On this Tianhe star, no one and nothing can threaten him. Run. That's impossible and unnecessary. His confidence comes entirely from his own strength. This is also true. Under normal circumstances, there is indeed no one on Tianhe star who can threaten him. But there are exceptions to everything. A change of mind in a moment. It seems long, but it's less than a second. As soon as Ye Bufan swung his sword, everyone retreated tens of thousands meters away. The next second, a blade light as small as a hair shot out from Ye Bufan's hand. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What is this? A blade the size of a hair. Is this the reason why Ye let them escape? However, they could not feel the slightest threat from this ray of sword light. For a moment, everyone was stunned and confused. Even the God Emperor Dharma image of the Heavenly Demon Clan's elder couldn't help but frown. But it didn't last long. In a moment, huff, huff, huff. A huge suction force came from the God-killing sword Qi, and under this huge suction force, the surrounding elements of heaven and earth gathered together madly and quickly. The God-killing sword Qi devours everything. The God-killing sword Qi melts everything. With the integration of the elements of heaven and earth, the God-killing sword Qi is changing rapidly. When the God-killing sword Qi left Ye Bufan 3 centimeters away, the God-killing sword Qi that was originally only the size of a hair had evolved into a 2-meter-long and 10-centimeter-wide blood-red sword Qi. Moreover, this only God-killing sword Qi actually began to generate other God-killing sword Qi. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8. The speed is so fast that it is frightening and difficult to catch. Swish, swish, swish. When the God-killing sword Qi left Ye Bufan for several meters, the original God-killing sword Qi had actually evolved into 108 blood-red swords. These 108 blood-red swords were lined up in a row, attacking the image of the God Emperor in front. The most important thing is that the number of these God-killing sword Qis is still increasing, and as the number of God-killing sword Qis increases, the speed at which they increase is also getting faster and faster. This strange scene instantly shocked everyone tens of thousands meters away. In front of the God-killing sword Qi, the God Emperor Faxiong's mind couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, he actually felt a threat from the God-killing sword Qi, a threat to his life. Why? The image of the God Emperor is also unclear. That feeling. It's hard to explain, but it's very real. Run. Without the slightest hesitation, a thought suddenly surged into the mind of the God Emperor Faxiong. His body reacted instinctively. However, next second, the God Emperor Faxiong's face changed drastically. He found that his body could no longer move. It was not because he was imprisoned by someone, but because in the area where he was, a terrifying and vast suction force was firmly restraining him. It was this huge suction force that made his body unable to move. And this suction force came from the 108 God-killing sword Qis in front of him. No, now there are 216 God-killing sword Qis. This discovery made the God Emperor Faxiong's heart tremble greatly. What did you do to me, boy? The next second, the Divine Emperor's Dharma image looked at Ye Bufan and an angry roar rang out. Huff, huff, huff. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to answer, under the terrifying suction force of the God-killing blade Qi, the body of the God Emperor Dharma image actually began to rapidly melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sudden change made the God Emperor Faxiong's face turn pale. He was panicked and even more scared. Now he is just a Dharma image. According to the current situation, once the flesh body melts away, what will be waiting for him? At that time, only a wisp of soul will be left of him. Although the God Emperor is powerful, what if it is just a wisp of his soul? At that time, anyone could kill him easily. Once this wisp of divine soul is cut off, his main body will lose 1/10 of its combat power. I believe that no god emperor can bear such consequences and such a price. No. When he thought of this, the god emperor Faxiong became furious. Go to hell, kid. He roared angrily and then struck out with a palm. However, under the terrifying suction force of the 216 god-killing sword cheese, the god emperor's Dharma elephant could not launch an angry attack no matter what. It's not for anything else, it's because the god emperor's Dharma image was originally condensed by a wisp of the god emperor's soul in the elements of heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, the god emperor's Dharma image is actually a group of heaven and earth elements. The god-killing sword chi also relies on absorbing the elements of heaven and earth to strengthen itself. In this case, the divine emperor's Dharma image directly became the nourishment of the god-killing sword chi and the source of power for the god-killing sword chi. In this case, how can the god emperor's Dharma image resist? In this case, how can the god emperor's Dharma image break free? In a sense, the god-killing sword chi is the nemesis of the god emperor's Dharma image. As soon as the sword energy came out, the magic image was abolished. Even Ye Bufan was caught off guard by this result. But that's a good thing. Can't move, right. You can't resist, right. Can't break free, right. That's perfect, I'll kill you while you're sick. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the god-killing sword chi had arrived in front of the god emperor's Dharma image. At this time, the number of god-killing sword chi had exceeded 1,000. Buzz buzz buzz. Looking at the more than 1,000 god-killing sword auras in front of him, the god emperor Faxiong's heart was trembling, and an endless sense of fear swept up from the depths of his soul. No. The divine emperor's Dharma elephant let out a wail. More than 1,000 god-killing sword chi slashed down. Puff, puff, puff. The sword energy was everywhere, and the magic image was destroyed. Call out. The elder of the Sky Demon clan, with only a wisp of soul left, did not hesitate at all. He quickly dodged and wanted to escape into the distance. It's a pity that his speed could not compare with the god-killing sword chi. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever the sword energy passes, the soul is annihilated. In just a moment, not only was the god emperor's Dharma image of the Sky Demon clan elder destroyed in one blow, but even his soul was ruthlessly killed by thousands of god-killing sword chis. However, the thousands of god-killing blade chis did not lose their power. They continued to increase in number, rising into the sky and attacking the endless starry sky outside Tianhe Star. Chapter 1736 Your life. With one strike of the sword, the god emperor is destroyed. This sudden scene, this shocking scene, made everyone tens of thousands of meters away stunned and dumbfounded, and their minds were blank. There is no doubt that the god emperor is powerful. To the Purple Emperor realm, the god emperor is an invincible existence. But what about now? They actually witnessed the fall of a powerful god emperor with their own eyes. Although it was only the image of a powerful god emperor, he was still a god emperor after all. The visual impact and the spiritual shock made everyone feel like they were in a dream. It was too unreal and too incredible. Especially for the Dark Knight. He already knew that Ye Bufan's god-killing sword chi was very powerful, but he didn't expect that the god-killing sword chi was so powerful that it could kill a god emperor with one blow. Although Ye Bufan's body is very strong, this sword strike is obviously a martial arts skill, that is to say, he relies on Ye Bufan's martial arts skills. With the 9th level cultivation of a heavenly god, he wielded a sword that was powerful enough to kill a powerful god emperor. Damn, do you have to be so scary? Do you have to be so evil? How could An Yi know that this sword strike was not wielded by Ye Bufan himself? He merely activated the god-killing sword chi left by the god killer. The truly powerful one is not Ye Bufan, but God Slayer. As for the power of the god-killing sword chi, it was definitely not as powerful as An Yi had imagined. Although the god-killing sword chi can kill a god, it is not enough to kill the god emperor. The reason why this scene appeared was entirely because the god emperor in front of him was merely a dharma image condensed from the elements of heaven and earth. The god-killing sword chi relies on absorbing the elements of heaven and earth to strengthen itself. When the god emperor's dharma image encounters the god-killing sword chi, it is equivalent to meeting its nemesis. But if Ye Bufan encountered a true god emperor today, then even if he was only a god emperor of the 1st level, the god-killing sword chi would not be able to kill him. It can only be said that everything that happened today was due to Ye Bufan's luck and the inaction of that heavenly demon elder. But no matter what, in the eyes of everyone present, the fact was that Ye Bufan killed a God Emperor level strongman, and he did so with just one sword. The most terrifying thing is that after Ye Bufan killed a powerful God Emperor, his sword not only did not disappear, but it became even more powerful and more terrifying. Swish, swish, swish. Tens of thousands of God-killing sword auras rushed straight into the sky and headed straight for the Sea of Stars. However, what is there in the Sea of Stars? There is the Territory Lord's Mansion's starry sky fleet and the Territory Lord's Mansion's millions of troops. What kind of scene would that be if the countless God-killing sword cheese that were powerful enough to kill the God Emperor collided with these starry sky battleships? Gurgle. Just thinking about it, everyone couldn't help swallowing. What the hell? Dark Knight cried out in surprise, and then shouted sternly, 9 dragons leaving the fire cover, void. Call. As soon as Yi finished speaking, the purple light curtain outside Tianhe Star instantly dissipated. At this moment, countless God-killing sword auras flashed by. Then, countless God-killing sword cheese directly fell on the densely packed starry sky team. The sword energy collided with the warship. Puff, puff, puff. Cracks as wide as a palm and tens of meters long appeared directly on the hulls of the 3 leading gold-class Starry Sky battleships, while the silver-class Starry Sky battleships and bronze-class Starry Sky battleships were directly pierced and chopped into pieces by these God-killing sword auras. Even the soldiers of the Domain Lord's Mansion in the Starry Sky battleships were not spared and were all dismembered and killed. When the God-killing sword chi disappeared, half of the star fleet outside Tianhe Star had disappeared, and more than half of the millions of troops of the Domain Lord's Mansion had suffered casualties. This scene made everyone on Tianhe Star's scalp tingle and their hearts tremble. It's really Ye Bufan's sword is too powerful and too terrifying. This is not only a sword of killing, but also a sword of destroying the world. This is also true. The holy prison is cunning, God-killing and bloodthirsty. As the bloodthirsty God-killer among the 3 world treasures, how could his sword be simple? Even the God-killing sword chi released by Ye Bufan was less than 1/10 as powerful as when God-killer himself used it. If this sword was wielded by God-killer, then with one sword, the entire star fleet would be reduced to ashes, and even the entire Tianhe Star would cease to exist. But at this moment, when everyone was immersed in the shock brought by Ye Bufan's knife, Ye Bufan had already arrived above them, and looking at the position behind them, he suddenly spoke with a teasing and playful look on his face. Madam Shui, where are you in such a hurry to go? Well, Ye Bufan's sudden words made everyone stunned, but then they all came back to their senses. They all turned around and looked back. They saw Shui Shinkui with his back to them dozens of meters away. Judging from her posture, it was obvious that she wanted to run away, but unfortunately she was discovered by Ye Bufan. The next second, Ye Bufan flashed and came directly in front of Shui Shinkui, then said with a smile, Madam Shui, you are leaving without saying goodbye, and besides, your husband and son are still here, are you planning to abandon them? As soon as Ye Bufan said this, Yin Yang Longchen and Yin Yang Wuden in the crowd couldn't help but twitch their lips. You. Shui Shinkui was furious and asked, what exactly do you want? What do you think? Ye Bufan touched the long sword in his hand. Bang! Shui Shinkui was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, and looked at Ye Bufan, trembling and said, what do you want to do? I advise you not to do anything rash, otherwise, my grandfather will never let you go. Yeah. Ye Bufan took a step closer to Shui Shinkui and said with a smile, just now, I have killed one of that old guy's divine emperor statues. In this situation, do you think if I don't kill you, he will let me go? Yes, I will. As long as you let me go, I can assure you that my grandfather will never make things difficult for you. Moreover, from now on, all grudges between you and me will be settled. We are done with our grudges. Ye Bufan sneered, you have a nice idea. If we just let it go, wouldn't the hundreds of thousands of brothers in the 7-star Jedi have died in vain? Buzz. Shui Shinkui's heart trembled, and he said anxiously, I can give you enough compensation. Oh, Ye Bufan asked with great interest, then tell me, how do you plan to compensate me? Shui Shinkui's eyes lit up. Star pirates are star pirates, and they are indeed greedy. But that's a good thing. As long as you can escape this disaster, I will have plenty of opportunities to deal with you in the future. With this thought in mind, Shui Shinkui said, how about 10 million divine crystals per person? 10 million per person. Ye Bufan shook his head and said, not enough. 20 million per person. Not enough. 30 million should be fine, right? It's still not enough. What do you want? Magical elixir, magic medicine, armor, magic weapon, beauty, or power. As long as you let me go, you can have whatever you want. Yeah. Ye Bufan touched his chin and looked at Shui Xingkui with a playful expression. Shui Xingkui's delicate body trembled, then she gritted her teeth and said with shame and anger, as long as you let me go, I can serve you for one night, how about it? Wow. When Shui Xingkui said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at the Yin-Yang dragon spring with strange eyes. Yin-Yang Longchen's face turned ashen, and he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. My woman actually said in front of so many people that she wanted to serve another man. It's such a shame and humiliation. But at this moment, what can he say and what can he do? The Divine Emperor's Dharma image was killed. Although Shui Xingkui was a half-step Divine Emperor, he was already at the end of his strength. He alone was no match for Ye Bufan's side. Others are the butchers and I am the meat. They had no choice but to beg for mercy, unless they wanted to die. But does he want to die? It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Shui Xingkui doesn't want to die, and Yin-Yang Longchen doesn't want to die either. Therefore, even if Shui Xingkui wanted to cheat on him, Yin-Yang Longchen still endured it. Ye Bufan was stunned. It was obvious that Shui Xingkui misunderstood what he meant. Sleep with me. Ye Bufan thought that he was not so hungry that he would force Shui Xingkui to sleep with him. The next second, Ye Bufan shook his head and said, you think too much. I don't need you to sleep with me. Shui Xingkui was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, not only do I not need you to sleep with me, I also don't want the money, treasures, or even women and power that you mentioned. From the beginning to the end, I only want to ask you for one thing. What? Shui Xingkui asked instinctively. Your life. Ye Bufan said in a cold voice. Shui Xingkui was shocked. Brush. Ye Bufan slashed directly with his sword. The knife was fast, fierce and powerful, leaving Shui Xingkui no chance to react or dodge. Puff. The knife passed, blood splattered, the head was cut off, the bloody heart was broken. Death. Chapter 1737, Hacked to Death. If you don't kill the snake, there will be endless trouble. Last time, it was because of his own luck and indecision that Shui Xingkui had the opportunity to take action, which ultimately led to the destruction of the entire 7-star Jedi. This time, how could Ye Bufan give Shui Xingkui a chance to survive? Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Since we have made an enemy, then kill him. As for the God Emperor behind the Blood Heart leader. Want revenge? Okay, let's find me first. If we can't find it, it's still unclear who killed whom after several years. Gurgle. Looking at the bloody head of Shui Xingkui rolling several meters away, everyone present couldn't help but swallow their saliva. No one expected that Ye Bufan would kill Shui Xingkui with a single blow without hesitation. First, the Divine Emperor's Dharma image was killed, and now the Blood Heart leader, who was at the half-step Divine Emperor level, was killed. This kind of decisive killing. This made everyone present look at Ye Bufan with fear and even dread. Yin-Yang Longchen and his son Yin-Yang Wudin couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Just at this moment, Ye Bufan glanced at the father and son. This glance made the Yin-Yang Longchen father and son's hearts tremble again, and their souls were frightened. Everyone around them scattered, as if they wanted to draw a clear line between themselves and them. After a few seconds, a vacuum zone had formed around Yin-Yang Longchen and Yin-Yang Wudin, father and son. Looking at Ye Bufan, Yin-Yang Longchen wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. Me what? Ye Bufan smiled calmly, then walked towards Yin-Yang Longchen and his son step by step with a knife in hand. Yin-Yang Longchen and his son stepped back instinctively. Don't come over here, Yin-Yang Wutian shouted angrily, and then said tremblingly, my grandfather is a powerful God Emperor. If you dare to hurt me, my grandfather will never let you go. Oh, Ye Bufan sneered. Everyone else around him rolled their eyes at Yin-Yang Wudin. Is your grandfather a powerful God Emperor? So what? Didn't you see that he even killed your mother? In this situation, do you think your grandfather, the God Emperor, can still scare him? Stop dreaming. Bang. Without waiting for anyone to think about it, Yin-Yang Longchen suddenly slapped Yin-Yang Wutian hard on the face and shouted, shut up. Father, you. Yin-Yang Wudin covered his face and looked at Yin-Yang Longchen in disbelief. Yin-Yang Longchen ignored him, just looked at Ye Bufan, and said calmly, "Young Master Yi, every grievance has its perpetrator, this is the grudge between you and their mother and son, it has nothing to do with me. Now that Shui Shinkui is dead, this rebellious son will be handed over to young Master Yi for disposal. Call." After he finished speaking, Yin Yang Longchen slapped Yin Yang Wudin directly with his palm. His palm was as fast as lightning and as fierce as thunder, leaving Yin Yang Wudin no chance to dodge. Bang! Yin Yang Longchen slapped Yin Yang Wudin on the back. A powerful impact. Puff! Yin Yang Wudin spat out a mouthful of blood. All his cultivation was directly destroyed by the Yin Yang Dragon Spring. Not only that, the Yin Yang Dragon Spring's palm directly shattered the tendons and veins throughout his body. Yin Yang Wudin looked shocked, horrified, and full of disbelief. He never expected that Yin Yang Longchen would treat him like this. You know, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but what about Yin Yang Dragon Spring? It's a pity that Yin Yang Wudin had no time to think about anything at this moment. His cultivation was wasted and his tendons and veins were broken. All this caused Yin Yang Wudin's body to go limp, and he was about to fall to the ground. It was at this time that Yin Yang Longchen grabbed Yin Yang Wudin and then threw him hard. Bang! Yin Yang Longchen directly threw Yin Yang Wudin less than 3 meters away from Ye Bufan. The sudden scene made everyone present stunned. No one expected that Yin Yang Longchen would be so vicious. You know, Yin Yang Wudin is his biological son. But what about Yin Yang Longchen? He actually destroyed the Yin Yang Dragon Spring with his own hands and handed it over to Ye Bufan personally. First, Shui Shinkui shamelessly sacrificed himself in order to save his life. Now Yin Yang Longchen is willing to sacrifice his own son in order to survive. I have to say that Yin Yang Longchen and Shui Shinkui are truly a perfect match. They are equally cruel and vicious. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan also frowned. To be honest, he really didn't expect Yin Yang Longchen to do this. But, so what? Puff! In front of Yin Yang Wudin, Ye Bufan didn't waste any time and directly killed him with one sword. Afterwards, Ye Bufan, holding the knife, continued walking towards the Yin Yang Dragon Spring step by step. Yin Yang Longchen's face changed drastically. Young Master Yi, Shui Shinkui and Yin Yang Wu Tian have been killed, what else do you want? Are you still unwilling to give up? Faced with Yin Yang Longchen's words, Ye Bufan simply ignored them. Yin Yang Longchen was terrified. Young Master Yi, this matter has nothing to do with me. Do you really want to kill everyone? Master Yi, as long as you let me go, I am willing to hand over the position of Domain Lord to you. At worst, I will submit to you. Is that okay? Speak up. What do you mean, you bastard? Don't go too far. Yin Yang Longchen spoke again and again, but was repeatedly ignored by Ye Bufan. The distance between the two people was dozens of meters, and Ye Bufan only took dozens of seconds. However, these dozens of meters seemed like a long century for Yin Yang Longchen. Finally, when Ye Bufan arrived 2 meters away from Yin Yang Dragon Spring, he paused, then looked at Yin Yang Dragon Spring and said calmly, "Are you done?" Yin Yang Longchen was stunned. Ye Bufan shouted, "That's it, go to hell." Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan raised his sword and rushed towards Yin Yang Longchen. Yin Yang Longchen was furious. But without any hesitation, he took out a green halberd. When the long sword and the halberd collided, and a sharp metallic sound was heard. Yin Yang Longchen's face turned pale, and he angrily cursed, "Mr. Yi, don't go too far." "So what if I bully you?" Ye Bufan shouted loudly, then retracted his sword, and then slashed out again. Yin Yang Longchen met the attack with halberds. As the weapons clashed, Yin Yang Longquan said angrily, "Ye Bufan, I am the Lord of the Purple Emperor domain after all. Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? If you kill me, the entire Purple Emperor domain will be in chaos. A chaos in the Purple Emperor territory." Ye Bufan sneered, and then shouted, "That is none of my business. Call out." After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan put away his sword once again and drew it out again. Not only that, he also shouted, "And Yi, what are you still standing there for? Move on, let's join forces to kill this so-called Purple Emperor territory lord." "Okay." Dark Knight responded with a grin. Afterwards, he rushed towards Yin Yang Dragon Spring holding the Supreme King weapon Autumn Frost Sword. Seeing this scene, Yin Yang Longchen was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. He had already seen Ye Bufan's combat power. If he added Dark Knight, who was half a step away from becoming a divine emperor. Yin Yang Longchen knew that if these two people joined forces, he would be defeated and die. That is why, at the moment when Yi made his move, Yin Yang Dragon Spring did not hesitate at all and soared into the sky. It was obvious that he wanted to run. It's a pity that Yin Yang Longchen seemed to have forgotten that the entire Tianhe star had been blocked by Yi's 9 dragons' fire cover, so how could he possibly escape? Bang! In an instant, the Yin Yang Dragon Spring directly hit the 9 dragons' fire cover. This sudden change caused Yin Yang Longchen's expression to change drastically. At this time, Ye Bufan and Anya had already started chasing after them. Looking at the Yin Yang Dragon Spring, Yi had a teasing and amusing expression on his face. I'm sorry, although I previously revoked the defensive barrier of the 9 dragons' fire cover, but just when you were talking to your cousin's husband, I secretly activated it again. How about it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? You! Yin Yang Longchen was furious. Kill! Ye Bufan shouted loudly and rushed out directly. Since they are destined to be enemies, just kill them all. Kill! After Ye Bufan, Yi also rushed out with a sword in hand. Son of a bitch! Seeing Ye Bufan and the other two coming to kill him, Yin Yang Longchen's face became extremely ferocious, and then he shouted again, since you want me to die, then you can't have an easy life either. Call out! After saying that, Yin Yang Longchen ignored the attacks of Ye Bufan and the other man and rushed straight to the ground. In just a moment, the Yin Yang Dragon Spring had arrived above the crowd. Among the crowd, Yin Yang Longchen directly locked onto Ji Qianya. It can be said that everything that happened today was caused by Ji Qianya. If there was no Ji Qianya, there would be no Situ Hao's participation. Without Situ Hao, Yin Yang Longchen would not have thought of taking the opportunity to swallow up the entire Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. If he hadn't thought about annexing the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. As for the grudge between Shui Xingkui and Ye Bufan, Yin Yang Longchen simply ignored it. In short, he has determined that everything that happened today was thanks to Ji Qianya. What's more, Ji Qianya is Ye Bufan's woman. Therefore, Yin Yang Longchen knew that he was doomed and planned to take Ji Qianya with him to be buried with him. It's a pity that he underestimated Ji Qianya. Today's Ji Qianya is no longer the divine emperor, but a genuine divine lord. Although it is only the first level of heaven, it is still a god after all. Call! Yin Yang Longchen rushed out fiercely with the halberd in his hand. Ji Qianya was shocked, but she did not slack off at all and went straight to meet the attack with all her strength. Bang! The Yin Yang Longchen halberd fell. Puff! Ji Qianya met the attack with all his strength with both palms, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards. But this attack was not enough to kill Ji Qianya. Let's look at Yin Yang Longchen. Although he succeeded in his first attack, he never had a chance to attack again. Because Ye Bufan and Anya are chasing after them again. That's not all. Kill! Following Ji Rufeng's order, more than 20 gods around Ji Qianya rushed directly towards the Yin Yang Dragon Spring. The 12 gods of the 7-star Jedi no longer stayed behind. In an instant, nearly 40 gods, led by Ye Bufan and Anya, joined forces to surround and kill Yin Yang Longchen. Yin Yang Longchen was defeated step by step and didn't even have a chance to fight back. 3 seconds later, the Lord of the Purple Emperor Domain, Yin Yang Longquan, who was at the half-step Divine Emperor realm, was hacked to death by nearly 40 powerful Divine Lords, led by Ye Bufan and Anya. Chapter 1738. Are you worthy? The dignified Lord of the Purple Emperor Domain, a powerful warrior who was half a step away from becoming a Divine Emperor, was actually hacked to death. How sad and desolate this was, but no one present sympathized with Yin Yang Longchen because of this. After all, the winner becomes the king and the loser becomes the bandit. This world has always been so realistic and so cruel. If it weren't for Ye Bufan and Anya, it would be the Ji family and the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce that would be destroyed today. Unfortunately, while the Ji family was safe and sound, none of the 3 members of Yin Yang Longchen's family were spared. All I can say is that Yin Yang Longchen had planned everything, but he only overestimated himself. The fate he has ended up in is entirely his own fault. But no matter what, Yin Yang Longchen's death is a fact. As the Lord of the Purple Emperor Domain, once Yin Yang Longchen died, the entire Purple Emperor Domain would become an ownerless land. What happens next? According to past practice, whenever a domain lord dies in one of the 72 domains, the various parties in the divine domain will compete again for the position of domain lord of that domain. In other words, from now on, the entire Purple Emperor domain will become a battlefield for competition among various forces in the divine realm. As for who will become the new lord of the Purple Emperor domain in the end, this is not something that the various forces in the Purple Emperor domain can influence at all. To put it bluntly, they are supreme in the Purple Emperor domain, but they are just pawns of the various forces in the divine domain. Of course, although they cannot decide on the candidate for the new domain lord, they still care very much about who the new domain lord will be. After all, the domain lord rules over an area, and everything in the entire Purple Emperor domain will be decided by the domain lord. If the new domain lord has a cruel temperament, it will definitely be a catastrophe for the Purple Emperor domain. Of course, this is a later story. Now that Yin Yang Longchen has just died, the new domain lord will not appear so soon. Qianya, are you okay? In front of the crowd, Ji Dongshe supported Ji Qianya and said with concern. Aunt, I'm fine. Ji Qianya wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said lightly. Although the attack from Yin Yang Long Quan just now had seriously injured her, it was not enough to threaten her life. I'm glad you're okay. Ji Dongshe couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, like everyone else, she looked at Ye Bufan and Yi. Especially when she saw Yi, her eyes were extremely complicated. Ji Dongshe couldn't say that she was satisfied with this son-in-law, but she wasn't dissatisfied either. It was just that, like Bai Tianyu, she had always been brooding over the fact that Yi had snatched Bai Ziqing away and made a fait accompli for her. Today, Ji Dongshe never imagined that Yi would actually be a half-step god emperor, and today he helped the Ji family resolve a crisis, even a catastrophe. For a moment, Ji Dongshe didn't know how to treat Yi in the future. Ji Dongshe is like this, and so is Ji Qianya. She never thought that Ye Bufan's strength would be so strong. She never expected that, at the beginning, she just wanted to use Ye Bufan to resist her marriage with Yin Yang Wuden, but she didn't expect that today, on her wedding day, Ye Bufan actually killed Yin Yang Wuden, Shui Xinkui, and Yin Yang Longchen. I have to say, for Ji Qianya, this was definitely a pleasant surprise. But apart from that, Ji Qianya was more worried. What she was worried about was the relationship between herself and Ye Bufan. Originally, it was just a deal between her and Ye Bufan, but what about now? Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Not far away, Ji Rufeng looked at Ye Bufan with satisfaction and said, as expected of the man our Qianya likes, he is indeed different and extraordinary. Seeing Ji Rufeng's response, the other members of the Ji family also looked very satisfied. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, President Ji, you are too kind. Why call me President Ji? From now on, just call me Grandpa like Qianya. Ji Rufeng said directly with a smile. Hearing this, Yi, who was beside Ye Bufan, couldn't help but curl his lips. Look at Ye Bufan, and then think about myself, this treatment damn, there is no comparison. Grandpa Ji. Ye Bufan had already called out, and then said, look now the matter of the Yin Yang family is considered to be over, and there are so many guests present, otherwise just arrange the marriage between me and Qianya. As he spoke, Ye Bufan glanced meaningfully at Ji Qianya who was not far away. Ji Qianya was stunned and immediately felt ashamed and angry. What about the agreed deal? What about the acting? It is obvious that Ye Bufan is trying to make his fake play real, and he is also trying to force the issue. Okay. Before Ji Qianya could think about it, Ji Rufeng said repeatedly, just do as you say. After hearing this, Ji Qianya was completely stunned. She felt that she had screwed herself. But at this moment, Ji Dongqing beside Ji Rufeng suddenly said, Father, and Xiao Fan, let's talk about the wedding banquet later. The most urgent thing is that we should leave the Purple Emperor region as soon as possible. After all, we killed Shui Xinkui and the other two this time. The God Emperor of the Sky Demon clan will definitely not let it go. If we wait for him to descend on the Purple Emperor region, we will really have no way out. When Ji Dongqing said this, everyone in the Ji family was stunned. Yeah, how could we have forgotten about this? Although the three people from Yin Yang Long Quan have been killed, the real crisis has not yet been resolved. However, Ye Bufan and Anya didn't care about this at all. Especially the Dark Knight. At this moment, a contemptuous and disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The God Emperor Elder of the Sky Demon Clan. If it was the Patriarch of the Sky Demon Clan, and Ye might have been a little wary, but if it was just an Elder of the God Emperor, to be honest, and Ye really didn't take it seriously. It would be fine if the other party was forgiven for what happened, but if he dared to jump out for revenge, and Ye would definitely find a way to make him never return, and the Sky Demon Clan would not pursue the matter. With this thought in mind, and Ye said, "Old man, just let go." Pa, pa, pa. Before Ye could say more, a burst of crisp applause suddenly rang out not far away. Everyone was stunned, and then instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. In the crowd, Situ Hao came slowly while clapping. "It's wonderful, it's really wonderful." The moment they saw Situ Hao, everyone in the Ji family frowned. To be honest, if Situ Hao hadn't come forward himself, they would have really forgotten about this culprit. Not only the Ji family, but also the people from other major forces present were all confused. Under the current circumstances, this idiot didn't run away, but stood up on his own initiative. What does he want to do? Are you looking for death? You know, although the people from all the major forces don't know the whole story, they already know a general idea. That's why they know very well that today's incident was entirely caused by Situ Hao. Compared to the people from the Yin Yang family, perhaps the people of the Ji family hate Situ Hao even more. But at this moment, Situ Hao actually dared to stand up. Why? Is it because of the powerful God Emperor behind him? But don't forget that Shui Xinkui and his men also had the support of the God Emperor, but in the end, weren't they still slaughtered by Ye Bufan and Anya? For a moment, everyone was confused about what Situ Hao was trying to do. Even Ye Bufan and Anya frowned. Situ Hao ignored him. He slowly walked up to Ye Bufan, then looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "Hello, I am Situ Hao, the young patriarch of the Shanyu tribe." After saying this, Situ Hao stretched out his right hand again. "Young Master Yi, how about making friends? Fuck your sister." As soon as Situ Hao finished speaking, and Yi cursed angrily, "Just now you wanted to snatch my cousin from my cousin's husband, and now you want to be friends with my cousin's husband. Did a donkey kick your head? And are you worthy?" Hearing this, Situ Hao frowned, but ignored Yi. Instead, he looked at Ye Bufan and continued, "This young master admits that I did have some thoughts about Ji Qianya before, but since she is young Master Yi's woman, this young master will naturally not bother her anymore. In addition, as an apology, this young master will help young Master Yi to bear the anger of the God Emperor Elder of the Sky Demon Clan. What do you think?" Well, when Situ Hao said this, everyone was stunned. Looking at Situ Hao, everyone's eyes were extremely weird. This kid wants to help Ye Bufan resist the revenge of the God Emperor Elder of the Sky Demon Clan. Why? Everyone was puzzled. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Should I thank you?" "You're welcome, Mr. Yi." Situ Hao said calmly, "We are friends, there is no need for friends to do this." "Yeah." Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Since we are friends, can you tell me why your legs are always shaking?" Well, as soon as Ye Bufan said this, everyone instinctively looked at Situ Hao's legs. The fact was just as Ye Bufan said, Situ Hao's legs were indeed trembling slightly. This discovery left everyone stunned. Situ Hao's face changed even more. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Want to make friends with me? In my opinion, making friends is fake. You want to deceive me and save your life, right?" Situ Hao was speechless. Call. Ye Bufan kicked out directly. The kick was fast, fierce and powerful, leaving Situ Hao no chance to dodge. Bang! Powerful force impact. Puff! Situ Hao spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards. Bang! Dozens of meters away, Situ Hao fell heavily to the ground. Ye Bufan looked at him and said with disdain, "Want to make friends with me? To use the words of an Yi, are you worthy?" Chapter 1739, The Death of the God Emperor. "Want to be friends with me? To use Dark Knight's words, are you worthy?" When Ye Bufan said this, everyone was shocked, but they also understood. Why did Situ Hao want to make friends with Ye Bufan and even help him resist the revenge of the God Emperor Elder of the Sky Demon Clan? He clearly wanted to retreat in order to advance and save his own life. What next? Once he escapes, once he leaves Tianhe Star, he will definitely wait for an opportunity to take revenge. I have to say that Situ Hao is a very scheming person. It's a pity that he met Ye Bufan, or maybe he didn't hide it well enough and was found out at the first sight. For a moment, everyone looked at Situ Hao with a hint of amusement in their eyes. Satu Hao was lying on the ground, covering his lower abdomen where Ye Bufan had kicked him. He raised his head and looked at Ye Bufan with an angry and ferocious look on his face. Master. At this time, 2 gods from the Shanyu clan ran over and helped Satu Hao up. Roll. Satu Hao pushed the 2 gods of the Fairy Feather clan away, then stood up, looked at Ye Bufan, and said angrily, even if you were right, even if this young master is entrusting the virtual snake, but, so what? Do you dare to kill this young master? After a pause, Satu Hao continued, don't forget, you have already offended the God Emperor of the Heavenly Demon clan by killing Shui Shinkui. If you hurt me again, you will be greeted with revenge from the 2 God Emperors. Although you just killed a Divine Emperor Dharma image, it is only a Divine Emperor Dharma image after all. There is still a huge gap between it and the real Divine Emperor. With your strength, or rather with the strength of you all, do you think you can withstand the revenge of the 2 powerful God Emperors? You can't stop it. So, I advise you to let me go. Otherwise you will be doomed forever. Oh. As Satu Hao was talking, Ye Bufan sneered and asked, are you done? Satu Hao couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan said sternly, now that you're done, go die. Your sister. Are you stupid? I have explained the interests involved so clearly, do you still want to kill me? Seeing that Ye Bufan was about to take action, Satu Hao suddenly became very anxious. Wait. The next second, he shouted urgently. What else do you want to say? Ye Bufan had a teasing and amusing look on his face. Satu Hao's mouth twitched, and he said, I know that it's useless for me to say anything now. You definitely won't believe it. So you can detain me temporarily, and release me after my grandfather helps you deal with the God Emperor Elder of the Sky Demon clan. Is that okay? Oh. Hearing this, Ye Bufan looked at Satu Hao with interest and said, are you asking your grandfather to help me deal with the God Emperor Elder of the Sky Demon clan? Right. How do we solve this? Kill him. You. Satu Hao was confused. Kill him. How is that possible? Do you think a powerful God Emperor is so easy to kill? At most, I can ask Grandpa to help you mediate. Say peace. Ye Bufan smiled and said, are you stupid, or do you think I'm stupid? Can you believe what they say without any evidence? If your grandfather and the God Emperor Elder of the Sky Demon clan are colluding with each other and putting on a show in front of me, and after I let you go, they regret it and take action, then I will die unjustly, right? You. Although what Ye Bufan said was the truth and what Satu Hao was thinking, he still couldn't help but get angry. How could you have such an idea? Don't people have the most basic trust in each other? Oh. Ye Bufan sneered. Trust. Is there any trust between you and me? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Satu Hao spoke again and said calmly, even if you have doubts, but you can think of it this way. For you, the worst case scenario is that you will suffer revenge from 2 powerful God Emperors at the same time. But if you do as I say, you may be able to resolve all the current crises. In this case, why can't you give it a try? Just think of it as giving me a chance, and also giving you a chance. Try. Ye Bufan smiled and shook his head, I don't want to try. Most importantly, I don't want to give you a chance. I don't want to give you a chance to survive and take revenge. You are so. Satu Hao yelled, are you mentally ill? Why do you have to gamble with your life? Are you angry? Ye Bufan disagreed. If there was no Dark Knight, perhaps Ye Bufan would have taken the risk to consider Satu Hao's suggestion. After all, he is barefoot and is not afraid of those who wear shoes, but the people in the Ji family are not. But now with the support of Dark Knight, things are different. A God Emperor Elder from the Sky Demon clan, plus a God Emperor Patriarch of a small race. To be honest, Ye Bufan was not afraid of their revenge, or even that they did not dare to retaliate at all. After all, and Ye is the young patriarch of the Shira clan and the only heir to the future patriarch of the Shira clan. In a sense, he represents the entire Shira clan. As one of the 7 royal clans, the Shira clan, with an elder from the Sky Demon clan and a God Emperor from the Fairy Feather clan, dare they challenge Dark Knight. They were scared to death. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan said, okay, you have said enough nonsense, now let me send you on your way. You. Satu Hao was shocked, and then shouted sternly, what are you still standing there for? Come and protect this young master. The 2 gods of the Shanyu clan smiled bitterly. Protect you. What can we use to protect you? Although they were helpless, they still stood in front of Satu Hao and faced Ye Bufan directly. Oh. Ye Bufan sneered, with contempt and even disdain. Just when he was about to make a move, Ji Qianya, who was not far away, suddenly said, "Leave him to me. I want to kill him myself." Ye Bufan was stunned, then looked at Ji Qianya and said with a smile, "Why not? Call out." After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan rushed directly towards the two gods of the Shanyu clan. As for Situ Hao, he is just a god, just leave him to Ji Qianya. The moment Ye Bufan rushed out, Ji Qianya also walked towards Situ Hao step by step. As for the rest, the outcome was already decided, and the others had no intention of intervening. Seeing Ji Qianya approaching step by step, Situ Hao was afraid, horrified, and trembling. He retreated step by step and roared hysterically, "Ji Qianya, what do you want to do? Don't forget, you are also a member of the Shanyu tribe. I am the young patriarch of the Shanyu tribe. My grandfather is the powerful god emperor of the Shanyu tribe. You can't kill me." Fairy Feather Clan. Ji Qianya sneered. "Since you knew that I was also a member of the Shanyu tribe, why did you persecute us like that before? Don't you think it's a bit late to talk to me about the Shanyu tribe now?" Buzz. At this time, a white light appeared on the central teleportation array of Tianhe Star, and then a middle-aged man from the Shanyu clan appeared directly on the teleportation array. This Shanyu clan man was wearing armor, and his aura had already reached the level of a half-step god emperor. As soon as he appeared on Tianhe Star, before he had time to check the surrounding situation, he immediately activated his divine power and shouted, "Situ Hao, where are you?" Buzz. The sudden sound startled everyone who was tens of thousands meters away from the teleportation array. Situ Hao was overjoyed and shouted urgently, "Uncle San, I'm here, here." It's a pity that his cultivation is too weak, and his strength is not enough to attract the other party's attention. That's why Situ Hao shouted, "You two losers, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and inform Uncle San to come and save me." Hearing this, the two immortal Feather Clan god lords who were being beaten by Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. They directly urged their divine power and shouted, "Third Master, we are here." The half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan looked directly in the direction of the sound, then flashed directly above the crowd and locked onto Situ Hao. As for the others, he didn't even look at them. Ha ha. After seeing this half-step divine emperor, Situ Hao was immediately overjoyed. The man in front of him was not only his third uncle, but also the number one person under the god emperor of the Shanyu clan. He believed that with his third uncle around, he could definitely leave Tianhe Star alive. Brush. Before Situ Gao could think more, the half-step divine emperor had already arrived in front of him and grabbed him, saying solemnly and anxiously, "Hao, come back with me." Well, Situ Hao couldn't help but be stunned by the sudden action and expression of the half-step god emperor. Not only Situ Hao, but also Ye Bufan and others present were no exception. Truly, the actions and demeanor of this half-step god emperor were too abnormal. "Uncle San, what happened?" The next second, Situ Hao looked at the half-step god emperor and couldn't help but ask. The half-step divine emperor hesitated for a moment and said, "The old man has fallen." Boom. Never stop until your words shock people. When the half-step divine emperor said this, Situ Hao's heart could not help but tremble. He was stunned and dumbfounded. The old man mentioned by the half-step god emperor is none other than his grandfather, who is also the only god emperor in the Shanyu clan today. The old man fell. This how is it possible? Chapter 1740, 7 Killings Dragon Xiaobao, slays the god emperor with one sword. At this moment, not only Situ Hao, but everyone else present was dumbfounded. The fall of the god emperor. How is that possible? Although they had just witnessed with their own eyes the scene of the god emperor's Dharma image being killed by Ye Bufan, the Dharma image was, after all, just a Dharma image and it was not the real god emperor. But what about now? If what the Shanyu clan man said in front of him was true, then the real god emperor had fallen. As the strongest being under the emperor, the power of the god emperor is unquestionable. It is not easy to kill a powerful god emperor. The most important thing is that over the years, there has never been a case of the death of a god emperor. After all, no one would be stupid enough to fight with a powerful god emperor unless it is absolutely necessary. But what about now? A statue of a god emperor had just been killed in Tianhe Star, and now another god emperor had fallen. What's going on? When did the powerful god emperor become so unbearable and fragile? Even Ye Bufan and Anya couldn't help but frown, and they even looked at each other. A second ago, Situ Hao was still threatening them with the god emperor of the Shanyu clan. At this moment, news came that the God Emperor of the Fairy Feather clan had fallen. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Before everyone could think about it, Satu Hao had already looked at the half-step Divine Emperor of the Fairy Feather clan in front of him, grabbed his arms, and said with a look of doubt and disbelief, "Third uncle, you are kidding me, Grandpa is not dead, right?" Joke. The half-step Divine Emperor of the Fairy Feather clan shouted angrily, "It's already this hour, and third uncle is in the mood to joke with you. Besides, can this kind of thing be used as a joke?" Satu Hao was stunned. The half-step God Emperor continued, "Come back with me quickly. Don't you know how many people you have offended over the years? In the past, when the old man was around, they didn't dare to do anything to you, but now once the news of the old man's death spreads, you will never be able to return to your ancestral land alive." Hearing this, Satu Hao's heart couldn't help but tremble. The other people around looked at Ye Bufan and Anya with strange expressions. The half-step God Emperor wanted to take Satu Hao away, but could they still leave? As if he had sensed something strange around him, the half-step God Emperor of the Shanyu clan couldn't help but frown. Ahem. The next second, Ye Bufan pretended to cough lightly, then he took a step forward, looked at the half-step Divine Emperor of the Shanyu clan not far away, and said lightly, "You can go, but Satu Hao can't go." Hearing this, the half-step God Emperor of the Shanyu clan frowned and looked at Ye Bufan, saying, "Human, what do you mean? What's the meaning?" Ye Bufan smiled and said, "What I mean is that you can leave, but Satu Hao must stay alive." Presumptuous. Upon hearing this, the half-step Divine Emperor of the Shanyu clan became furious. How dare a mere human of the heavenly god realm speak so arrogantly? Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish. When the half-step God Emperor of the Shanyu clan said this, everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips. Just a god. Still talking nonsense. Damn, do you know that this mere god you are talking about has just killed 2 half-step God Emperors and also destroyed a God Emperor's statue? If he is just a god, then what are you and what are we? As if sensing the strange expressions of the people around him, the half-step God Emperor of the Shanyu clan was stunned. Third Master. At this time, the 2 gods who came with Satu Hao came directly in front of the half-step God Emperor. One of them even narrated to him everything that happened here in the most concise words and at the fastest speed in his ear. What? After hearing this, the half-step God Emperor of the Shanyu clan looked at Ye Bufan with a changed expression. This human in the heavenly god realm just killed 2 half-step God Emperors and a God Emperor Dharma statue. The most important thing is that his nephew has offended the other party, and now the other party wants to take his life. The half-step God Emperor of the Shanyu clan was confused and even went crazy. He didn't have the slightest doubt about Satu Hao's ability to cause trouble. But hasn't Satu Hao been very sensible all along? How come he has now provoked a powerful man who can kill the God Emperor's Dharma image? However, thinking of Ye Bufan's cultivation level, the half-step God Emperor of the Shanyu clan felt relieved. 9 heavens of gods. His cultivation level is deceptive. Didn't he underestimate Ye Bufan just now? However, the half-step God Emperor did not know that Satu Hao did not provoke Ye Bufan directly, but only indirectly. But it doesn't matter anymore. Senior. Looking at Ye Bufan, the half-step Divine Emperor of the Shanyu clan clasped his fists and said, "For what happened today, I will first apologize to you on behalf of Hauer. In addition, my Shanyu clan is willing to pay you 5 trillion divine crystals as compensation. I only ask that you forgive me and spare Hauer's life." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the half-step Divine Emperor of the Fairy Feather clan kicked Satu Hao directly and angrily scolded him, "What are you still standing there for? Kneel down and kowtow to the senior to admit your mistake." Satu Hao was instinctively furious, but when he thought of the fact that his grandfather had passed away, he instantly became like a deflated ball. He knelt down in front of Ye Bufan with a bang and said in a trembling voice, "Senior, I know I was wrong, please spare my life." Ye Bufan frowned. If the God Emperor of the Shanyu clan is really dead, then it might not be a bad idea for him to spare Satu Hao's life. After all, without the God Emperor, Satu Hao would have no ability to retaliate against himself and the Ji family. Most importantly, he could take the opportunity to blackmail the other party. Using Satu Hao's life to exchange for a considerable fortune to improve his own strength is a worthwhile deal. However, he had to make sure whether the God Emperor of the Shanyu clan was really dead. With this thought, Ye Bufan looked at the half-step Divine Emperor of the Shanyu clan and said calmly, "Is the Divine Emperor of your Shanyu clan really dead?" The half-step divine emperor of the Shanyu clan was stunned for a moment, then said helplessly, "This matter is absolutely true." "How did he die?" Ye Bufan asked. The half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan hesitated for a moment. To be honest, he really didn't want to mention this matter again, but thinking of his current situation, he could only honestly say, "Senior, to be honest, my grandfather was killed by someone with a sword." What? When the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan said this, everyone was shocked. Kill the god emperor with one sword. This is too outrageous, right? Ye Bufan also frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" "Sure." The half-step divine emperor of the Shanyu clan responded, "I saw all of this with my own eyes. My old man fought with that human boy for 27 moves, and was finally killed by the other party with a single sword strike." As soon as the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan finished speaking, and Ye beside Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask, "You said that the one who killed your Shanyu clan's god emperor was a human boy?" "Yes." Fart. Satu Hao cursed angrily, "Do you think I'm stupid? Where did the human race get the god emperor?" The corner of the Shanyu clan's half-step god emperor's mouth twitched. "Did I say he was a god emperor? Not the god emperor." And Yi was stunned. "No." The half-step divine emperor of the Shanyu clan shook his head and said bitterly, "He is only at the 6th level of divine lord." "What? The 6th heaven of God?" And Yi was shocked, and everyone else present also looked horrified and incredulous. As we all know, the human race is weak nowadays, and there is not even a powerful god emperor in such a large ethnic group. But what about now? Everyone couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan. One Ye Bufan, plus this young human who killed the god emperor of the Fairy Feather clan. This means the human race suddenly has two monsters whose combat power is comparable to that of the god emperor. The god lord can kill the god emperor. If they become divine emperors in the future, wouldn't they be able to kill the emperor? When they thought of this, everyone's breathing stopped. Could it be that, tens of millions of years later, the human race will rise again and regain its former glory? Ye Bufan didn't care about this. Dark Knight, however, had a teasing and playful look on his face. "You Shanyu clan are really good. You actually offended two human monsters in a row within one day. Tisk tisk, when it comes to the ability to cause trouble, I am not inferior to anyone but you Shanyu clan." Hearing this, the half-step divine emperor of the Shanyu clan twitched his lips, and then said bitterly, "My little brother, you are wrong to say that. It is not that my Shanyu clan caused trouble, but well, it is better not to say it." "What? Is there another hidden story behind this matter?" And Yi said with a little surprise. "There is no hidden secret, it's just an unexpected disaster." The half-step divine emperor of the Shanyu clan sighed, and then slowly said, "In fact, before this, the human boy had no grudges or hatred against my Shanyu clan, and we didn't even know each other. The reason why he came to my old man was just to practice sword skills with the divine emperor and improve his own sword skills." What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. And Yi looked even more incredulous and asked, "He doesn't even know you? Did he seek out the god emperor of your Shanyu tribe just to hone his sword skills?" "Yes." The half-step divine emperor of the Shanyu clan responded, "In the first 27 moves, the old man was slightly better, but after the 27th move, he broke through in one fell swoop, and the old man was killed with one sword." Gurgle. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but swallow. 27 moves ago, the god emperor of the Shanyu clan was still slightly ahead. After 27 moves, the opponent unexpectedly broke through in one fell swoop and directly killed the god emperor with one sword. This is too evil, isn't it? At this moment, even Ye Bufan was moved and even became interested in this human. After all, they are all human, and Ye Bufan is carrying the mission of rebuilding the heavenly palace. If he can pull this human into his camp, it may be a powerful help in the future. So Ye Bufan asked, "Do you know where this human race has gone now?" The half-step divine emperor of the Shanyu clan hesitated for a moment and said, "He should be returning to the 7-killing palace." 7-killing hall. Ye Bufan was shocked. "Yes." The half-step god emperor of the Fairy Feather clan responded, "He called himself Long Xiaobao of the 7-killings hall. I think he must have returned to the 7-killings hall. However, in the eternal divine realm, we have never heard of a force called the 7-killings hall, so we are not sure where he went." Chapter 1741 Taking advantage of the situation. 7-killing hall, Long Xiaobao. Ye Bufan was shocked, horrified, and even more confused. It would be fine if the human who killed the Shanyu tribe was just named Long Xiaobao. After all, it was most likely just a coincidence of having the same name. However, what about the combination of the human race, the 7 killing palace, and Long Xiaobao? A coincidence is a coincidence. Could it still be a coincidence after 2 or 3 coincidences? What's more, the name of 7 kills originated from his previous life, and the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan also said that before this, he had never heard of the 3 words 7 kills hall. In other words, both the 7 killing palace and Long Xiaobao seemed to have appeared out of thin air. At this moment, Ye Bufan was already certain that the Long Xiaobao mentioned by the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan was the Long Xiaobao he knew. But how did he leave the Shenwu continent? And how did he enter the eternal divine realm? You must know that outside the Shenwu continent there is the heaven-covering barrier set up by Dao Wuya. Without the cultivation level of Emperor Hongmeng, it is impossible to ignore the heaven-covering barrier. According to the demigod of the Shanyu clan, Long Xiaobao is currently only at the 6th level of the divine realm. So how did he leave the Shenwu continent? Ye Bufan was stunned, curious, and even a little confused. Suddenly, he looked at the Fairy Feather clan demigod again, frowned, and asked, were there any other people around Long Xiaobao at that time? Well, Ye Bufan's sudden question made everyone stunned. No. The half-step divine emperor of the Shanyu clan shook his head and said, he was alone at the time. Is he the only one? Ye Bufan groaned. And Ye couldn't help but ask, cousin-in-law, do you know this Long Xiaobao? I don't know him. Ye Bufan denied it directly and said, but I am very interested in him personally. I must meet him if I have the chance. You really don't know me. And Ye looked suspicious. Ye Bufan stopped nagging about these things, and instead looked at the half-step divine emperor of the Shanyu clan in front of him, and returned to the original topic, wants Situ how to live. Sure, but 5 trillion is too little. I want 50 trillion. What? As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan was instantly shocked. Gurgle. The others around couldn't help but swallow. 50 trillion. What kind of concept is that? Take the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce for example. Don't think that last time it was just a branch of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce on Tianyao Star that provided Ji Qianya with a dowry worth 5 trillion. But in fact, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce on Tianyao Star is a transit station in that star field. If the entire Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is divided into 3 levels, then Tianhe Star is the only first-level headquarters of the entire Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, and Tianyao Star is the second-level headquarters of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Below that is the 3rd level, which is also the lowest level of branches. There are only 18 second-level headquarters like Tianyaoxing in the entire Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, these secondary headquarters almost concentrate more than 70% of the wealth of the star field where they are located. The 5 trillion that Ji Qianya took away at that time was already 1/3 of the assets of the Tianyaoxing branch. In other words, the total assets of the entire Tianyaoxing branch are approximately 15 trillion. Adding the assets of other branches in this star field, the wealth controlled by this second-level headquarters is approximately 21 trillion. The 18 second-level headquarters amount to approximately 378 trillion yuan. Together with the first-level headquarters Tianhe Star, the assets of the entire Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will definitely not exceed 500 trillion. 500 trillion. In terms of assets, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce can definitely be ranked in the top 5 in the Purple Emperor Star domain. Even in the Eternal Divine domain, some weak races, even if they gather all the wealth of the entire race, may not be able to compare with the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Let's talk about the Shanyu tribe. Although Ji Rufeng and others are only members of the Shanyu clan, in terms of wealth, the Shanyu clan in the Eternal Divine realm may not be able to compare with them. At most, they are just as good. In other words, the total assets of the Shanyu clan are approximately 500 trillion. Now, Ye Bufan asked for 50 trillion yuan at the first sign of his asking price, which was equivalent to asking for 1/10 of the total assets of the entire Shanyu clan. How could the half-step god emperor of the Fairy Feather clan not be shocked and angry? But no matter how angry he was, he didn't dare show it. After a moment, he looked at Ye Bufan tremblingly and said, This senior, 500 trillion is too much, right? Even if the entire Shanyu clan gathers their strength, they can't come up with so many divine crystals in a short period of time. I naturally know that you can't produce it. Ye Bufan said lightly. Since you know we can't afford it, why the hell did you ask for 50 trillion? The half-step god emperor was furious. Ye Bufan spoke again, but I didn't say that the 50 trillion must all be divine crystals. If you don't have enough divine crystals, you can use other things to make up for it, such as elixirs, divine medicines, or battle armor. In short, as long as the total value of the things you bring out reaches 50 trillion, it will be fine. You are so. The half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan was furious, but said bitterly, Senior, 50 trillion is really a bit too much. More. Ye Bufan smiled calmly and interrupted the half-step divine emperor of the Shanyu clan, saying, if you think it's too much, you can leave Situ Hao's life behind. I will never force it. Buzz. Hearing this, Situ Hao's mind trembled violently. Then, he, who had been kneeling on the ground, hugged the right leg of the half-step god emperor and begged with a terrified face, Uncle San, it's just 50 trillion, give it to him. Hearing this, the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan looked at Situ Hao and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Isn't it just 50 trillion? You fucking do you know what 50 trillion means? That is 1/12 of the total assets of our entire Shanyu clan. This is still 1/12 of what it is now. With the death of the old man, the god emperor, the status of the Shanyu clan in the eternal divine realm will inevitably plummet. As their status declines, their future income will also drop sharply. In the past, the Shanyu tribe's annual income was almost exactly equal to their expenditure. Once the income drops sharply, the expenses will be insufficient to cover the income, and the current total assets of about 600 trillion will become the foundation for the survival of the entire Shanyu clan. In this case, do you still dare to say it's just 50 trillion? Damn it, I don't care about you anymore. With this thought, the immortal feather demigod emperor glanced at Situ Hao, then looked at Ye Bufan, and said with a sullen face, my immortal feather clan really can't come up with 50 trillion. If you insist on keeping him, then leave him. Buzz. Hearing this, Situ Hao's heart trembled, and he said anxiously, third uncle. Bang. However, he didn't expect that the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan would kick him away. Goodbye. Then he clasped his fists to Ye Bufan, said something, and was about to leave. Seeing this scene, Situ Hao was stunned and dumbfounded. He never thought that his third uncle would actually give up on him. For a moment, he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Wait. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly called out to the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan. The half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan paused, turned around and looked at Ye Bufan, and said, what else do you want? Ye Bufan smiled slightly, I don't want to do anything, but you, the Shanyu tribe, provoked me first, and now you want to leave without giving me an explanation. Don't you take me too lightly. What do you mean? The half-step god emperor of the Fairy Feather clan was furious, we don't know what happened here at all. It was all done by Situ Hao alone. Now I have already kept him here. What else do you want? Hee. Ye Bufan smiled and said, you want to completely shirk your responsibility with just one sentence. You think too simply. Isn't Situ Hao a member of your Shanyu tribe? Not only is he is also the young patriarch of your Shanyu tribe. You. The half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan was furious. Ye Bufan continued, the 50 trillion I mentioned earlier is not the compensation that Situ Hao should pay, but the compensation that your Shanyu clan should pay to me. So, no matter whether Situ Gao is dead or alive, no matter whether you beat him up or not, your Shanyu clan must pay the 50 trillion. Son of a bitch. The half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan was furious, you are blackmailing me. Blackmail. No. Ye Bufan shook his head and said with a smile, this is not blackmail, but taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 1742, Scared. This is not blackmail, but taking advantage of someone's misfortune. When Ye Bufan said this, the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan was stunned, and the other people present were also confused. They looked at Ye Bufan with extremely weird expressions. It's not extortion, but taking advantage of the situation. This is too straightforward. After a moment, the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, stared at Ye Bufan and said in a deep voice, what if my Shanyu clan doesn't give it to me? No. Ye Bufan smiled and said, if you don't give it to me, then I can only take it myself. After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, of course, if I take it myself, it won't be as simple as 50 trillion. At that time. As he spoke, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, and then changed the subject. Come on, Tuhuo, tell this fat sheep what our slogan is. Slogan? What slogan? Do we have a slogan? Tu Huo was completely confused. But all this only lasted for a moment. Without even thinking, Tu Huo blurted out, "Fat sheep, listen carefully. Our slogan is, mine is mine, and yours is still mine. Wherever we go, we will rob if we can. If we can't rob, we will kill them all and then rob." You. Hearing this, the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan's expression became extremely ferocious. The corners of the mouths of other people present could not help but twitch. Ye Bufan looked at the half-step divine emperor of the Fairy Feather clan and said calmly, "I'm sorry to make you laugh, but we are space pirates, so if you don't give it to us, we can only take it ourselves." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. A divine emperor has already died in your Shanyu clan. If a few more half-step divine emperors die, then tisk tisk, by then, the huge Shanyu clan will probably be on the verge of extinction, right? Blackmail. This is absolutely a naked threat." However, Ye Bufan's words directly hit the soft spot of the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan. With the fall of the god emperor, the entire Shanyu clan was already in turmoil. If a few more half-step god emperors fell at this time, the Shanyu clan would be very close to extinction. Of course, if someone else threatened him like this, the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan would naturally ignore it. After all, although the Shanyu clan no longer has a powerful god emperor in charge, there are countless gods in the clan, and not everyone can provoke them. But Ye Bufan is different. The half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan already had a general idea of what happened here today. He naturally knew that Ye Bufan had killed the god emperor's Dharma elephant. The weakest God Emperor Dharma image is also the first level of God Emperor. Ye Bufan was able to kill the Divine Emperor's Dharma image, which meant that he had at least the combat power of a Divine Emperor at the first level. Once such a person enters the Eternal Divine Realm and enters the territory of the Shanyu clan, then let me ask, who in the huge Shanyu clan can contend with him? Just like the Long Xiaobao who had previously killed the God Emperor of their Shanyu clan. All the gods in the Shanyu tribe were present at the time, but why did they let Long Xiaobao leave without trying to stop him? It's not that they don't want to, but they simply don't have the ability to keep him. Acting rashly would only result in more casualties among the Shanyu clan. This was how Long Xiaobao was before. The same is true for Ye Bufan now. At this moment, even the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan hated Satuhao to the core. He even had the urge to slap Satuhao to death. But now that things have come to this, what's the point in killing Satuhao? Just like Ye Bufan said, he was taking advantage of the situation. Even if he killed Satuhao, Ye Bufan would still continue to extort 50 trillion from the Shanyu clan. In desperation, the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan looked at Ji Rufeng beside him for help and said, "Brother Rufeng, please plead for me. After all, you are also a member of the Shanyu clan. Could it be that you..." Snort. Unexpectedly, just as the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan was about to finish his words, Ji Rufeng snorted coldly and said, "Although I am also a member of the Shanyu clan, except for this body, I have no connection with the Shanyu clan. When your nephew persecuted our family before, why didn't he think that we are also members of the Shanyu tribe? Now, when we are in trouble, you use the fact that we are also members of the Shanyu tribe as an excuse. I tell you, it's too late. The life and death of the Shanyu tribe has nothing to do with our Ji family." Ji Rufeng's attitude made the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan a little angry, but more of it was helplessness. Before he could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again, "My patience is limited, and since you are seeking help from the outside world, I have decided to increase your salary by another 10 trillion. In other words, now you, the Shanyu clan, must pay me 60 trillion in compensation." The half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan was furious. 70 trillion. Ye Bufan said calmly, and increased it by another 10 trillion. What the hell? The Shanyu clan's half-step god emperor felt as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through his heart, but he dared not say another word. He just gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "I'll give it to you. 70 trillion. Is it a lot? A lot, even a lot. But is it okay not to give it? No." At this moment, whether it is the half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan or the entire Shanyu clan, they have no choice but to take drastic measures in order to protect themselves. Otherwise, even if they win the fight with Ye Bufan, the Shanyu tribe will surely suffer a devastating disaster. Very good. After the Shanyu clan half-step divine emperor finished speaking, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "In that case, let's go back and get the money. If the divine crystals are not enough, then use other resources instead. In short, just gather up 70 trillion. Of course, you don't have to go. Let the two of them go." As he spoke, Ye Bufan pointed at the two immortal Feather Clan gods who came with Situ Hao. The two gods were stunned. The half-step divine emperor of the Shanyu clan said bitterly, "Just do as you say." "Very good." Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "How long will it take to deliver these 70 trillion to me?" "How about 3 days?" 3 days. Ye Bufan frowned. The half-step god emperor of the Shanyu clan immediately explained, "Although they can directly use the teleportation array of the Domain Lord's mansion to enter the eternal divine realm and directly teleport to the Shanyu clan's territory, this is 700 trillion after all. It will inevitably take a certain amount of time to raise so many resources. 3 days is really the fastest speed. Then I will give you 3 days. No." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Ji Rufeng spoke directly, looking at Ye Bufan with a serious expression and said, "Xiaofan, we can't stay here for long. We must leave immediately. Otherwise, when the God Emperor of the Sky Demon clan comes, we won't be able to leave." Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan gave a wink to Yi who was standing beside him. "Ha ha." Yi understood and smiled, then looked at Ji Rufeng, patted his chest, and said confidently and calmly, "My lord, don't worry, I will take care of the killing of Shui Xinkui and Yinyang Longchen. He is just a God Emperor elder of the Sky Demon clan. It's fine if he doesn't come, but if he dares to come, I will beat him up." Well, when Yi said this, everyone was stunned. It would be fine if he doesn't come, but if he dares to come, you will beat him up, right? Everyone looked at Yi with extremely weird eyes. "You, a half-step God Emperor, want to draw a powerful God Emperor who is at least in the third heaven. Who gives you the confidence?" Ahem. Feeling the strange looks from the people around him, Yi pretended to cough lightly, then looked at Ji Rufeng and said calmly, "My lord, to be honest, I am the young patriarch of the Shira clan Shira, Ming, that's right." What? When Yi said this, everyone present was shocked. Shira clan, young patriarch. Looking at the Dark Knight, their faces were filled with shock and horror. Everyone in the Ji family was confused. Didn't this guy say that he was a homeless orphan? How come he is now the young patriarch of the Shira clan, one of the 7 royal clans? Bang! At this time, the half-step God Emperor of the Shanyu clan suddenly collapsed to the ground. Then, a pool of smelly liquid flowed out from his vagina. He was frightened to death. Chapter 1743 The God Emperor comes in person. The Shira clan is one of the 7 royal clans in the Starry Sky. As the royal family of the Starry Sky, the Shira clan has powerful emperors in charge. Yi is the young patriarch of the Shira clan, and the only candidate for the future patriarch of the Shira clan. This means that Yi is qualified to ask the emperor of the Shira clan to take action for him. Emperor. Once upon a time, the Shanyu clan was also one of the 7 royal clans, so the half-step God Emperor knew much more about the power of the emperor than anyone else. Because of this, he was even more afraid and terrified. Just thinking about it, the half-step God Emperor of the Shanyu clan was already terrified, and in his heart he couldn't help but curse Situ Hao's ancestors for 18 generations. That's right, it's 18 generations of ancestors. Although Situ Hao's ancestors were also his ancestors, but at this moment, the half-step God Emperor of the Shanyu clan couldn't help but curse. Situ Hao is such an idiot. Why would he pick on such an evil star when there are so many other people he can pick on? Young patriarch of the Shira clan. Just these 6 simple words pose a threat beyond that of an ordinary God Emperor. Not to mention that the Shanyu tribe's only God Emperor has fallen. Even if this God Emperor was still alive, the Shanyu tribe would not dare to do anything to Yi. But now this feeling is so fucking damn, enough is enough. Dead silence. Solidified fear. After being shocked, most of the people present looked at the Ji family with strange eyes. As everyone knows, everything that happened today was caused by Situ Hao, or rather, it was caused by Situ Hao's coveting of Ji Qianya's beauty. The reason why the Ji family married into the Yin-Yang family was to use the background of the Yin-Yang family, or Shui Xinkui, to balance the Shanyu clan behind Situ Hao. But unexpectedly, there was a great god hiding next to the Ji family. But the Ji family knew nothing about this and had to go far away to seek help from others. If they had succeeded, it would have been fine, but unfortunately, not only did they fail, they were almost schemed against by the Yin-Yang family and even destroyed. Now that I think about it, it's really ridiculous. At this moment, everyone in the Ji family was extremely embarrassed. Of course, in addition to the embarrassment, they also have a hint of resentment towards Dark Knight. If Yi had told them his identity earlier, none of this would have happened. But unfortunately, for so many years, Yi had always kept it a secret and hadn't told them. How could they know that this was all Bai Ziqing's idea? In Bai Ziqing's words, one day, I will definitely act like a big bitch in front of them. Now, Bai Ziqing has obviously got what she wanted, but it's a pity that she was not present. Ahem. Without waiting for the people around to think about it, Yi coughed lightly, looked at the two gods of the Shanyu clan and said calmly, "What are you still standing there for? Go quickly." "Yes, yes." The two gods of the Fairy Feather clan responded in panic, then turned around and left. After they left, Yi retracted his gaze and looked at the half-step Divine Emperor of the Shanyu clan in front of him. Then he said with a look of amusement, "Hey, is this scared to death?" Hearing this, everyone's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Looking at the half-step God Emperor of the Shanyu clan, they felt a sense of sympathy that was difficult to control. First, the God Emperor was killed, and now he has offended the young patriarch of the Shanyu tribe. It has to be said that the Shanyu clan is extremely unlucky today. Before everyone could think about it, Yi had already squatted down, patted the half-step God Emperor on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, as long as you, the Fairy Feather clan, pay all the compensation you should pay, I will definitely not make things difficult for you." Hearing this, the half-step God Emperor of the Fairy Feather clan trembled violently, and then said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, we will give it, we will definitely give it." Hee hee. Dark Knight smiled. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying and vast pressure suddenly came from the sky. This pressure was like a mountain torrent, or a world-destroying catastrophe. In just an instant, it swept across the entire Tianhe star and enveloped the entire Tianhe star. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, all the gods on earth, gods in heaven, kings of gods and even emperors of gods on Tianhe star, without exception, could not help but spit out blood. Even the strong ones in the realm of God Lord were trembling under this pressure. A sudden change. Above the 9 heavens, a thunderous roar followed closely. "Who dares to kill my granddaughter? Who dares to kill my magic image?" Boom. Hearing this, everyone's hearts were shocked and their souls trembled. The next second, above the crowd, in midair, a demon appeared. The demon was dressed in black, standing with his hands behind his back, his deep eyes instantly looking down below. Those eyes were cold and deep. That look, angry and indifferent. That look, at one glance, the whole world seemed to be frozen. Everyone's body was shaking and trembling instinctively, and even their minds couldn't help but tremble. Powerful, terrifying, invincible. This was the only feeling that this demon in front of them brought to everyone present. In front of him, all the gods of earth and heaven had collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. In front of him, all the gods and emperors felt like ants. In front of him, even the gods could not muster the slightest thought of resistance. This is the God Emperor, the real God Emperor, not the image of the God Emperor. The God Emperor is here. There was a blank in everyone's mind. Brush. The next second, the God Emperor in midair glanced at Ye Bufan, then his face darkened and he said, "Human race. Did you kill my soul image?" Ye Bufan was shocked. He was very sure that the man in front of him was Shui Xinkui's grandfather, the God Emperor elder of the Sky Demon clan. However, Ye Bufan never expected that the other party would come so quickly. Of course, none of this matters. What matters is the opponent's strength. The 3rd level of the God Emperor. Or the 4th level of the God Emperor. Or even higher. Ye Bufan knew nothing about this. Ye Bufan only knew that the reason why he was able to easily kill the opponent's Dharma image just now was entirely because of the special nature of the God Emperor's Dharma image and the God-killing sword Qi. To put it simply, the God-killing sword Qi is specifically designed to defeat the God Emperor's magical image. But if facing a true God Emperor, God-killing sword Qi would definitely not be as powerful as before, and it would be impossible to kill the opponent with one sword, even if the opponent was only a God Emperor of the 1st level. In other words, with the only remaining God-killing sword Qi in Ye Bufan's hand, he was simply unable to contend with the God Emperor in front of him, and couldn't even threaten him. What to do? As he thought about this, a drop of cold sweat rolled down Ye Bufan's forehead uncontrollably. But at this moment, Ye Bufan's body trembled violently, and then he instinctively looked towards the Dark Knight beside him. And Ye smiled at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan understood, then raised his head and looked at the sky demon in midair, then frowned and said proudly, "Yes, it was me who killed your divine emperor Dharma image, what do you think?" Gurgle. When Ye Bufan said this, everyone present except Ye couldn't help but swallow their saliva. How do you stay? Boy, you are so crazy that there is no limit. Do you know that the person in front of you is a powerful god emperor above the third heaven? If the god emperor gets angry, who can survive? If you want to die, don't harm us. Everyone was in a mess and bitter mood, but the demon in the air frowned. How do you stay? To be honest, Ye Bufan's reaction was completely beyond his expectations. But so what? The next second, the demon god emperor suddenly said, "Human boy, I admire your courage, but you still have to die." Yeah, a scornful and disdainful smile appeared on Ye Bufan's lips. The god emperor of the sky demon clan frowned. Old bastard. At this time, Ye suddenly spoke up. He pointed at the demon god emperor in midair, with a teasing and playful look on his face. "Do you dare to make a bet with me?" Bet. The demon god emperor was stunned, but frowned and asked, "What are you betting on?" Ha ha. Ye smiled and said, "I bet you can't kill us." Can't kill you. The god emperor of the sky demon clan was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "A sky god, a half-step god emperor, ant-like existences, how can this emperor not be able to kill you?" Yeah, Dark Knight laughed loudly. "In that case, come on, come and kill us." Court death. The demon god emperor was furious. Call. He made a move instantly and slapped out with one palm. But at this moment, Ye flashed and stood in front of Ye Bufan, and faced the god emperor of the sky demon clan directly, raised his head and chest and said, "My name is Ye, Ming." Chapter 1744 Shira, Emperor Tien. My name is Dark Knight, Ming. Buzz. When Ye said this, the god emperor of the demon clan couldn't help but tremble in his heart. As an elder of the sky demon clan, he had naturally heard of the three words, Dark Knight and Underworld. He is the young patriarch of the Shira clan, and also the future patriarch successor designated by the Shira clan, and the only successor, no one else. Is this boy the young patriarch of the Shira clan? Without time to think, the god emperor of the demon clan retreated violently and forcibly changed the direction of the palm that was originally aimed at Ye Bufan and Anya. His palm instantly struck into the void. It happened in a flash, and the whole process took less than 0.1 second. Call. Whether it was Ye Bufan or Ye, both of them only felt a strong wind blowing across their cheeks. Boom. Then, a loud thunderous sound was heard, and the entire Tianhe star shook violently. Everyone looked sideways. A few hundred meters away, I saw a black vortex slowly healing. There is no doubt that the palm strike from the god emperor of the sky demon clan just now directly shattered the space. Just imagine, if such a palm were to hit a person, who present could withstand it. Gurgle. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but swallow. Even Ye Bufan and Anya were no exception. The god emperor of the sky demon clan didn't care about these. He stood in midair, looking at Dark Knight, frowning and asked, "Are you the young patriarch of the Shira clan?" "Why, doesn't it look like that?" Dark Knight said with a smile. "Whether you think you are him or not is not up to you. Since you say you are him, then show us the evidence." The god emperor of the sky demon clan said in a deep voice. "Evidence? No." And Ye spread his hands and shook his head. Snort. The god emperor of the sky demon clan snorted coldly and said, "Since there is none, then it means you are lying again." Hee hee. Dark Knight sneered, "Are you a pig?" After a pause, he continued, "Don't you think about it. As a member of the Shira tribe, who dares to pretend to be the young leader of the Shira tribe?" Upon hearing this, the god emperor of the sky demon clan frowned. I have to say that what Ye said does make some sense. As a member of the Shira clan, how dare he pretend to be the young clan leader of his own clan? Are you really Dark Knight, Ming? The next second, the god emperor of the demon clan glanced at Ye and confirmed again. Why do you talk so much nonsense? Unexpectedly, Ye cursed angrily, then patted his chest and said provocatively, "Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Come on, kill me." Seeing this scene, the god emperor of the sky demon clan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The man in front of him dares to be so unscrupulous, he must be the young patriarch of the Shira clan. But what can he do facing the provocation from the Shira clan's young patriarch? Kill him. Stop kidding. Although with his strength, he could kill Ye with just one palm, he didn't dare to do so. After all, Ye's identity was obvious. As the only young patriarch of the Shira clan, killing him would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire Shira clan. The God Emperor of the Demon Clan believed that he was simply unable to bear this responsibility. As for killing Yi and then slaughtering Tianhe Star to silence them. Although this idea is logical, it makes no sense at all. After all, with the strength of the Shira clan, even if there are no witnesses, they are still capable and have ways to find out the real murderer who killed Yi. So, as long as he dares to kill Yi, the Shira clan will definitely come after him. With this thought in mind, the God Emperor of the Sky Demon clan could only look at Yi and said in a deep voice, "Since you are the young patriarch of the Shira clan, I cannot embarrass you." But as he spoke, the God Emperor of the Sky Demon clan looked at Ye Bufan behind Yi and said in a cold and unquestionable voice, "He must die." Yi shook his head. "No, he is my cousin's husband, you can't kill him. I'm your uncle." The God Emperor of the Sky Demon clan cursed in his heart. "You are the young patriarch of the Shira clan. Killing you will definitely anger the entire Shira clan. That's why I didn't make things difficult for you. But what the hell is cousin-in-law? Just a human race. If I kill him, will your Shira clan still be able to go to war with my demon clan? This emperor just doesn't believe it. He must die." Thinking in his heart, the God Emperor of the Sky Demon clan said without any doubt, "I said you can't kill him." And Yi shouted loudly and refused to give in. The God Emperor of the Sky Demon clan was furious. Snort. Then he snorted again and said, "I want to kill him, and you can't stop me." As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon God Emperor took a step forward. Base. But at this moment, a long metallic sound suddenly sounded, and Dark Knight held the Supreme King weapon Autumn Frost sword in his hand and put it on his neck. He looked at the God Emperor of the Sky Demon clan in front of him and threatened, "I'm telling you, don't come over here. If you come over, I will be nervous, and if I am nervous, my hands will shake. If my hands shake, it is very likely that you will cut your own throat. At that time if I die, you will not be able to escape responsibility either." Nima. When Yi said this, the Demon God Emperor couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The same is true for other people around you. What is this? Threatening to die. Snort. The next second, the Demon Clan God Emperor snorted coldly and said, "I don't believe you will commit suicide for a mere human being like him. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, the God Emperor of the Sky Demon clan rushed out. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Yi's pupils shrank and he was shocked. Ye Bufan didn't think much about it and directly pulled Yi behind him. Ye Bufan knew very well that with Yi's strength, he was no match for the God Emperor of the Sky Demon clan, and he definitely could not stop him. Although Ye Bufan himself was no match for the other party, he at least still had a god-killing sword chi. Ye Bufan has already decided to fight the opponent head-on first. As for the results, in this situation, Ye Bufan could no longer care about so many things. The God Emperor of the Demon Clan is coming. Ye Bufan directly activated the god-killing sword chi. Presumptuous. But at this moment, thunder exploded above the 9 heavens, and an angry roar instantly resounded throughout the world. In an instant, the ears of all living beings on Tianhe Star began to buzz. The sudden change shocked everyone. The God Emperor of the Sky Demon Clan's face changed. Call out. The next second, a Shira in a red robe appeared out of nowhere in front of Ye Bufan. Roll. Facing the God Emperor of the demonic clan who was charging towards him, this Shira directly struck out with a palm. The palm strike seemed casual, but it caused the face of the Demon God Emperor in front of him to change drastically. He didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, and he retreated violently in an instant, while also striking out with a palm. Boom! The two forces collided and a thunderous sound was heard. In an instant, the space shattered, the stars shook, and a huge semicircular pit with a diameter of several thousand meters appeared directly between the sudden arrival of Shira and the God Emperor of the Heavenly Demon Clan. The reason why it is a semicircle is that the space behind Shira was not affected at all, and the huge impact force was all blocked by Shira. At the same time, after one attack, the figure of the God Emperor of the Sky Demon Clan retreated more than 3,000 meters. With one strike, the strong and the weak are determined. In terms of strength, the God Emperor of the Sky Demon Clan is far inferior to the powerful Shira clan who has just appeared. Snort. The next second, looking at the God Emperor of the Demon Clan in the distance, the Shira strongman snorted coldly. Emperor Tien. The God Emperor of the Sky Demon Clan's face darkened and he exclaimed in surprise. Call. Behind Shira, Ye Bufan and Anya both breathed a sigh of relief. When the God Emperor of the Sky Demon clan appeared just now, and Ye had already sent a message to Ye Bufan. He told Ye Bufan that when Ye Bufan killed the other side's God Emperor's statue, he had already contacted the Shira clan through secret methods. In other words, whether it was Ye Bufan or Anya, they both knew very well that it would not be long before the God Emperor of the Shira clan would descend on Tianhe Star. So, they were actually just delaying time. Now that the Asura God Emperor has arrived, they naturally no longer need to fear the Demon God Emperor. Not only do you not need to be afraid, but brush. And Ye took a step forward and directly pulled Ye Bufan behind him, and grabbed the arm of the Shira clan's God Emperor. Then he cried with a look of grievance, "Woo woo woo, old ghost DTN, you are finally here. Do you know that if you don't come, your son will be killed by him? You almost have no descendants." Chapter 1745, Cousin-Law, come on, let's go together. "Woo woo woo, old ghost DTN, you are finally here. Do you know that if you don't come, your son will be killed by him? You will almost be extinct without descendants." The crying in the dark night was so miserable and heartbroken. Looking at him, everyone present felt a chill. Although they knew that everything Ye was doing now was just an act, no one stood up to point it out to him. Instead, everyone looked at the elder of the Sky Demon clan who was thousands of meters away with great interest. The corner of the Sky Demon clan elder's mouth twitched fiercely. He had seen many shameless people, but this was the first time he had met someone as shameless as Ye. When was I going to take his life? That's simply not happening. It was obvious that Ye was framing me. Under normal circumstances, the elders of the demon clan would definitely teach Ye a lesson on how to behave. But not now. Not to mention that Ye's identity was there, he didn't dare to do anything to Ye at all. Let's just talk about Shira Edition, who was standing in front of Ye at this moment. He was Dark Knight's biological father, and also a powerful man at the 5th level of the God Emperor. What about yourself? He is just an elder of the demon clan at the 3rd level of the Divine Emperor. Whether in terms of status or strength, he is far inferior to DTN. Teach his son a lesson in front of DTN. That's no different from seeking death. What's more, he had no chance or ability to attack Ye in front of DTN. With this thought, the elder of the Sky Demon clan no longer paid attention to Ye, but looked at DTN and said calmly, "DTN, things are not as he said. I never wanted to take his life from the beginning to the end." "Yeah," DTN interrupted the Sky Demon clan elder with a playful look on his face, "so, this kid is lying." The elder of the Sky Demon clan was stunned. "Are you lying?" And Ye was indeed lying, but how could he dare to say it out loud? Helplessly, the Sky Demon clan elder could only look at DTN and said calmly, "It can't be considered a lie, I can only say he may have misunderstood me." Hee. DTN smiled. "Misunderstand? What a huge misunderstanding. You two, one is the alien God Emperor, and the other is my own son, old ghost Shuilin. If it were you, which one would you choose to believe?" Upon hearing this, Shuilin, the elder of the Sky Demon clan, felt his heart sink. Snort. DTN snorted coldly and said, "Dare to kill my son? You are fucking tired of living. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, DTN disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Shuilin. Shuilin's pupils shrank in shock. DTN said calmly, "Either accept my blow or die. It's your choice. Call." As soon as he finished speaking, DTN struck out with a palm. Shuilin's mouth twitched fiercely. "Or should I take a slap from you? Or die? Are you still being unreasonable?" Although he was resentful, Shuilin had no choice. Take action with DTN. That's no different from seeking death. So he couldn't hide, nor did he dare to hide. He could only grit his teeth and withstand DTN's palm. Boom. Emperor Tien brought down a palm. The force like thunder and lightning struck Shuilin's chest. Puff. Shuilin spat out a mouthful of blood. His body also flew backwards. Boom. 1,000 meters away, Shuilin's body fell heavily to the ground. Puff. Then, another mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and then he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Shuilin truly realized how powerful and terrifying DTN was. Although he did not dodge or evade the palm strike just now, he still mobilized his divine power to protect himself. But what is the result? With one palm strike, DTN broke 4 of his ribs and shattered more than half of his internal organs. Although such an injury was not enough to threaten the life of the God Emperor, it was already a serious injury. Without several months of recuperation and conditioning, it would be impossible to recover. But what can Xuelin do? He is strong and I am weak. Xuelin had no choice but to endure. Is that all right? Looking at DTN, he gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice. Brush. Unexpectedly, DTN bent down, grabbed his clothes, and lifted him up. Xuelin was shocked. DTN, what else do you want? But DTN simply ignored it. Call out. His figure flashed and he appeared again, already holding blood scale and coming in front of Ye. Gurgle. Looking at Xuelin who was held in DTN's hand like a dead dog, everyone present couldn't help swallowing. The scene just now happened too fast and too suddenly that they had no idea what had happened. But what about now? As both are God Emperors, how could the elder of the Sky Demon clan be defeated like this? Unbelievable. Ha ha. Dark Knight burst into laughter. Bang. Without any hesitation, DTN threw the dead dog like Xuelin in front of Ye and said in a deep voice, Little boy, are you satisfied now? It was obvious that everything DTN did was just to vent his anger on Ye. Not satisfied. But unexpectedly, Ye just shook his head. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips. Not satisfied. Even the great God Emperor has been beaten like this, and you are still not satisfied. Xuelin was even more furious. But, I am the fish and others are the butchers, what can he do? Rebellion. Stop kidding. After experiencing DTN's palm personally, Xuelin no longer had the will to resist. After all, if he really fought, DTN could kill him with one palm. But at this moment, DTN spoke again, and said calmly, Since you are not satisfied, then you can do whatever you want. As long as you don't kill me or cripple me, anything is fine. Strong, overbearing, and even a little unreasonable. Okay. And Ye rubbed his hands together, looked at Xuelin lying on the ground, and said with a teasing and wretched expression, Old bastard, you didn't expect that you would fall into my hands, did you? Hee, things change, let me see how I will deal with you this time. Puff. As Ye finished speaking, Xuelin spat out a mouthful of blood. There is no doubt that he was angry. But Dark Knight ignored it. Call. He kicked out, causing a gust of wind. Xuelin was suddenly shocked. Under normal circumstances, attacks of this level from Dark Knight would naturally not pose a threat to him. But it's different now. The previous palm strike from DTN had already seriously injured him. If he were to take another blow from Ye, he would definitely be further injured. By then, his injuries might not be able to recover in 1 or 2 years, let alone 2 or 3 months. When he thought of this, Xuelin decided to resist. However, DTN did not give him a chance at all, and said coldly, Think it over before you act. If you resist, I will kill you directly. Buzz. Hearing this, Xuelin's heart trembled violently. Bang. And Ye also kicked Xuelin at the right time. Adding insult to injury. Puff. Xuelin spat out another mouthful of blood. You. He glared angrily into the Dark Knight. But Dark Knight ignored it completely. Call. After one kick, Ye kicked out again. Son of a bitch. Xuelin was furious. Boom. The pressure from his powerful God Emperor surged out in an instant. Ye was shocked and immediately stepped back. However, he is fast, and there are people who are faster than him. Boom. DTN's aura exploded immediately, locking onto Xuelin and forcibly suppressing his pressure. Puff. Under the impact of the two pressures, Xuelin spat out another mouthful of blood. His original injuries instantly increased by 3 points. Except for his heart, all his internal organs were shattered into pieces of meat, and blood continued to flow out from his mouth, nose, eyes and ears. In response, Xuelin simply ignored it and roared angrily, DTN, you are going too far. Too much bullying. DTN sneered, so what if I bully you? You. Xuelin was so angry that he could only threaten DTN. DTN, I am still an elder of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Do you really think that my Heavenly Demon Clan is easy to bully by doing this? Hee. DTN smiled. The Sky Demon Clan. You are just an elder and cannot represent the entire Sky Demon Clan. Not to mention. As he spoke, Emperor Tien's face darkened, and he shouted in a cold voice, This is the Purple Emperor territory, one of the 72 realms outside the God territory. Outside the God territory, the God Emperor cannot take action. Have you forgotten this covenant of the 100 races? Boom. Xuelin was shocked. DTN continued, as a divine emperor, since you dare to take action in the 72 realms, you must be prepared to bear the corresponding punishment. I am giving face to the heavenly demon clan by not killing you. Otherwise, even if I kill you, what can the heavenly demon clan say? Yes, under the covenant of 100 races, even if DTN killed himself, what could the demon clan say? Xuelin looked ashen. Beat. DTN shouted, as long as you don't kill me, anything is fine. Okay. Laughing in the dark night. He came to Xuelin again and kicked him without hesitation. Bang. The powerful force hit Xuelin's body and shook. The dark night does not stop. Bang, bang, bang. He kicked Xuelin again and again, as if he was kicking a ball. As for Xuelin's feelings, Dark Knight didn't care at all. Old Ghost DTN said that as long as he didn't die, anything was fine. I kick hard. Ha ha ha, so this is what it feels like to kick the God Emperor. It feels so good. When Yi said this, everyone present was confused and expressed deep sympathy for Xuelin. However, happiness cannot be enjoyed alone. Bang. After kicking out again, Yi turned his head and looked at Ye Bufan behind him, then said excitedly, "Brother-in-law, come on, let's go together." Chapter 1746 Bloody Asura Seal. Brother-in-law, come on, let's go together. As soon as Yi said this, everyone looked at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan came directly to Yi without any hesitation and took a look at Xuelin, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. There is no doubt about the power of Xuelin. In other words, the power of the God Emperor is beyond doubt. After experiencing it himself, Ye Bufan was very sure that he was definitely no match for the God Emperor at his current state. In fact, facing the God Emperor, he would not even have a chance to escape. It can be said that if the God Emperor wants him to die, he will have no choice but to die. Who is Xuelin? That was Shui Xingkui's grandfather, an elder of the Sky Demon clan, and also a powerful God Emperor. After what happened before, the hatred between him and Ye Bufan could no longer be reconciled. In other words, as long as there is a chance, Xuelin will definitely take Ye Bufan's life. This time, thanks to DTN's intervention, Xuelin failed. But what about next time? What about the next time? Ye Bufan didn't think he would always be so lucky. Being hated by a God Emperor, he might lose his life sooner or later. So kill him. As soon as he thought of this, a hint of murderous intent flashed across Ye Bufan's eyes. However, even though it was concealed, Ye Bufan's murderous intent could not escape DTN's perception. Ahem. Immediately, DTN coughed lightly and said slowly, "Boy, you can take action, but his life cannot be taken, and his cultivation cannot be destroyed. This is my bottom line, remember." Ye Bufan was stunned, and Yi glanced at DTN in surprise, then looked at Ye Bufan. He quickly understood the meaning of DTN's words. It was obvious that Ye Bufan had murderous intentions towards Xuelin, and this was later discovered by DTN. As for why Ye Bufan wanted to kill Xuelin, Yi knew it very well. After all, the hatred between Ye Bufan and Xuelin could not be resolved. If he did not take the opportunity to get rid of Xuelin now, he would most likely be killed by Xuelin in the future. Similarly, Yi also knew very well why DTN did not kill Xuelin. Because he is the God Emperor, and the God Emperor of the Heavenly Demon clan. Although in the current situation, even if Xuelin is killed, the Demon clan will have nothing to say. But what then? As the saying goes, a single move can affect the entire body. After all, Xuelin is a God Emperor of the Demon clan. Killing him is likely to trigger a series of changes. However, the relationship between the 7 royal families in the Divine Realm is already very delicate, and DTN obviously does not want to be the first to touch this delicate relationship between the 7 royal families. After all, this is not just his business, but concerns the attitude of the entire Shira clan. But, so what? Yi didn't believe that if Xuelin was killed, the Demon clan would dare to declare war on the Shira clan. What's more, in Yi's opinion, if he could win Ye Bufan's favor, what would be the harm in going to war with the Sky Demon clan? With this thought in mind, Yi looked at Xuelin again, with a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Since Ye Bufan can't do it, then let him do it. This scene made DTN frown. Brush. The Dark Knight does not stop and kills in an instant. Feeling the murderous intent in the Dark Knight, Xuelin was suddenly shocked. Emperor Tien, he immediately exclaimed. At this time, although DTN didn't know why Yi made such a reckless decision, he still chose to stop Yi as soon as possible. DTN grabbed Yi's right arm, glared at him, and said angrily, "Boy, have you forgotten how I reminded you? His life must be saved." After saying that, DTN frowned and looked at Ye Bufan again. He knew that the reason why Yi suddenly changed his mind and wanted to kill Shui Lin was entirely because of Ye Bufan. But why? DTN doesn't know yet. Without waiting for DTN to think, Yi cursed directly, "Old ghost DTN, let go and kill him, I will go back to the God realm with you. Otherwise, believe it or not, I will run another one for you to see." The corner of DTN's mouth twitched. Then he shouted, "Run. Do you think you can run away? If you run again, I will break your legs. If you dare to break my legs, I will make sure you have no descendants. Once we return to the divine realm, it won't be up to you anymore. Fuck you, I'm going to castrate myself. Haha, just cut it and let it grow again. My Shira clan has no shortage of elixirs and holy medicines. Alright, old ghost DTN, you think I can't deal with you, right? Just wait, I will practice the blood evil Shira seal as soon as I return to the divine realm. Wait until you give birth to a son. Fuck you, I'm going to practice the bloody Asura seal just to make you childless. Don't tell me you won't give it to me. Before I ran away from home 10 years ago, I had already memorized the practice method of the bloody Asura seal. Do you believe it or not? I'll practice it right now, and show you." DTN was stunned. "Do you know the bloody Asura seal? If you don't believe me, try it." And Yi looked very proud. "Pa." DTN slapped Yi directly on the head. Bang! Under the impact of the powerful force, Yi fell headfirst to the ground. DTN cursed, "Who the hell told you to look at the blood evil Shira seal?" Buzz. As soon as DTN finished speaking, the sound of a sword rang out instantly. Brush. Then, Yi leapt up holding the Supreme King weapon Autumn Frost, sword, pointed the long sword directly at Emperor Tien, and shouted angrily, "Old ghost, you dare to attack. Damn it, I will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi swung his sword directly at DTN. When DTN clamped Yi's Chu Shuang sword with 2 fingers and angrily cursed, "You little bastard, you are so rebellious. How dare you fight with me? Today I must teach you a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, DTN moved and came directly in front of Yi. Pa. Then he slapped out with his palm, knocking Yi to the ground again. Weird picture. Weird conversation. Everyone present was bewildered. What kind of son is this? What kind of father is this? They were originally just discussing whether or not to kill Shui Lin, so why did the father and son suddenly start fighting? Ye Bufan was also confused. However, after the commotion between Yi and DTN, Ye Bufan finally figured it out. From DTN's perspective, he really shouldn't take Shui Lin's life at this time. Ye Bufan immediately said calmly, "Yi, forget it, you are father and son after all, how can you do this? I will not kill Shui Lin." Shut up. Shut up. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Yi and DTN cursed at him, and then they shouted at the same time. Who is his son? Who is his father? The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. The other people around also looked messy. However, Yi and DTN ignored them and even ignored everyone present. At this moment, DTN stepped on Yi's head with his right foot, bent over, stared at him, and said provocatively, "Come on, little bastard, don't you want to kill your father? Do it." Snap, snap, snap. As he spoke, DTN did not forget to pat Yi's cheek. Dark Knight was furious. "Old ghost DTN, just wait for me. Isn't it just the 5th level of the Divine Emperor? In 3 years at most, I will definitely surpass you. By then I will beat you so badly that even my mother won't be able to recognize you." Hey, you still want to surpass me within 3 years? That's what you said before you ran away from home 10 years ago, but what happened? 10 years ago you were a half-step Divine Emperor, and 10 years later you are still a half-step Divine Emperor. And that's it, you still want to surpass me. If you can really surpass me within 3 years, you don't even need to do anything. I can beat myself so badly that even your mother won't be able to recognize me. You son of a bitch, I'm going to practice the blood evil Shira seal in a moment. Pa. Upon hearing this, DTN slapped him directly. Try making one. Damn it, whether I practice or not is none of your business. What is it to you? You're rebelling. You want to practice the blood evil Shira seal, right? Fine, I'll take you back to the divine realm now and do the business first. After that, you can practice however you want. After saying this, Emperor Tian pointed out with one finger. He directly sealed Dark Knight's cultivation. Afterwards, Tian picked up an Yi and pretended to leave. Seeing this scene, everyone was confused. Bloody Asura seal. Most of the living beings present had heard of this supreme secret book of the Shira clan. As the Shira clan's supreme secret book, the Blood Shira seal can increase the Shira clan members' cultivation speed tenfold. Of course, once they start practicing, they will no longer be able to reproduce. This is also the only reason why Emperor Tian did not allow Yi to practice the Blood Evil Shira seal. He only has one son, Anya. In fact, in his lineage and this generation, there is only one male named Anya. At present, Yi has not married or had children. If he practices the Blood Evil Shira seal, his lineage will be extinct, because including Tian, all of Yi's elders have practiced the Blood Evil Shira seal. As for what Tian said at this moment about taking Yi to the Divine Realm to get the important business done first, that was naturally planning to take him back to the Divine Realm to get married and have children. As for whether Yi agreed or not, that was no longer important. Because the Dark Knight has no say. He has to marry this wife. He had to take this concubine even if he didn't want to. Even 10 years ago, he ran away from home in the Dark Knight just to escape marriage. Now, call out. Without any hesitation, Tian picked up Yi and flew directly into the air. As for the Blood Evil, he was directly ignored by Tian. Even Shui Sha was like this, and others were no exception. However, the Dark Knight was very urgent. Originally, everything that happened today was part of his plan. He had even thought about it. After Ye Bufan killed Shui Shinkui, he would use the title of the eldest son of the Shira clan to protect the Ji family, and then take Bai Ziqing to escape from Tianhe Star, or even the Zhuang domain, before the news spread. In short, as long as you don't meet anyone from the Shira tribe, anything is fine. Unfortunately, plans cannot keep up with changes. Who could have thought that Shui Shinkui could actually summon an image of the Divine Emperor? Who could have thought that Ye Bufan would actually kill this statue of the Divine Emperor? Once the Dharma image dies, the God Emperor will surely come in person. What to do? He could only ask for help from the Shira tribe. Of course, Yi knew very well that once he asked the Shira clan for help, he would no longer have the chance to escape, and the final result would be that he would have to go back to the Divine Realm with them. But the situation at that time left Yi with no choice at all. Today, recall a scene from 10 years ago. Then he thought about his situation after returning to the eternal Divine Realm. The Dark Knight is bitter. He was so frightened that his legs even went weak. At that moment, Yi no longer hesitated and shouted, "Old Ghost Tian, let go, damn it, I'm already married, do you understand?" Buzz. As soon as Yi said this, the entire space froze instantly. Brush. In midair, Tian's figure suddenly froze, and then he looked at Yi with a look of astonishment and some disbelief. "You are married." Pa. Yi spat and said, "What do you mean by marrying? I already have a wife." Really? Emperor Tian was instantly delighted. The Shira clan had no choice but to force Yi to marry and take concubines, since Yi had never had anyone he liked. But if Yi has someone in his heart, then they will naturally support him with all their strength. Even if it means snatching, they will help Yi to get back the person he loves. Nonsense. Yi rolled his eyes, then pointed at Ji Rufeng and Bai Tianyu below and said, "See. Those are my grandfather and father-in-law." Upon hearing this, Tian immediately followed Yi's direction and looked at Ji Rufeng and Bai Tianyu below. Fairy Feather Clan. Not Shira. Fine. As long as Yi likes it, it's fine. Are you sure you didn't fool me? The next second, Tian glared at Yi again and said, "You're paralyzed." Yi yelled angrily, "Why don't you go down and ask? Also, let me go immediately." After Yi finished speaking, Tian let him go. Then, Tian flashed and came directly in front of Ji Rufeng and Bai Tianyu. As for the Dark Knight, his cultivation had long been sealed by Tian. At this moment, as soon as Tian let go, Yi's body fell directly from midair. Fuck. This unexpected change made Yi very frightened. "Old Ghost Tian, do you really want to throw me to death?" Unfortunately, Tian simply ignored him. Boom. With a loud bang, Yi fell heavily to the ground. Everyone's mouth twitched. Tian looked at Ji Rufeng and Bai Tianyu, and said with a smile, "In-laws. Chapter 1747. If you can't kill him, then seriously injure him. Relatives by marriage. Looking at DTN, who was smiling and cheerful in front of them, Ye Bufan, Bai Tianyu and other people from the Ji family were all stunned, and their minds were blank. Long before DTN arrived, after Ye announced his identity, everyone in the Ji family was already a little confused. They were not only shocked and unbelievable, but at the same time, they were more worried and hesitant. For no other reason than Ye's identity. Young patriarch of the Shira clan. As the only heirs to the future patriarch of the Shira clan, the gap between them and Dark Knight is so huge that they are on two completely different levels. Bai Ziqing and Anya are not a good match. To put it bluntly, Bai Ziqing is not worthy of Ye. Although Ye is very caring towards Bai Ziqing, Ye's attitude does not represent the attitude of the Shira clan. How will the Shira clan view Bai Ziqing? They don't know. They have also thought of many possibilities for this. But they never expected that DTN would be so enthusiastic. Who is DTN? That was Dark Knight's biological father, a powerful being at the level of God Emperor. Most importantly, DTN is also the current patriarch of the Shira clan. The Dark Knight cannot represent the Shira clan. But DTN can. Does DTN's current attitude mean that he has accepted Bai Ziqing? Little did he know that DTN not only accepted it, he was extremely satisfied. Relatives by marriage. Faced with the confused members of the Ji family, DTN couldn't help but give them a reminder. Ye Bufan and others came back to their senses instantly. Greetings, Senior DTN. The next second, Ye Bufan looked at DTN and clasped his fists. Greetings, Senior DTN. Everyone in the Ji family also bowed and saluted. What are you doing? DTN frowned and said, aren't you looking down on me? Well, everyone in the Ji family was stunned. DTN spoke again. Old man, since that kid Ye calls you grandpa, then you are my elder. Now we have become a family, so you can just call me DTN. DTN directly expressed his attitude. They are equal to the Ji family. Ye Bufan was suddenly speechless. DTN naturally knew Ye Bufan's concerns. It's simply that he still can't adapt to the status gap between the two families. But it doesn't matter. There is ample time. DTN believed that everyone in the Ji family would be able to adapt to all this sooner or later. That is why, after DTN made his attitude clear, he did not continue to dwell on these things. Instead, he looked at Bai Tianyu and said enthusiastically, my dear relative, I don't know what to call you. Bai Tianyu was stunned for a moment, then he said instinctively, my name is Bai Tianyu. So it's Brother Tianyu. Ha ha. DTN laughed loudly, then put his arm around Bai Tianyu's shoulders, as if he had met a brother he hadn't seen for many years, and asked directly, by the way, Brother Tianyu, where is my daughter-in-law? Among all the people from the Ji family present, except Ji Qianya, there was no other woman of the same age as Anya. However, DTN could not feel Anya's aura from Ji Qianya, so he could be sure that Ji Qianya was definitely not his daughter-in-law, and his daughter-in-law must be someone else. After DTN finished speaking, Bai Tianyu hesitated and said, it should be Tianyu Star, right? Bai Tianyu's response made DTN frown. It should be on Tianyu Star, right? Bai Tianyu doesn't know where Bai Ziqing is. As the biological father, it was normal for Bai Tianyu not to know where Bai Ziqing was, but Bai Tian's expression made DTN sense something unusual. There must be something fishy going on. Or, there is something he doesn't know. However, before DTN had time to think about it, he suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, stop. Afterwards, DTN turned his head and looked at where Shui Lin was not far away, and said in a cold voice, have you forgotten what I told you? DTN's sudden reaction made everyone stunned. Originally, everyone's attention was on DTN and the Ji family. But with DTN's reaction, everyone followed his gaze and looked towards Shui Lin not far away. In the sight, all he saw was Ye holding the autumn frost sword, tiptoeing towards Shui Lin, and at this moment he was already 3 meters away from Shui Lin. Following DTN's angry shout, Ye's footsteps suddenly stopped. It is obvious that Ye wanted to take advantage of DTN's unpreparedness and kill Shui Lin directly. When they thought of this, everyone's mouth twitched. But Dark Knight didn't care. After a brief pause, he suddenly shot out. Although his cultivation was sealed, it was only sealed. As a strong man at the half-step God Emperor level, even if his cultivation was sealed, the distance of 3 meters was only a moment. Call out. With a flash, Yi came directly in front of Shui Lin. Kill. Without hesitation, he swung the sword in his hand and slashed down directly. A sword, fast and fierce. It's a pity that DTN is, after all, a super powerful man at the 5th level of the Divine Emperor. How could he let Yi succeed? At the moment when Yi was about to kill with his sword, DTN had already arrived in front of Yi, and he suddenly stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the cold sword Chu Shuang that was about to be cut down. Seeing this scene, Yi was furious. You're rebelling. Emperor Tian however shouted angrily. Then he slapped him directly. Pa! A crisp sound. Bang! Yi fell headfirst to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. If DTN had not admitted it himself, they would even suspect that Yi was a fake son. Damn it, he just starts beating me without any mercy. Son of a bitch. Without waiting for anyone to think about it, Yi climbed up from the ground, glared at DTN and cursed, "Old ghost DTN, you bastard, you must ruin my good thing today, don't you?" The emperor was in a hurry. But at this moment, Ye Bufan came to Yi. He gave the Dark Knight a color. Then he looked at DTN again and said calmly, "Senior DTN, Yi was just joking with you. He didn't really want to take the life of this Sky Demon clan elder." Although Ye Bufan knew very well that Yi wanted to take Shui Lin's life for his own sake, after thinking clearly about the serious consequences involved, Ye Bufan had given up the idea of taking Shui Lin's life. To put it bluntly, he didn't want to put Yi or DTN in a difficult position. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, DTN looked at him meaningfully. Ha ha. Before DTN could think about it, Yi had already smiled and said, "Yes, I was just joking with you. Why are you so anxious?" The corner of DTN's mouth twitched. Is this the attitude you should have as a son? However, DTN obviously didn't care too much about these. To put it bluntly, he had long been accustomed to Yi's attitude. The next second, Yi spoke again. "But, old ghost DTN, you just said that as long as you don't kill him, anything is fine. You won't regret it, right?" Snort. DTN snorted coldly and said, "I keep my word. As long as you don't take his life and don't destroy his cultivation, you can do whatever you want." "That's fine." Yi rolled up his sleeves and said, "Unlock my cultivation. I'm going to beat him up." At Yi's feet, Shui Lin, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog and healing his wounds in secret, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This kid is never going to stop playing. However, no matter how unwilling Shui Lin was, DTN still unsealed Yi's cultivation. Bang! Yi kicked Shui Lin directly and said, "Brother-in-law, come on, let's do it together." This time, Ye Bufan did not hesitate anymore. Tread. He stepped in front of Shui Lin. After looking at Shui Lin, Ye Bufan looked at DTN and said, "Senior, as long as you keep his life and don't destroy his cultivation, the rest anything is fine, right?" DTN frowned. Although he didn't know why Ye Bufan asked this, he nodded instinctively. After getting DTN's confirmation, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated. He glanced at Shui Lin, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this point, the hatred between him and Shui Lin could no longer be resolved. It could be said that the two of them had long been at war to the death. "I won't kill Shui Lin today. When Shui Lin's injuries recover in the future, he will definitely come back to kill me. In that case, if you can't kill him, then buy yourself more time." To put it bluntly, the more serious the injury to Shui Lin, the better. The more serious the injury, the longer it will take him to recover, and the more time he will gain. As soon as he thought of this, Ye Bufan made a decision. Call. He turned his palm into a claw and grabbed Shui Lin's right thigh directly with one claw. Puff. Blood splattered. The 5 fingers of Ye Bufan's right hand directly embedded into Shui Lin's flesh and blood, and touched Shui Lin's thigh bone. Ah! The pain was so heart-wrenching that Shui Lin couldn't help but scream. But it's not over yet. After one claw, Ye Bufan directly used the heaven-swallowing seal. Huff, huff, huff. The terrifying devouring force came. The bones in Shui Lin's right leg instantly melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shui Lin was shocked by the sudden change. He stared at Ye Bufan with wide eyes and asked with some difficulty and fear, "What did you do to me?" Shui Lin's reaction made DTN frown. DTN immediately took a fancy to Shui Lin's right leg. The Dark Knight is no exception. They clearly felt that Shui Lin's right leg bones were melting rapidly, and the speed was very fast. After more than 20 seconds, the upper half of Shui Lin's right leg bones had disappeared. Seeing this scene, DTN and Anya couldn't help but look at each other. Both father and son were shocked. Although they didn't know how Ye Bufan did it, it was a fact that the right leg bone of the God Emperor Shui Lin was missing. This scene is too weird and too unbelievable. Ye Bufan didn't care at all. Puff. After devouring Shui Lin's right leg bone, Ye Bufan retracted his right hand, and then used another claw to embed the 5 fingers of his right hand into Shui Lin's left shoulder blade. If you can't kill him, then seriously injure him. Although warriors in the divine realm can regenerate their flesh and blood, this takes time. Especially bones. Ye Bufan believed that as long as he refined and devoured a part of the bones in Shui Lin's body, he would be able to buy himself more time. By then, with my own speed of cultivation, it's hard to say who will kill whom after a long time. Chapter 1748 Mo Yan, should we settle it publicly or privately? Half an hour later, Ye Bufan devoured and refined more than half of Shui Lin's bones. That method was extremely cruel. The method was extremely cruel. So much so that Shui Lin collapsed to the ground like a puddle of meat paste. At this moment, Shui Lin was in as miserable a state as he could be. Shui Lin was as miserable as he could be at this moment. The dignified God Emperor ended up like this. It can be said that Shui Lin has lost all face after today's incident. That's why. He hated it to the extreme. He was also extremely angry. His scarlet eyes were fixed on Ye Bufan, and the anger and murderous intent in his eyes were not concealed or reserved in the slightest. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. After all, since we are already enemies, why should I be afraid if he hates me even 7 times more? After destroying more than half of Shui Lin's bones, Ye Bufan ignored him and stood up, looking at DTN on the side, and said calmly, "Senior, that's enough." Changing the subject, Ye Bufan asked, "What should we do with him next? Should we let him fend for himself here, or should we find someone to send him back to the Heavenly Demon Clan?" "No." DTN smiled slightly, "Someone will take him away later." Although he was smiling, DTN couldn't help feeling a little shocked. Not for any other reason, just because of Ye Bufan's methods. Destroy more than half of the bones of a powerful God Emperor silently. DTN thought that even he couldn't do this. But Ye Bufan did it. How did he do it? Emperor Tien didn't know. Ye Bufan's method was simply unbelievable to the extreme. It was precisely because of this that DTN became even more curious and even a little fearful. After all, the unknown is always the most terrifying. DTN has decided that after things here are resolved, he will definitely learn more about Ye Bufan's situation from Yi. Of course, this is all later. As soon as DTN finished speaking, he suddenly said, "Here it comes." Coming. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone else present also looked confused. Coming. What's coming? Boom. Before anyone could think about it, a vast aura suddenly swept over from the sky. Everyone was shocked. Another powerful divine emperor. Before everyone could think about it, a figure appeared in front of DTN. That was a celestial demon. A demon wearing golden armor. As soon as Tianmo arrived, he ignored everything present and just faced DTN, saying coldly, "DTN, why did you call me here?" Ball. DTN pursed his lips as he looked at Shui Lin, who was several meters away. The demon frowned. Then he looked sideways. Boom. However, just one glance and the demon was already furious. "DTN, what do you mean?" The next second, Tianmo looked at Dishan again and roared angrily. "Mo Yan, why are you yelling? I asked you to come here to solve the problem, not to let you make a fuss." DTN also shouted loudly. However, when DTN said this, most people present couldn't help but tremble. Demonic hell. The current leader of the Sky Demon clan. Before anyone could think about it, Mo Yan spoke again, looking at DTN and said coldly, "Solve the problem, right? Well, I want to hear how you want to solve it. If you don't give me an explanation today, even if we go to war with your Shira clan, my Tianmo clan will never give up." DTN didn't care about Mo Yan's threat at all. "Give you an explanation?" DTN shook his head and said with a smile, "It's not that I'm giving you an explanation, but you should give me an explanation." Mo Yan frowned. DTN continued, Come, let me introduce a few people to you first." As he spoke, DTN pointed directly at Ji Rufeng and the others. "Do you know who they are?" "What do you mean?" Mo Yan looked at Ji Rufeng and others with a suspicious look, then looked at DTN again, frowned, and said with confusion. What's the meaning? DTN sneered. To tell you the truth, they are the family of my daughter-in-law. To put it bluntly, they are my Qin family. DTN, what exactly do you want to say? Mo Yan shouted angrily, whether they are your relatives or your enemies, it is none of my business. What I want to ask now is why you wanted to seriously injure Elder Shuilin of my Sky Demon clan. None of your business. DTN snorted coldly. Do you know that just now, the granddaughter and grandson-in-law of your Heavenly Demon clan elder wanted to plot against my in-laws and even planned to wipe out my in-laws? Mo Yan was stunned. DTN continued, if it were just this, it would be fine. After all, if our skills are not as good as others, then it can only be attributed to the incompetence of my Qin family. But what is the truth? The fact is, after being defeated, those two juniors of your Heavenly Demon clan were still unwilling to accept it, and even summoned the Divine Emperor image of your Heavenly Demon Elder. The Divine Emperor Dharma image that is equivalent to a Divine Emperor of the First Heaven. Where is this place? This is the Purple Emperor Realm, one of the 72 realms outside the Divine Realm. The God Emperor Dharma Elephant has come to the Outer Realm in person. What did they want to do? Rebellion. That's not all. After the Divine Emperor's Dharma image was beheaded, this elder from your Heavenly Demon clan actually came to the Purple Emperor territory in person. What does he want to do? The God Emperor is here in person. Damn you. If I hadn't arrived in time, my entire family would have been wiped out by your Divine Emperor Elder. That would be fine, but this fellow actually wants to take my son's life. You know, I only have this one son. If I kill him, my Shira royal family will be extinct. But he still did it. Now, you still have the nerve to ask me for an explanation. Damn it, do you really think that my Shira clan is afraid of your Sky Demon clan? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Tian's terrifying power surged out and attacked Mo Yan in front of him. Mo Yan's face changed. If things were really as DTN said, then his Heavenly Demon clan was indeed in the wrong. The next second, Mo Yan's face darkened and he said, DTN, this is just your one-sided statement. How do I know whether what you said is true or false? Snort. DTN snorted coldly. With so many people present, do you think it is necessary for me to lie? Mo Yan frowned. The next second, he looked directly at the crowd of onlookers in the distance. Everyone's heart trembled. Mo Yan suddenly stretched out his right hand. Call out. In an instant, the body of a god king was sucked directly into Mo Yan. Then, Mo Yan placed his right hand directly on the head of the god king. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart trembled. They knew very well that Mo Yan was preparing to forcibly read the memory of the god king. Although doing so would allow Mo Yan to understand everything that happened here today as quickly as possible, once his memory was forcibly read, this god king would be useless. If he is not stupid, he will become crazy. It can be said that this method is cruel and vicious to the extreme. But what can they say? Mo Yan is the current patriarch of the Sky Demon clan, and also a super powerful person at the 5th level of the Divine Emperor. Not to mention that he just wanted to read the memory of a god king. Even if he wanted to kill everyone present, it would be a piece of cake. 3 seconds later, Mo Yan clenched his right claw that was pressing on the god king's head. Bang! The Divine King warrior didn't even have the chance to open his mouth before he exploded into a ball of blood mist. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but swallow. DTN looked at Mo Yan, his face sullen, and said in a cold voice, What do you think, Mo Yan, do you need me to say anything more now? Mo Yan's face was gloomy. He glanced at Ye Bufan, then looked at DTN again and said, Since Shuilin has brought this upon himself, let's end this matter here. That's it. DTN sneered. Mo Yan, you think it's too simple, right? So what else do you want? Mo Yan shouted loudly, and added at the end, although it is true that Shui Xinkui and Yin Yang Longchen plotted against your Ji family, they have already paid the price of their lives for it. As for Shuilin, he just wanted to avenge Shui Xinkui and the other two, which is understandable. What's more, he didn't succeed, and from the beginning to the end, he didn't mean to hurt your son. Now he has been seriously injured by you, isn't that enough? Not enough. DTN shook his head. You. Mo Yan was furious. DTN continued, even if this rubbish didn't intend to harm Yi, and even if he wanted to destroy my in-law's clan today, I can forgive him, but what about his action in the Purple Emperor territory? After a pause, Emperor Tian continued, the hundreds of races in the divine realm have long agreed that the divine emperor cannot take action outside the divine realm, but this rubbish still took action. Although I know that this is his personal intention, others don't know. In this case, if today's incident is spread out, what do you think the hundreds of races in the divine realm will think? Will they think that this was secretly instructed by your heavenly demon race and openly violated the covenant of the hundreds of races? DTN, are you blackmailing me? As soon as Emperor Tien finished speaking, Mo Yan roared angrily. No, no, no. DTN shook his head. I am just stating a fact. Son of a bitch. Mo Yan cursed in his heart, then looked at DTN and gritted his teeth and asked, tell me, what do you want? I don't want anything. DTN smiled and said, it's just that since you have done something wrong, you must bear the corresponding responsibility and punishment for it, Chief Mo Yan, am I right? Mo Yan's mouth twitched, and he said, DTN, stop talking nonsense and tell me what you want. Hee. DTN smiled secretly, that depends on what you, the leader of the Mo Yan clan, think. Do you plan to make it public or private? After a pause, DTN continued. If it is public, then naturally the arbitration will be conducted by all races. If we want to settle this privately, then it will be simple. You, the Heavenly Demon Clan, can just give 1.8 trillion yuan in compensation to my relatives, and we can forget about today's matter and pretend that nothing happened. Puff. As soon as DTN finished speaking, Shui Lin, who was lying on the ground, vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, this powerful god emperor fainted. It's not because of serious injuries, it's just because he was angry. Public or private? The public conducted arbitration among all ethnic groups. The private settlement amounted to 180 trillion yuan in compensation. Damn it. Is this a choice? Even though a private settlement would require compensation of 180 trillion, but once arbitration among all races is conducted, I'm afraid the heavenly demon race would pay a greater price. To put it bluntly, DTN was threatening the demon clan with the arbitration of 100 races and openly extorting 100 trillion in compensation from the demon clan. 1 quadrillion. At this moment, Mo Yan's face also turned ashen. He even wanted to kill Shui Lin. But will it be useful to kill Shui Lin? Unless everyone here is killed, there is no point in killing people to silence them, because as long as there is one person alive here, the fact that Shui Lin took action here will definitely not be concealed. What to do? 200 trillion. Suddenly, Mo Yan spoke up and said in a cold voice, I can give you a maximum of 200 trillion. If you cannot accept it, then let's conduct arbitration among the 100 races. Make a deal. DTN smiled slightly. Mo Yan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the 180 trillion yuan reported by DTN was clearly a trick to deceive him. To put it bluntly, this number was just randomly reported by DTN. Otherwise, how could he agree to it so readily? Not to mention 200 trillion, even if it was 100 trillion, or even 50 trillion, DTN might have agreed to it as readily as he is doing now. But, 200 trillion. Just thinking about it, Mo Yan felt a pang of pain in his flesh. But now that things have come to this, what else can he say? Want to regret it again? It's too late. Mo Yan was in a mess, but everyone else present was shocked. 200 trillion in one sentence. Even after seeing it with their own eyes, they still found it a little hard to believe. Especially Ye Bufan. Just now, he took advantage of the situation, used threats and intimidation to extort 70 trillion from the Shanyu tribe, but what about now? With just a few words, Emperor Tien made 200 trillion from the Heavenly Demon Clan. This gap is incomparable. But at this moment, behind DTN, and Ye suddenly spoke up and shouted at Mo Yan, Old Demon Mo Yan, I have agreed to the compensation of 200 trillion on behalf of my father-in-law, but that Bloodheart leader from your Sky Demon clan stole an earth elemental spirit from my cousin's husband. Shouldn't he return it now? Chapter 1749 If I can't cheat Mo Yan, then I'll cheat my father. Old Demon Mo Yan, I have agreed to the compensation of 200 trillion on behalf of my father-in-law, but that Bloodheart leader from your Heavenly Demon clan stole an earth elemental spirit from my cousin's husband. Shouldn't he return it now? As soon as Yi said this, everyone present felt a chill in their bones. Shui Shinkui stole an earth elemental elf from your cousin's husband, and now he wants the Sky Demon clan to return it. Damn it. Shui Shinkui is dead, who knows whether what you said is true or false. Empty mouth. In everyone's opinion, it was obvious that Ye felt that extorting 200 trillion from the Sky Demon clan was not enough, and he was planning to take the opportunity to extort an elemental elf from the Sky Demon clan. I have to say, this guy has a bit of a dark heart. Seeing everyone like this, Ye Bufan was somewhat tempted. Although Ye Bufan had already accepted the fact that he had passed by the Earth Elemental Elves in the 7-star Jedi, it might not be a bad thing if he could take the opportunity to retrieve an elemental elf from the hands of the Sky Demon clan. After all, the importance of the elemental elves to Ye Bufan was unquestionable. However, before Ye Bufan could think about it, Mo Yan's mouth twitched, and he looked at DTN again and said angrily, "DTN, you don't go too far." Ahem. DTN coughed lightly instinctively. To be honest, he never expected that Ye would make such a request. The value of elemental elves is unquestionable. In the martial arts, from the level of serving the gods all the way to the level of God Emperor, what is cultivated is the power of elements, and elemental spirits can allow any warrior to cultivate the element corresponding to the elemental spirit to the perfect level. Take the previous Shui Shinkui for example. Shui Shinkui's original martial arts cultivation was the 6th level of the Divine Lord, and she cultivated the Earth element in the Divine Lord realm. At this time, Shui Shinkui obtained an Earth Element Elf. After she refined the Earth Element Elf, her Earth Element cultivation directly reached the perfection level, and her cultivation naturally reached the half-step Divine Emperor level. Same reason. If a God Emperor who cultivates the Earth Element obtains an Earth Element Spirit, then, no matter whether he is a God Emperor of the 1st or 2nd level, after he refines this Earth Element Spirit, his cultivation can directly reach the 9th level of God Emperor, or even the level of a half-step Emperor. Even so, elemental elves are extremely rare, so rare that even in the eternal divine realm and the entire 72 outer realms, one may not appear even in 100 years. To put it bluntly, elemental elves are hard to come by. Elemental elves have a price but no market. For this reason, even in the eternal divine realm, elemental elves are an important resource that all major races compete for. Sometimes, fighting for an elemental elf will directly lead to a war between the gods. Because elemental elves represent strength and foundation. Now, his beloved son actually blackmailed an Earth Elemental Elf from the Sky Demon clan. In DTN's opinion, Ye was crazy. Let's not talk about whether the Demon clan has elemental elves. Even if they do, they will definitely not agree. After all, blackmailing an elemental elf from the Sky Demon clan is far more unacceptable to them than directly blackmailing them for 100 trillion. With this thought in mind, Emperor Tien looked at Mo Yan and said calmly, "It was just a joke. Why are you yelling? I said 200 trillion, and that's 200 trillion. I will never ask for one more divine crystal from your heavenly demon clan." Old ghost, you. As soon as DTN said this, Ye became very anxious. Shut up. Unexpectedly, DTN directly shouted angrily at Chongtian Dark Knight. Ye curled his lips and said nothing more. Snort. Mo Yan snorted coldly and said, "Later, I will have someone send the 200 trillion directly to your Shira clan. Now goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Yan grabbed the half-dead Shui Lin on the ground, and with a flash, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Old ghost, what do you mean? As soon as Mo Yan left, Ye looked directly at DTN and asked with dissatisfaction, "Such a good opportunity, you just missed it." Bang. As soon as Ye finished speaking, DTN slapped him directly on the head. Bang. A muffled sound, Ye fell headfirst to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips again. My son calls me lousy Laogui. I beat my son just for fun. This father and son pair are really weird. Before everyone could think, DTN spoke again, shouting angrily, "You little bastard, what did I teach you before? When the strength of both sides is not equal, you can just give in without thinking. If the enemy is strong and I am weak, I will just give in. If I am strong and the enemy is weak, I will beat him hard. But if the strength of both sides is equal, then we must weigh the pros and cons and measure the gains and losses." What happened just now? The Sky Demon clan is one of the 7 royal clans, just like our Shira clan. This means that our positions are equal. Under such circumstances, you still want to blackmail an elemental spirit from the Sky Demon clan. Do you have any brains? Of course, I'm not saying that you can't blackmail an elemental spirit from the Sky Demon clan, but you should at least understand the bargaining chips in your hands, right? The Divine Emperor took action in the outer realm even if it was an arbitration among all races, at most the Divine Emperor would be killed, and then the Sky Demon race would pay a certain price. But the upper limit of this price is only about 1 quadrillion. In other words, the maximum loss that can be caused to the Heavenly Demon clan in this incident is a triple Heavenly God Emperor and 100 trillion in compensation. But can the value of a third Heaven God Emperor plus a compensation of 100 trillion be compared to that of an elemental spirit? You know, an elemental spirit can allow the Sky Demon clan to directly create a 9th level Divine Emperor, or even a half-step Emperor. In this situation, if you blackmail the Sky Demon clan for an elemental spirit, will they agree? Or do you think the Sky Demon clan are all fools? Compared to paying an elemental spirit, they might as well just conduct an arbitration among all races. You're paralyzed. In that situation just now, if you had asked them for another 10 billion, and I had cooperated with you, maybe Mo Yan would have agreed directly. But you, an elemental spirit, how dare you say that? Bang! After he finished speaking, DTN kicked Ye hard. Everyone around was stunned for a moment. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips. What is DTN doing? The dignified God Emperor, the patriarch of the Shira clan, is he teaching his son how to blackmail? Damn, this is so weird. Ahem. After a while, DTN coughed lightly, calmed down his mind, and then ignored Ye. Instead, he walked to the Ji family members on the side, looked at Ji Rufeng and said with a smile, "Old man, you have to wait for 2 more days for the 200 trillion. After the Sky Demon clan pays, I will have someone send it to you immediately." Ji Rufeng was stunned, then waved his hands repeatedly and said, "No, no need. How can we not use it? This is what you deserve. If I don't give it to you, who should I give it to? Or do you look down on me, DTN?" DTN frowned, looking slightly dissatisfied. Ji Rufeng was stunned again. DTN continued, "Old man, you can keep these 200 trillion without worrying about it. The Sky Demon clan will never dare to cause trouble for you, and my Shira clan is not short of these 200 trillion. This." Ji Rufeng hesitated for a moment, and said with some difficulty, "Okay then. Is that right?" DTN smiled and said, "Don't refuse the money from the Sky Demon clan." Hearing this, everyone felt a chill. What do you mean by not wanting to waste the money from the Heavenly Demon clan? Is it so easy to get the money of the Demon clan? That is you, the Shira clan. As one of the 7 royal families, you are naturally not afraid of the Heavenly Demon clan. But other races are different. Apart from a few other royal families, let me ask, in this divine realm and the 72 realms, which other race dares to openly extort 200 trillion from the Heavenly Demon clan? At this moment, the guests present looked at the Ji family with eyes full of envy and even a bit of jealousy. When one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. That's absolutely true. Bai Ziqing married into the Shira clan, and married the Shira clan's young patriarch. Looking at the attitude of the Shira clan's patriarch DTN, it can be said that from now on, the Ji family will soar to great heights because of this. As soon as they thought of this, countless people present looked at Ji Qianya with eager eyes. If I could marry Ji Qianya and become related to the Ji family, wouldn't that mean I would have a relationship with the royal family of the Shira clan? It's a pity that imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. And Yi got up from the ground, then glared at DTN who was not far away, and cursed, "Old ghost DTN, today is the wedding day of my cousin's husband and cousin. I won't argue with you, but the earth elemental spirit was originally a gift I prepared for my cousin's husband, but now you messed it up. What do you think we should do? Besides, you are the patriarch of the Shira tribe, you won't come here empty-handed, right? Where is your gift?" Chapter 1750, Wedding, Emperor Tian's Gift. Old Ghost DTN, today is the wedding day of my cousin's husband and cousin. I won't argue with you, but the earth elemental spirit was originally a gift I prepared for my cousin's husband, but now you have messed it up. What do you think we should do? Also, you are the patriarch of the Shira tribe, you can't come here empty-handed, right? Where is your gift? When Yi said this, everyone was shocked, especially those who suddenly had ideas about Ji Qianya. If it wasn't for Yi's reminder, they would have almost forgotten that although the 2 threats Situ Hao and Yin Yang Wudin no longer existed, there was still a human Ye Bufan. Even compared to Situ Hao and Yin Yang Wudin, Ye Bufan is more threatening. After all, Yin Yang Longchen and Shui Xingkui, the 2 half-step god emperors, both died at the hands of Ye Bufan, and even Shui Lin's god emperor image was beheaded by Ye Bufan with a single sword. With such strength, they thought they could never compete with Ye Bufan. The most important thing is that even the Shira clan's young leader Yi calls Ye Bufan cousin-in-law, which means that Yi has recognized the relationship between Ye Bufan and Ji Qianya. In this case, what else can they use to compete with Ye Bufan for Ji Qianya? When they thought of this, those who had originally had sudden thoughts about Ji Qianya immediately abandoned the evil thoughts in their hearts. After all, they didn't want to joke with their own lives. At this moment, everyone in the Ji family also looked at Ye Bufan. Before today, they knew nothing about Ye Bufan. Even apart from Ji Rufeng and Ji Dongqing, no one in the Ji family knew there was such a person as Ye Bufan. But so what? Are they satisfied with Ye Bufan? Absolutely satisfied. Just based on Ye Bufan's courage and boldness in openly snatching the bride from Ji Qianya on the day of Ji Qianya's wedding in front of Yin Yang Longchen and Shui Xinkui, two half-step god emperors, he is qualified to become the son-in-law of the Ji family. What's more, Ye Bufan not only has heroism and courage, but also strength. Even now, everyone in the Ji family still remembers clearly the sword that Ye Bufan had used to kill the divine emperor's Dharma elephant. In addition, Ye Bufan's talent is also extraordinary. At such a young age, he can kill the image of the god emperor. What about the future? Your future achievements will surely be limitless. In addition, Ye Bufan's blatant robbery already shows that he has feelings for Ji Qianya. There are not many people who are so affectionate, courageous, heroic, powerful, and talented, even in the entire 72 outer realms, or even in the eternal divine realm. In this case, let me ask you, if Ji Qianya doesn't marry him, who will she marry? However, at this moment, Ye Bufan felt a little embarrassed. Is he here to grab the wedding today? His main purpose of coming here today was to kill Shui Xinkui for revenge. As for the wedding robbery, before this, Ye Bufan really didn't think much about it. After all, no matter what, the relationship between Ye Bufan and Ji Qianya is just a transaction. But it is not true to say that Ye Bufan is ruthless to Ji Qianya. Everyone has a love for beauty. Given Ji Qianya's excellence, it is normal for Ye Bufan to be attracted to her. Naturally, he was happy to let Ye Bufan marry Ji Qianya. But it depends on Ji Qianya's intention. If she doesn't agree, I can't just frown and force her to marry me, right? When he thought of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but look at Ji Qianya. Unexpectedly, Ji Qianya was also looking at Ye Bufan. At this moment, feeling Ye Bufan's gaze, Ji Qianya's face immediately blushed, and then she lowered her head. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. What does this mean? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Dtn spoke up. He stared at Anya angrily and said, "Little bastard, do you still have any shame? Did I ruin your good deeds? It's your own incompetence. If I hadn't arrived in time today, you would have lost your life. You still have the nerve to yell here. Do you believe I will beat you?" Oh, Dark Knight sneered. "Okay, let's not talk about my gift for now, but what about yours? Again, you are the patriarch of the Shira clan, and a powerful god emperor. You can't come empty-handed, right?" Hearing this, Dtn couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Chief of the Shira tribe. A powerful god emperor. Dark Knight emphasized his identity twice. Dtn knew that he had to bleed a little today. But at the same time, Dtn was also thinking secretly. From the time he arrived on Tianhe Star until now, no matter if he wanted to kill Shui Lin before or was asking for a gift now, everything Yi did revolved around the human being in front of him. Is he messing around? Or is it that he just wants to make things difficult for his father? No, maybe that's how it seems to outsiders, but Dtn doesn't think so. No one knows a son better than his father. Dtn naturally understood Yi's personality. In his opinion, his son was definitely not an easy person to deal with. If that's the case, what is Dark Knight's intention in doing this? Although Yi did not say it explicitly, Dtn knew that he was reminding the importance of the human race in front of him, and Yi's attitude was to make friends. The most important thing is, although Dtn still doesn't know Ye Bufan's value, and doesn't know why Yi wants to remind him like this, but he knows that Yi will never cheat him. Snort. As soon as he thought of this, Dtn snorted coldly and said, "Little bastard, do you think I am as ignorant of etiquette as you? Since he is your cousin's husband, he is naturally my junior, so this gift is inevitable." After saying that, Dtn looked directly at Ye Bufan. Then he stretched out his right hand, and something immediately appeared on his palm. It is a dark blue flower. The flower has 7 petals, like dragon claws, with a bulb, shaped like an onion. The leaves are clustered, slender and pointed, shaped like garlic leaves, fleshy, ribbon-shaped, dark blue with white powder. The calyx is solitary, with an umbel at the end. This is. Looking at the blue demon flower in DTN's hand, everyone present was stunned. DTN smiled slightly, then looked at Ye Bufan and said calmly, "Little brother, this flower is called 7 Hearts Reincarnation. It grows on the top of the other side of the divine realm. It only produces 7 flowers every 100 years. After taking it, you can increase the compatibility of any element by 10 to 20 points. Since today is your wedding day, I will give it to you as a gift." Hiss. When DTN said this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. 7 Heart Reincarnation Flower. To be honest, none of the people present had heard of the so-called 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower. But it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. What is important is the efficacy of this 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower. After taking it, the compatibility of any element will be directly increased by 10 to 20. As we all know, elemental compatibility is actually martial arts talent. The maximum compatibility of the 9 elements is 100. The higher the degree of elemental compatibility, the faster the cultivation, and the higher the realm that can be achieved. On the contrary, the lower the elemental compatibility, the slower the cultivation, and naturally the lower the realm that can be achieved. But no matter what, whether the degree of elemental compatibility is high or low, it is innate and can hardly be changed. In other words, the limit of what every living being can reach in the martial arts is almost determined from the moment he is born. But what about now? 7 Heart Reincarnation Flower. This flower can actually improve martial arts talent. This is equivalent to changing one's fate. In this case, its value is naturally beyond doubt. Besides, DTN said that this flower only blooms 7 flowers in 100 years. Scarcity makes things valuable. Only 7 flowers bloom every 100 years, so their value must double from the original value. What's this? This is definitely a top-notch divine object. But now, DTN actually gave Ye Bufan such a magical object as a wedding gift. This for a moment, everyone looked at Ye Bufan with extreme envy. If he wasn't afraid of Ye Bufan's strength. If it weren't for DTN being present. Maybe someone will just snatch it away. But what is the reality? Looking at the 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower, in DTN's hand, Ye Bufan was instinctively stunned. Puff! And Ye was so angry that he almost couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood. Although Ye knew that this 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower was originally a divine object that DTN prepared to use to enhance his own talents and make further progress after he entered the 6th level of the God Emperor, so what? 7 Heart Reincarnation Flower. Improve martial arts talent. I'm talking about your sister. In the Hongmeng Yuanyi, the so-called 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower is simply a piece of rubbish. Helpless, and Ye could only speak directly and sneered. The dignified Shira clan leader, a powerful god emperor, actually took out such a broken thing. It's shameful, it's really shameful. As soon as Ye said this, everyone present was in confusion. 7 Heart Samsara Flower. Broken thing. Are you bringing shame to the Shira clan? Damn it. How much do you hate your father? This is so deceiving it leaves me speechless. DTN's mouth twitched as well. If it weren't for the blood connection between him and Ye, he would even suspect that the man in front of him was not his son at all, but someone else impersonating him. But the blood connection is real. The person in front of me is definitely a genuine Dark Knight. And Ye is definitely not doing this to cheat his father. If that's the case, there's only one explanation. In Dark Knight's heart, 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower is not enough. Nima. Emperor Tien was in disarray. But at the same time, he couldn't help feeling a little frightened. If Ye did this, it must mean that Ye Bufan must have this value. But this is the 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower. Although its value cannot be compared with that of the elemental elves, if DTN wants to sell this 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower, there will definitely be people who will rush to buy it for 2 or 300 trillion. A gift worth 2 or 300 trillion isn't enough. DTN was intoxicated. The most important thing is that he was called for help by Ye today and he was not prepared at all. It can be said that this 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower is the most valuable thing he has. If Ye had not previously compared it with an elemental elf, DTN would not have been able to directly take out this 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower. But the Dark Knight was not enough. What to do? Go back to the Shira tribe and get some more valuable treasures. Stop kidding. DTN thought that he couldn't afford to lose face with this person. Immediately, DTN made up his mind. Damn it, you little bastard, you better not cheat me. Thinking in his heart, DTN looked directly at Yi and sneered, little bastard, what are you yelling about? Did I ever say that this 7 hearts reincarnation flower is my entire gift? It's just a part of my gift. As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor's attitude suddenly changed. The spirit leaves the body and casts my image. With a loud shout, Emperor Tien separated a strand of his soul in front of countless people present, and condensed his second gift, the Divine Emperor Dharma image. Chapter 1751 3 Gifts, the beginning of cooperation. No one expected that after the 7 hearts reincarnation flower, DTN's second gift would actually be a statue of his Divine Emperor. You know, although the Dharma image is not the real God Emperor, it has 1/10 of the combat power of the God Emperor himself. DTN is a powerful man at the 5th level of the Divine Emperor. His Dharma image must have a combat power that is not weaker than that of the God Emperor in the 2nd realm. This is equivalent to saying that from now on, Ye Bufan has a powerful person at the 2nd level of the Divine Emperor protecting him. For Ye Bufan, this is definitely a strong guarantee. But what about DTN? For DTN, this would inevitably involve him taking great risks. Just like the blood scales before. With Shui Lin's own strength, Ye Bufan is definitely not his opponent. But the image of the God Emperor is different. After all, the Divine Emperor's Dharma image only has 1/10 of the combat power of blood scale himself. Ye Bufan killed Shui Lin's Divine Emperor image, and Shui Lin himself lost 1/10 of his cultivation as a result. Same reason. If one day the divine image of Emperor DTN in Ye Bufan's hand were to be killed, then Emperor DTN himself would lose 1/10 of his cultivation. This is the biggest drawback of the God Emperor's Dharma image. It is also a huge risk that the God Emperor himself needs to take. But even so, DTN still condensed his own Divine Emperor image for Ye Bufan. I have to say, this gift is quite heavy. But is that all? No. After separating a part of his own soul, even though he had the cultivation level of the 5th level of the Divine Emperor, DTN's face turned somewhat pale. But DTN ignored all this. He sealed the Dharma image he had condensed into a piece of jade, and then handed the jade to Ye Bufan, saying, "This is my second gift. In addition, there is a third gift, but the third gift is not a physical object, but the right to fight for the master of the Purple Emperor territory. A fight for power among the Purple Emperor territory lords." Ye Bufan was stunned and did not take the Divine Emperor's Dharma image from DTN's hand. DTN smiled and said, "The current Lord of the Purple Emperor territory is dead, so the position of Lord of the Purple Emperor territory will definitely be fought over again. Although this matter has not spread yet, it won't be long before other tribes will get the news. At that time each tribe will definitely send representatives to compete. Of course, these races are limited to the 100 races in the Divine Realm. Other races are not eligible to participate. At the same time, whichever clan's representative wins in the end will have the title of Domain Master of the Purple Emperor Domain. Furthermore, within the next 100 years, as long as the Domain Master survives, the Purple Emperor Domain will belong to that clan for the next 100 years. Although the human race is not among the 100 races in the God Realm, I can give you a place in the Shira race. As for whether you can win, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. But I can assure you that if you can achieve the final victory, my Shira clan will definitely take care of everything in the Purple Emperor territory. Moreover, my Shira clan can protect you for the next 100 years. That is to say, as long as you can win, within the next 100 years, this Purple Emperor territory will be your private territory. As long as you have the strength and as long as you don't wantonly massacre the creatures of the Purple Emperor territory, no one can interfere with anything here. No one is qualified to interfere. Everything here, within the next 100 years, will be decided by you." Hiss. After DTN finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Competition for the Lord of Purple Emperor territory. They naturally knew this, after all, that was how the Yin Yang Longchen territory lord came about. However, the winner at that time was not Yin Yang Longchen, but another half-step God Emperor from the Sky Demon clan. The half-step God Emperor of the Sky Demon clan won the final victory in the competition, and as a result, the Sky Demon clan gained the right to rule the Purple Emperor domain for 100 years. In the end, this right to rule fell directly into the hands of Yin Yang Longchen. But that's not the point. The point is, now DTN actually gave Ye Bufan a place to compete in the competition. You know, the human race was originally not qualified to participate in the competition for Domain Master. Moreover, you cannot buy this kind of competition quota even if you have money. Because this is a fight for the position of Domain Master. Because this is a battle for a piece of land. What is the value of such a huge Purple Emperor domain? 1 quadrillion, 1 trillion, or 100 trillion, 100 trillion? Neither. Purple Emperor realm, priceless. Although it is just a place in the competition, no race will sell him. Because one more spot means one more chance of winning. In this case, who would still sell the quota? But now, DTN actually gave one of the Shira clan's competition quota to Ye Bufan for free. With the participation quota given by DTN, it means that Ye Bufan is qualified to participate in the Domain Lord competition. With the qualification, there are naturally unlimited possibilities. Plus Ye Bufan's own strength. Kill the God Emperor with one sword. Based on this alone, Ye Bufan has a great chance of winning the final victory. Once he wins, he will be the new lord of the Purple Emperor domain. As long as he survives, he will have the final say on everything in the Purple Emperor domain for the next 100 years. This is equivalent to the Shira clan giving Ye Bufan an area of land for free. The most important thing is that not only will the Shira clan not interfere in anything in the Purple Emperor domain, but they will also protect Ye Bufan. To put it bluntly, the entire Shira clan will become Ye Bufan's backer for the next 100 years. Shocked, horrified, unbelievable. 7 Heart Samsara Flower. The image of the God Emperor. A place in the Domain Master competition. The 3 gifts from DTN were more valuable and terrifying than the last. In an instant, the whole place was dead silent. Everyone even had difficulty breathing. Ye Bufan, however, frowned. 7 Heart Samsara Flower. The image of the God Emperor. A place in the Domain Master competition. Ye Bufan naturally knew the value of these 3 gifts. It is because I know this that I hesitate. Are these 3 gifts from DTN really just simple gifts? No. Ye Bufan is not a fool, so he naturally wouldn't think so. These 3 gifts are not only gifts but also favors. Since it is a favor, I must repay it in the future. Moreover, Ye Bufan can be sure that this is definitely not DTN's original intention, but Ye's intention, because DTN does not understand him at all, and only Ye knows the value of the Hongmeng Yuanyi in his hand. What Ye Bufan is considering now is whether he should accept this gift, this favor or not. In just 1 second, Ye Bufan had made his decision. He accepted the favor. But it was not because Ye Bufan valued the 3 gifts from DTN, but because Ye Bufan thought that he was in urgent need of a strong ally. Otherwise, with what he and the human race have now, what can they use to compete with other races? I'm afraid that any other race could just send out a God Emperor who could destroy him to pieces and cause the human race to completely disappear in this vast universe. Therefore, whether it is Ye Bufan or the human race, they all need an ally, a strong ally. Undoubtedly, the Shira tribe in front of us is the best choice. However, the attitude of Ye alone is not enough to make the entire Shira clan become his allies. But it doesn't matter. The world is bustling with people, all for profit. The world is bustling with activity, and everyone is striving to move forward. Ye Bufan was confident that the Shira tribe would definitely accept him as an ally, and that he was also qualified to become an ally of the Shira tribe. As for the 3 gifts in front of me, that would be the beginning of their good cooperation. With this thought, Ye Bufan directly took the 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower and the Divine Emperor Dharma image from DTN's hand, and said with a smile, "Then I would like to thank Patriarch DTN for his kindness." Ye Bufan's calmness made DTN frown. Call. And Ye couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was originally still worried whether Ye Bufan would accept the Shira tribe's kindness. Fortunately, Ye Bufan finally accepted it. Chapter 1752 I know. After seeing Ye Bufan accepting the 3 gifts from DTN, and Ye felt a lot more relaxed. Ahem. Afterwards, he pretended to cough lightly, bringing everyone present back to reality from the shock of DTN's 3 gifts. Then he looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "Cousin-in-law, congratulations." After saying that, Ye suddenly changed the subject, but looking at the surrounding environment, Ye frowned and said, "Cousin, the current situation on Tianhe Star doesn't seem to be very suitable for you and your cousin to get married, right?" When Ye said this, everyone was stunned. They looked around. At this moment, after a series of battles, Tianhe Star has long been unrecognizable. It is in a mess and ruins everywhere. Such a scene is indeed not suitable for a wedding. At this time, Ye spoke again. Cousin-in-law, how about postponing your and my cousin's wedding for a few days? After all, this is a great event in life, how can we rush into it? After he finished speaking, Ye had already come to Ye Bufan's side and whispered in his ear, brother-in-law, since we have received 3 gifts from old ghost DTN, the people present here should at least prepare a generous gift for you and your cousin, right? So, brother-in-law, you have to give them some time to prepare well. Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The wedding banquet was postponed for a few days. Nothing can be done hastily. It's all bullshit. To put it bluntly, Ye wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to blackmail. Ye Bufan was speechless. But he doesn't care. The important thing is Ji Qianya. After all, up to now, Ye Bufan still doesn't know Ji Qianya's attitude. With this thought, Ye Bufan looked at Ji Qianya who was not far away and said lightly, Qianya, what do you think? Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone present turned their eyes to Ji Qianya. Ji Qianya was extremely shy. She lowered her head and said, I'll listen to Grandpa. Ye Bufan was stunned. Listen to Master Ji. So, Ji Qianya agreed. After all, in the current situation, anyone can see that it is impossible for old man Ji Rufeng to refuse this marriage. In this case, Ji Qianya's words are equivalent to her having agreed to this marriage. Ye Bufan was a little surprised by this. Ha ha ha. Ji Rufeng laughed and said, it's decided then. We'll pick an auspicious day to hold your wedding banquet. After saying this, Ji Rufeng turned around and looked at the guests who came to attend today's wedding banquet, and clasped his fists to express his apology. Everyone, I'm sorry, I made you come here for nothing, but when Qianya gets married, I still hope that you can come and have a drink at the wedding. You're welcome, old man. Brother Ji, I will come even if you don't invite me. That's right. Master, don't forget to send me an invitation. After Ji Rufeng finished speaking, the guests responded with a smile. Of course, of course. Ji Rufeng clasped his fists. In that case, we'll take our leave now. The guests left one after another. Holly, let me see you all off. Ji Rufeng glanced at Ji Dongqing and said lightly. Yes, father. 20 minutes later, all the guests left. Only DTN, Anya, Ye Bufan, 12 god-level star pirates, the Ji family and some members of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce were left on Tianhe Star. Master, where is my daughter-in-law? At this time, DTN looked directly at Ji Rufeng and said enthusiastically. This. Ji Rufeng looked towards the dark night with hesitant eyes. To be honest, Ji Rufeng really didn't know where Bai Ziqing was. Seeing this scene, DTN and others also looked at Yi. DTN said in a deep voice, Boy, where is your father's daughter-in-law? Want to know? Yi smiled leisurely, I won't tell you. Pa. DTN slapped Yi to the ground with one slap. Isn't that a rebellion against you? Hurry up and tell me, or I'll beat you up. DTN said sternly. Everyone felt a chill. Son of a bitch. Yi cursed angrily, then stood up suddenly, pointed at DTN and said angrily, Old ghost DTN, try to hit me again. Pa. DTN slapped Yi to the ground again. The dark night is messy. DTN asked, will you tell me? Paralyzed. Yi cursed angrily, I won't tell you. Everyone was in disarray. Emperor Tian is about to take action again. At this time, Ji Dongshe, Bai Ziqing's biological mother, hurriedly said, Senior DTN, my daughter should be on Tianyao Star. Tianyao Star. DTN hesitated for a moment, then looked at Ji Dongshe and said with a smile, My dear, just call me DTN. It's too formal to call me senior or not. After saying that, DTN changed the subject and said, But, is my daughter-in-law really on that Tianyao Star? This. Ji Dongshe hesitated for a moment and said, she should be there. After all, she and Anya have been living on Tianyao Star for all these years. Boy. After Ji Dongshe finished speaking, DTN looked directly at Yi, and then shouted, Fuck you, if you're not dead, get up quickly and lead the way for me. Seeing DTN's attitude towards Yi, everyone present was deeply skeptical. Is Yi really DTN's son? Or is he someone he'd picked up from outside? Snort. Yi snorted coldly, then stood up and said angrily, Old ghost DTN, just wait for me. When I surpass you one day, I will definitely get back the money you paid for beating me today with interest. Bang! Hearing this, DTN kicked Yi directly and said, "Stop talking nonsense and lead the way." Yi gritted his teeth, feeling very aggrieved. But what can I do if I feel so depressed? Emperor Tian is the 5th level of the Divine Emperor. What about him? He is only half a step away from becoming a Divine Emperor. Half-step God Emperor vs 5th level God Emperor. I can't beat him. Damn it, just wait for me. After cursing in his heart, Yi walked directly towards the teleportation array of Tianhe Star. Master, together. DTN looked at Ji Rufeng and asked with a smile. Then let's go together. Ji Rufeng said lightly. Putting aside his identity as the patriarch of the DTN Shira clan and a 5th level Divine Emperor, he is also Anya's father and a relative of his own. Now that he is going to see Bai Ziqing, his family should accompany him. What's more, Tianhe Star will no longer be habitable in the short term, so there is not much point in them staying here. Please. After Ji Rufeng finished speaking, DTN raised his hand and said. Ji Rufeng already had a certain understanding of DTN's temper and attitude, so he stopped being pretentious and headed straight for the teleportation array on Tianhe Star. Afterwards, a group of people followed in a mighty manner. But Ye Bufan didn't go. Ji Qianya didn't go either. Everyone in the Ji family saw this scene, but didn't say anything. After a moment, the 12 god-level sky pirates led by the Netherworld Blood Fox also retreated to a distance, leaving only Ye Bufan and Ji Qianya. Have you thought it through? Looking at Ji Qianya, Ye Bufan asked softly. What? Ji Qianya asked instinctively, with a puzzled look on her face. Marry me. Ye Bufan said calmly, and added at the end, although it may be a bit abrupt to say this, I still want to remind you that once you marry me, it will be difficult for you to regret it, so you'd better think it over. It's not too late to regret it now. So do you want to marry me? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Ji Qianya asked indifferently. This. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned and even hesitated slightly. Snort. Ji Qianya snorted coldly and said, I understand. I will tell Grandpa later that the engagement between you and me is annulled. From now on, you are you and I am me. We no longer have any relationship. After saying that, Ji Qianya turned around and left. Fuck. Ye Bufan, however, looked confused. I'm just a little surprised by your sudden question. That's it, you know. What do you know? Ye Bufan was not a fool, so he chased after him immediately. Brush. Beside Ji Qianya, Ye Bufan grabbed her left hand. What are you doing? Ji Qianya shouted angrily, let me go. Let you go. Whoever lets go is a fool. Not only did Ye Bufan not let go of Ji Qianya, but he also pulled her into his arms. You. Ji Qianya was stunned and furious. Ye Bufan didn't even give Ji Qianya a chance to speak. He simply lowered his head and kissed Ji Qianya's lips. Chapter 1753 Farewell, Return to Shenwu Continent. Facing Ye Bufan's sudden kiss, Ji Qianya opened her eyes wide. She was stunned and even stupid. She never expected that Ye Bufan would suddenly kiss her. But Ji Qianya did not resist too much, and did not directly push Ye Bufan away. Why? Even Ji Qianya herself didn't know this. But it's actually very simple. A hero saves a beauty. Although it is cliché, it is the best way to win the heart of a beautiful woman. Ji Qianya saw everything clearly and understood everything that happened today. It can be said that if it weren't for Ye Bufan, she and the entire Ji family would have been burned to ashes. For this, Ji Qianya is grateful to Ye Bufan. But it's more than just gratitude. Situ Hao forced marriage. The Yin-Yang school took advantage of the situation. All this made the entire Ji family precarious. Ji Qianya was angry, but helpless. Ji Qianya was grief-stricken and even more desperate. Because with her strength, or even with the strength of the Ji family, it is not enough to compete with Situ Hao and the Yin-Yang family. It can be said that that was the moment when Ji Qianya was most vulnerable. As a woman, how she hoped that there would be a prince who would stand up for her, and how she longed for a hero who would eliminate all the crises in front of her. Just at this moment Ye Bufan appeared. Not only did Ye Bufan appear, but he also killed the two half-step god emperors, Shui Xingkui and Yin Yang Longchen, in an almost invincible manner. What a strong impact this scene had on Ji Qianya's heart. For Ji Qianya, at that moment, Ye Bufan was her prince. At that moment, Ye Bufan was her hero. What's more, she and Ye Bufan already knew each other, and even their time together had made Ji Qianya have a slight liking for Ye Bufan. Right now. This situation. Right time, right person. Ji Qianya would not hesitate too much. Not only did she not push Ye Bufan away, but she closed her eyes after a moment, hugged Ye Bufan's neck, and began to slowly cater to him. This unexpected change made Ye Bufan happy. He knew that from this moment on, all the previous awkwardness and estrangement between him and Ji Qianya would no longer exist. Everything just happened naturally. Passionate kiss. The same is true for Ye Bufan and Ji Qianya. After a long time, their lips parted. Ye Bufan hugged Ji Qianya's slender waist, looked down at her, smiled slightly and said, "Madam, you are so beautiful. Who is your wife?" Ji Qianya rolled her eyes at Ye Bufan, and then said sweetly, "I haven't agreed to marry you yet." "Yeah." Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then pretended to be fierce and said, "Humph, this is not up to you. I am a space pirate. If you don't agree, I will take you back and make it a done deal." "Sir, please don't do that. I'm afraid." Ji Qianya patted Ye Bufan's chest and spoke softly and coquettishly. Hiss. Ye Bufan felt a tingling sensation all over his body when he heard that voice. He never imagined that the cold and arrogant Miss Ji of the past actually had such a side to her. But Ye Bufan knew that now was not the time to flirt. "Little goblin, you win." Looking at Ji Qianya, Ye Bufan said with a smile. Ji Qianya was stunned. To be honest, she didn't expect Ye Bufan to give up so quickly. "Qianya, I have something to discuss with you." Before Ji Qianya could think more, Ye Bufan spoke again with a solemn expression. "What's up?" Ji Qianya looked at Ye Bufan with curiosity. Ye Bufan got straight to the point. "It's like this, before our wedding, I plan to leave for a while." Ji Qianya frowned. Ye Bufan continued, "Don't let your imagination run wild. The reason I plan to leave for a while is because there is something urgent that I need to deal with right now." "What's going on? Can you tell me?" Ji Qianya said lightly. "There's nothing to be said about this." Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "This time I left to confirm the identity of a person." Ji Qianya was curious and puzzled. "Who? Do you still remember the human boy that Satu Hao's uncle just mentioned, who killed the immortal Feather Tribe's god emperor with one sword?" Yes, that's him. Do you know this person?" "I'm not completely sure yet, so I have to go and confirm immediately whether he is the person I know." In fact, Ye Bufan was already certain that the Long Xiaobao who had killed the god emperor of the Fairy Feather clan with one sword was the Long Xiaobao he knew, also the Long Xiaobao of the Shenwu continent. Because of this, Ye Bufan became even more curious. Beyond the divine power, there is the sky-covering barrier. It can be said that with the sky-covering barrier laid down by Dao Wuya, people in the Shenwu continent simply cannot leave the Shenwu continent and enter the vast universe. But now, Long Xiaobao actually appeared in the eternal divine realm. How did he leave Shenwu continent? How did he enter the eternal divine realm? Also, Long Xiaobao appeared in the eternal divine realm, but what about the other people in the Shenwu continent? How are they now? Have they also come to the eternal divine realm like Long Xiaobao? Ye Bufan didn't know, but he was sure that something must have happened in the Shenwu continent. Therefore, he must return to Shenwu continent as soon as possible. And, the sooner the better. "Then I'll go with you." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Ji Qianya spoke immediately. "No." Ye Bufan touched Ji Qianya's cheek, then said with a smile, "If you run away with me, who will arrange our wedding banquet? I plan to marry you directly after I come back." Hearing this, Ji Qianya's face immediately flushed with shame, and then she lowered her head and said, "Okay, but you have to remember to go and come back quickly." "Why, madam, are you already impatient to marry me?" Ye Bufan said evilly. Ji Qianya rolled her eyes at him, then pushed him away, and said impatiently, "Go quickly, so as not to be an eyesore if you stay here." "Then I'm leaving." "Let's go." "I'm really leaving." "Hurry and go." "I really left." "Are you going to leave or not?" "You are so beautiful, I can't bear to leave." Ji Qianya rolled her eyes and said, "You can leave or not, I'm going back to Tianyao Star first." Brush. After he finished speaking, Ji Qianya flashed and stepped directly onto the teleportation array in the distance. Then, a white light flashed, and before Ye Bufan even had a chance to speak, Ji Qianya had disappeared on the teleportation array. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled, then turned to look at the Nether Blood Fox and the other 12 space pirates not far behind him, and said, "You all should go to Tianyao Star as well." Well, when Ye Bufan said this, Nether Blood Fox and others were stunned. They came in front of Ye Bufan. Looking at Ye Bufan, Nether Blood Fox asked in confusion. My lord, don't you want us to accompany you? No. Ye Bufan waved his hand. But, the Netherworld Blood Fox hesitated slightly. All right. Ye Bufan interrupted the Netherworld Blood Fox and said, I know what I am doing. Now, you should go back to Tianyao Star and wait for me. Also, bring the other brothers and slaves back to Tianyao Star. Yes. The Netherworld Blood Fox responded. The others didn't say anything more. Go ahead. Ye Bufan waved his hand. Take care, my king. After saying this, Nether Blood Fox and the others stepped onto the teleportation array one after another. After they all left, Ye Bufan also stepped onto the teleportation array, but he did not teleport to Tianyao Star, but to a life planet called Xingyan. Chapter 1754 Why are you hitting someone? Tianyao Star. Forgotten Dragon Villa. Dark Night Courtyard. Ma'am, please don't embarrass us. Two divine emperors stopped Bai Ziqing, and one of them said helplessly. You. Bai Ziqing was furious. She pointed at the two god emperors in front of her and said through gritted teeth, believe it or not, when he comes back, I will tell him that you molested me. The two god emperors' mouths twitched. Then one of them said without giving in, Madam, even so, we cannot let you leave Wanglong Villa, so I'm sorry. Son of a bitch. Bai Ziqing cursed angrily, and then shouted, help, this is indecent assault. The two god emperors' mouths twitched again. They are messy and helpless. Before Yi left, he had already told them that Bai Ziqing must not leave Wanglong Villa under any circumstances before Yi returned. So, no matter what Bai Ziqing does, they will not let Bai Ziqing leave. But at this moment, Bai Ziqing suddenly pulled her shirt. Hiss. A crisp sound. Bai Ziqing's top was torn, revealing her fair and jade-like shoulders. The two god emperors were stunned for a moment. They could ignore Bai Ziqing's shouts of molestation. But what about now? Bai Ziqing's move put them in a dilemma. Let Bai Ziqing go. That's definitely impossible. But if you don't let go. Faced with this situation, they would not be able to explain themselves even if they had a mouth. What to do? The two god emperors looked at each other. One of them said, Mo Fan, go find some maids. The other god emperor responded and turned to leave. Okay. Seeing this, Bai Ziqing shouted, you really have bad intentions. Did you deliberately send him away so that you can take the opportunity to molest me? The divine emperor who stayed behind was bewildered. The divine emperor, who was about to leave, stopped instantly. Bai Ziqing is clearly being unreasonable. But they can't ignore it. But it doesn't matter. Even if they didn't leave the courtyard, they could still call people over. Someone come. Immediately, one of the god emperors shouted loudly. Unfortunately, Bai Ziqing would never let the divine emperor fulfill his wish. She immediately activated her divine power and shouted loudly, someone, help me, this is molesting. As soon as Bai Ziqing's words came out, they spread throughout the entire Wanglong Villa in an instant. Finished. The expressions of the two god emperors changed. They knew that after Bai Ziqing made such a fuss, it would be difficult for them to stop her. After all, although they were ordered by Dark Night is not here now. In this situation, will the people in Wanglong Villa believe them or Bai Ziqing? There is no doubt that they definitely believe Bai Ziqing. And this is what Bai Ziqing wants. There are more than just two divine emperors on Tianyao Star. Once other god emperors arrive, they will definitely subdue the two god emperors in front of them as soon as possible, and then she will be able to escape and leave Wanglong Villa. It's a pity that there is always a slight deviation between imagination and reality. Wanglong Villa, at the foot of the mountain. Led by An Yi, DTN, Ji Rufeng and their group came slowly. Boy, you're quite good at enjoying yourself, aren't you? Looking at the scenery in Wanglong Mountain, DTN said leisurely. Snort. Dark Knight snorted coldly. It is not known whether he was refuting DTN's words or expressing his dissatisfaction with DTN himself. But at this moment, a shout suddenly came from halfway up the mountain. Someone, help me, this is molesting. Hearing this, DTN and others all frowned. It's Chinger's voice. The next second, Ji Dongshe suddenly screamed. What? As soon as Ji Dongshe said this, everyone present changed their expressions. Presumptuous. Emperor Tian shouted angrily. Call out. His figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Who is Bai Ziqing? That was his DTN's daughter-in-law. As the patriarch of the Shira clan and a powerful god emperor, how could DTN tolerate such a thing? Emperor Tian is like this, and so are everyone in the Ji family. They were angry, very angry. Only Yi was left with a look of confusion at this moment. Someone molested Bai Ziqing. How is that possible? This is Tianyao Star, his and Yi's territory. Who dares to molest Bai Ziqing here? But no matter what, whether it was Yi or the people from the Ji family, they all followed Dtn and rushed to Wanglong Villa halfway up the mountain. But their speed naturally cannot compare with Dtn's. Wanglong Villa, a small courtyard in the dark night. As soon as Bai Ziqing finished speaking, Dtn appeared above the courtyard. He glanced. 2 men and 1 woman are in full view. There is no doubt that the only woman is Bai Ziqing, the daughter-in-law of Dtn. But that's not the point. The key point is Bai Ziqing's situation. At this moment, her top was torn, revealing her shoulders. If this isn't indecent assault, what is? Dtn instantly became furious. You are looking for death. Boom. He roared angrily, and the pressure of the powerful God Emperor burst out instantly, and then he directly hit the 2 God Emperor realm warriors below with a palm. A sudden scene. A terrifying and vast murderous intent. The 2 God Emperors were stunned. Bai Ziqing was also confused. Who is this person? What does he want to do? The 3 people's minds were completely blank. But all this did not last long, and Bai Ziqing and the other 2 instantly came back to their senses. Especially the 2 God Emperors. This palm strike from Emperor Tian made them feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. They firmly believed that under this palm strike from Emperor Tian, there was absolutely no chance of their survival. That's why their bodies instinctively reacted by dodging. Bai Ziqing also exclaimed, "Stop." Unfortunately, Dtn's speed was too fast, so fast that he didn't give Bai Ziqing a chance to explain, nor did he give the 2 Divine Emperor warriors a chance to dodge. Boom. Emperor Tian's palm fell from the air. A sense of pressure came over me. Puff. The 2 Divine Emperors instantly spat out blood. Boom. Then there was another loud bang. The earth shook. The 2 Divine Emperor warriors were instantly pinned to the ground. Puff. Immediately afterwards, the 2 God Emperors spat out blood again. One of them fainted directly. The other person also collapsed on the ground and kept twitching. This is because Dtn showed mercy. Otherwise, with Dtn's strength, with 1 palm from him, the 2 Divine Emperors would surely turn into blood mist and dissipate into the earth and sky. How could they have any chance of survival? In other words, Dtn was showing mercy with this palm strike. Of course, the reason why he showed mercy was not because he was soft-hearted, but because in Dtn's view, killing these 2 God Emperors alone was not enough to vent his hatred. He wanted to know the identities of these 2 Divine Emperors. He wanted to know the origins of these 2 Divine Emperors. Then, kill their whole family. Destroy their entire clan. Only in this way can he vent the hatred in his heart. Call out. That is why, the moment Emperor Tian's palm landed, he had already arrived beside the 2 Divine Emperors. Afterwards, Emperor Tian looked down at the Divine Emperor who was still twitching and asked coldly, "Tell me, who are you?" Hearing this, the Divine Emperor felt extremely aggrieved. Who am I? So you don't know me at all. In other words, there is no hatred or grudge between us. Fuck you. If that's the case, why did you beat us half to death in one go? Bang. Before the Divine Emperor warrior could think about it, Bai Ziqing had already arrived beside Dtn. She pushed Dtn away, then pointed at him and angrily accused him, You, how could you hit someone like that? Hearing this, Dtn was completely stunned. How do I hit someone? They molested you, so is it wrong for me to teach them a lesson? Unfortunately, Bai Ziqing ignored Dtn. She squatted down and looked at the Divine Emperor who had not yet fainted. She asked with concern, Mo Fan, are you okay? The Divine Emperor warrior's mouth twitched. Although he was somewhat touched, he was still mostly confused. Madam, how big is your heart? In this situation, can't you see that this person is not only powerful, but also has bad intentions? Helplessly, the Divine Emperor warrior could only endure the pain in his body and reminded with great effort, Husband, madam, run quickly. No. Unexpectedly, Bai Ziqing directly refused and said, If I run away, what will you do? The Divine Emperor warrior was in a mess and he wished he could just bang his head against it and die. None of us are his match. What's the point of you staying? However, Dtn was stunned. He frowned and asked, Are you from Dark Knight? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Dtn finished speaking, several figures instantly rushed into the dark courtyard. The people who came were none other than Yi, who had arrived late, and everyone from the Ji family. They glanced over. Then he came directly to Bai Ziqing. "Qinger, are you okay?" Looking at Bai Ziqing, Ji Dongshe said with concern and worry. The others also looked worried. "Mother." Bai Ziqing was stunned, and then asked in astonishment, "Father, grandfather, and uncle, why are you here?" "Us." Ji Dongshe was about to speak when Bai Ziqing interrupted her. She pointed at DTN, looked at Yi, and said viciously, "Yi, you came at the right time. This uncle injured Mo Fan and the others as soon as he showed up. You must teach him a lesson and make him pay compensation." Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and then looked at each other. They were stunned and even a little confused. Especially DTN. "Uncle, did you hurt someone with just one move? You still want me to compensate you? Your sister. Why do I feel that this style of painting is a bit weird?" "Qinger, shut up." But at this moment, Ji Dongshe glared at Bai Ziqing and scolded her, "What's going on? Weren't you shouting that someone was molesting you just now?" This. Bai Ziqing hesitated for a moment, then told everyone what had happened. After she finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. "And Yi asked these two god emperors to guard you and not let you leave Wanglong Villa, and then you wanted to get rid of the two god emperors in this way so that you can rush to Tianyao Star to watch the show. You are awesome." Everyone was in disarray. DTN looked embarrassed. This misunderstanding is quite big. But who should be blamed? Is it Bai Ziqing's fault for making trouble? Stop kidding. Bai Ziqing is his daughter-in-law. He is so heartbroken for her that how could he possibly blame her? Blame the two god emperors. They were just following orders. What's more, the alleged indecent assault was completely fabricated, and I beat them half to death without any reason when I arrived. How could I blame them? Then we can only blame the Dark Knight. If Yi had not forced Bai Ziqing to stay in Wanglong Villa, none of this would have happened. With this thought in mind, DTN said, "Yi, come here." "What?" Yi shouted loudly. Instead of advancing, he retreated, guarding against DTN with a vigilant look on his face. The corner of DTN's mouth twitched. "Call out." The next second, he flashed and came directly in front of Yi. "You." The Dark Knight was shocked. DTN slapped him directly. "Pa!" A muffled sound. Yi was knocked to the ground by DTN. The Dark Knight is messy and even more miserable. Who did I offend? But at this moment, Bai Ziqing shouted angrily, "Why are you an adult again?" Chapter 1755 Master. Why are you hitting someone again? Bai Ziqing was angry and blamed. She glared at DTN fiercely, seeming to have forgotten her current situation and even ignored DTN's strength. On the other hand, Emperor Tian. He was not unhappy about it, just a little embarrassed and at a loss. Scolding your son in front of your daughter-in-law. This seems a little hard to justify. But there is no way. Who made DTN used to fighting? The next second, just as DTN was about to say something, Bai Ziqing had already run to Yi's side. She helped Yi up and asked with concern, "Yi, are you okay?" "Fine." Dark Knight smiled and said. "Does it hurt?" Bai Ziqing touched his red and swollen cheek. "It doesn't hurt." Dark Knight shook his head. Ahem. At this time, DTN deliberately coughed a few times. Bai Ziqing glanced at him. The Dark Knight is no exception. "Boy, won't you introduce yourself?" DTN looked at Yi and said with a smile. Snort. Unexpectedly, Yi snorted coldly and ignored DTN at all. DTN was embarrassed. Helplessly, he could only look at Bai Ziqing and said with a smile, "Hello Qinger, I am Yi's father, from the Shira clan, DTN." Dark Knight's father. Isn't that my father-in-law? Bai Ziqing was stunned. She instinctively looked towards the Dark Knight around her with a look of surprise. Fart. But unexpectedly, Yi just yelled angrily. Then he turned his head to look at Bai Ziqing beside him, and solemnly warned, "Qinger, don't be fooled by him, he is not my father." "Boy, what did you say? Say it again if you dare." DTN was instantly furious. "What if I say it again?" Yi did not back down and said, "Have you ever seen a father who beats his own son at every turn?" Emperor Tian was in a mess and even more confused. He glanced at Bai Ziqing, then looked at Ji Rufeng on the side, and asked for help with a helpless look on his face. "Grandpa, please help me prove it." Ji Rufeng was speechless. "Your son has denied the fact that you are his father, and now you want me, your in-law, to prove it for you. You two, father and son, were really enough. However, Ji Rufeng still stood up and planned to help DTN clarify his identity. It's a pity that Dark Knight didn't give him any chance at all. That's enough. All I heard was an angry shout from Dark Knight. Then he pointed at DTN and Ji Rufeng and said angrily, "No matter what kind of conspiracy or trick you use, you can't separate Chinger and me." Well, hearing this, DTN was stunned. The same is true for Ji Rufeng. The two of them looked at each other. I am confused and even more bewildered. We used conspiracy. Are we still planning to break up you and Bai Ziqing? What and what? DTN and Ji Rufeng had no idea what An Yi was saying. Bai Ziqing also looked confused. She had no idea what was going on. What do you mean, kid? The next second, DTN came to his senses, glared at An Yi and shouted angrily. What do I mean? Dark Knight snorted coldly. That's right, just now at Tianyao Star, I did promise you to help you put on a show and make Chinger completely give up on me, but that was just a temporary measure. After all, under the circumstances at that time, if I didn't agree to you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back. Now, I can tell you very clearly that even if I die, I will not compromise with you, and I will not give up Chinger. After saying that, An Yi directly held Bai Ziqing's jade hand tightly. Bai Ziqing's heart tightened. DTN and others were in a mess. They knew very well that An Yi was talking nonsense. Boy, what the hell are you doing? Immediately, DTN gave a loud scolding. Chinger, don't listen to his nonsense. Ji Rufeng immediately started to explain. But, compared to them, Bai Ziqing obviously trusts An Yi more. Especially Ji Rufeng. He is a person with a criminal record. Under the current circumstances, Bai Ziqing would not believe him even more. That's why, as soon as Ji Rufeng finished speaking, Bai Ziqing took a step back and said, "Grandpa, are you really going to force us to death?" Ji Rufeng's mouth twitched. What did I force you to do? This is clearly An Yi talking nonsense, okay. DTN frowned. It seems that there is something between An Yi, Bai Ziqing, and the Ji family that he doesn't know. However, DTN obviously didn't care too much about these. Staring at An Yi, he shouted angrily, "Little bastard, what on earth do you want to do?" What do I want to do? Dark Knight sneered, shouldn't I be the one asking you what you want to do? After saying that, An Yi sent a voice message to DTN directly. How is it, old ghost DTN, are you helpless? Do you want to beat me up? Ha ha ha, so what if you are the patriarch of the Shira tribe, so what if you are a powerful god emperor? Let me tell you, as long as I am willing, I can teach you a lesson in a minute. The corner of DTN's mouth twitched. Dark Knight, this is definitely a blatant provocation. But what can he do? He had been looking forward to it day and night, and now he finally had a daughter-in-law. But if she didn't acknowledge him as her father-in-law, wouldn't that be more painful for him than killing him directly? What do you want? Immediately, DTN directly transmitted the message. Hee. An Yi sneered, I don't want to do anything, just come, call me master first. The corner of DTN's mouth twitched. Boy, are you itching for trouble? Hey, you still want to beat me up? What if I beat you up? Go ahead and beat me up, this isn't the first or second time. But don't blame me for not reminding you. Chinger is watching us. If you do it again, the impression she makes will be tisk tisk. Beat it, why don't you beat it? Boy, what on earth do you want to do? I told you to call me master first. You're paralyzed. Why are you still cursing? Boy, aren't you afraid that I will settle the score with you later? Anyway, you're used to beating me up, so I'm not afraid of anything. So I'm going to beat you today no matter what. You're so cruel. Don't be so arrogant, just scream. An Yi and DTN were communicating with each other secretly, so much so that they both suddenly lost their voices. This scene made everyone present stunned. Master. But at this moment, DTN suddenly spoke, looking at An Yi and spoke softly. Well, when DTN said this, everyone in the Ji family was stunned. What's going on? Master. What is DTN doing? Bai Ziqing also looked confused. An Yi didn't care at all. He just looked at DTN and said with a smile, what did you say? Your voice was too soft. I didn't hear it. Paralyzed. DTN cursed in his heart. Then he shouted, Master. Fuck. An Yi exclaimed, you're crazy, so loud, do you want to scare people to death? You are so cruel. DTN clenched his fists and stared at An Yi, then called out in a neither light nor heavy voice, Master. Why? Dark Knight laughed. He looked very satisfied. Bai Ziqing, however, was completely confused. Master. Wasn't this person in front of him in league with his family? Weren't they trying to team up to separate him and Yi? Why was he now calling Yi master? Bai Ziqing was confused, but everyone in the Ji family was in a mess. Just now, they were just like DTN, and really had no idea what Yi was up to. But now, after seeing the scene before them, if they still couldn't guess Yi's intention, then they would have lived in vain all these years. It has to be said that they can't help but admire this weird father and son, Yi and DTN. Come, Qinger, let me introduce you. Before the Ji family could think about it, Yi had already dragged Bai Ziqing to DTN, pointed at DTN and said with a smile, "This is my father, the leader of the Shira clan, DTN. From now on, we are all family. You can just call him Old Ghost DTN like me." Ah, Bai Ziqing exclaimed. Looking at DTN, she was completely stunned. Is this really Dark Knight's father? But why did Dark Knight just now? Before Bai Ziqing could think about it, DTN spoke up, looked at her and said with a smile, "Qinger, don't be nervous. Just like Yi said, we will be a family from now on." Ah, Bai Ziqing exclaimed. Oh, she was still a little stunned for a moment. But DTN obviously didn't care about these. There is ample time. In the future, he will have plenty of time to spend time with Bai Ziqing. Now, DTN glanced at Yi and angrily said, "What did you just say, you bastard? Qinger is such a beautiful girl, how dare you lie to her? I must teach you a lesson today on her behalf. Call." As soon as he finished speaking, DTN slapped out with his palm. Dark Knight was also well prepared. But he didn't dodge. Because Yi knew very well that he could not escape with his strength. Pa! Emperor Tian brought down a palm. Bang! Yi fell headfirst to the ground. A sudden change. Bai Ziqing was dumbfounded. Everyone in the Ji family couldn't help but twitch their lips. Chapter 1756. He will change this era. Fuck you. Yi lay on the ground with a ferocious look on his face, cursing in his heart. DTN ignored her and looked at Bai Ziqing, saying with a smile, "Qinger girl, if this boy bullies you in the future, just come and tell me, and I will beat him up." Bai Ziqing was confused and her mind was blank. For a moment she couldn't recover from her shock. Everyone in the Ji family was confused. They even suspected that Yi was not DTN's biological son. Otherwise, how could DTN beat people whenever he wanted, and even he seemed to have regarded this behavior as a habit and a pleasure. However, DTN's attitude made everyone in the Ji family very happy. Especially for Bai Tianyu and Ji Dongshe. After all, as parents, we naturally hope that our children are safe, happy and joyful. Judging from the current situation, even if Bai Ziqing goes to the Shira clan, she should not suffer too much injustice. For them, that was enough. A moment later, Ji Qianya arrived at Wanglong Villa. Of course, in addition to Ji Qianya, there were 12-star pirates at the level of God Lord, including the Netherworld Blood Fox, who were also accompanying them. There were 13 people in the group, but Ye Bufan was the only one missing. If it weren't for the 12 gods including the Netherworld Blood Fox following Ji Qianya, everyone in the Ji family would have mistakenly believed that Ye Bufan had run away from his marriage. Even so, Ji Rufeng couldn't help but ask where Ye Bufan was going. It's a pity that Ji Qianya didn't know. Not only Ji Qianya, but also Nether Blood Fox and others didn't know where Ye Bufan had gone. Helpless, Ji Rufeng could only give up. Next, Anya began to arrange for everyone to stay in Wanglong Villa. Half an hour later, Wanglong Villa, Qian Lake, and the waterside pavilion in the middle of the lake. Yi and his son DTN sat opposite each other. In this water pavilion in the middle of the lake, there was no one else except the two of them. At this moment, Yi stood up and poured a glass of wine into the cup in front of DTN. Then he looked at DTN and said with a smile, "How about it, old ghost DTN, is my wife still pleasing to your eyes?" After saying this, Yi sat down and poured himself a glass of wine. DTN picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Then he put down his glass, nodded, and said, "That's good." The corner of Yi's mouth twitched. Paralyzed. "I asked you if you were satisfied with Qinger, and you told me that this wine was good. What do you mean, are you looking for trouble?" Before Yi could think about it, DTN spoke again and said calmly, "Boy, tell me, what is going on with the human race?" Dark Knight was stunned. Then his expression became serious and he said, "Don't you understand what I mean? I'm not stupid." DTN said calmly, and then added, "It is precisely because I understand what you mean that I want to ask you what is going on with the human race." After a pause, DTN continued, 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower, the Divine Emperor Dharma image, and a place in the extraterritorial competition. Boy, I've invested a lot of money this time. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Oh, Dark Knight sneered, you still have the nerve to talk about your 3 generous gifts. What do you mean? DTN frowned, suddenly feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Old ghost, don't be unconvinced. As Ye spoke, he picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Then he put the glass down and looked at DTN and said, "The 3 gifts you gave me may seem expensive, but what are they really? Let's talk about the God Emperor's Dharma image first. Who are you? You are one of the 6 great royal families, the patriarch of the Shira clan. In this entire eternal divine realm and even in the 72 realms, who among the divine emperors doesn't know you? Did they dare to kill your God Emperor Dharma statue? They don't dare. In other words, even though you sent out the divine emperor's Dharma image, it actually has no effect on you at all. Let's talk about the places for the next Purple Emperor Territory Lord competition. As one of the 6 royal families, how could our Shira clan be short of 1 or 2 places in the competition? There is no shortage at all. That is to say, whether it is the divine emperor Dharma image or the entry to the competition, although they seem valuable, they actually do not show your sincerity. After all, for you, giving away these 2 things will not cause you any loss at all. Emperor Tien was anxious, but he was powerless to refute, because what Ye said was true, so he could only say angrily, "Where is the 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower?" "That is my 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower. Hee. Dark Knight sneered, "It would be fine if you didn't say this. As soon as you said this I want to beat you up." Pa. DTN slammed the table, stood up suddenly, glared at Ye and said angrily, "Little bastard, are you itching for trouble?" "Isn't it?" Dark Knight shook his head. "Old ghost, don't use your thoughts to influence other people's thoughts. To you, the 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower may be priceless, but to him, the 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower is nothing. In fact, in his eyes, the 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower is not even worth a divine crystal." "What do you mean?" DTN couldn't help but be stunned. "Literally." Dark Knight said calmly, "Do you believe it or not? He might have thrown away the 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower you were looking for right after you left." Emperor Tien was confused. "Are you kidding me? What is the 7 Heart Reincarnation Flower? That is a treasure that even the God Emperors would fight to the death to get. In the beginning, I paid a huge price to obtain this 7-hearted reincarnation flower. Now, you actually told me that after the human race took my 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower, they might just throw it away. You are so." The Emperor was in a hurry. But he could see that Ye was not joking. In other words, what Ye said was true. To that human, the 7-hearted reincarnation flower was truly worthless. But, how is that possible? You know, that is the 7-heart reincarnation flower. Take a deep breath. DTN tried hard to calm his unstable heart. After a moment, he looked at Ye again and said, "Just tell me, what secrets does that human have that make you think so highly of him?" No comment. Dark Knight shook his head. DTN frowned. Dark Knight continued, "You don't need to look at me like that. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I can't. At least I can't tell you this secret without his permission, or before you completely gain his trust. This way, it's good for you, for me, and for him. The value of Hongmeng Yuanyi is unquestionable. If I rashly told DTN without Ye Bufan's permission, it is very likely that a rift would arise between him and Ye Bufan. This is definitely not what Dark Knight wants to see." After a pause, Ye continued, "However, I can tell you very clearly that my attitude is in the days to come. Even if he wants to go to war with other royal families, my Shira clan will do our utmost to stand on his side at all costs." Hiss. DTN couldn't help but take a breath. He was stunned and even more stupid. Even if the human race goes to war with other royal families, the Shira clan will do its utmost to fight with him. Is my son crazy? No. DTN doesn't think so. Ye is the next patriarch of the Shira clan. How could he not have a basic sense of the overall situation when doing things? Since he said so, there must be a reason why he said so. This human race must be hiding some shocking secret. But what is it? DTN didn't know, and he didn't want to ask any more questions. He believed in the Dark Knight. He believed even more that Yi had his reasons for not saying anything. But, after a moment, DTN frowned and said calmly, "Boy, you have to know that although your father is the patriarch of the Shira clan, the affairs of the entire Shira clan cannot be decided by your father alone. If there is no sufficient reason, if something like what you said about going to war with other royal families really happens, do you think those old guys will agree?" Reason. Dark Knight smiled slightly. "Unless you kill him now, otherwise he will definitely change this era, and the rise of the human race is unstoppable. Is this reason enough?" DTN was stunned. Dark Knight continued, "Old Ghost, what I said is not without purpose, so you must not take it as a joke. As for those God Emperor elders in the clan, if they are willing to cooperate, then cooperate. If they are not willing to cooperate, then let them be. They are just God Emperors. Do you really think you can continue to be so high and mighty?" Chapter 1757. All parties gathered together, and the situation became tense. Xingyan Star is one of the countless life planets in the Purple Emperor domain. It is also the closest one to Zichen Star after being directly teleported from Tianhe Star, the headquarters of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. It is a life planet with the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce's teleportation array. At this time, in Xingyan Star, in the backyard of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, the teleportation array is located. Buzz. A flash of white light passed by. A demon appeared out of nowhere on the teleportation array. The arrival of the demon immediately attracted the attention of the two guards beside the teleportation array. However, the two guards did not react much. After all, today is the wedding day of Ji Qianya, the eldest daughter of their Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, and many guests are using their teleportation array to go directly to Tianhe Star. Although they still don't know what happened on Tianhe Star, many guests have been sent back through their teleportation array not long ago. In their opinion, the demon in front of them must be one of the many guests today. That is why they did not pay much attention to it. They just looked at the demon in front of them and said calmly, "Senior." The demon nodded and flew into the air. The two guards looked at each other. Although the demon's behavior was a bit strange, they didn't take it to heart. After leaving the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, the demon did not stay in the Xingyan Star, but soared into the sky and went straight into the vast starry sky outside the Xingyan Star. This demon was none other than Ye Bufan. The reason why Ye Bufan did this was to hide his whereabouts. Although he believed that Ji Qianya and Tianhe Chamber of Commerce would deliberately investigate his whereabouts, what about others? In the Battle of Tianhe Star, Ye Bufan thought that his performance was too dazzling. Under such circumstances, there was no guarantee that some people would be curious and interested in everything about him. It is better to be safe than sorry. Ye Bufan doesn't want to expose the Shenwu continent for the time being. Therefore, necessary concealment is necessary. After leaving the Falling Star, Ye Bufan directly took out the Gold-class Starry Sky battleship. Then enter the coordinates of Shenwu continent. Set sail. Set off. It has been nearly 2 years since he left the Shenwu continent. At this moment, Ye Bufan is really eager to return home. The most important thing is that Long Xiaobao's matter has filled Ye Bufan's heart with doubts, and he must figure it all out as soon as possible. The Eternal Divine Realm, the land of the Demon Clan. At the same time that Ye Bufan was heading to the Shenwu continent, the current patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Clan, Mo Yan, had already issued an order and sent 50 gods to the Purple Emperor domain, one of the 72 domains. Among these 50 gods, the weakest ones are at the 5th level of god. Among them are 3 half-step God Emperor level warriors. The 50 heavenly demon gods entered the Purple Emperor domain with only one purpose, and that was to kill Ye Bufan. After all, in the Battle of Tianhe Star, the Sky Demon Clan not only suffered heavy losses but also lost all face. Under such circumstances, Mo Yan, the current patriarch of the Sky Demon Clan, naturally would not let it go. However, as both are royal families, Mo Yan will naturally not engage in a head-on confrontation with the Shira clan. Can't kill the Dark Knight. You cannot retaliate against the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Then I can only vent my anger on Ye Bufan. Mo Yan didn't believe that DTN would fight to the death with the Demon Clan for a human. Even if DTN takes action, he can directly descend to the Purple Emperor territory to intercept him. The most important thing is that if DTN takes the initiative to attack, it means that DTN is in the wrong. Then he can blackmail DTN in turn, and in this way, he can also recover the losses of the Heavenly Demon Clan. As for Ye Bufan's own strength, When Mo Yan was on Tianhe Star, he had already gained an understanding of the situation at that time by forcibly reading the memories of others. As a God Emperor, he could naturally see with his vision that Ye Bufan's sword that killed the God Emperor's Dharma elephant was completely assisted by external force. Although Mo Yan didn't know from whose external force Ye Bufan relied, he was very clear that Ye Bufan alone could not contend against a strong man at the level of the God Emperor, even a God Emperor of the first level. As for the external force that Ye Bufan relied on, Mo Yan believed that Ye Bufan could not keep borrowing this level of external force. In short, with 50 gods coming out together, Ye Bufan is doomed to die. Unfortunately, Mo Yan didn't know that Ye Bufan had already left Tianhe Star and did not travel with Dtn and others. Therefore, in a short period of time, the 50 gods of the Sky Demon clan would not be able to meet Ye Bufan at all. If you can't meet him, how can you kill him? Of course, this is all later. The fact that the Sky Demon clan had dispatched 50 god lords to enter the Purple Emperor domain in a grand manner could naturally not be concealed from the eyes of the major races in the god realm, especially the other major royal families in the god realm. The Shira clan is naturally among them. What's worse? After receiving this news, Emperor Tien directly ordered 50 Shiras in the Divine Lord realm to enter the Purple Emperor domain. After all, Dtn knew very well what the Heavenly Demon clan wanted to do. If it were before, Dtn would naturally not confront the Heavenly Demon clan. But now, Dtn believes in Dark Night. Therefore, if the Sky Demon clan wants to kill Ye Bufan, then his Shira clan will do its best to protect Ye Bufan. It's a pity that other races don't know. They only knew that the current situation was that first, 50 god lords from the Sky Demon clan entered the Purple Emperor domain, and then the Shira clan also sent out 50 god lord level powerful men. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. Something big is bound to happen in the Purple Emperor territory. What's up? They don't know yet. But it doesn't matter, as long as you do as the Demon clan and the Shira clan do, you will never go wrong. Immediately, the other royal families in the Divine Realm each sent 50 god lords into the Purple Emperor realm. Even the other major races were not willing to lag behind and sent their god lords into the Purple Emperor realm. For a time, the entire Purple Emperor domain seemed to have become a hotspot, attracting countless powerful god lords, and even many god emperors secretly sneaked into the Purple Emperor domain. After receiving this news, Mo Yan was completely stunned. He just wanted to kill a human in the heavenly god realm, but who would have thought that things would become so drastic that even several other royal families got involved. The most hateful thing is that the patriarchs of several other major royal families personally approached Mo Yan and asked him whether any extraordinary treasures had appeared in the Purple Emperor domain. Mo Yan was furious at that time. Treasure. Treasure your sister. Faced with such an inquiry, what can Mo Yan do? Should he tell them that an elder god emperor of his own heavenly demon clan had his god emperor image killed by a human in the heavenly god realm, so he sent out 50 god lords to kill this human in revenge? Mo Yan thought that he couldn't afford to lose face with this person. At least he didn't have the face to tell the clan leaders this fact in person. What to do? Things have come to this point and this matter can no longer be concealed. Even if I don't say it, the other tribes will know the truth sooner or later. Therefore, there is only one way left for the Sky Demon tribe. Kill Ye Bufan. If they could kill Ye Bufan, the Sky Demon clan could at least save some face. What if not? Hee. The Demon clan has really lost face this time. Of course, this is impossible. Can't the huge Demon clan kill a mere human being in the heavenly god realm? Stop kidding. Even if he is the god emperor, he will surely die. After making up his mind, Mo Yan no longer hesitated. With a heart full of anger and murderous intent, he descended on the Purple Emperor territory again and appeared in the starry sky outside the Tianyao star. Now, outside the Tianyao star, 50 gods from the Sky Demon clan and 50 gods from the Shira clan confronted each other. The two sides are like water and fire. A war seems to be about to break out. Chapter 1758 DTN, How dare you? 50 gods from each of the Shira and Heavenly Demon tribes were confronting each other in the starry sky outside the Tianyao star, and around them gathered powerful men from other tribes who followed closely behind. The gods, 50 gods. Trolls, 50 gods. Soul Clan, 50 gods. Mechanical Clan, 50 gods. Of the 7 royal families, except for the Shanyu family which had been expelled hundreds of years ago, the other 6 royal families, without exception, all sent 50 gods. In addition, all the races in the divine realm were present. However, compared with the 6 royal families, the number of powerful gods sent by the hundreds of races in the divine realm is much smaller. Each of their tribes only sent 7 or 8 gods, and even the largest tribe only sent 10 gods. But even so, the number of gods from the hundreds of races in the divine realm who have arrived has exceeded 800. Plus the 6 royal families. At this moment, the number of gods outside Tianyao Star has exceeded 1,000. More than 1,000 gods gathered at Tianyao Star. What kind of scene is that? What kind of picture is that? This scene. Absolutely shocking. Absolutely breathtaking. But except for the 100 gods from the Shira and demon tribes, all the powerful gods from other tribes present were in a state of confusion. Originally, they thought that the Heavenly Demon clan and the Asura clan each sent 50 gods into the Purple Emperor domain because extraordinary treasures appeared in the Purple Emperor domain. The demons and Asuras wanted to fight for this treasure, so they followed. But what about now? The demons and the Asuras were in confrontation, and the two sides were as hostile as water and fire. The most important thing is that they, who are also powerful gods, were actually ignored. In this case, could it be that 50 powerful gods from the Heavenly Demon and Asura tribes each entered the Purple Emperor domain just to fight for an extraordinary treasure? It's impossible. Everyone knows that when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. If the Shira and the demon clans are really fighting for a certain treasure, it is impossible to ignore them. Therefore, there must be other reasons why the 2 royal families appeared here. As for the reason, the powerful gods of the major races don't know yet. But it doesn't matter. There is no wall that is completely airtight. They believed that sooner or later they would know the reason why the 2 major races appeared here and directly entered into a state of confrontation. As for now, wait and see. They had no intention of getting involved in the confrontation between the 2 royal families. Dead silent space. Weird atmosphere. Time passes by every second. The demons did not take any action. The Shira clan also did not take any action. The 2 sides have been in a state of standoff. An hour later. Boom. A terrifying and vast aura swept over from afar. A sudden change. Except for the Shira and demon clans, all the powerful gods from other clans were shocked. They were sure that this was the aura of the God Emperor. The God Emperor personally visits the Purple Emperor territory. It seems that the development of events has exceeded their expectations. Before they could think about it, or even come to their senses, a figure rushed over from the starry sky and appeared in front of the 50 heavenly demon gods in an instant. The person who came was none other than the current patriarch of the Sky Demon clan, Mo Yan. Hiss. After seeing Mo Yan, the powerful gods from other races present couldn't help but gasp. They were shocked, horrified, and even unbelievable. Who could have thought that the dignified patriarch of the Sky Demon clan would actually visit the Purple Emperor domain in person? But regardless, that's the fact. And Mo Yan's personal visit to the Purple Emperor territory is definitely no small matter. The powerful god-level warriors from various races present did not dare to hide anything at all, and they all passed the news back to their tribes. Mo Yan didn't care about this at all. He glanced at the 50 Shira clan gods in front of him, then looked at Tianyao behind them, and shouted coldly, "Emperor Tian, what do you mean by this?" What? When Mo Yan said this, the gods of various races who were originally delivering the message were shocked again. Emperor Tian, the current chief of the Shira tribe. He is here too. In an instant, the gods of all races looked towards the Tianyao star not far away. Their emotions were up and down, and their minds were excited. First, the patriarch of the Sky Demon clan. Now he is the patriarch of the Shira tribe. Look at the situation in front of us. This is going to be a big deal. They did not dare to slack off even a little bit and passed on the news as quickly as possible. At this time, a figure rose into the sky from the Tianyao star. In just an instant, he arrived in front of the 50 Shiras and confronted Mo Yan in front of the Tianmo clan. The person who came was none other than the Shira clan leader, DTN. What do you mean? Looking at Mo Yan in front of him, DTN sneered, "Mo Yan, this question should be asked by me, right? 50 gods of your heavenly demon clan descended on my son's star with great fanfare. What do you want to do? Is this the leader of the Dark Knight?" Mo Yan couldn't help but be stunned. "That's right." DTN responded, "My son Anya is the master of this Tianyao star. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask and check." Snort. Mo Yan snorted coldly and said, "So what? Changing the subject, Mo Yan continued, DTN, you know very well why I came here today. Hand over that human being, and I will leave now. Otherwise. What else? DTN narrowed his eyes and said without giving in. Mo Yan was speechless. Yes, if Di Tianjun doesn't hand it over, what can he do? Are we going to go to war with the Shira clan? That's impossible, unrealistic, and extremely irrational. After a moment, Mo Yan gritted his teeth and said angrily, DTN, do you really want to protect that human race? What human race? Emperor Tian pretended to be confused. Son of a bitch. Mo Yan cursed in his heart, Emperor Tian, since you won't hand over the person, then I will have to do it myself. Today, this human must die. Hee. DTN smiled and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Do it. Mo Yan stopped talking nonsense and shouted, ignore the people of the Shira clan. All the heavenly demons rush into Tianyao Star and kill that human. Kill. 50 demons received the order and rushed out instantly. Let's see who dares. With an angry shout from Emperor Tian, the might of the God Emperor exploded instantly, attacking the demon in front of him. The 50 demons froze in place. Mo Yan was furious. Don't worry about him, kill him. The reason for this is that Mo Yan never believed that DTN would completely break off relations with his heavenly demon clan for a mere human. Kill. After Mo Yan finished speaking, the 50 gods of the Sky Demon clan did not stop. They rushed out one after another and headed straight for the Tianyao Star, which was not far away. The clan leader has given an order and we dare not disobey. They had only one goal, and that was to kill Ye Bufan. It's a pity that they didn't know that Ye Bufan was not on Tianyao Star. Even if he was, the 50 demons would not have the chance to set foot on Tianyao Star. Court death. Seeing 50 demons rushing out again, Emperor Tian shouted angrily, kill. At Emperor Tian's command, 50 gods of the Shira clan rushed out directly. They selected their respective targets and then attacked instantly. 1-on-1, 50 to 50. Boom boom boom. In an instant, 100 gods from the Shira and demon races were engaged in a battle. The war began. The wind and clouds are moving. The powerful gods from other races present were dumbfounded. At this moment, they seemed to have figured out what was going on. But because of this, they were even more shocked. The demons want to kill a human. The Shira clan will do their best to protect this human. Then they started fighting. This Nima. What are the demons doing? What are the Shiras doing? A single move can affect the entire body. In recent years, the 6 royal families have been in a very delicate relationship. Aren't they afraid that this will directly trigger a racial war between the Shira and the demon races? The powerful gods of various races were shocked. The same is true for Mo Yan. Even Mo Yan was more shocked and unbelievable than these gods. Originally, in his opinion, DTN would never take action no matter what. After all, if you put yourself in his shoes, as the patriarch of the royal family, he didn't want to fight with the Shira clan. This is also the reason why Mo Yan told the 50 gods of the heavenly demon clan not to pay attention to the Shiras in front of them, but to rush directly into Tianyao Star to kill Ye Bufan. Because Mo Yan always firmly believed that as long as the gods of the heavenly demon clan did not attack these Shiras would not fight back against them. But who would have thought Emperor Tian actually directly ordered an attack? Looking at DTN, Mo Yan's face was extremely ferocious. He clenched his fists and said coldly, DTN, how dare you? Chapter 1759, Relics from the Heavenly Palace, Hongmeng Daoyun. DTN, how dare you? Why don't I dare? DTN sneered, I have already made it very clear before. This is my son Dark Knight's leader. If your demon clan can run rampant in other places, I can pretend that I didn't see it, but not here. If you, the Sky Demon clan, insist on forcing your way in, then why should my Shira clan be afraid of a fight? After DTN finished speaking, Mo Yan was furious, so, you must protect that human race. Joke. DTN said coldly, I have made it very clear. Tianyao Star is not open to you, the heavenly demon clan, to do whatever you want. As for the human race you mentioned, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Son of a bitch. Looking at DTN, Mo Yan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Would DTN not know Ye Bufan? He was clearly pretending to be ignorant. The most hateful thing is that DTN actually intercepted their side on the grounds that Tianyao Star was the leader of the Dark Knight. In this way, his heavenly demon clan would have lost its righteousness. After all, this is the leading star of the Dark Knight, and DTN has enough reasons to guard this place. In other words, it is his demon clan that is making things difficult for the Shira clan, rather than the Shira clan doing evil to his demon clan. When he thought of this, Mo Yan was extremely angry. But what can he do? Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. At this point, Mo Yan has no other choice. Just retreat like that. There are so many divine warriors from other races watching here. If the Heavenly Demon clan retreats at this point, wouldn't that tell everyone that the Heavenly Demon clan is afraid of the Shira clan? As one of the 6 royal families, Mo Yan thinks that the Demon clan cannot afford to lose this person. In this case, the only option is to fight. Go ahead. Don't fight with the Shira clan anymore, just charge into Tianyao Star and kill that human. Mo Yan's stern voice echoed in the starry sky. The 50 gods of the Sky Demon clan were greatly encouraged, and they rushed towards the nearby Tianyao Star regardless of everything. Unfortunately, 50 to 50. The Demon clan and the Shira clan have the same number of people and are equally powerful. The two sides are evenly matched. Under the Shira's full interception, the demons were simply unable to break through their direction. Time passes by every second. Half an hour later, the Sky Demon clan still remained where they were. Mo Yan's face turned livid. The sky is clear and the wind is gentle. The gods of various tribes around were discussing in a low voice. Hey, it's almost half an hour. If the fight continues like this, when will it end? Isn't this normal? After all, the strength of the Sky Demon clan and the Shira clan is now evenly matched, and neither side is willing to kill the other. In this case, it would be strange if they could decide the winner. What do you think will happen in today's battle? That depends on the attitudes of DTN and Mo Yan. In fact, compared to this, I am more curious about who the human being Mo Yan mentioned is, and why he caused 2 royal families to fight for him. I agree. I am also very interested in that human. I don't think so. Oh. Why? Haha, if you ask me, the so-called human race is just an excuse. There are other reasons why the Sky Demon and Asura races are fighting each other. After all, it is totally unreasonable for the 2 royal families to fight for a human race. As soon as these words were spoken, all the gods present fell silent. Yes, this matter is indeed somewhat unreasonable, and even weird in every way. Why does Mo Yan have to kill this human race? No one knows the reason. But it doesn't really matter. Does the dignified leader of the Sky Demon clan need a reason to exterminate a human? Not necessary at all. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, it is only natural for the strong to kill the weak. What is important is DTN's attitude. He knew clearly that Mo Yan was determined to kill this human, but he still wanted to protect him. Why? Is it because DTN has nothing to do after eating too much? Impossible. The world is bustling with people seeking profit, and the world is bustling with people seeking profit. If there weren't sufficient reasons, DTN would never choose to fight with the Demon clan for a human. Could it be that this human race has some incredible treasure in their hands that deeply attracted Emperor Tien, causing Emperor Tien to not hesitate to fight with the demon race for this human race? As soon as this thought came to mind, the eyes of all the gods present lit up. In their view, this possibility is very high. However, the gods of various races present had thought of this, and Mo Yan could naturally think of it as well. Even Mo Yan had already guessed this. After all, apart from this, Mo Yan really couldn't think of any other reason that could support DTN to fight with his own demon clan for that human. As for whether this is really the case, Mo Yan doesn't know. He couldn't be sure. But it doesn't matter anymore. All he wanted was Ye Bufan's life in the face of the Sky Demon clan. In that case, looking at DTN, Mo Yan sneered, and then said angrily in a cold voice, DTN, if you are unkind, then don't blame me for being unjust. Since you insist on hiding that human, then I will make the secret of this human public. The secret of that human race. When Mo Yan said this, everyone was shocked. DTN frowned. An ominous premonition emerged in his heart. The next second, Mo Yan had already looked at the other god-level warriors present, and then said solemnly, everyone, have you ever heard of the human race's heavenly palace 13 million years ago? 13 million years ago. Human race, heavenly palace. Everyone was stunned. Mo Yan continued, according to historical records, 13 million years ago, the human race, led by Dao Wuya, assisted by Wuxin, Fengchen, and Xiu, plus Xiu's emperor-level war pets, established the human race's heavenly palace with 5 emperors. Inside the heavenly palace, the three supreme beings have 18 divine generals under their command. All 18 divine generals are half-step emperors. Below the god generals are the 72 imperial concubines and the 108 flag masters. Whether it's the imperial concubines or the flag masters, they are all powerful divine emperors, especially the 72 imperial concubines. Even the weakest among them has the cultivation level of the 5th level of divine emperor. There were 5 great emperors, 18 half-step emperors, and 180 god emperors, plus the countless god emperors and god lords in the heavenly palace. It can be said that the human race and the heavenly palace at that time were at their peak, and no one could compete with them. In that era, the heavenly palace is the supreme ruler of the divine realm, and the human race is the royal family of the starry sky. It's a pity that the human race is greedy and the heavenly palace is cruel. The myriad races in the starry sky have suffered from their exploitation and oppression. In order to survive, the myriad races are forced to unite, resist the rule of the human race, and fight a decisive battle with the heavenly palace. The ancient forbidden land in the divine domain today is the battlefield of that year. In that battle, all the strong men from all races came out together. In that battle, the world was stained with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. That war lasted for several years from the beginning to the end, without any pause during that time. During that time many divine emperors and divine lords did not die in battle, but died of exhaustion and exhaustion. That battle was extremely bloody and brutal. Fortunately, the 10,000 races won in the end. The 10,000 races won, and the heavenly palace lost. In the heavenly palace, the 3 supreme beings, the 18 divine generals, the 72 imperial concubines, and the 108 flag masters all died in the battle. However, there was one exception, and that was the lord of the heavenly palace, Dao Wuya. As the strongest person in the world at that time, Dao Wuya not only had the cultivation of the 8th level of the emperor, but also mastered 3 or even more laws of heaven and earth. That's why, even when all the emperors of all races joined forces to kill Dao Wuya, he still managed to kill several emperors. Most importantly, Dao Wuya used his last chance of survival to escape from the eternal divine realm before he died. Although he is dead, his body is nowhere to be found. So, the powerful emperors at that time all agreed that Dao Wuya's actions must have been to leave a legacy for the human race. Unfortunately, the myriad races spent hundreds of years and ultimately failed to find Dao Wuya's legacy site, so the matter ended up in vain. Now, 13 million years have passed. Why do I suddenly mention the heavenly palace of the past, and the inheritance place of Dao Wuya, the lord of the heavenly palace, which has never been discovered? After hearing this, everyone was excited. That's right. Mo Yan shouted, the reason why I mentioned the heavenly palace and Dao Wuya's inheritance place is because at this moment, the human race on Tianyao star has already opened Dao Wuya's inheritance place and has obtained Dao Wuya's inheritance. Most importantly, he has a Hongmeng Daoyun left by Dao Wuya on his body. Never stop until your words shock people. Boom. When Mo Yan said this, everyone present was shocked. Hongmeng Daoyun, also known as the origin of laws. This is a heaven-defying thing formed by the emperor who condensed his own laws before his death. However, the Dao rhyme of Hongmeng can only be refined by the divine emperor. But if it is a powerful divine emperor, once he refines the Hongmeng Dao rhyme, he can quickly comprehend the laws of heaven and earth that this emperor mastered during his lifetime, and can use this to directly be promoted to become the Hongmeng emperor. In other words, as long as one possesses the Dao rhyme of Hongmeng, a god emperor will definitely be able to become an emperor. But what is Hongmeng Daoyun? That was the last inheritance of the powerful emperor before his death. This kind of inheritance will naturally be passed on to those closest to you and loved ones. Therefore, outsiders simply cannot obtain the Hongmeng Daoyun. But now, Mo Yan actually told them that the human on Tianyao star actually possessed a Hongmeng Daoyun, and it was the Hongmeng Daoyun left by Dao Wuya, the master of the human race's heavenly palace 13 million years ago. Who is Dao Wuya? He is the strongest person in tens of millions of years. He is an unrivaled warrior who has mastered 3 or even more laws of heaven and earth. The Hongmeng Dao rhyme he left behind must contain 3 or even more origins of laws. If one refines this Hongmeng Dao rhyme, one can become a Hongmeng emperor who controls the 3 laws. This kind of, who can resist? Who can resist? Mo Yan, are you serious? 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 The next second, 4 God Emperor level warriors appeared out of thin air in everyone's sight. Chapter 1760, Mo Yan, you dared to attack. As soon as Mo Yan finished speaking, 4 god emperors suddenly appeared. These 4 god emperors are none other than the patriarchs of the 4 major star royal families, except for the heavenly demon and Shura. They are God Clan, Ji Tianming. Troll, Tego. Soul Clan, Ulyss. Mechanic, Andre. As the patriarchs of the 4 royal families, their cultivation is also not weak. Among the 4, except Ji Tianming of the God Clan who is at the 5th level of the God Emperor, the other 3, Taij, Ulyss, and Andre, are all at the 4th level of the God Emperor. At this moment, with the appearance of the 4 great clan leaders, all the divine warriors present were shocked. They had never expected that in addition to DTN and Mo Yan, the other 4 royal clan leaders would also appear here. The 6 royal clan leaders gathered together. This is definitely a rare and prosperous era. But the 6 patriarchs obviously didn't care about this. At this moment, the 4 clan leaders, Ji Tianming, Taij, Ulyss, and Andre, were staring at Mo Yan, hoping to get some clues from Mo Yan's facial expression. It's a pity, who is Mo Yan? He is the patriarch of the Sky Demon clan and a powerful god emperor. How could he allow others to see clues and flaws in him so easily? At this moment, facing the questioning of the 4 clan leaders, Mo Yan just smiled slightly and said, "What I said is of course true." After saying that, Mo Yan looked directly at DTN and said, "Brother DTN, am I right? I'm your uncle." DTN's face turned pale and he was angry. What is the human heavenly palace? What is the inheritance of the Tao without end? What is the Hongmeng Daoyun? It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. This is clearly Mo Yan talking nonsense. He was framing Ye Bufan. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Faced with a treasure like Hongmeng Daoyun, all the god emperors are unable to resist it, and the patriarchs of the 4 royal families are naturally no exception. And even that's just secondary. Once the news that Ye Bufan possesses the Hongmeng Dao rhyme spreads, Ye Bufan will inevitably become the target of public criticism, and what awaits him will be the crazy encirclement and hunting down of countless powerful people. Unless Ye Bufan hands over the Hongmeng Daoyun, this pursuit and encirclement will continue endlessly. But does Ye Bufan have the Hongmeng Daoyun? He didn't. Since he doesn't have the Hongmeng Daoyun, how can he hand over the Hongmeng Daoyun? If Ye Bufan cannot hand over the Hongmeng Daoyun, he will be hunted down and killed by all the tribes in the starry sky. As for the explanation, was the explanation useful? Totally useless. Because most of the time, people will think in a way that is beneficial to themselves. So they will choose to believe in Mo Yan. Therefore, they will firmly believe that Ye Bufan has indeed obtained a Hongmeng Daoyun. Even if all this is fake, so what? It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. Even if the chance is only 1 in a billion, everyone is willing to give it a try. After all, this is the Dao rhyme of Hongmeng, a shortcut to the realm of Emperor. So, under this circumstance, it has become impossible for DTN to protect Ye Bufan or hide Ye Bufan anymore. Mo Yan did this in order to force DTN to hand over Ye Bufan. DTN was very clear about this. As for handing over Ye Bufan, DTN firmly believed that Mo Yan would take action. However, DTN didn't know when and how Mo Yan would make his move. However, things have come to this point, and DTN has no other choice. If he still blindly protects Ye Bufan without doing anything at this time, then not only Ye Bufan, but also his Shura clan Ye Wei will become the target of public criticism. However, DTN did not know that although Mo Yan was talking nonsense, in fact, everything he said, except for the Hongmeng Daoyun, was almost close to the truth. Of course, this is all later. Right now, before DTN could think more, the 4 clan leaders had already looked at him. The head of the God clan, Ji Tianming, asked directly, "Brother DTN, is what Mo Yan said true? If I say he is talking nonsense, would you believe it?" DTN said calmly. Although he has decided to compromise, it does not mean that he will lower his stance. No. After DTN finished speaking, Ji Tianming shook his head. The other 3 clan leaders also looked disbelieving. Hee. DTN couldn't help but sneer. If that's the case, then why are you asking such a shit? The 4 clan leaders were extremely embarrassed. DTN continued, "I can hand the man over to you, but before that, there are a few things I must make clear." "Please go ahead." Ji Tianming raised his hand and gestured. First, Emperor Tian looked at Mo Yan standing aside and said meaningfully, "Although you don't believe me, I still have to say that the so-called Emperor's inheritance and Hongmeng Daoyun do not exist at all. These are just lies made up by some despicable people to achieve their own goals. Upon hearing this, Mo Yan became furious. Despicable guy. Isn't that him that DTN is talking about? How could he bear this? The 4 clan leaders frowned. Is this really just a lie deliberately made up by Mo Yan? Although this possibility is very high, they do not intend to stop there. After all, who knows whether what DTN said is true or false? When it comes to Hongmeng Daoyun, they would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. Emperor Tian didn't care about this. Because he knew very well that with just a few words, he could not convince the 4 clan leaders to believe that Ye Bufan did not have the Hongmeng Dao rhyme, and that all this was just a lie of Mo Yan. Therefore, DTN was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Secondly, if you want to know the grudge between this little brother of the human race and the Heavenly Demon clan, or if you want to know why some people of the Heavenly Demon clan must take the life of this little brother of the human race, you can go and find out for yourself. As for where to find out, this is simple. The cause of the incident happened on Tianhe Star in the Purple Emperor region. A wedding banquet was being held there at the time. All the guests witnessed the whole incident. If you want to know the details, you can ask these guests. I believe that with your abilities, it is definitely not too difficult to find these guests. Damn it. When DTN said this, Mo Yan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Let the people present figure it out for themselves. Wouldn't it be a huge disgrace to his demon clan then? However, Mo Yan also knew that this matter could not be concealed at all, or it could not be concealed for long, so although he was angry inside, he did not care too much. Emperor Tian continued. Third, I can give the person to you. You can ask him at will, or even use some means, but the premise is that you must ensure the safety of this little brother. Boom. When Emperor Tian said this, a huge roar suddenly sounded in Tianyao Star. Everyone was stunned. DTN glanced at Mo Yan and angrily said, Mo Yan, you dare to sneak attack Tianyaoxing. Chapter 1761 Kill them for me. Mo Yan, do you dare to attack Tianyaoxing? DTN shouted angrily. The 4 clan leaders and a group of divine warriors present also looked at Mo Yan in astonishment. They never thought that Mo Yan would actually send people to launch a sneak attack on Tianyao Star. What does he want to do? Take the opportunity to kill Ye Bufan? No. In the eyes of the vast majority of people present, it was clear that Mo Yan was trying to seize the Hongmeng Daoyun. However, the 4 clan leaders did not think so. They were indeed a little out of control when they first heard the Hongmeng Daoyun, but now that they have calmed down, they feel that something is a little wrong. Especially Mo Yan's behavior, which was weird in every way. For this reason, the 4 clan leaders were not in a hurry to express any of their opinions. Since the 4 clan leaders did not speak, the other gods present naturally did not dare to speak. Snort. Mo Yan snorted coldly. But he didn't say anything and didn't explain anything. However, the facts will not change because of Mo Yan's silence. This time, in addition to the 50 gods, Mo Yan also brought a team of heavenly demons. Although this demon team only has 5 people, the cultivation base of all 5 of them is half-step to God Emperor. 50 God Emperors attacked head-on, and 5 half-step God Emperors attacked secretly. It can be said that in order to kill Ye Bufan, Mo Yan has invested a lot of money this time. In fact, if it were not for the constraints of the 100 Races Alliance, Mo Yan would most likely directly dispatch the powerful God Emperor. But it doesn't matter anymore. Because Mo Yan knew very well that such a big commotion coming from Tianyao Star meant that the 5 half-step God Emperors he sent out had already taken action. Since they had already taken action, it meant that they had already locked onto Ye Bufan. If 5 half-step God Emperors attack at the same time, can Ye Bufan still survive? Although Yi is also a half-step divine emperor, he alone cannot protect Ye Bufan. Therefore, Ye Bufan must die. Mo Yan, it's fine if you sneak attack me, but if you dare to hurt Yi, I will chop you into pieces. It was also at this time that DTN shouted angrily. After saying this, DTN wanted to fly towards the Tianyao Star not far away. Unfortunately, Mo Yan was 1 step faster than DTN, and he stood directly in front of DTN. Mo Yan, what do you mean? Emperor Tian was furious. Hee. Mo Yan smiled and said, Brother DTN, you are in such a hurry to go to Tianyao Star, are you planning to secretly let that human go? The emperor was furious. Boom. At this moment, another huge roar suddenly sounded in Tianyao Star. Everyone instinctively looked towards Tianyao Star not far away. Swish, swish, swish. Inside the Tianyao Star, 5 figures rose into the sky. These 5 people were none other than the demon team sent by Moyan. Succeeded. Seeing the 5 demons leaving Tianyao Star, Moyan couldn't help but feel happy. For Mo Yan, as long as he could kill Ye Bufan, his trip would not be in vain. As for the matter of Hongmeng Daoyun, he would naturally explain it to the other clan leaders later. Mo Yan believed that as long as he paid a certain price, the 4 clan leaders would not care whether he had deceived them. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Swish, swish, swish. After the 5 heavenly demons, dozens of human figures also rose into the sky from Tianyao Star. They followed closely behind the 5 heavenly demons, and their speed was no slower than that of the 5 heavenly demons. The most important thing is that these more than 10 figures are all members of the Shira clan without exception, and their leader is none other than the Shira clan's young patriarch, Yi. Seeing this scene, Mo Yan was stunned. He originally thought that the 5 demons had succeeded, so he took the initiative to leave Tianyao Star. But now, how could they leave Tianyao Star on their own initiative after succeeding? They are clearly running for their lives. And the 13 Shiras behind them were all half-step god emperors. 13 half-step divine emperors. It was obvious that DTN had made arrangements for this in advance. Mo Yan was furious. The 4 clan leaders and other divine warriors around them were all silent. They are not fools and can naturally see that this is a contest between the Shira clan and the Demon clan. As outsiders, it is naturally difficult for them to intervene. What's more, as one thing grows, the other loses. They wished that the Shira clan and the Demon clan would fight to the death. This way they have the opportunity to reap the benefits. Of course, this was before Ye Bufan and Hongmeng Daoyun appeared. Once Ye Bufan and Hongmeng Daoyun appear, the situation is bound to change again. It's a pity that the 4 clan leaders, other gods, and even Mo Yan, don't know that Ye Bufan is not actually on Tianyao Star. Of course, this is a later story. Inside Tianyao Star. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 great demons soared into the sky, and it seemed that they were about to leave Tianyao Star and step into the vast starry sky. But at this moment, bang, bang, bang. A series of dull and heavy impact sounds suddenly rang out. Without exception, all of the 5 great demons crashed into a colorful light curtain. Looking at the colorful light curtain in front of them, the expressions of the 5 demons suddenly changed. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, behind them, Yi had already caught up with 12 half-step god emperors. Run, why don't you run? Looking at the 5 demons in front of him, Yi shouted angrily, and then cursed. Malagebi, you are so bold that you dare to run to my chassis and make trouble. Good, very good, very good. Suddenly, Yi's expression changed, and he said angrily, kill them for me. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi rushed out first. Kill. After the dark night, the 12 half-step god emperors of the Shira clan did not stay any longer. 13 Shiras are attacking. The 5 demons couldn't help but twitch their lips. Originally, their mission was just to sneak into Tianyao Star and kill a human from the 9th level of the heavenly god. But who would have thought that they were discovered as soon as they entered Tianyao Star? Just discover it. However, the opponent's strength was the same as theirs, but their number was 3 more than twice theirs. 13 versus 5. How to fight this battle? That is why, looking at the 13 Shiras charging towards them, the 5 great demons were in tears. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. The next second, one of the demons immediately opened his mouth to explain. It's a pity that Yi and the others ignored them. Misunderstand. I misunderstood your sister. What are you here for? Don't you know it? Still misunderstanding. Even if it's a misunderstanding, I will kill him anyway. Boom. In an instant, the 13 Shiras collided with the 5 demons. Kill. Every move made by the 13 demons is a power and a killing move. The 5 great demons had no choice but to fight back. It's a pity that with 5 against 13, how could they possibly be a match for Shira's side? That is why, as soon as the battle started, the demons were already suppressed by the Shiras. Not far away, Mo Yan saw this scene and became furious, with his eyes spitting fire. 13 versus 5. The Shira clan is clearly bullying people. The most important thing is, if he didn't take action, these 5 demons would surely die today. These are 5 half-step divine emperors. Even though the Sky Demon clan is a powerful family, they cannot allow 5 half-step god emperors to sacrifice in vain. For this reason, Moyen moved and immediately went to reinforce the 5 demons. Unfortunately, this time DTN was one step faster than Mo Yan. Before Mo Yan could make any move, DTN had already stood in front of him, looked at him, and said with a smile, "Brother Mo Yan, what are you planning to do in such a hurry? Are you planning to let that human go while the chaos is going on?" Hearing this, Mo Yan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Didn't he say this to DTN just now? Now things are different. It's only been a few minutes and DTN actually turned the tables and said something back to himself. The most annoying thing is that I don't even know how to refute it. Chapter 1762. If you want to fight, then fight. A few minutes ago, he stopped DTN from taking action on the grounds that he did not want DTN to let Ye Bufan go, so that his side could take the opportunity to kill Ye Bufan. Now, a few minutes later, DTN actually intercepted him with the same reason, intending to take the lives of the 5 half-step god emperors of his Sky Demon clan. This feeling is really bad. This gap is even more difficult to accept. But now that things have come to this, what can Mo Yan do? Would he allow the Shira clan to kill the 5 half-step god emperors of his own demon clan? Impossible. You know, these are 5 half-step god emperors. Faced with such a force, even the heavenly demons cannot just give up. With this thought, Mo Yan looked directly at DTN with a stern look, and then said in a deep voice, "DTN, tell me, what do you want?" "What do I want?" DTN sneered. "Mo Yan, this question should be asked by me, right? What do you want?" "You." Mo Yan was furious. Snort. Then he snorted coldly and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, what do you want me to do in order to let him go?" "Release them." DTN shook his head. "That's impossible." "DTN, what do you mean?" Mo Yan was furious. "Are you determined to be the enemy of my demon clan?" "So what?" DTN shouted sternly. "You." Mo Yan was stunned. DTN spoke again. "Mo Yan, even a clay figure can still have some anger, let alone my Shira clan. From just now until now, you have been acting so arrogant, as if my Shira clan owes you something, but what is the truth? Today was originally the wedding day of my daughter-in-law's cousin, but the granddaughter of Elder Shuilin of your Sky Demon clan, Shui Xinkui, and her grandson-in-law Yinyang Longchen, teamed up with the dandy young master of the Fairy Feather clan to come and cause trouble, and even wanted to take the opportunity to annex my in-law's Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. That's all. Survival of the fittest, elimination of the unfit. If it is true that my relatives' skills are inferior to others, then I naturally have nothing to say. But unfortunately, Shui Xinkui and Yinyang Longchen, these 2 useless guys, were not as skilled as the others. They were defeated, but they were unwilling to accept the defeat, so they directly invited the God Emperor Dharma image of the Blood Phosphorus Elder of your Sky Demon clan. But who would have thought that the human son-in-law of my relative's family was so powerful that he could even destroy the Divine Emperor image of the Blood Phosphorus Elder of your demon clan? Now we are in trouble. That Blood Phosphorus Elder of your Sky Demon clan was so furious that he ignored the 100 clan covenant and descended directly into the Purple Emperor territory in person. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid my entire family would have been slaughtered by him. Not only that, even my son and Yi almost died. For this, I will teach him a lesson. Is that not too much? In fact, if it weren't for the fact that you and I are both from the Starry Sky royal family, I would have killed him long ago. Why would I spare his life? But what about you? It would be fine if you didn't appreciate my mercy, but you're not going to stop yet. Again and again. Mo Yan, do you really think that my Shira clan has no temper? Or, in your eyes, my Shira clan is far inferior to your Sky Demon clan? Tell you what, Mo Yan. DTN shouted angrily, his voice rising in vain. As one of the 6 great royal families, my Shira clan is not afraid of your heavenly demon clan at all. I have given you enough face for today's matter, but since you don't appreciate it, then from now on, I will no longer show you any mercy. These 5 demons will surely die today. You. After DTN finished speaking, Mo Yan became furious and gnashed his teeth. The others around were stunned. The same was true for the 4 clan leaders, and the 4 of them couldn't help but look at each other. In their opinion, if it was really as DTN said, then the demon clan had indeed gone too far. Of course, this has nothing to do with them, and they don't care about right or wrong. Nowadays, the most important thing for them is the Hongmeng Daoyun. But judging from the current situation, it seems that Demon Yama lied before. Is it really like what Emperor Tian said, that there is no inheritance of Dao Wuya and Hongmeng Dao Rhyme? No, no, no. Before meeting Ye Bufan and before getting their own complete confirmation, the four clan leaders absolutely would not believe that all this was fake. You can say they are deceiving themselves. You could say they were just taking chances. In short, the four clan leaders will never let go of the matter of Hongmeng Daoyun. Emperor Tian. Before everyone could think about it, Mo Yan spoke again. He shouted loudly, then looked at Tian and said angrily, think carefully. These are 5 half-step god emperors. Kill them. Are you planning to declare war on my heavenly demon clan? Hiss. Hearing this, many people present couldn't help but gasp. Are you, the Shira clan, planning to use this to declare war on my demon clan? Mo Yan's meaning was very clear. If the Shira clan killed the 5 half-step god emperors of the Sky Demon clan in front of them, then the Sky Demon clan might directly declare war on the Shira clan. There is no doubt that Mo Yan is threatening Tian. For a moment, everyone present's eyes were all on Tian. They are curious and looking forward to it. Faced with Mo Yan's threat, will Tian compromise? Or will Tian choose to continue to be tough to the end, ignore Mo Yan's threats, and directly kill the 5 half-step god emperors of the Sky Demon clan? Nothing is known yet. At the same time, Mo Yan was staring straight at Tian in front of him. His stern face and icy eyes seemed to be asking Tian again and again, today, are you going to let this man go or not? The whole place was dead silent. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely weird. Although it is just a simple question, it is related to the future pattern of the entire universe. After all, whether it is the Shira clan or the Demon clan, they are all extremely powerful star royal clans in the divine realm. As the royal family of the starry sky, their relationships and power in the divine realm and even in the entire 72 realms must be extremely intricate and complex. Once the two races of demon and asura go to war, it will inevitably affect other races. As the saying goes, a single move can affect the entire body. By then, the entire divine realm will be plunged into endless chaos, and the 72 realms will inevitably be devastated by the battle between the two races. This is also the biggest reason why the relationship between the 6 royal families is relatively harmonious. This is because, among the 6 royal families, either there will be no war, or if they do fight, it will surely be a world-shattering war. Oh. But at this moment, Tian sneered, then he looked directly into Mo Yan's eyes and said with cold disdain, Mo Yan, stop talking nonsense here, if you want to fight, then fight. Do you really think that my Shira clan is afraid of your Tianmo clan? After saying this, Tian shouted angrily again, and Yi, kill these 5 pieces of trash from the Sky Demon clan for me. Remember, kill them all, leaving no one alive. Outside Tianyao Star, the 13 half-step god emperors of the Shira clan are frantically besieging the 5 heavenly demons. They either fought 2 against 1 or 3 against 1, having absolute numerical advantage. The Dark Knight is naturally among them. At this moment, he was besieging a celestial demon together with 2 Shiras at the half-step god emperor level. 3-1. The half-step god emperor of the Sky Demon clan who was beaten by the 3 Dark Knight warriors had almost no ability to fight back. But at this moment, a loud shout came from Tian. Kill them all, not leaving anyone behind. After getting the signal from Tian, and Yi no longer held back. Kill. His aura changed, murderous intent overflowed, and at the same time he directly sacrificed his own Supreme King weapon. This is the case for Yi, and other Shiras are no exception. Just now, because there was no order from Tian, when facing the 5 half-step god emperors of the Sky Demon clan, they only dared to besiege them but did not dare to kill them. But now it's different. With Tian's order, the Shira side will naturally not hold back. 13-5. The Shira side suddenly launched an attack. How could the 5 demons, who were already being suppressed, resist? Puff. With the assistance of 2 Shiras, and he cut off the head of the demon in front of him with one sword. The same was true for the 3 Dark Knight warriors, and the other Shiras were no exception. Puff, puff, puff. In a flash, the 5 great demons were all killed by Shira's side. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone looked at Tian with strange eyes, and then they all looked at Mo Yan. If you kill these 5 half-step god emperors of my Sky Demon clan, it would be equivalent to your Shira clan declaring war on my Sky Demon clan again. These are Mo Yan's original words. Now, Emperor Tian has given the order to kill the 5 demons. According to Mo Yan, this is equivalent to the Shira clan declaring war on the demon clan. In this case, what choice should Mo Yan make? Is it a war? Or not fighting? Chapter 1763 Obsession. DTN, U. After seeing 5 half-step god emperors of the Sky Demon clan being killed in the distance, Mo Yan glanced at DTN and pointed at him, with anger in his eyes. However, apart from the 3 words DTN, U, Mo Yan could not utter the 4th word. It's not that he doesn't want to say it, but he really doesn't know what else he can say. After all, he had already said it before. As long as DTN dared to touch the 5 half-step god emperors of the Sky Demon clan, his Sky Demon clan would inevitably go to war with the Shira clan. But now, Emperor Tian has already taken action, and the 5 half-step god emperors of the Sky Demon clan have all been killed. According to Mo Yan's previous statement, this is equivalent to Emperor Tian declaring war on him and the entire Sky Demon clan. In this case, what can Mo Yan do? Go to war with the Shira clan? Stop kidding. Although Mo Yan is the patriarch of the Sky Demon clan, such a shocking event as declaring a war with the Shira clan is definitely not something he can decide on his own. In addition to this, DTN now has the same 50 god lords as Mo Yan, as well as 13 half-step god emperors. The enemy is strong and we are weak. Under such circumstances, Mo Yan would not be stupid enough to fight with DTN. Snort. When Mo Yan thought of this, he snorted coldly, then looked at DTN again, gritted his teeth, and said in a cold voice, DTN, you are so cruel. I will remember this account. Let's go. After saying this, Mo Yan turned around and was about to leave. Hee. Seeing this, DTN smiled and said, Brother Mo Yan, don't be in a hurry to leave. Didn't you just say that the human brother on Tianyao Star has a Hongmeng Dao Yun in his hand? If you leave now, you won't get this Hongmeng Dao Yun. Snort. Mo Yan snorted coldly, then turned around and glared at DTN, saying gloomily, DTN, don't be so proud. Also, don't you know whether that human race has the primordial Dao rhyme? Well, DTN was stunned. The 4 group leaders and the gods of various races present frowned. Is Mo Yan hinting at something? And from what he said, it seems that the human race does not have the Hongmeng Daoyun. Before they could think about it, Mo Yan spoke again. DTN, are you surprised and wondering why I want to explain for that human? It's very simple, because if I don't help him explain, he will definitely become the target of public criticism, which will bring a lot of trouble to him and your Shira clan. But, it's just a nuisance. It can't cause any real harm to you, and it definitely can't take the life of that human. Most importantly, your troubles will also become my troubles. I want to take his life. But others will definitely do their best to protect him for the sake of Hongmeng Daoyun. So, I don't mind obeying your wishes. So, I don't mind proving something for that human. So, the so-called Heavenly Palace inheritance and Hongmeng Daoyun are just something I said casually. Boom. When Mo Yan said this, everyone present was shocked. They all looked at Mo Yan with strange eyes. Is the Heavenly Palace inheritance fake? Hongmeng Daoyun doesn't exist either. Is all this just nonsense made up by Mo Yan? Is this true or false? Everyone looked at each other. The 4 group leaders couldn't help but look at each other. The next second, the troll leader Taij glared at Mo Yan and roared angrily, Mo Yan, you are so bold that you dare to play tricks on us. Playing tricks on you. Mo Yan glanced at Taij, then looked at the other 3 clan leaders, and said with a cold smile, even if I played a trick on you, so what? You. Taego was furious. You what? Mo Yan shouted angrily, if you don't agree, do it. If you don't dare to do it, then don't make a fuss. Hearing this, Taego couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He was angry, but speechless. Mo Yan ignored him. He scanned the entire room and spoke again, blatantly, everyone present, listen to me carefully. The reason why I am explaining to you that the Hongmeng Daoyun is a figment of the imagination is because, from now on, I, or my heavenly demon clan, will kill this human at all costs. Therefore, I advise you to stay away from me. Otherwise, if you are accidentally injured or killed, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Hiss. When Mo Yan said this, many people present took a deep breath. Many people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They were shocked and even more horrified. Mo Yan shifted his gaze to DTN and said, DTN, didn't you declare war on my heavenly demon clan? Well, I will fulfill your wish. In this battle, I will represent the Heavenly Demon Clan and take on the task. DTN frowned. Mo Yan spoke again, changing the subject. Aren't you going to protect that human? Then let me see if you can protect him. Let's go. After leaving a cruel word, Mo Yan did not stay any longer and turned around and left. The 50 gods of the Sky Demon Clan also followed Mo Yan. Looking at Mo Yan and his entourage who were already going away, DTN frowned. The reason why he ordered the killing of the 5 half-step god emperors of the Sky Demon Clan just now was to show his attitude to Mo Yan. He wanted to let Mo Yan know that he had Ye Bufan protected. At the same time, he was also reminding Mo Yan not to start a war for a mere human. But now, DTN knew very well that Mo Yan's last words were definitely not just casual remarks. The clouds from the stream begin to rise as the sun sets in the pavilion. The mountain rain is about to come as the wind fills the building. Next, what awaits Ye Bufan will surely be a violent assassination attempt by the Sky Demon Clan. If DTN wants to save Ye Bufan, he will inevitably come into conflict with the Heavenly Demon Clan. Emperor Tien didn't care about this. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. As royal families of the starry sky, the Shiras are not afraid of the demons at all. However, there was one thing that DTN was very curious about, or rather, he could never figure it out, and that was why Mo Yan had to kill Ye Bufan. In fact, DTN had no idea. Even Mo Yan himself didn't know the answer to this question. At the beginning, Mo Yan wanted to kill Ye Bufan in order to save the face of the Sky Demon Clan. But what about now? Now Mo Yan wants to kill Ye Bufan, definitely not just to save the face of the Sky Demon Clan. Mo Yan has not even thought about this issue. Perhaps, killing Ye Bufan has now become Mo Yan's obsession. After Mo Yan and his party left, the gods of various tribes also took their leave one after another, but Taego, Ji Tianming and other 4 royal clan leaders had no intention of leaving. After all the gods had left, the 4 captains looked at Emperor Tien. The head of the god clan, Ji Tianmo, smiled and said, "Brother DTN, I am really curious about what kind of human being it is that could make the 2 great royal families, Shira and Tianmo, fight over him. So I wonder if Brother DTN could introduce this human being to us." "Why not?" DTN gave a bitter laugh. He knew that the 4 clan leaders had not given up on the so-called Hongmeng Daoyun. If they could not see Ye Bufan in person, they would definitely not give up. Chapter 1764 The Truth. Why not? DTN gave a bitter laugh. He knew that the 4 clan leaders had not given up on the so-called Hongmeng Daoyun. If they could not see Ye Bufan in person, they would definitely not give up. In that case, Brother DTN, please come in. As soon as DTN finished speaking, Ji Tianming, the patriarch of the God clan, immediately said with a smile. The other 3 clan leaders also looked at DTN with smiles on their faces. DTN didn't say anything more. "Please." He raised his hand and flew towards the Tianyao star not far away. The 4 clan leaders looked at each other, and then followed. 10 minutes later. Sky Shining Star. Forgotten Dragon Villa. Qian Lake. Waterside Pavilion in the center of the lake. "What did you say? That human isn't on Tianyao star." The troll leader Taij suddenly stood up. He exclaimed, pointed at DTN in front of him, and said angrily, "DTN, what do you mean? Are you kidding us?" The other 3 team leaders also frowned. The purpose of their coming to Tianyao Star was to meet that human being and verify the matter of Hongmeng Daoyun, and DTN had already promised them that. But now, they have all arrived at Tianyao Star, but DTN told them that the human race was not on Tianyao Star at all. What is this? Amused them. Or was it that DTN was just playing tricks on them from the beginning to the end? However, before they could think about it, DTN had already looked at the troll leader, narrowed his eyes, and said calmly, "Taego, are you questioning me?" Well, Taego was stunned. The same is true for the other 3 clan leaders. DTN ignored him and spoke again, "Taizhe, I hope you remember 2 things. First, I am not afraid of you. And if we really fight, you may not be my opponent. Secondly, I agreed to let you meet that human brother because I was giving you face, but this does not mean that I have to agree to it." So, suddenly, DTN's voice sank, and he said coldly, "Either you just listen to me quietly, or get out of here right now." "You." After DTN finished speaking, Taizhe instantly became furious, even furious. However, when he wanted to say something else, the head of the God clan, Ji Tianming, pulled him back to his seat and said with a smile, "Brother Taij, Brother DTN is the master of Tianyao Star. Can't you take it easy?" While speaking, Ji Tianming did not forget to show his affection to Taij. Taij is not a fool, so he naturally knows what Ji Tianming means. A lack of patience will ruin great plans. If they had a falling out with DTN at this time, they would never see that human again. Snort. When Taego thought of this, he snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. Hee. Seeing this, Ji Tianming smiled, then looked at DTN and said, "Brother DTN, you also know that Taizhe has this kind of temper, so you must not argue with him." "I don't bother to deal with him," DTN said. That's right. Ji Tianming smiled, then changed the subject and said, "Brother DTN, let's talk about that human. Is he really not on Tianyao Star?" "You don't believe it?" DTN looked at Ji Tianming coldly. "Of course not." Ji Tianming smiled and said, "I'm just curious, if that human race wasn't on Tianyao Star, then why did Mo Yan invade Tianyao Star before? Also, if that human race wasn't on Tianyao Star, then where is he?" The other three clan leaders also looked at DTN with curiosity and vigilance. Snort. DTN snorted coldly and said, "I am not a fool, and you are not stupid either, so there is no need for you to continue to test me. I will tell you what you want to know now." After a pause, DTN continued, "First, that human brother is definitely not on Tianyao Star. Secondly, I don't know where he went. Third, why did Mo Yan believe that the little brother of the human race was on Tianyao Star? You should ask Mo Yan about this, instead of asking me. Fourth, the reason why I didn't tell Mo Yan that the human brother was not on Tianyao Star was because I wanted to focus all of Mo Yan's energy on Tianyao Star. After all, you all saw Mo Yan's attitude just now. If he knew that the human brother was not on Tianyao Star, he would definitely send people to search for and hunt down the human brother. Therefore, I hope you can keep the fact that the human brother is not on Tianyao Star a secret. Fifth, I can assure you that the little human brother definitely does not have the Hongmeng Dao rhyme that the idiot Mo Yan mentioned. Don't look at me like that. If you put yourself in my shoes, you will know whether I'm lying or not. If that little human brother really has the primordial Dao rhyme, and you happen to be next to him, what will you do then? There is no doubt that you will kill people and steal treasures. So, I am not a good man. Since you can do it, I can do it too. Of course, I'm not telling you this to make you believe anything, but I hope you can calm down and think carefully, and don't be blinded by the so-called huge benefits in front of you. Sixth, although that human brother is not on Tianyao Star now, and I don't know where he went, but his wife and his subordinates are all on Tianyao Star now, so he will definitely return to Tianyao Star again. If you must see him, then wait for him on Tianyao Star. Okay, these are the 6 points I want to talk about. Do you have any questions? As he spoke, DTN looked at the 4 clan leaders again. The 4 clan leaders hesitated slightly. They looked at each other, and then looked at DTN. Ji Tianming spoke first. "Brother DTN, if what you said is true, and that human does not have the primordial Dao rhyme, then if that is the case, why do you insist on saving his life? And even go so far as to fight with the Sky Demon clan for this?" The corner of DTN's mouth twitched. "You should ask Anyi this question. Ask Dark Knight." Ji Tianming was stunned. "Brother DTN, can you speak directly? I don't quite understand." Ji Tianming was like this, and the other 3 captains were also a little confused. "Why?" DTN sighed and said, "You should all know the situation of our Shura clan, right?" "Well." Ji Tianming was stunned, and asked in confusion, "Brother DTN, I don't know what aspect do you mean? Blood Evil Shura Seal. Blood Demon Shura Seal." Ji Tianming was stunned again. He really couldn't understand why DTN said this. DTN ignored him and continued, "I'm sure you all know the side effects of the Blood Evil Shura Seal. Now, in our lineage, only Anyi is left who can continue the bloodline. Therefore, the importance of Anyi is beyond doubt. But this kid's awareness is too low. In order to escape marriage, he left the Shura tribe and hid for a full 10 years. 10 years. It's been so long, if he hadn't run away from the marriage." But at this moment, Ji Tianming suddenly interrupted and said, "Brother DTN, can we get to the point?" Well, DTN was stunned. "All right," he responded and said, "the point is, 10 years later, and he has already gotten married. Although I did not attend his wedding banquet, I am still quite satisfied with my daughter-in-law. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that human is the cousin of my daughter-in-law and the cousin of that kid Dark Knight. Just because of this. After DTN finished speaking, the 4 clan leaders were stunned. Just because of this. Of course not. DTN said, and then cursed. Do you know that the kid and Ye told me that if anything happens to his cousin's husband, that human, he will practice the blood evil Shira seal in front of me. As for the reason, he just wanted to prevent my daughter-in-law from being sad because of her cousin and her husband. Not even the slightest bit. To put it bluntly, that kid and Ye is using the blood evil Shira seal to force me to save the human's life. In this situation, what can I do? Either I will end my descendants, or I will fight to the death with the Sky Demon clan and protect the human race. How do I choose? Hearing this, the 4 clan leaders couldn't help but twitch their lips. Did DTN do this all because of Ye? To be honest, the 4 clan leaders still have a certain understanding of Ye's situation, and they all know that Ye is definitely capable of threatening DTN. Is it really just like this? Before the 4 clan leaders could think about it, DTN spoke again and said slowly, forget it, let's not talk about these things. Let's first talk about how to compete for the position of the Lord of the Purple Emperor territory. DTN's sudden words made the 4 clan leaders stunned. Competition for the position of Purple Emperor territory Lord. DTN, what do you mean? The 4 clan leaders all asked. Well, DTN pretended to be stunned and said, you don't know yet. Know what? The 4 group leaders looked puzzled. The corner of DTN's mouth twitched, and he said, the Lord of the Purple Emperor territory is dead. What? The 4 captains were shocked. Ji Tianming asked, how did he die? Of course he was killed by someone, that little human brother. DTN said calmly. The 4 clan leaders couldn't help but twitch their lips. Did the human race kill the Lord of the Purple Emperor territory? No wonder Mo Yan looked like he was determined to kill him. After all, killing the Lord of the Purple Emperor domain is equivalent to snatching the ruling power of the Purple Emperor domain from the Heavenly Demon clan. In this case, will the Heavenly Demon clan let him off easily? That means the right to rule and manage an area for 100 years. If it were any one of them, they would definitely not let Ye Bufan off easily. Chapter 1765, The Disappeared Shenwu Continent. After learning about the fact that Ye Bufan killed Yin Yang Longchen, the Lord of the Purple Emperor territory, the 4 clan leaders seemed to understand why Mo Yan had to kill Ye Bufan. Of course, this has nothing to do with them. No matter whether Mo Yan wanted to kill Ye Bufan or Ye Bufan wanted to kill Mo Yan, they didn't care. What they cared about was that now, the Lord of the Purple Emperor domain, Yin Yang Longchen was dead. According to the Covenant of the 100 Races, each of the 72 outer domains outside the Divine Domain will have a domain lord in charge. In other words, there are a total of 72 domain lords in the 72 domains. The domain master controls the outer domain. Under the premise of not violating the Covenant of the 100 Races, the affairs within the 72 outer domains are completely decided by the 72 domain lords, and outsiders are absolutely not allowed to interfere. In addition, the term of office of each domain lord is 100 years. That is to say, after a domain lord has been in power for 100 years, whether you like it or not, you must abdicate and let others take over. As for the new domain master candidate, hundreds of races will compete again. Of course, this is under normal circumstances. But there are exceptions to everything. Just like now, Ye Bufan killed Yin Yang Longchen. As a result, the Purple Emperor territory was left without a territory lord. Logically speaking, in this situation, the Sky Demon clan should send a new domain lord to come to the Purple Emperor domain to take office. After all, in the last competition among the hundreds of clans, it was the Sky Demon clan that won the right to rule the Purple Emperor domain for nearly 100 years. The Yin Yang Dragon Spring was merely helping the Sky Demon clan to manage the Purple Emperor domain. But that's not the case. Yin Yang Longchen is the current lord of the Purple Emperor territory. Now he is dead. That means the Purple Emperor territory no longer has a territory lord. Let the Demon clan rearrange it. That's impossible. The Purple Emperor domain is at least one of the 72 outer domains. This place is vast and rich in resources. There are unimaginable benefits here. Under such circumstances, how could other races allow the Heavenly Demon clan to continue to control the Purple Emperor domain? Since there is no domain lord, let's elect a new domain lord. As per usual, the hundreds of races in the Divine Realm will compete in duels, and the final winner will become the Lord of the Realm. As for who will win in the end, it all depends on their own abilities. After a brief moment, the 4 clan leaders looked at each other, and then they all looked at DTN. Ji Tianming said calmly, "Brother DTN, what do you mean?" "Of course, follow the rules," DTN said with a smile. The 4 clan leaders all smiled knowingly. But at this moment, DTN spoke again, hesitating slightly. "But what?" Ji Tianming frowned. The other 4 clan leaders also looked curious. "But," DTN said calmly, "I have already promised that human brother that I would give him a place in the Domain Master competition, so he will definitely come to participate in the Domain Master competition of the Purple Emperor domain at that time." After a pause, DTN continued, "But you all saw that this little brother of the human race has disappeared, and I can't contact him for the time being. If we start the competition right away, this little brother of the human race will definitely miss it. So, can we postpone the time of this competition until this little brother of the human race returns to Tianyao Star? How about that? Does the human race also want to participate in the competition for the Domain Master of the Purple Emperor domain?" After DTN finished speaking, the 4 clan leaders were all stunned. They looked at each other. Then they all looked at DTN. Afterwards, Ji Tianming smiled and said, "Of course, no problem." Naturally, the other 3 clan leaders had no objections. They were originally still worried about whether Ye Bufan would show up. But now, since Ye Bufan wants to participate in the Domain Master competition, he must show up. So, what if they wait a little longer? As for the possibility that Ye Bufan would win the final victory in the competition and snatch the position of the Lord of the Purple Emperor domain from them, they had never even thought about it. Because in their opinion, this is simply impossible. After all, the competition for Domain Master is not a fair one-on-one duel. In the competition for Domain Master, individual strength is important, but teamwork is even more important. Do you want to achieve ultimate victory by fighting alone? That is nothing but wishful thinking. However, DTN did not think too much about it. He just clasped his fists towards the 4 clan leaders and said, "In this case, I would like to thank you on behalf of that little brother from the human race. The patriarchs of the 4 major royal families have already agreed to postpone the date of the competition for the Lord of the Purple Emperor domain, so naturally the other races will not have any objections. Of course, even if they have opinions, it's useless. Gods, asuras, souls, trolls, machines, what the 5 major star royal families have already decided, can other races change it if they want to. Although the demon is also one of the royal families of the starry sky. But so what? 5-1. This time, the demon clan has clearly lost the right to speak. Outside the Tianyao star, in the endless starry sky, a golden-class starry sky battleship was speeding towards the border of the Purple Emperor domain at an extreme speed. This golden-class starry sky battleship was the one that Ye Bufan was riding on. Ever since leaving Xingyangxing, Ye Bufan has been on the road. Ye Bufan also knew nothing about what happened on Tianyao Star. Of course, even if he knew, Ye Bufan would not pay attention to it for the time being, because for Ye Bufan, the most important thing now is to rush back to Shenwu continent and find out what is going on with Long Xiaobao. The gold-class starry sky battleship sped all the way. Ye Bufan was eager to return home. 1.5 months later. Shenwu continent, outside the sky-covering barrier. Whoosh! A golden-class starry sky battleship broke through the air from afar, and in the blink of an eye it had arrived at the starry sky coordinates of the Shenwu continent that Ye Bufan had previously preset. The battleship stalled. Ye Bufan walked out of the warship. "I'm finally back." Looking at the starry sky in front of him, Ye Bufan's face was full of nostalgia. Although Ye Bufan had only been away from the Shenwu continent for a year or two, it seemed to him that he had been away for 10 or even 20 years. Such a long time. Is Qin Yao okay? How is Ning Chong? Is Rumeng still as naughty as before? And Qinmo? And purple clothes. In addition, there are Jingshuan, Jingyi, Jingru, Haopeng, Afu, Awang, Yiwu, the old man, Uncle Qian, Yi Tianshang, Lin Luoyan. Oh, and there is also Xiao Yizhe. Too many people. Too many things. There are still too many concerns. The past is still vivid in my mind. Ye Bufan no longer hesitated, he directly put away the gold-class starry sky battleship, and then communicated with the Shenwu continent as the Star Lord. However, it was only for a second. Fuck! Ye Bufan exclaimed, his face changed drastically. Where is the heaven-covering barrier? Where is the Shenwu continent? Why are they all gone? From Tianhe Star to Shenwu continent. A 1.5-month journey. During this period, Ye Bufan imagined countless possibilities and scenes after he returned to the Shenwu continent this time, but he never expected that the Shenwu continent would disappear. Chapter 1766 Borrowed. The Shenwu continent disappeared. This fact was really hard for Ye Bufan to believe, and he even couldn't accept it at all. You know, the Shenwu continent is a complete planet with life. Since it is a complete planet with life, how could it disappear out of thin air? Did I remember the coordinates wrong? This isn't actually where the Shenwu continent is located. No. Ye Bufan was sure that he was not mistaken, this was the location of the Shenwu continent. So, what about the Shenwu continent? Could it be that a powerful being at the emperor level discovered the Shenwu continent and then directly destroyed it? As soon as this idea came up, Ye Bufan directly denied it. There are 4 reasons. First, how could the Hongmeng emperor suddenly descend on such a remote place as the Shenwu continent? Second, even if an emperor came and discovered the Shenwu continent, why would he destroy the Shenwu continent? Third, even if the emperor destroyed the Shenwu continent, there should be some clues left, right? After all, the Shenwu continent is a complete planet of life. Even if the emperor took action, it is impossible to completely wipe it out without leaving any traces. Fourth, Long Xiaobao. If someone really destroyed the Shenwu continent, then with the other party's strength, how could Long Xiaobao escape, and how could he suddenly appear in the eternal divine realm? Therefore, Ye Bufan absolutely did not believe that it was the emperor who destroyed the Shenwu continent. In this case, if it wasn't the emperor who destroyed the Shenwu continent, and I didn't remember the star coordinates incorrectly, then what about the Shenwu continent? Faced with this sudden and strange situation, Ye Bufan was completely confused. Not only that, he was even a little overwhelmed. That's right. After a moment, Ye Bufan suddenly slapped his forehead and said, I am the Star Master of Shenwu continent. If I communicate directly with Shenwu continent, I will know what is going on. After saying this, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated, and began to communicate with the Shenwu continent through the world heart in his body. However, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. What the hell? 3 hours later, Ye Bufan finally sensed the Shenwu continent through the heart of the world, but he couldn't help but exclaim. Because the Shenwu continent is so far away from Ye Bufan's location at this moment, so far that Ye Bufan can only determine a rough direction through the heart of the world, and cannot directly lock onto the Shenwu continent. This Nima. Ye Bufan was confused and crazy. He just couldn't understand why the Shenwu continent appeared in such a faraway place. You must know that although the Shenwu continent is a life planet, it is just a life planet and it is impossible for it to move by itself. In other words, the transfer of Shenwu continent must have been caused by human factors. But who has the ability to move a planet directly? Also, how did the other party discover the Shenwu continent? Just when Ye Bufan was puzzled, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly sounded from the distant starry sky. Ye Bufan frowned. Anyone? He glanced in the direction of the sound. Ye Bufan was certain that the owner of this voice was about 20,000 to 30,000 meters away from him. The next second, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated. He moved and rushed directly towards the source of the sound. 23,000 meters away. In the starry sky. At this moment, a human was standing in the starry sky in the shape of a big character. No. To be precise, it was this human who was tied up in the starry sky. Because there is a thunder rope tied around the wrists and ankles of this human being. That's right, it's lightning ropes, 4 ropes woven entirely from lightning. At this moment, 4 lightning ropes tied the human's limbs at one end and sank into the void at the other end. In this way, they fixed the human firmly in the starry sky. Let's look at this tribe of people. His face was pale, his lips were cracked, his hair was disheveled, and he lowered his head with his eyes closed. He looked completely listless and dying. But even so, this human was still whispering. I am guilty. I shouldn't have stolen my neighbor's chicken when I was 7 years old. I am guilty. I shouldn't have watched the neighbor's widow bathing when I was 8 years old. I am guilty. I shouldn't have killed an entire family when I was 23 years old. I am guilty, A whisper, moaning softly again and again. This human seemed to be repenting for all the mistakes he had made in the past. Ye Bufan came rushing over from a distance, and after seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. The human man also seemed to have discovered Ye Bufan. So, the human man slowly raised his head and looked at Ye Bufan. You are Master Yi. After seeing Ye Bufan, a hint of excitement and joy instantly appeared on the pale face of the human man. Do you know me? Ye Bufan frowned. Yes, yes. The human man nodded repeatedly. There is a statue of Master Yi in every city in Shenwu continent. How could I not know Master Yi? Is there a statue of me in every city? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Boom. But at this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly exploded in the starry sky. Call out. The next second, a purple lightning flash appeared out of thin air above the human man, and fell directly down, hitting the human man squarely. Ah! The human man felt pain and a heart-wrenching scream instantly rang out. The next second, he no longer hesitated, and spoke directly, continuing to confess. I am guilty. I shouldn't have stolen my neighbor's chicken when I was 7 years old. I am guilty. When I was 8 years old. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. There is no doubt that the human man's confession was completely forced by the strange thunder and lightning. But where did this lightning come from? Also, who tied this human man here? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the human man spoke again. Young Master Yi, please, kill me. After he finished speaking, the man did not dare to slack off and continued to confess. I am guilty, I. Ye Bufan frowned and asked, what's wrong with you? Who tied you up here? And where is the Shenwu continent? I am guilty. When I was 13, the human man confessed, and then said, Young Master Yi, I was tied here by a fairy who was too beautiful to be real. She said that I had committed serious sins and deserved to be punished. As for the Shenwu continent, it was also borrowed by that fairy. She said that she was in need of a palace, so she planned to turn the Shenwu continent into her exclusive palace. After the human man finished speaking, Ye Bufan was stunned. After a moment, Ye Bufan spoke again, a little confusedly. You mean, the fairy who tied you up here just happened to be in need of a palace, so she borrowed the Shenwu continent? Yes. The human male responded. She's your sister. Ye Bufan suddenly became furious. What is the Shenwu continent? That is a complete planet with life. Can I borrow it? Moreover, as the Lord of the Stars, the other party moved the Shenwu continent away without even asking me. Can this still be considered a loan? This is clearly robbery. The most important thing is that there are so many of his dearest relatives and loved ones on the Shenwu continent. Now that the Shenwu continent has been borrowed, what should they do? Chapter 1767 Kill Me. Ye Bufan didn't know what had happened to the people of the Shenwu continent now, but he was certain that the Shenwu continent must have been moved to the Eternal Divine Realm by the other party, which could also explain why they suddenly appeared in the Eternal Divine Realm. Although it was somewhat unbelievable, even impossible to accept, but since everything had already happened, Ye Bufan could no longer change anything. The top priority is to rush to the Eternal Divine Realm as soon as possible and find the Shenwu continent. As for what to do next, then we can only adapt to the situation. After all, Ye Bufan still knew nothing about the people who were borrowed from the Shenwu continent. It would definitely not be a wise move if he acted rashly. After calming down, Ye Bufan looked at the human man who was still repenting in front of him and said, Is there anything I can help you with? Kill me. The human man spoke immediately without even thinking. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Kill you. To be honest, this is the first time Ye Bufan has encountered such a situation. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Who wants to die when they can live? But the human man in front of him asked him to kill him. Ye Bufan was speechless about this. But seeing the human man's current situation, Ye Bufan felt relieved. It is better to die than to live. However, the current situation is not unsolvable for Ye Bufan. Ignoring the human man's request, Ye Bufan took a step forward, then stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed one of the 4 lightning ropes that bound the human man. Seeing this scene, the human man was stunned. He looked at Ye Bufan in surprise, very curious about what Ye Bufan wanted to do. Without waiting for the human man to think too much, Ye Bufan directly activated the Heaven-Swallowing Seal. The 2 great seals of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, the Heaven-Swallowing Seal, can refine all things in heaven and earth, and the unknown lightning rope in front of him is naturally no exception. Huff, huff, huff. Under the devouring of the Heaven-Swallowing Seal, the lightning rope held in Ye Bufan's hand began to melt rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, the human man widened his eyes and looked at Ye Bufan in shock and horror. He never thought that Ye Bufan actually had such ability. But that's a good thing. If Ye Bufan refined these 4 lightning ropes, wouldn't he be free? The human man was immediately delighted. Because of this, he even forgot to continue repenting. However, the next second, boom! In the void, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck. Ah! The lightning struck the human man, causing him to scream miserably, and his body couldn't help but tremble and shiver. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was speechless. However, he did not pay too much attention to it, and continued to swallow the lightning rope in his hand. 10 seconds later, the human man slowly came back to his senses. At this time, the first lightning rope was completely swallowed by Ye Bufan, and the human man's right hand was freed. But there was no joy on his face, only endless pain and despair. Master Yi, forget it, it's useless. Looking at Ye Bufan, the human man said with a lonely expression. Ye Bufan frowned. He gave up on swallowing the second lightning rope and looked at the human man, saying calmly, "What do you mean? What's useless?" The human man said bitterly, "Young Master Yi, you don't know that the fairy said before she left that my soul seems to have been planted with a soul mark by a senior named Shengyu. As long as I am not dead, or as long as my soul is not extinguished, then no matter where I am, Shengyu's soul-suppressing thunder will always target me until I die." What is that? When the human man finished speaking, Ye Bufan was stunned and shocked. He looked up and down at the human man with a look of astonishment. A senior named Shengyu, and the holy prison soul-suppressing thunder. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Be it the holy prison or the holy prison soul-calming thunder, these two things are so familiar to Ye Bufan that a familiar figure immediately emerged in his mind. Holy prison, little fairy. There is no doubt that the so-called fairy mentioned by the human man in front of him is the one that Ye Bufan knows, the holy prison spirit, one of the 3 great treasures of the world. She was punishing the human man in front of her. It must be that she borrowed the Shenwu continent. Your uncle. Ye Bufan was in a mess and even more crazy. No wonder the other party was able to discover the Shenwu continent under the cover of the sky-covering barrier. No wonder the other party could easily borrow the entire Shenwu continent. Ye Bufan suddenly understood. The little fairy already knew where the Shenwu continent was. Furthermore, as one of the 3 great treasures of the world, it was not surprising to Ye Bufan that the holy prison had the ability to directly move a planet. In this way, it would be reasonable for the little fairy to borrow the Shenwu continent. But, little fairy, this is really a bad fate. Ye Bufan was in a mess. But after the chaos, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Not for any other reason, but because if someone else borrowed the Shenwu continent, Ye Bufan would not be able to guarantee that the other party would not harm the people on the Shenwu continent. But since she is a little fairy, she should not have any malicious intentions. Besides, isn't there still the Snow Wolf Demon King? Ye Bufan believed that with the Snow Wolf Demon King around, he would not let the little fairy do anything reckless. At least he would be able to ensure the safety of the lives of the people on the Shenwu continent. Just this is enough. But Ye Bufan still couldn't figure out why the little fairy wanted to borrow the Shenwu continent. Could it be that, as she said, she lacked a palace, so she borrowed the Shenwu continent and planned to turn it into her own palace? It's a lie. Ye Bufan didn't believe what the fairy said at all. As for the little fairy's true intention, Ye Bufan had no idea. Unable to figure it out, Ye Bufan stopped thinking about it. Taking a deep breath, Ye Bufan looked at the human man in front of him again. Listening to the human man's confessions and the numerous crimes he had committed, Ye Bufan felt that he deserved to die. But Ye Bufan is not a saint, he has no interest in convicting anyone, not to mention in this world where the strong prey on the weak, everyone has some sins. If you can help someone, then do it. We are all human beings. If there is a chance, Ye Bufan doesn't mind helping. But since he is no longer able to help, Ye Bufan naturally won't force himself. Have you thought it through? Looking at the human man, Ye Bufan said calmly, "Do you really want me to kill you?" The human man nodded. It is better to die than to live. As soon as the human man finished speaking, Ye Bufan took action directly. Bang! He struck out with one palm, and the human man in the semi-god realm was directly exploded into a ball of blood mist. Ye Bufan did not stay any longer, and even left without taking another look. After all, the Shenwu continent was no longer there, and there was no point in him staying here any longer. Chapter 1768 Crazy Long Xiaobao. The disappearance of the Shenwu continent was just a small episode for Ye Bufan. Although the Shenwu continent was borrowed by someone, after learning that this person was a fairy, Ye Bufan was no longer angry or nervous, and he even felt a little fortunate. After all, although the Shenwu continent was previously protected by the Shrouding Heaven Barrier, the Shrouding Heaven Barrier was not omnipotent. Take Emperor Hongmeng for example. With the Emperor's strength, he could completely see through the concealment of the Shrouding Heaven Barrier. Therefore, even though the previous Shenwu continent was protected by the heaven-covering barrier, it was not absolutely safe. But now that the Shenwu continent has fallen into the hands of the little fairy, things are different. As one of the three great treasures of the world, the Holy Prison's combat power may not be strong, but in terms of defense and escape capabilities, in this world, if the Holy Prison is only ranked second, then no one can claim to be first. With the mysterious power of the Holy Prison, even the Emperor Hongmeng would not be able to keep it. In the whole world, I am afraid that only the God Slayer, who is also a treasure of the world, can compete with it. It can be said that after the little fairy borrowed the Shenwu continent, Ye Bufan no longer had any worries. Of course, the prerequisite is that the people of Shenwu continent do not seek death themselves. Otherwise, I believe the fairy cannot guarantee their safety. After leaving the Shenwu continent, Ye Bufan headed straight for the Tianyao star in the dark night. Now, with the death of Yin Yang Longchen, the Lord of the Purple Emperor Domain, a new round of competition for the Lord of the Domain is about to begin. Ye Bufan is determined to win the position of Lord of the Domain. After all, the Domain Lord controls an area. If Ye Bufan could become the Lord of the Purple Emperor Domain, then he would no longer have to worry about resources. By then, Ye Bufan believed that his strength would be able to increase dramatically. Of course, the prerequisite is that Ye Bufan can sit on the throne of the Domain Lord. In the Sea of Stars, Ye Bufan boarded a gold-class Starry Sky battleship and rushed to Tianyao Star at the fastest speed, but he didn't know that during this period of time, the entire 72 outer realms, and even the eternal divine realm, had been boiling because of one person. This person is none other than Long Xiaobao. More than a month ago, on the day of Ji Qianya's wedding, Long Xiaobao broke into the Shanyu tribe's territory alone to challenge the Shanyu tribe's only god emperor ancestor. In the end, Long Xiaobao's breakthrough and the killing of the Immortal Feather clan's god emperor ancestor with a single sword had already caused a sensation in the 72 realms and the eternal god realm. After all, with the emperor now in seclusion, the god emperor is already the strongest in this world, and over the past hundreds or even thousands of years, the death of the god emperor has never happened. But what about now? Not only did the god emperor fall, he was even killed by members of the completely decadent human race. How can one not be shocked by this? However, they didn't expect that the fall of the god emperor ancestor of the Shanyu clan was just the beginning. On the 13th day after Long Xiaobao killed the ancestor of the Fairy Feather clan, he went to find the god emperor ancestor of the Python Dragon clan. Like the Shanyu clan, the Python Dragon clan also has only one powerful divine emperor. However, compared with the god emperor of the Fairy Feather clan, the god emperor of the Python Dragon clan is even stronger. The god emperor of the Fairy Feather clan is a god emperor of the first level, while the god emperor of the Python Dragon clan is a god emperor of the second level. The reason why Long Xiaobao approached the other party was also for a challenge. But for some reason, this time, Long Xiaobao not only killed the god emperor ancestor of the Python Dragon clan, but also massacred the entire Python Dragon clan. In the end, he even burned the entire Python Dragon clan's land to ashes. When someone discovered all this a few days later, the entire Python Dragon clan's territory had become a ruin. That's not all. On the 9th day after Long Xiaobao killed the god emperor of the Python Dragon clan and massacred the entire Python Dragon clan's territory, he actually found the god emperor of the Qingtian clan again. Like the Shanyu clan and the Python Dragon clan, the Qingtian clan also has only one divine emperor ancestor. The reason why Long Xiaobao approached the other party was still for challenge and sword practice. And his rules are still the same to decide victory or defeat, as well as life or death. In the end, the Qingtian clan's god emperor was defeated and fell under Long Xiaobao's sword. However, this time Long Xiaobao did not kill all of them. After killing the Qingtian clan's god emperor ancestor, he directly left the Qingtian clan's territory. 3 god emperors were killed in a row within a month. Long Xiaobao became famous after 3 battles. His crazy challenge has caused a sensation in the entire 72 realms and even in the eternal divine realm. At the same time, Long Xiaobao also formally attracted the attention of the hundreds of races in the divine realm and the 6 royal families. The name of Qi Sha has also resounded throughout the universe. Just when everyone was wondering whether Long Xiaobao would continue to challenge other God Emperors, the Golden Armor clan suddenly revealed that their God Emperor ancestor had actually received Long Xiaobao's declaration of war. Moreover, Long Xiaobao clearly stated in the declaration of war that he would challenge the Golden Armor clan's God Emperor ancestor in 10 days, and the battle would also be a life and death one, to determine the winner. After learning from the previous experience, the Golden Armor clan dared not sit still and wait for death. They issued the declaration of war in order to seek protection from the alliance of 100 clans. When this news came out, all living beings were a little dazed. After all, the Shanyu clan, the Python Dragon clan, and the Qingtian clan had not mentioned the declaration of war before, so how come the declaration of war suddenly appeared in the Golden Armor clan? However, just when all the creatures were puzzled, among the previous Shanyu, Python Dragon, and Qingtian tribes, except for the Python Dragon tribe whose land was massacred by Long Xiaobao and almost wiped out, the remaining Shanyu and Qingtian tribes all stated that they had actually received Long Xiaobao's declaration of war before. For a time, all races and all living beings were shocked by this. He issued a letter of challenge and went to the emperor's house to behead him. How arrogant and presumptuous this is. But none of that matters anymore. According to previous practice, now that the Golden Armor clan has received Long Xiaobao's declaration of war, the next person that Long Xiaobao will challenge will definitely be the Golden Armor clan's God Emperor ancestor. For a time, countless creatures rushed to the Golden Armor clan's territory. The Battle of the God Emperor. Such a prosperous era is rare to come by, and most living beings naturally don't want to miss it. What's more, most creatures want to catch a glimpse of this human monster. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, the hundreds of races in the Divine Realm, or the 6 royal families, they are not just here to see the battle between the Divine Emperor and Long Xiaobao's style. The reason why they went to the Jinjia tribe's territory was naturally for another purpose. As for the purpose, only they themselves know it. But no matter what, before the battle between Long Xiaobao and the Golden Armor clan's God Emperor ancestor even began, he had already successfully attracted the attention of countless creatures in the eternal Divine Realm, including many God Emperor level strongmen. Divine Realm Calendar, 17,653,288, June 23. This day was the day when Ye Bufan left Shenwu continent and rushed to Tianyao Star. This day was also the day when Long Xiaobao challenged the God Emperor of the Golden Armor clan. Eternal Divine Realm, the land of the Golden Armor tribe. Early in the morning, millions of members from various tribes had gathered outside the Jinjia tribe's territory. The scene was bustling with people and noisy. Among them, powerful beings at the level of God Emperor and God Lord can be seen everywhere, and God King can be seen even more everywhere. Although there are gods, they are very few in number, and most of them are above the 5th level of gods. As for warriors like earth gods and mysterious gods, there is not a single one. After all, this is a battle between the God Emperors. Warriors like the earth gods coming here are simply seeking death. Even the heavenly gods only dare to come and see the battle between the God Emperors under the leadership of their elders who are at the level of God Lord. In addition, all the races in the Divine Realm also sent representatives. The 6 royal families even had elders at the 5th level of the Divine Emperor level who were present in person. It's called supervising the battle. The Golden Armor clan's God Emperor ancestor is also ready. He believes that in this battle, even if he is defeated, the strong men of the 100 Clan Alliance will definitely save his life. Time passed by minute, and everyone was waiting for Long Xiaobao's arrival. Chapter 1769, Holy Prison, Sealing the Heavens. Noon time. The land of the Jinjia tribe. At this time, half an hour had passed since the time agreed upon by Long Xiaobao in the letter of challenge, but Long Xiaobao still hadn't arrived. The members of the various tribes present could not help but complain and become impatient. Half an hour has passed, and the human kid hasn't come yet. Could it be that he is afraid and doesn't dare to come? Human kid. Haha, he killed 3 God Emperors in 1 month, and you, a mere God Emperor, dare to call him a kid. Aren't you afraid that he will kill you with a single blow after hearing it? No way. Of course not. Don't you understand that the dignity of the strong cannot be trampled upon? Well, what strong man? If you ask me, he is just afraid and doesn't dare to come. Perhaps. In fact, if it were me, I would definitely not dare to come. After all, although the 100 Races Alliance may appear united, the human race has killed 3 God Emperors of the 100 Races Alliance. Just for this reason, if he dares to come, the people of the 100 Races Alliance will definitely not let him off easily. That's right. When he challenged the 3 God Emperors of the Fairy Feather Clan, the Python Dragon Clan, and the Blue Sky Clan, there wasn't such a big scene. Alas, it seems that we won't be able to see the so-called battle between the God Emperors today. Wait a little longer. Maybe he was delayed by something. Then wait a little longer. We are already here anyway. There was constant discussion among the crowd. The 6 God Emperor level elders from the 6 royal families present also frowned one by one. After all, half an hour has passed since the agreed time, but Long Xiaobao still hasn't shown up, which makes them very worried. There is a high possibility that Long Xiaobao will break the appointment because of their arrival. But now that things have come to this, they have no choice but to wait. Divine Territory, the homeland of the Python Dragon Clan. As the homeland of the Python Dragon Clan, one of the 100 Clan Alliance, this place was once extremely prosperous, but now it has become a ruin. In fact, after Long Xiaobao set a fire, it has completely turned into a scorched earth. Although the Python Dragon Clan was not exterminated, and although there were still other members, and even a few powerful god-level warriors, they had obviously abandoned this former clan land. Because of this, the ruins of the Python Dragon Clan's homeland appear even more desolate and depressed. In the area of hundreds of thousands of meters of these ruins, no life or living creatures can be seen at all. At this moment, countless creatures in the Divine Realm gathered in the Golden Armor Clan's territory, waiting for the shocking battle between Long Xiaobao and the Golden Armor Clan's God Emperor. However, here, above the ruins of the Python Dragon Clan's territory, a figure appeared out of nowhere. The person who came was a human woman. The woman's body was covered by a white dress, with a waist that was barely wider than the hands. Her slender, plump, and well-proportioned legs were half hidden and half exposed, which made people imagine a lot. In addition, the woman was wearing a veil at this moment, and half of her face was covered by the white veil, making it impossible to see her true appearance. The only thing that could be seen was her pair of eyes, which were as clear as a deep pool and green spring. And there is a pair of crescent-shaped eyes, which seem to be full of spiritual charm. This also casts a layer of mystery on the girl's true appearance, making her more charming. A wonderful body. Mysterious and extremely sexy true appearance. A combination of both. This is definitely a breathtakingly beautiful woman, she is as poetic as a painting. In addition, if Ye Bufan was also here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this woman was none other than the Holy Prison Spirit, one of the 3 great treasures of the world, the Little Fairy. But that's not the point. The point is the Little Fairy at this moment is not a spirit, but a real flesh and blood body. Although it is unbelievable, it has actually happened. After the Little Fairy appeared, she released her spiritual awareness and explored the surroundings. After discovering that there were no living creatures here, she waved her right hand. Hoo-hoo. In an instant, 2 figures appeared next to the Little Fairy. Among these 2 people, one of them was Long Xiaobao, who was supposed to appear in the Golden Armor Clan's territory at this moment and fight a life and death battle with the Golden Armor Clan's God Emperor ancestor. As for the other person, it was none other than Ye Bufan's young disciple, Tantai Tianyi. Looking at the Python Dragon Clan's land that had been turned into a scorched earth ruin, Tantai Tianyi couldn't help but secretly gasp, "Brother Bao, you're a little too cruel, aren't you? I originally thought you only slaughtered the Python Dragon Clan, but I didn't expect that you actually destroyed their nest. Tisk tisk, now the remaining members of the Python Dragon Clan are probably going to hate you to death." Hearing this, Long Xiaobao rolled his eyes and said, "If we don't completely destroy this place, do you think the remaining people of the Python Dragon Clan will give up this precious land? Even if the Python Dragon Clan gives up, other races will definitely not give up. If other races occupy this place and move in directly, what should we do? Are we going to slaughter them again? If this is true, even a fool can see that there is something wrong with this place. If it really comes to this, then everything I have done before will be in vain." 2. After Long Xiaobao finished speaking, Tantai Tianyi responded with a smile. Nowadays, all the races and creatures in the 72 outer realms and even the entire eternal divine realm thought that Long Xiaobao challenged the divine emperor in order to practice sword skills and improve his strength. However, they did not know that Long Xiaobao's so-called challenge and so-called sword skills practice were all a cover. His real goal was the land of the Python Dragon clan in front of him. This was also an important reason, or even the only reason, why Long Xiaobao only slaughtered the Python Dragon clan, but did not kill the Shanyu and Qingtian clans. Alright. At this time, the little fairy suddenly spoke up, looked at Tan Tai Tianyi and said, "Boy, are you sure that the big guy is sealed under the ground?" After the little fairy finished speaking, Long Xiaobao also looked at Tan Tai Tianyi with a frown. Because Long Xiaobao knew very well that the big guy the little fairy was talking about was actually the war pet under the command of Supreme Shi Yu, one of the 3 supreme beings in the Heavenly Palace in the past, the blazing Qilin from the first level of Hongmeng. Whether it was Long Xiaobao killing 3 god emperors in a row in 1 month or blood-bathing the Python Dragon clan's territory, all of this was to make it easier for them to awaken and take away the blazing Qilin from the first level of Hongmeng without being noticed. To put it bluntly, everything Long Xiaobao did was completely a covert operation. However, when Long Xiaobao massacred the Python Dragon clan, he also specifically investigated the situation here, but he did not find any clues related to the fiery Qilin. "I am quite sure," Tan Tai Tianyi said, "unless my master is deliberately playing a trick on me, otherwise there is absolutely no mistake, and that buddy will definitely be sealed here." Hongmeng Emperor. Squeak. As he spoke, Tan Tai Tianyi drooled, "As long as I wake it up, I will be invincible in the future. Tisk tisk, in this divine land, I can do whatever I want in the future." As Tan Tai Tianyi spoke, Long Xiaobao couldn't help but roll his eyes. The little fairy frowned. She looked at the ruins below and said, "Didn't Shi Yu's inheritance tell you how to unlock this big thing?" This. Tan Tai Tianyi scratched his head and said with a bit of embarrassment, "Master said in the inheritance that as long as my cultivation reaches the level of God Emperor, I can use her inheritance as a medium to communicate with and awaken this blazing Qilin. After it wakes up, I can break the ban and come out. After you reach the level of God Emperor." Long Xiaobao and the little fairy couldn't help but twitch their lips. "You are only at the 2nd level of God King now. God Emperor. How long do we have to wait? Why didn't you say that before?" The next second, the little fairy gave a sharp rebuke. "You didn't ask." Tan Tai Tianyi curled his lips, and then said, "Besides, didn't you say at the time that we just need to find the forbidden place of my Qilin brother? When you said that, I thought you had a way to help him break the ban." After saying that, Tan Tai Tianyi glanced at the fairy again and said, "Sister Fairy, you are so powerful, you can't help my buddy break the seal, right?" The little fairy's mouth twitched. At this moment, she really wanted to beat Tan Tai Tianyi up. But it is undeniable that this was indeed her own negligence. Snort. Immediately, the little fairy snorted coldly and said, "This fairy naturally has the ability to help him break the ban, but it will cost a lot. So, after helping him break the ban, you must ask him to help me capture 10, no, you must ask him to help me capture 20 God Emperors." Tan Tai Tianyi was delighted, and immediately patted his chest and assured, "No problem, let alone 20 God Emperors, as long as Fairy's sister needs it, it will be no problem for my brother Qilin to help you capture 200 God Emperors." Snort. The little fairy snorted coldly, then waved her jade hand and said, "Holy prison, seal the sky." Chapter 1770. You actually refined my Qilin buddy to death. Holy prison, seal the heavens. Following a loud shout from the little fairy, a stream of light suddenly shot out from her hand. Then, in the sky 100 meters away from Long Xiaobao and the other two, there was a loud boom. Long Xiaobao and Tan Tai Tianyi instinctively glanced sideways. Suddenly, an exquisite pagoda appeared out of thin air in the air. The tower has 9 floors, but is only a little more than a palm high. In addition, the tower seems to be made of some kind of crystal. It is crystal clear and gives people an incomparable holy feeling. This is the true form of the little fairy holy prison. Looking at the exquisite pagoda not far away, Long Xiaobao and Tan Tai Tianyi couldn't help but be a little dazed. After all, this was the first time they saw the true form of holy prison, or in other words, this was the first time that the little fairy revealed her true form after awakening from the Shenwu continent. Boom. The next second, before Long Xiaobao and Tan Tai Tianyi could think about it, a phantom suddenly appeared above the Linglong pagoda in the distance, which was the main body of the holy prison. It was a blurry and exquisite pagoda. After the pagoda's phantom appeared, it expanded rapidly at an almost crazy speed. Call. In just a moment, the pagoda's shadow had passed through Long Xiaobao, Tantai Tianyi, and the little fairy, and enveloped them in the pagoda's shadow. Long Xiaobao and Tantai Tianyi couldn't help but be shocked. However, everything is not over yet, the pagoda shadow is still expanding rapidly. 7 seconds later, the pagoda's shadow covered the entire ruins of the Python Dragon clan's territory before it barely stopped expanding. At this time, Long Xiaobao and Tantai Tianyi clearly saw that the Linglong Pagoda, which was the main body of the holy prison, was still suspended in the air 100 meters away from the three of them, but the phantom of the pagoda had already reached the sky and stepped on the ground, completely occupying a large area of space around it. At this time, the little fairy waved her jade hand again. Huff! In an instant, two purple light curtains directly enveloped Long Xiaobao and Tantai Tianyi. Long Xiaobao and the other man were stunned and puzzled. The little fairy shouted again, "Holy prison, refining world." Sizzle. The next second, Long Xiaobao and Tantai Tianyi clearly saw that the ruins of the Python Dragon clan's territory below them were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, even the elements and air in the space around them were disappearing at a rapid speed. This strange scene made Long Xiaobao and Tantai Tianyi's hearts tremble wildly. They looked at each other. At this moment, they finally understood the purpose of the purple barrier around them. Undoubtedly, that is a kind of protection for them. If it weren't for this layer of purple barrier, they would have been directly refined by the holy prison. Gurgle. Thinking of this, both Long Xiaobao and Tantai Tianyi couldn't help but swallow their saliva. After spending some time together and learning information from the Blood Wolf Demon King, both Long Xiaobao and the others believed that the most threatening means of the little fairy, that is, the holy prison, was the holy prison's soul-suppressing thunder. But what is the reality? The scene before them had fully demonstrated that their understanding of the holy prison was only superficial. Refine the heaven and earth and destroy everything. Based on this passage alone, the holy prison deserves the title of the world's treasure. Huff, huff, huff. Under the extremely shocked gazes of Long Xiaobao and the other man, everything around them was still melting away at a rapid speed. 10 seconds later, in the space shrouded by the phantom of the pagoda, elements, air, and other substances invisible to the naked eye have all disappeared. 13 seconds later, the ruins of the Python clan's territory have disappeared, leaving only the bare earth. 15 seconds later, the space began to break and the earth began to melt. 19 seconds later, compared to the pagoda's phantom, the ground in this space has sunk dozens of meters deep, and all the soil, sand and stones have disappeared out of thin air, without a trace. 23 seconds later, the space within the pagoda's shadow turned into nothingness, and the earth had melted to a depth of 10,000 meters. Long Xiaobao looked horrified. Tantai Tianyi kept swallowing his saliva. Really, this scene is too shocking, too terrifying, and too terrible. Puff. At this moment, the little fairy suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. What's wrong with you? Long Xiaobao and Tantai Tianyi were both shocked. Nothing. The little fairy wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and then said lightly, "It is worthy of the seal left by the emperor. The current holy prison cannot directly refine it. This fairy just suffered a little backlash. The emperor's seal. Is the current holy prison not enough to refine it directly? So it backfired." Long Xiaobao and Tantai Tianyi were both stunned. The next second, Tantai Tianyi said in ecstasy, "Fairy sister, have you found my Qilin buddy?" The fairy nodded. "Where is it?" Tantai Tianyi looked at the huge pit nearly 10,000 meters below and said impatiently. "Call." The little fairy did not answer, but just waved her jade hand gently. In an instant, Long Xiaobao and Tantai Tianyi felt that the space suddenly fell. Boom. The next second, the ground below the three of them, at the bottom of the nearly 10,000 meter deep pit, collapsed instantly. Then, at the bottom of the deep pit, a circular ball of light with a diameter of several thousand meters appeared directly in the sight of the three people. In the center of the ball of light was crawling a purple-red giant beast with a dragon head, deer horns, tiger eyes, elk body, dragon scales, and an ox tail, and it was hundreds of meters tall. The giant beast was crawling in the center of the light ball, with its eyes closed, motionless. There is no doubt that this is the strongest war beast under the command of Supreme Shi Yu, one of the three supreme beings in the heavenly palace in the past, the blazing Qilin of the first level of Hongmeng. This is my Qilin buddy. Looking at the giant beast below, Tantai Tianyi's face was filled with excitement and excitement. The little fairy frowned. The same is true for Long Xiaobao. because they couldn't sense even a trace of life from the flaming Qilin below. Although Shi Yu sealed it and made it fall into an endless sleep, it wouldn't let its vitality disappear as well, right? However, Tan Tai Tianyi, who was in great excitement, ignored all this. He didn't even notice this, but looked directly at the fairy and said impatiently, "Fairy sister, that ball of light should be the Emperor's seal you mentioned, right? Can't even you break this seal? If so, then don't I have to wait until I advance to the Divine Emperor before I can rescue my Qilin buddy?" Hearing this, the little fairy came back to her senses. Although she didn't know why the blazing Kirin in front of her was lifeless, and she couldn't directly detect the blazing Kirin's situation through the Emperor's seal, she still rolled her eyes and said, "Don't worry, you have Shi Yu's inheritance. This Emperor's seal can stop others, but it can't stop you." After a pause, the fairy continued, "If my guess is correct, as long as you touch this seal, it will automatically dissipate. Even if it doesn't, you will definitely be able to pass through the barrier and enter the seal." Really? Tan Tai Tianyi was delighted. Without waiting for the fairy to answer, he flew towards the blazing Qilin below. More than 2 years. From the day he received the inheritance from Shi Yu, Tan Tai Tianyi has been thinking about this blazing Kirin all the time. After all, this is a genuine powerful emperor. Now that the blazing Qilin is right in front of him, how could Tan Tai Tianyi be willing to wait any longer? Call. Tan Tai Tianyi flashed and came directly to the outside of the sealing barrier. After stopping for a moment, he reached out to the sealing barrier in front of him. Buzz. The moment Tan Tai Tianyi's right hand touched the sealing barrier, just as the little fairy had expected, the Emperor's seal, which even the holy prison could not refine, quickly melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 seconds later, the Emperor's seal left by Shi Yu had disappeared. Tan Tai Tianyi was overjoyed and flew directly towards the fiery Qilin. At this time, Long Xiaobao and the little fairy also followed. In front of the blazing Qilin. From a close distance, Tan Tai Tianyi discovered that there were countless extremely hideous wounds on the huge body of the blazing Kirin, which was as big as a mountain. Many of the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen, and even the blood on the wounds had not dried up yet. There is no doubt that these wounds must have been left in the battle that destroyed the heavenly palace. Looking at these wounds, Tan Tai Tianyi couldn't help feeling a little distressed. You know, this was Shi Yu's war beast back then, but now it is also his, Tan Tai Tianyi's, partner. The next second, Tan Tai Tianyi instinctively reached out to the blazing Qilin in front of him. Buzz. The moment Tan Tai Tianyi's right hand touched the body of the blazing Qilin, a red light emerged from the blazing Qilin, and then the blazing Qilin that was as big as a mountain in front of him actually turned directly into a pile of powder. The sudden scene left Tan Tai Tianyi stunned and dumbfounded. Behind him, Long Xiaobao and the little fairy were also stunned. The blazing Qilin turned directly into a pool of powder. What is going on? In the dead silent space, be it Tan Tai Tianyi, the little fairy or Long Xiaobao, the minds of the three of them were all blank. After a moment, Tan Tai Tianyi turned his head and looked at the fairy behind him, and said stupidly. Fairy sister, you actually refined my Qilin buddy to death. Chapter 1771 Return to the Ruins, Nirvana. Fairy sister, you actually refined my Qilin buddy to death as well. As soon as Tan Tai Tianyi said this, Long Xiaobao looked at the fairy in surprise. The blazing Qilin before us was sealed here by Supreme Shi Yu, one of the 3 supreme beings in Heavenly Palace. Therefore, it is certain that the blazing Qilin was alive. In addition, judging from previous situations, no one has discovered that a blazing unicorn from the first level of Hongmeng is sealed here over the years. In other words, it was impossible for anyone to kill the blazing Qilin after Shi Yu sealed it. So, how did the blazing Kirin die? Could it be that he was really killed by the power of the holy prison to refine the world? Long Xiaobao didn't know. The little fairy twitched her lips and said, refine your sister. Although the holy prison possesses the power of refining the world is not invincible. It is impossible to refine everything. After a pause, the fairy continued, besides, this guy was a powerful emperor when he was alive. Do you know what an emperor is? This fairy can't even refine the seal left by the emperor, how can I possibly refine and kill this powerful emperor, and in such a short time? Call. After saying this, the little fairy couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At this moment, she was so angry. Of course, the little fairy was not angry about Tantai Tianyi's misunderstanding, but about the current situation of Qian Qilin. Although the holy prison possesses the power to refine the world, this power does not come out of thin air. If the little fairy wants to use the power of the holy prison, it will consume a lot of energy herself. This consumption refers to the origin of heaven and earth condensed by the little fairy through the Holy Land. The origin of heaven and earth can not only help others quickly improve their cultivation, but it is also the foundation of the little fairy. The more origins of heaven and earth one possesses, the greater the power of the holy prison will be. Of course, that was in the past. Now that the little fairy has a real body of flesh and blood, the origin of heaven and earth can not only determine the strength of the holy prison, but also determine the lifespan of the little fairy's body. The more origin of heaven and earth there is, the longer the fairy's physical lifespan will be. Even more, as long as there is enough origin of heaven and earth, the fairy's body can be as immortal as her spirit and exist forever in the world. On the contrary, if the origin of heaven and earth decreases, the physical lifespan of the fairy will also be greatly shortened. Originally, from the time of awakening in the Shenwu continent to the present, the origin of heaven and earth accumulated during this period of time was enough to support the little fairy's body for 30 or 40 years. But now, after the previous consumption of the power of refining the world, the remaining origin of heaven and earth in the holy prison can only sustain the life of the little fairy for about a year at most. In other words, those few tens of seconds just now directly consumed the little fairy's physical lifespan of 30 or 40 years. These 30 or 40 years of physical life are all the savings of the little fairy in the past 1 or 2 years. If the blazing Kirin is still alive, that's fine. After all, the fairy can ask him to capture more martial arts masters with heinous crimes, and then have them refined by the holy prison, so as to quickly increase the origin of heaven and earth. But unfortunately, the blazing Qilin died. In other words, all the fairy's previous efforts and losses were in vain. This is simply a waste of time and effort. No, it is simply a case of losing both the wife and the army. In this case, how could the little fairy not be angry? Well, after the little fairy finished speaking, Tantai Tianyi was stunned. Although he didn't know that the holy prison's power of refining the world consumed the origin of heaven and earth, and he didn't know the importance of the origin of heaven and earth to the little fairy, but what the little fairy said was reasonable, and he completely believed it. But, if the fairy didn't kill the blazing Qilin by mistake, then how did the blazing Qilin die? Tantai Tianyi couldn't figure out this problem, and Long Xiaobao and the little fairy were also puzzled. Ka ka ka. But at this moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded behind Tantai Tianyi. Well, this sudden change left Tantai, Tianyi and the other two stunned. What's that sound? The three of them all looked sideways again. Behind the three people, the hill-like pile of white powder that the blazing Kirin turned into after its death suddenly slid down from the center. A moment later, a purple-gold giant egg more than 10 meters high appeared in the sight of the three people. Not only that, but tiny cracks appeared on the eggshell, and it kept making cracking sounds. There is no doubt that the sound that Tantai, Tianyi and the other two heard earlier was the sound of an eggshell breaking. This is. Looking at the purple-gold giant egg that suddenly appeared and then kept shattering before their eyes, Tantai Tianyi and Long Xiaobao couldn't help but feel dazed and stunned. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, the fairy suddenly laughed after a brief moment of unconsciousness. I know, it turns out that he is not dead, but has entered nirvana. Return to the ruins. Nirvana. Hearing this, Long Xiaobao and Tantai Tianyi looked at the little fairy. They were puzzled and even more shocked. Return to the abyss and achieve nirvana. These two words were too unfamiliar to Long Xiaobao and Tantai Tianyi. They had never even heard of them before, so they naturally had no idea what the words Guishu and nirvana meant. Sensing the stunned looks of Long Xiaobao and Tantai Tianyi, the fairy stared closely at the purple-gold giant egg that was constantly breaking in front of her and said slowly, "The so-called return to the abyss is actually the Emperor's powerful body fusing his own flesh, blood, essence and soul into one, returning to the origin, just like an adult transforming everything he has into the state of a baby. As for nirvana, nirvana can actually be called rebirth. After returning to the abyss, the powerful emperors will grow again in the form of nirvana, and quickly recover to the state before returning to the abyss. In fact, Guishu and nirvana are a way for the emperors to heal their wounds. Of course, only when they are seriously injured or even dying, will the emperor choose to heal in this way, because whether it is returning to the abyss or nirvana, it takes a long time, and during this period, the emperor is at his most vulnerable. He is so vulnerable that even a warrior at the god-servant realm can easily kill this emperor. Because once the return to the ruins of nirvana is interrupted by external forces, then this powerful emperor will definitely die. So, unless it is absolutely necessary, the emperor will never enter the nirvana of Guishu. There is no doubt that this big guy must have been seriously injured when he was sealed by Shi Yu, so he directly entered the state of Guishu in nirvana. After the little fairy finished speaking, Tantai Tianyi and Long Xiaobao were stunned. Return to the abyss, nirvana. It has to be said that the methods used by the powerful emperor are indeed somewhat unpredictable. But it doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is that the flaming Qilin in front of him is still alive, and that is enough. Etc. Suddenly, Tantai Tianyi was stunned and said, "Fairy sister, you said Guishu and nirvana cannot be interrupted, otherwise the emperors in Guishu and nirvana will fall directly. If we suddenly break in now, will it be? Won't?" The fairy interrupted Tantai Tianyi and asked, "Have you ever heard of stillbirth?" After a pause, the fairy continued, "The emperor's return to the abyss and nirvana are actually somewhat similar to the growth of a fetus. If a powerful emperor is affected by external forces and dies midway, he will become a fetus that dies in the womb. But the current situation, it is obvious that this big guy has completed nirvana before we arrived, but he has been in a sleeping state. Our arrival only woke him up, so he himself is fine." Call. After hearing this, Tantai Tianyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked again at the purple gold giant egg in front of him that was constantly shattering. Crack. 30 seconds later, with the last crisp sound, the shell of the purple gold giant egg in front of them shattered, and a miniature version of the flaming Qilin appeared in the sight of Tantai Tianyi, the little fairy, and Long Xiaobao. Of course, the so-called small refers to the previous corpse of the blazing Qilin. Because, even if the flaming Qilin in front of him was lying there, it was still 5 or 6 meters tall. In addition, unlike the previous fiery Kirin that was covered in scars, the fiery Kirin in front of him was intact. The purple-red scales all over his body were shining with a faint metallic luster, and his body was wrapped in a layer of faint purple fire. Suddenly, the blazing Kirin's eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying and vast pressure suddenly surged out from the blazing Qilin. Puff! Puff! Tantai Tianyi, the little fairy, and Long Xiaobao didn't even have the chance to react before they couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1772 Senior, you need to practice more. After a mouthful of blood spurted out, Tantai, Tianyi and the other two all turned pale without exception. Their bodies also lost the ability to move, and even their souls were constantly shaking and trembling. A sudden change. Death is so close. At this moment, Long Xiaobao and Tantai Tianyi truly realized the power and terror of the emperor. Especially Long Xiaobao. In the past month or so, he has killed 3 god emperor level warriors in succession. Although there was secret help from the little fairy, at least Long Xiaobao did kill 3 god emperors. Moreover, even without the secret help from the little fairy, he might not be able to kill the god emperor. It was just not as simple as without the secret help from the little fairy. So, no matter what, Long Xiaobao does have the strength of a god emperor. But what about now? In front of the blazing Qilin, he didn't even have the chance to move. It has to be said that the emperor's power has exceeded Long Xiaobao's imagination. This is just the emperor of the first heaven in Hongmeng. What if it is the emperor of the second heaven, the third heaven, or even the emperor of the eighth heaven in Hongmeng like Dao Wuya? Long Xiaobao really couldn't imagine it, let alone dare to think about it. However, Long Xiaobao and Tantai Tianyi were both shocked, but the little fairy was much calmer. Although she was also injured by the sudden pressure of the fiery Kirin, it was nothing to her. After all, the little fairy was no stranger to the powerful emperors. In fact, there were no less than 20 powerful emperors who had been imprisoned and suppressed in the holy prison. At this moment, the pressure that the blazing Kirin inadvertently revealed came and went quickly. In less than a breath, his terrifying pressure receded like the tide. Call. At this time, Long Xiaobao and the other two couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They felt relieved, as if they had been liberated. But even so, Tantai Tianyi couldn't help but hurriedly said, "Brother, no, senior, it's a misunderstanding, we are family." Tantai Tianyi was really worried that the fiery Qilin would accidentally kill them. Unfortunately, he was obviously worrying too much. The sudden pressure from the blazing Kirin just now was not directed at them, but because he had just woken up and could not fully control it. After Tan Tai Tianyi finished speaking, Long Xiaobao and the little fairy also looked at the blazing Qilin. The blazing Qilin ignored him. He slowly stood up, shook his huge body, closed his eyes, and stopped responding. Seeing this scene, Long Xiaobao and Tan Tai Tianyi were dazed and stunned. They didn't know what the fiery Qilin was doing. The fairy said, he must have been sleeping for too long and needs some time to adapt. Is that so? Long Xiaobao and Tan Tai Tianyi looked at each other, somewhat unsure. But no matter what, they have no other choice but to wait. Brush. 20 seconds later, the blazing Kirin opened his copper bell-like eyes and lowered his head to look at Tan Tai Tianyi and the other two standing at his feet. After a quick glance, the blazing Kirin's gaze fixed on the little fairy. He hesitated for a moment, frowned and asked, "Are you a divine weapon spirit?" Well, when Qian Qilin said this, Tan Tai and Tianyi were stunned. You know, the little fairy had told them before that after forging and fusing this current body of flesh and blood, she had gotten rid of her identity as a spirit. In other words, today's fairies are actually no different from other humans. But even so, the blazing Kirin could still recognize the true identity of the little fairy at a glance. It has to be said that warriors at the emperor level are indeed powerful. Hee. But at this moment, the little fairy smiled and said with a look of disdain, "You actually compare me with those low-end goods. You think too highly of them." 2. Blazing Kirin responded, and then said calmly, "No matter how powerful a divine weapon is, it is still just a divine weapon. Even if it is promoted to a king weapon or even an emperor weapon, the weapon spirit cannot create a flesh and blood body for itself. So are you a god slayer, or a holy prison?" After blazing Kirin finished speaking, the fairy frowned and asked, "You actually know about god slayer and holy prison?" "I've only seen it in ancient books." Blazing Kirin said calmly. "Yeah." The little fairy chuckled, "I am the holy prison." "I think so." Blazing Kirin said with a smile, "Godkiller is bloodthirsty, holy prison is treacherous. I can't sense the slightest murderous aura from you, so you should be holy prison." Snort. Upon hearing this, the little fairy snorted coldly. Deicide and bloodthirsty. Holy prison is treacherous. She admitted that the god-slaying sword was indeed bloodthirsty, but how could she be treacherous? This is pure slander. But the little fairy was too lazy to explain, and didn't want to argue. The next second, she looked at blazing Kirin and said calmly, "Since you already know the identity of this fairy, then you should just follow me from now on." "Hang with you." The blazing Kirin couldn't help but be stunned. Tan Tai Tianyi and Long Xiaobao were also dumbfounded. This is what the little fairy told them when she returned to the Shenwu continent. But she didn't expect that she would now use these words on the blazing Qilin. "You know, this blazing Kirin is an emperor of the Hongmeng level. You can force us, but can you also force a powerful emperor?" But no matter what, Tan Tai Tianyi was in a hurry. This fiery Qilin was left to him by Shi Yu. If it was abducted by the little fairy, he would cry to death. When he thought of this, Tan Tai Tianyi was about to speak. But the little fairy interrupted him and said, "That's right, just follow me." After a pause, the fairy continued, "Although you are the emperor, you are only at the first level of the Hongmeng heaven. Moreover, it has only been a short time since you finished nirvana. I think you probably haven't recovered all your strength yet, right? Follow me, I can not only help you recover to your peak state quickly, but also help you go one step further and become the great emperor of the Hongmeng ninth heaven. I can even open the door to the supreme realm for you and help you achieve immortality. In short, the benefits of following this fairy will definitely exceed your imagination. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must sign a contract with the holy prison." Hee. After the fairy finished speaking, blazing Kirin smiled and ignored her. Instead, he looked at Tan Tai Tianyi and Long Xiaobao and said, "Time mark, law of life, you should be the descendants of Wu Xin and Shi Yu, right?" Long Xiaobao and Tan Tai Tianyi were both stunned for a second, then said, "Yes, senior." "What do you mean?" But at this moment, the fairy on the side gritted her teeth and said angrily, "I am talking to you, and you dare to ignore me. Do you know how to be polite?" Hearing this, blazing Kirin couldn't help but glance at the little fairy, then said with a smile, "It seems that the records in the ancient books are not completely correct." "Well," the fairy was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" Blazing Kirin smiled slightly, When the world was first formed, the world gave birth to two great treasures, one is the God Slayer, and the other is the Holy Prison. In other words, up to now, you have survived for countless epochs. If you really have the ability to make people immortal, then why don't you have any followers around you? In other words, this world doesn't even have a strong man from the previous era. Well, the little fairy was speechless. Blazing Kirin shook his head. Senior, although I am not smart, I am not stupid either, so I still want to advise you that deception is actually a skill. Senior, you need to practice more. Chapter 1773 The Little Fairy Struck by Lightning. Senior, although I am not smart, I am not stupid either. So, I still want to advise you that deception is actually a skill. Senior, you need to practice more. Puff. When the fiery Kirin said this, Tantai Tianyi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Long Xiaobao also smiled slightly. The Holy Prison is a world treasure that has appeared since the birth of heaven and earth. Its existence time cannot be calculated. Therefore, it is reasonable for the Blazing Kirin to call the little fairy Senior. But what he said, Senior, you need to practice more. This is clearly a naked sarcasm, even a mockery. The little fairy was also very angry about this. She pointed at the Blazing Kirin and was so angry that she couldn't speak for a long time. Snort. After a moment, the fairy snorted coldly and said, "What do you know?" Changing the subject, the fairy continued, although there are no strong men like those in the previous era in this world, and there is indeed no one around me who can live forever, but now is now, and the future is the future. Just because there is no one now does not mean there will be no one in the future. In short, this fairy can assure you that as long as you are willing to follow me and rely on me, I will definitely make you immortal. Hee hee. After the little fairy finished speaking, the Blazing Kirin just smiled and ignored her. Sure, if it were guaranteed to work, would there still be so much deception in this world? Seeing this scene, the little fairy, who was already furious, instantly went berserk. The look on fiery Kirin's face showed that he was questioning her and didn't believe her at all. But did the fairy lie? No. This time, the little fairy really told the truth. But the Blazing Kirin didn't believe it. Son of a bitch. The little fairy cursed in her heart, and then shouted in a deep voice, "Fiery Kirin, who do you think you are? If this fairy had not just woken up not long ago, do you think this fairy would waste so much time talking to you?" Thinking back to the past, this fairy has enslaved countless 9 heavens great emperors. A scum like you from the first heaven of Hongmeng is not even qualified to carry my shoes. Also, what right do you have to sneer at what I say? And what right do you have to be sure that I can't make you immortal? As a mere mortal, do you know the secrets of this world? After the fairy finished speaking, Blazing Kirin frowned, then he looked at the fairy again and said, "The secret of this world. What do you mean?" Snort. The fairy snorted coldly and said, "Pathetic mortals, you don't even know the true nature of this world, yet you dare to question and even ridicule me. You are simply ignorant." After a pause, the fairy continued, "Let me tell you, this world." Boom. When the fairy girl said this, a thunder suddenly sounded above everyone's head and in the void. Then, a purple-red lightning as thick as a finger struck from the void. The lightning came with great force. Boom. Before everyone could react, the purple-red lightning had already struck the little fairy. The little fairy was stunned for a moment. Although the purple-red lightning did not cause any substantial damage to her, it made her hair turn into a knot, and wisps of smoke were coming out of it. In addition, the fair skin on the little fairy's face turned black. A sudden change. Long Xiaobao was stunned. Tantai Tianyi was stunned. Even the Blazing Kirin was stunned where he was. They never expected that the little fairy was inexplicably struck by lightning when she had just finished speaking. Could it be that the secret of this world mentioned by the fairy is true? Was she struck by lightning just because she almost revealed the secret of this world? Before Long Xiaobao and the other two could think about it, the little fairy suddenly let out a hysterical scream. Then she raised her head and said madly, "You hit me, how dare you hit me? I have always been the fairy who taught others, but no one has ever been able to teach me a lesson. If you don't let me say it, I will say it anyway." After saying that, the fairy looked directly at Long Xiaobao and the other two and said, "Let me tell you, this world." Boom. As the fairy said this, another purple-red lightning struck her. The corners of Long Xiaobao's mouth twitched. The little fairy ignored it. "This world is actually me." Boom. The third purple-red lightning struck, and its power was obviously much stronger than the previous two. After the blow, a trace of blood flowed out uncontrollably from the corner of the fairy's mouth. Seeing this scene, Long Xiaobao and the other two were secretly shocked. However, the little fairy has a bad temper. She has a typical donkey-like temper. She won't move forward when you lead her, and even moves backwards when you hit her. After experiencing 3 thunder tribulations, the little fairy not only did not admit defeat, but became even more aggressive. Come on, if you have the guts, strike me to death. HMPH, you can't do anything to this fairy with the rules of this small world. If you don't let me say it, I will say it anyway. The fairy shouted angrily. Long Xiaobao and the other two looked at each other in confusion. World rules. Although they didn't know what the world rules the little fairy mentioned were, they were sure that the little fairy had just inadvertently revealed an incredible secret, and this secret was closely related to this world, and even to all living beings in this world. But what exactly is this secret? Boom! Before the three of them could think about it, another huge roar sounded in the void. Then the whole sky darkened. Above the heads of Long Xiaobao and his 3 companions, wind and clouds gathered and thunderclouds rolled. Boom 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 boom. In the thunderclouds, there were streaks of red-gold lightning that emitted angry roars. That terrifying pressure, that world-destroying pressure descended from the sky. Long Xiaobao and Tan Tai Tianyi couldn't help but swallow. The blazing Kirin also had a solemn expression. Because the thunderclouds above the 9 heavens have posed a huge threat to him. The blazing Kirin felt that even with the strength of the Hongmeng level, he would definitely not be able to withstand the red-gold lightning in the thunderclouds above his head. Oh my god! But at this moment, the little fairy suddenly screamed. The next second, the holy prison appeared out of nowhere. The little fairy fled back to the holy prison without any hesitation. Everything happened suddenly. Everything happened extremely fast. After the little fairy fled back to the holy prison, her panicked voice was heard again in the holy prison. No more, I won't say anything more, go away. Chapter 1774 Shock. No more, I won't say any more, please go away. The little fairy who was originally extremely arrogant and even looked down on others actually admitted her mistake. This strange scene made Long Xiaobao and the other two look at each other in surprise. But at the same time, the rolling thunderclouds and terrifying pressure above the 9 heavens also retreated instantly not long after the little fairy admitted defeat. A moment later, the little fairy ran out of the holy prison. Call. She looked up at the sky above her head, which had returned to normal, and let out a long breath. Then she patted her chest and said, "You scared me to death." This scene was seen by Long Xiaobao and the other two, and they couldn't help but be secretly shocked. What are you looking at? At this moment, the fairy immediately revealed her true colors. She glared at Long Xiaobao and the other two, then said viciously, "I'm telling you, it's best not to spread what happened today, otherwise I'll let Brother Shishan kill you. Do you understand?" As soon as the little fairy finished speaking, Long Xiaobao and Tan Tai Tianyi immediately nodded in agreement. Although Blazing Kirin didn't say anything, his expression at the moment said it all. He would absolutely not spread this matter to anyone else. Of course, even if he wants to pass it on, he has to have the ability to do so. Rolling thunderclouds. Terrifying pressure. The Blazing Kirin knew that he would not be able to withstand the bombardment of endless thunder. So, even without the fairy's reminder, he would never forget his words. But at the same time, all this also made Qian Qilin clearly realize one thing, that is this world is definitely not as simple as they see it. At least, the power of the thundercloud just now has exceeded his cognition, and it is definitely a power beyond the level of the emperor. In the opinion of the fiery Kirin, Dao Wuya was definitely the strongest person in this world. Not only the fiery Qilin, but even Dao Wuya and other emperors thought so. But what about now? Now, a power beyond the level of the emperor appeared before his eyes. How could the fiery Qilin not be shocked and terrified? Big guy, now you know that this fairy has not deceived you, right? How about you, hang out with this fairy? Before Blazing Kirin could think more, the little fairy spoke again. Upon hearing this, fiery Qilin came back to his senses instantly, and so did Long Xiaobao and Tan Tai Tianyi. The next second, Blazing Qilin looked at the little fairy and said calmly, "I appreciate your kindness, but I am used to freedom, and I think my own strength is too weak, so I am not qualified to be your follower, so forget it." Snort. The little fairy snorted coldly. Blazing Kirin has already said this, what else can she say? But, after being rejected by Blazing Kirin again, the fairy looked directly at Tan Tai Tianyi who was standing aside, and then said without question, "Don't forget what you promised me before, 20 God Emperors, not one less." Well, when the fairy said this, the Blazing Kirin was stunned. 20 God Emperors. What's the meaning? He looked at Tan Tai Tianyi standing beside him with a look of surprise and questioning. The corner of Tan Tai Tianyi's mouth twitched. Afterwards, he told Qian Qilin the whole story without hiding anything. No problem. After hearing this, Blazing Qilin immediately looked at the little fairy and said calmly, "I will help you capture 20 God Emperors, but I have to wait until I am fully recovered." Snort. The little fairy snorted coldly and said nothing more. For her, it was enough as long as the Blazing Kirin could help her capture the God Emperor. As for the rest, it's okay to be a little late. Seeing that the little fairy no longer paid attention to him, Qian Qilin said nothing more, but looked at Long Xiaobao and Tan Tai Tianyi, and said, "Now, tell me about the situation in the Heavenly Palace. Since the descendants of Shi Yu and Wu Xin have appeared, the descendants of Dao Wuya should have appeared long ago, right? Also, have Supreme Feng Chen and other people in the Heavenly Palace found their descendants?" This. After Blazing Kirin finished speaking, Long Xiaobao hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, should we go to another place to talk about these things?" Blazing Kirin glanced around and then said, "Yes. Divine Territory, the homeland of the Golden Armor clan." At this moment, 3 hours have passed since the scheduled battle between Long Xiaobao and the Golden Armor clan's God Emperor ancestor, but Long Xiaobao still hasn't shown up. This makes the hundreds of thousands of creatures of various races who originally came to watch a little nervous, and even the vast majority of them have already concluded that Long Xiaobao gave up the battle and dared not come because of fear. Not only did the creatures of all races think so, in fact even the God Emperor who was present thought so. That is why they can't help feeling disappointed or even angry. However, the ancestor of the Golden Armor clan's God Emperor was secretly rejoicing. After all, Long Xiaobao had previously killed 3 God Emperor level strongmen, and his strength was on par with those 3 God Emperors. Those 3 God Emperors were no match for Long Xiaobao, and he naturally could not defeat Long Xiaobao either. If there is a battle, he will die. Although other God Emperors of the 100 Races Alliance were present, they might not necessarily take action to stop Long Xiaobao from killing them in battle. Therefore, for the God Emperor ancestor of the Golden Armor clan, Long Xiaobao's decision to give up the battle was definitely a good thing, or even a great joy. Little did he know that Long Xiaobao's so-called challenge was actually just a cover. Another hour later, Long Xiaobao still did not show up, and all the creatures present became dissatisfied because of this. They felt as if they had been fooled by Long Xiaobao. But at this moment, many alien races present all received exactly the same message one after another. Not long ago the sky inside the ruins of the Python Dragon clan's territory changed color, thunderclouds rolled, and it was suspected that a powerful emperor of the Hongmeng level had descended on the ruins of the Python Dragon clan's territory. When this news came out, all the living beings present were shocked. They knew that the Python Dragon clan's territory had turned into ruins, but how could a powerful emperor suddenly descend on the ruins of the Python Dragon clan's territory? The most important thing is that hundreds of years ago, after the inexplicable death of Hongmeng Emperor of the Shanyu clan, one of the 7 royal clans, the emperors of various clans had already withdrawn from the world. Now, a powerful emperor has descended on the ruins of the Python Dragon clan. Which clan does this powerful emperor belong to? Why would this powerful emperor appear in the ruins of the Python Dragon clan? What does he want to do? In other words, what is there in the ruins of the Python Dragon clan that attracts this powerful emperor? All kinds of questions. All kinds of confusion. This sudden news stunned all the aliens present. But no matter what, one thing is certain. With the emperor's presence, something big is bound to happen in the ruins of the Python Dragon clan's territory. For a moment, the strong men from all tribes present no longer hesitated, and they all stood up and rushed to the Python Dragon tribe's territory. As for the shocking battle between Long Xiaobao and the God Emperor of the Golden Armor clan, that doesn't matter anymore. Be it Long Xiaobao or the ancestor of the Golden Armor clan, no matter how strong they are only at the level of the God Emperor. Can a mere God Emperor be compared with the Hongmeng Emperor? In the blink of an eye, the Golden Armor clan's territory, which was originally crowded with people, was now deserted, and the entire Golden Armor clan's territory seemed a little depressed and desolate. When the strong men from various tribes left, the God Emperor of the Golden Armor tribe naturally flew over as well. First, he also wanted to see what was happening in the Python clan's territory. Second, he was afraid that Long Xiaobao would suddenly arrive after the strong men from various tribes left. If you can't beat them, you can only run away. However, when the ancestor of the Golden Armor clan's God Emperor and the God Emperors of other clans arrived at the Python Dragon clan's territory first and saw the situation in the Python Dragon clan's territory, all the powerful God Emperors were dumbfounded and stunned. They never imagined that the Python Dragon clan's land would turn into nothingness. Chapter 1775 Return to Tianyao, the Seal of the Four Great Divine Emperors. Space is annihilated and the earth becomes empty. The scene in the Python Dragon clan's territory frightened a group of God Emperor level warriors. After all, this scene was definitely not created by the God Emperor. Being able to make space annihilate and the earth become void, this must have come from the hands of the Emperor. But is this possible? Maybe other people don't know, but as the powerful God Emperors in the 6 royal families, they know very well that the powerful emperors in the divine realm will not take action at all, or cannot take action. All of this was due to an incident that happened hundreds of years ago, when the Shanyu clan was removed from the list of the 7 royal clans. But what about now? The scene before our eyes must have been caused by the emperor, but the emperors of various races would not take action. That leaves only the last explanation, that an unknown powerful emperor has appeared in the divine realm. He is most likely a newly promoted peak god emperor, but he may also be a powerful emperor who has been hiding in the dark and has never been discovered by anyone. But no matter what, the appearance of an unknown emperor in the divine realm has become a fact. When they thought of this, the powerful god emperors of various races present could not help but gasp. There is no doubt that the emperor is powerful. Even as powerful god emperors, they all knew that everyone below the emperor was an ant. Once the emperor takes action, no matter how many god emperors there are, they will not be able to compete with him. Nowadays, when the emperors of various races are hiding from the world, another emperor has appeared. This is definitely a curse rather than a blessing. Just imagine, what would happen if this emperor suddenly took action against the 6 royal families and the alliance of hundreds of races. I can't believe it. For this reason, the god emperors of various tribes did not stay long. They quickly left the Python Dragon tribe's territory and returned to their respective tribes' territories. They also reported everything they saw in the Python Dragon tribe's territory. It caused a huge wave. The fact that an unknown emperor appeared in the divine realm shocked the 6 royal families and hundreds of races in the divine realm. Although they really wanted to know who this emperor was, they didn't dare to investigate. After all, the emperor's majesty cannot be trampled upon. Once this emperor knew that someone was investigating him, God knew how he would react. It would be fine if he just ignored it. But what if he has a violent temper and takes revenge directly? No one in the divine realm today can withstand the revenge of a powerful emperor. If you can't afford to provoke, then you can only hide. For this reason, within the eternal divine realm, whether it is the 6 royal families or the other hundreds of families, their style of doing things has become several times more restrained than usual. As for Long Xiaobao, because of the appearance of the unknown emperor, Long Xiaobao was directly ignored by all major races. After all, compared to the threat posed by an emperor, Long Xiaobao's strength is not worth mentioning at all. Of course, after the battle at the Python Dragon clan's territory, Long Xiaobao never showed up again, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth, or as if he had never appeared before. The entire divine realm returned to peace once again. 1.5 months later. Purple Emperor Territory, Tianyao Star. I'm finally back. Standing in the battleship operations room of the Gold-class Starry Sky battleship, looking at the extremely familiar Tianyao Star appearing on the light screen in front of him, Ye Bufan said with emotion. This trip to Shenwu took Ye Bufan more than 3 months. Although he did not enter the Shenwu continent in the end, nor did he meet his loved ones on the Shenwu continent, Ye Bufan was very relieved. Because to Ye Bufan, the fairy's holy prison is definitely safer than Dao Wuya's sky-covering barrier. After all, Dao Wuya's sky-covering barrier cannot stop Emperor Hongmeng, but the little fairy's holy prison can. In this way, Ye Bufan no longer has any worries. After a moment, Ye Bufan spoke again, whispering softly, I don't know if this domain master competition has started. If it has already started, or if it has already ended, it would be a pity. 10 minutes later, the Gold-class star battleship successfully landed on Tianyao Star. At the foot of Wanglong Mountain. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Ye Bufan walked out of the Golden-class Starry Sky battleship, 5 figures appeared in front of Ye Bufan. They were the God Emperor-level elders of the 6 major Starry Sky royal clans, namely, the Protoss, Asuras, Machinery, Souls, and Trolls. Looking at the 5 God Emperors in front of him, especially feeling the strong aura from them, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned, and at the same time secretly became on guard. Are you the human named Ye Bufan? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the God Emperor elder of the Troll tribe asked directly in a cold voice. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned again. Haifeng, what do you want to do? But at this moment, the powerful God Emperor of the Shira clan directly blocked Ye Bufan, and swept his sharp and cold eyes to the other 4 God Emperors and said, don't forget the agreement between our 5 royal families. If you dare to mess around, my Shira clan will never let it go. As soon as the Asura God Emperor finished speaking, the Troll God Emperor became furious. The Soul Clan God Emperor smiled and said, Mufa, we just want to confirm his identity. Do you need to be so nervous? Snort. The Shira God Emperor snorted coldly and said, it's better this way. After saying that, he turned his back to Ye Bufan and said, little brother, you don't need to be afraid of them. With my Shira clan here, they won't dare to do anything to you, so if you want to say something, just say it. If you don't want to pay attention to them, that's fine. The reason why the Asura God Emperor had his back to Ye Bufan was naturally to guard against sneak attacks from the 4 God Emperors in front of him. At this moment, Ye Bufan frowned as soon as the Shira God Emperor finished speaking. Although he didn't know what exactly happened here, he was not a fool and could naturally see that his current situation was very bad. However, blessing comes with luck, while disaster cannot be avoided. Ye Bufan immediately glanced at the 4 God Emperors in front of him and said, yes, I am Ye Bufan. I wonder what do you want to talk to me about? Very good. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the God Emperor of the God clan suddenly made a move and attacked Ye Bufan directly. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, the Asura God Emperor became furious and immediately took action to intercept. Unfortunately, at this time, the God Emperors of the other 3 tribes also took action. The Asura God Emperor was furious. Ye Bufan was even more frightened. Because as these 5 people took action, Ye Bufan had clearly felt from the aura on them that each of these 5 people was a powerful God Emperor, and not even low-level God Emperors of the 1st or 2nd heaven. The 5 great divine emperors came in person. Ye Bufan was terrified. He really couldn't understand what he had done to enrage God and man to attract the attention of 5 God Emperors at once. Before Ye Bufan could think more, the 4 divine emperors had already approached. At this time, the God Emperor of the God clan suddenly said, Alfalfa, we have no ill intentions. We just want to temporarily seal him to prevent you, the Shira clan, from colluding with him. Hearing this, the Asura God Emperor was stunned and frowned. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 divine emperors did not stop at all, they came to Ye Bufan's surroundings in an instant. This time, the Shira God Emperor did not stop him. Because there is no need. After all, outnumbering 4 alone, he couldn't withstand the joint attack of the 4. Moreover, the God Emperor of the Gods also said that they took action only to temporarily seal Ye Bufan. In this way, he had even less reason to take action. Seal up. The next second, the 4 great divine emperors pointed their fingers in front of Ye Bufan and shouted in unison. Buzz. In front of Ye Bufan, a silver-white light curtain appeared out of thin air. This light curtain directly enveloped Ye Bufan's entire body. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan frowned. To be honest, the behavior of the 4 great divine emperors made him very angry, even furious. But so what? The enemy is strong and we are weak. Facing the 4 divine emperors, Ye Bufan knew very well that he didn't even have a chance to escape. So, I can only admit defeat. Call. Seeing this scene, the Shira God Emperor also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the 4 God Emperors of the 4 royal families had already stated that they would not harm Ye Bufan and only wanted to seal him temporarily, the human mind was unpredictable and no one knew what they were thinking until the last moment. Fortunately, they did not say anything wrong. Only then did the Asura God Emperor feel relieved. Otherwise, he would fight to the death. At this time, looking at Ye Bufan who had been temporarily sealed by them, the God Emperor of the God clan spoke again and said lightly, "Okay, notify the clan leaders. The things here are not something we can decide." Chapter 1776 Loss of Composure, Crisis. "Okay, let's inform the clan leaders. We can't decide what's happening here." Although Ye Bufan was temporarily sealed by 4 God Emperors, this seal was only to prevent the God Emperor of the Shira clan from transmitting telepathic messages to Ye Bufan. Therefore, Ye Bufan's body could still move, and he could also speak and hear the conversations between several God Emperors. That was why Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart as soon as the God Emperor of the God clan finished speaking. How many clan leaders should be notified? There is no doubt that the several patriarchs mentioned by the God Emperor of the gods must represent the patriarchs of their respective races. But what races do these 5 God Emperors come from? Gods, Shiras, machines, souls, and trolls. These are the 5 royal families of the divine realm. Ye Bufan racked his brains but couldn't figure out what had happened to him that alarmed the patriarchs of the other 4 royal clans besides the Shira clan. Is it because they already know the existence of Hongmeng Yuani? Apart from this, Ye Bufan really couldn't think of what else about him could attract the covetousness of the patriarchs of several royal families. If this is true, then I really have to think carefully. After all, if I don't handle it well, I may very likely push myself into an irretrievable situation. As for escaping, Ye Bufan didn't even dare to think about it. Do I still have a chance to escape from the 5 God Emperors? Stop kidding. Ye Bufan was secretly calculating in his mind, while the 5 God Emperors had already begun to notify their respective clan leaders. 30 minutes later, Di Tian, the leader of the Shira clan. Ji Tianming, the leader of the God clan. Ulyss, leader of the Soul clan. Troll chieftain Taigo. Andre, the leader of the Mechanical tribe. The patriarchs of the 5 royal families in the divine realm came one after another through the air, and they descended directly on Tianyao star in their true bodies. Next to the gold-class star battleship. Who did it? Di Tian pointed at the ceiling barrier around Ye Bufan and shouted angrily. The God Emperor elders of the 4 tribes did not speak. However, the 5 clan leaders present, including Di Tian, all knew very well that the ceiling barrier around Ye Bufan was definitely created by the other 4 royal clans except the Shira clan. However, the patriarchs of the 4 royal families did not explain anything. Snort. Di Tian snorted coldly, then waved his hand. Call. The ceiling barrier around Ye Bufan was instantly shattered. Little brother, are you okay? Looking at Ye Bufan, Di Tian said with concern. Fine, Ye Bufan said lightly. I'm glad you're okay. Di Tian responded, then turned around and glanced at the 4 God Emperor elders of the 4 royal families, and finally looked at the 4 clan leaders and said, Ji Tianming, Taij, Ulyss, and Andre, this matter should you give me an explanation. Confess. Ji Tianming, the head of the God clan, smiled and said, Di Tian, what do you want to be explained? After a pause, Ji Tianming continued, even if they want to explain, it should be to this little brother, not to you. Besides, they did this to better protect this little brother of the human race, not to hurt him, so I believe that this little brother will be able to understand them. You. The emperor was in a hurry. Ji Tianming looked at Ye Bufan with a smile and said, are you right, little brother from the human race? To you uncle. Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse in his heart. But who is Ji Tianming? That is the patriarch of the gods. He is also a super powerful person at the 6th level of the God Emperor. Ye Bufan didn't want to offend a super powerful person whom he couldn't afford to offend for the time being just because of his momentary anger. What's more, compared to his dissatisfaction with the several royal families, Ye Bufan actually wanted to know why he had alarmed the patriarchs of the 4 royal families. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan said calmly, thank you all for your kindness. Ji Tianming frowned. It seemed that Ye Bufan's response was somewhat beyond his expectations. But these are all trivial matters, and Ji Tianming obviously won't care too much about them. The next second, Ji Tianming looked at Di Tian with a smile and said, Di Tian, I knew this little brother would understand, right? He is much more reasonable than you. Okay. At this time, Soul Clan leader Ulyss immediately spoke up and said with a smile, you two should stop arguing about these meaningless things, let's talk about business. Snort. Di Tian snorted coldly and said nothing more. Here it comes. Ye Bufan was cheered up. He knew that the important matter that Euless mentioned must be related to him, and it was precisely because of this matter that the patriarchs of the 4 royal families came to him in person. Ye Bufan was secretly on guard. The 10 god emperors looked at him one after another. The next second, Soul Clan leader Ulysses spoke again. She looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "My little human brother, where are you from?" Ulysses' first question was somewhat irrelevant. But Ye Bufan felt nervous. Where are you from? Why did she ask that? Could it be that they already know about the Shenwu continent? Impossible. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, DTN spoke first, impatiently saying, "Euless, why are you talking about these useless things?" After saying that, DTN looked directly at Ye Bufan and said very quickly, "Little brother, this is what happened. When the Sky Demon clan leader Mo Yan came to trouble you, he said in front of everyone that you had obtained the inheritance of Dao Wuya, the palace master of the heavenly palace of the human clan tens of millions of years ago, and also obtained a Hongmeng Dao Yun from it. So these 4 guys want to ask you whether you have obtained Dao Wuya's inheritance. Most importantly, they want to know whether you have the Hongmeng Dao Yun that Mo Yan mentioned." Boom. Never stop until your words shock people. After DTN finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. At this moment, he was stunned and stupid. Even Ye Bufan didn't realize that he had lost his composure. This is all so unexpected. Ye Bufan was so surprised that he could not even imagine it. It all happened too suddenly. Ye Bufan was caught off guard completely. It's like being stripped naked in public, leaving one at a loss as to what to do and nowhere to hide. This is what Ye Bufan is like at this moment. The inheritance of the Dao is endless. The rhyme of Hongmeng Dao. Although Ye Bufan didn't know what Hongmeng Daoyun was, Dao Wuya's inheritance was real. In other words, Ye Bufan not only had Dao Wuya's inheritance, but also the inheritance of the entire heavenly palace. But how did the demon clan leader know all this? Of course Ye Bufan didn't know that this was simply a fabrication made up by Mo Yan on a whim. However, it doesn't matter anymore. Because, Ye Bufan's temporary reaction at this moment has caused the faces of the 4 royal clan leaders to change drastically, and even DTN, the powerful god emperor who originally belonged to Ye Bufan's camp, is no exception. At this moment, whether it was DTN or the 4 clan leaders, they only had one thought in their minds. That is what Mo Yan said was true. This human boy did obtain Dao Wuya's inheritance, and he did have a Hongmeng Dao Yun on his body. Otherwise, why would he have this reaction? Hongmeng Daoyun. They are all powerful god emperors. If they can get a Hongmeng Daoyun, then they can directly surpass the god emperor and achieve the position of emperor. There is no doubt that the emperor is powerful. The most important thing is that in the current situation, it is extremely important to be able to achieve the position of emperor. Because, although outsiders do not know clearly, as the patriarchs of the 5 royal clans, whether it is DTN or the other 4 patriarchs, they all know very well that hundreds of years ago, in the battle in which the Shanyu clan was expelled from the 7 royal clans, the Hongmeng emperors of each clan had all been seriously injured, and even many powerful emperors had entered Guishu and Nirvana. In this case, if any one of them obtains a Hongmeng Daoyun, and achieves the position of emperor in one fell swoop, then they can take the opportunity to sweep across other races. When the time comes, we will massacre Hongmeng and destroy the gods. From then on, there were no more 6 royal families. From now on, their clan will become the 2nd Starry Sky royal family in this world after the human race back then, and the only Starry Sky royal family nowadays. Who can resist this kind of sex? Who can resist this kind of boom, 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 boom? In just a moment, the terrifying pressure from the 10 powerful god emperors present could no longer be controlled and surged out. They were ready to fight to the death for the Hongmeng Daoyun in Ye Bufan's hand. However, they also overlooked Ye Bufan's own strength. Puff! Under the terrifying pressure from the 10 powerful god emperors, Ye Bufan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. If Ye Bufan did not have a body of a god level, the terrifying pressure from these 10 powerful god emperors would be enough to tear him into pieces. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ye Bufan came back to his senses instantly. Only then did Tai realize that he had lost his composure. And this loss of composure has pushed him into an irretrievable situation. Stop! But at this moment, DTN suddenly shouted, "Do you want to kill him? Quick, put away your pressure." As soon as DTN said this, the other 9 people were instantly awakened. Only then did they remember Ye Bufan's own strength. Immediately, without any hesitation, they all put away their momentum and pressure, but this did not mean that they would give up. Swish, swish, swish. In just a moment, the sharp eyes of all the god emperors present fell on Ye Bufan, and the god clan chief was the first to say, "Boy, hand over the Hongmeng Daoyun to me. Not only can I save your life, but I can also make you rich and prosperous from now on, and enjoy endless wealth." Chapter 1777. You shouldn't mind if I search your soul, right? Boy, hand over the Hongmeng Daoyun to me. Not only can I save your life, but I can also make you rich and prosperous from now on, and enjoy endless wealth. Snort. As soon as Ji Tianming finished speaking, the troll leader Taij snorted coldly and said, "Little brother, don't listen to him. Given the nature of the god clan, if you hand over the Hongmeng Daoyun to him, I'm afraid he will kill you without mercy. So just hand over the Hongmeng Daoyun to me. At least my troll tribe is not as insidious and cunning as the god clan. As long as you hand over the Hongmeng Daoyun to me, I can not only guarantee you endless wealth and glory, but also do my best to help you become a powerful god emperor. How about it? Little brother, you should hand over the Hongmeng Daoyun to me." Little brother. After Taego, the mechanical clan leader Andre and the soul clan leader Ulyss also spoke up to persuade them, but DTN remained silent. In fact, it's not that DTN didn't want to say it, but he really didn't know what to say. The most important thing is that DTN hates. In his opinion, Yi must have known Ye Bufan's secret a long time ago, and knew that Ye Bufan was hiding a Hongmeng Daoyun. If not, why would Yi ask himself to try so hard to befriend Ye Bufan? But unfortunately, Yi didn't tell me anything. If he had told himself earlier that Ye Bufan had an Hongmeng Daoyun on him, this Hongmeng Daoyun would have fallen into his hands long ago, and none of this would have happened. The more he thought about it, the angrier DTN became. The more he thought about it, the more depressed DTN became. At this moment, he even had the urge to slap Yi to death. "This loser. Your elbows are bent outward." Emperor Tian was depressed. Ye Bufan is the same. Although he obtained Dao Wuya's inheritance, there was no Hongmeng Daoyun in Dao Wuya's inheritance. Even Ye Bufan didn't know what Hongmeng Daoyun was. In this situation, even if Ye Bufan wanted to hand over the Hongmeng Daoyun and then walk away, he couldn't do it. After all, he didn't have the Hongmeng Daoyun at all. Should I confess to them? Tell them that he had indeed obtained Dao Wuya's inheritance, but there was no so-called Hongmeng Daoyun in Dao Wuya's inheritance? Stop kidding. Not to mention these god emperors, even Ye Bufan himself didn't believe it. What to do? Reject them. Would you rather die than hand over the Hongmeng Daoyun? If this is true, I'm afraid I'll die faster. After all, the reason why the 10 great emperors of gods have not taken action yet is because in their view, as long as the Hongmeng Daoyun is still in their hands, they all have a chance. But if I refuse, then they would definitely kill me without hesitation, and then each use their own abilities to snatch the so-called Hongmeng Daoyun. After thinking it over, Ye Bufan felt that in the current situation, he had no other choice but to refuse to acknowledge Dao Wuya's inheritance. Of course, it is not enough to just deny it, I have to add some information to them. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan's expression became stern, and he said without any fear, "My dear seniors, although I really want to hand over the so-called Hongmeng Daoyun to you in exchange for other benefits, but in fact, I don't have the Hongmeng Daoyun you are talking about, and I don't even know what Hongmeng Daoyun is. Have no idea." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the head of the god clan, Ji Tianming, sneered and said, "Do you think that just because you don't know, we can't do anything to you?" Of course not. Ye Bufan's expression was stern, and he said without humility, "All of you seniors are powerful god emperors. In your eyes, I am just an ant. How can you be helpless against me?" "That's good to know." Ji Tianming, the head of the god clan, rebuked him sternly, saying, "So, I advise you to hand over the Hongmeng Daoyun obediently, and don't make yourself uncomfortable." Hee. Ye Bufan sneered, "I've already said that I don't have the Hongmeng Daoyun you mentioned. If I don't have it, why should I hand it over? You're looking for death." Ji Tianming shouted angrily and was about to attack in an instant. Etc. But at this moment, the Soul Clan leader Ulyss stopped Ji Tianming. "Uriz, what do you mean?" Ji Tianming glanced at Ulyss coldly, and then shouted angrily. "It's nothing." Ulyss said calmly, "If the Hongmeng Daoyun is not on him, and you kill him now, where should we find the Hongmeng Daoyun?" After a pause, Ulyss looked at Ye Bufan again, squinting her eyes and said, "Besides, some things are better to be clarified first." Ji Tianming frowned. He could naturally tell that Ulysse was referring to something else, so he didn't say anything more. "Boy, let me ask you a question." At this time, Ulysse looked at Ye Bufan and said lightly. "Excuse me, senior." Ye Bufan said calmly. "You seem quite calm, aren't you?" Ulysse smiled slightly. "With your attitude, aren't you afraid that we will kill you?" "Afraid?" Ye Bufan said self-deprecatingly. "In the eyes of you seniors, I am just an ant. If you are determined to take my life, what's the point of me being afraid? Will you let me go just because I'm afraid? Obviously not. If that's the case, why should I be afraid, and why should I be servile to you?" "Well said." Ulysse praised and said, "Since you don't have the Hongmeng Daoyun we want, why did you react like that after hearing what DTN said just now? Senior, if someone suddenly revealed a secret that only you knew in front of you, I wonder how would you react?" Ye Bufan asked back. Ulysse frowned. "So, you admit it?" Ye Bufan said slowly. "First, I did admit it, but what I admitted was only that I obtained a heritage. Secondly, the inheritance I have obtained contains nothing but a relatively powerful alchemy technique, let alone the Hongmeng Daoyun, mentioned by the seniors. Third, the predecessor who left this inheritance did not leave a name, so I don't know whether he is the Dao Wuya you are talking about. Fourth, although I don't know what Hongmeng Daoyun is, judging from the attitudes of the seniors, I think this Hongmeng Daoyun should be a rare treasure in the world. In this case, if it were you seniors, would you leak this information to others?" After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 10 god emperors present couldn't help but frown. Especially Ye Bufan's last sentence. Just as Ye Bufan said, if they knew such a secret, they would never reveal it to others under any circumstances. But Mo Yan did just that. Is this normal? This is absolutely not normal and does not make sense. Of course, they had considered this issue before, but in the face of the huge force of Hongmeng Daoyun, this concern was simply ignored by them. To put it bluntly, their attitude towards Hongmeng Daoyun is rather than let it go, they would rather kill it by mistake. Even if there is only a 1 in a billion chance, they will find out the truth. So it is the same now. After a brief silence, Ulysse looked at Ye Bufan again, squinting her eyes and said, "You just said that although you have obtained a legacy, you don't know the name of the senior who left this legacy. You said this to remind us that you didn't actually obtain Dao Wuya's legacy. If you insist on thinking so, I have nothing to say." Hee. Ulysse smiled, and then a bright color flashed in the corner of her eyes, and said, "In this case, then you should not mind me searching your soul, right?" Chapter 1778 Purple Void Delusion Breaking Pill. "In that case, then you should not mind me searching your soul, right?" As soon as Ulysse said this, Ye Bufan's face changed drastically. He knew that his words would not easily win the trust of these people, but he never expected that Ulysse would actually search his soul. Once Ulysse searches his soul, not only will all his secrets be exposed, but the risks involved in searching his soul alone are too much for Ye Bufan to bear. After all, after a soul search, there is more than a 90% chance that the person whose soul is searched will directly become a fool, or his soul will be annihilated and die. Although there is still a less than 10% chance of being unscathed, Ye Bufan doesn't think he will be so lucky. Less than a 10% chance. This is a bet that cannot be made and cannot be afforded. What's more, the secret in Ye Bufan's heart meant that he would never accept Yuri's soul search. "Why, you don't want to?" Looking at Ye Bufan's drastic change in expression, Ulysse said with a smile. "Not willing. Of course I don't want to. If it were you, would you be willing and agree?" Ye Bufan's face turned ashen, and he showed no sign of disguising his anger. But he knew very well that his anger at the moment was completely meaningless. The enemy is strong and we are weak. In front of 10 powerful god emperors, his anger was nothing but a joke. Of course, Ye Bufan would not allow himself to be bullied. The next second, his expression changed, he looked at Ulysse and smiled, and said, "Although I am not qualified to refuse, do you think others will agree?" Ulysse frowned. Ye Bufan continued, "As everyone knows, once the soul is searched, the chances of me being safe and sound are almost zero. By then, I will either become an idiot or die. In this case, who can guarantee that you will share my memories with all the seniors present without reservation? Or, who can guarantee that what you say is true or false? It's just empty talk. Won't you have the final say on everything then?" It would be fine if I didn't have the so-called Hongmeng Daoyun that you guys are talking about. But what if there is? You can hide this fact at that time, and then retrieve the Hongmeng Daoyun afterwards. In this way, wouldn't it be easy for you to become the final winner? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Yuri's became furious. You are trying to sow discord. To sow discord? Ye Bufan sneered. I am indeed trying to sow discord, because I don't want to die, and I don't want to become an idiot, but at the same time, what I said is also true. After all, can you guarantee that if I really have the so-called Hongmeng Daoyun, will you share it with others? Yuri's was speechless. There is no doubt that if there is any news about Hongmeng Daoyun, she will never share it with others. This is human nature. Not only Yuri's will do this, I believe others will make the same choice. After all, there is only one Hongmeng Daoyun. If they have the chance, they will naturally take it for themselves without hesitation. As Yuri's fell silent, the other god emperors present also frowned. In the current situation, it is impossible to search Ye Bufan's soul. After all, there is no answer to the question of who will search Ye Bufan's soul. Since we can't search the soul, we can only think of other ways. What to do? Coercion and inducement. They have already tried this trick, and it obviously doesn't make any sense. Kill Ye Bufan. Stop kidding. After killing Ye Bufan, where should they go to find the Hongmeng Daoyun? Unless they give up Hongmeng Daoyun. But is that possible? That's impossible. The whole place was dead silent. Everything has fallen into an unsolvable deadlock. Snort. But at this moment, Yuri snorted coldly and said, Boy, are you very proud. What are you so proud of? You were able to make our 5 clan leaders and 10 god emperors helpless against you. Isn't this something you should be proud of? I just want to survive. Survive. Yuri sneered and said, if you had honestly told us where you hid the Hongmeng Daoyun from the beginning, we might have been able to spare your life, but now unfortunately, you have successfully angered me, so you will definitely die today. What do you want to do? After Yuri's finished speaking, Ye Bufan was shocked. What? Yuri said with a gloomy face, no one has ever dared to disobey me. Since you dare to speak nonsense in front of me, how can I spare your life? Call out. Before Yuri's finished speaking, Ye Bufan turned around and ran away. You want to run, but can you run away? Yuri said this in a cold voice, then reached forward with his right hand. Buzz. In an instant, Ye Bufan's body froze and he found that he could no longer move. A sudden change. The other 4 clan leaders were all shocked. Yuri's, what are you doing? The next second, the god clan leader Ji Tianming exclaimed, then he flashed and stood between Ye Bufan and Yuri's. Several other clan leaders and god emperors also stared at Yuri's with a wary look on their faces. In their eyes, it doesn't matter whether Ye Bufan is alive or dead, but before the whereabouts of Hongmeng Daoyun is figured out, Ye Bufan must not be in any danger. Snort. Seeing this scene, Yuri snorted coldly and said, don't worry, I am not stupid enough to take his life before I know the whereabouts of Hongmeng Daoyun. Call. After hearing this, the 4 clan leaders breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were really afraid that Yuri's would kill Ye Bufan without hesitation in a rage. After all, if it really came to this, they might not be able to protect Ye Bufan. Before everyone could think about it, Yuri's had already looked at Ye Bufan, who was still somewhat frightened, and said with a smile, boy, are you scared? Ye Bufan was stunned. Yuri's continued, you're right to be afraid, because you're going to die today. Brush. After he finished speaking, Yuri stretched out his right hand and took out a purple gold jade box. This is. Looking at the purple gold jade box in Yuri's hand, the 9 god emperors present were stunned. Ye Bufan was naturally no exception. The next second, Yuri's looked at DTN and the other 4 royal clan leaders, and said leisurely, ladies and gentlemen, do you still remember the 2 fundamental principles of my soul clan? The soul control circle and the purple void delusion breaking pill. DTN frowned and said something instinctively. That's right. Yuri's responded, although the recipe for the purple void delusion breaking pill has long been lost, there are still a few in stock within our soul clan. When Yuri's said this, the 4 clan leaders became more spirited. Ji Tianming, the head of the god clan, said, so, the jade box contains the purple void delusion breaking pill. Exactly. Yuri's said this and directly opened the purple gold jade box in his hand. Suddenly, a lavender pill appeared in everyone's sight. Purple void delusion breaking pill. Looking at the pill in Yuri's hand, Ye Bufan groaned instinctively. Boy, haven't you heard of it? Yuri smiled and said, the Purple Void Delusion Breaking Pill is a unique pill of my soul clan. Although it cannot take a person's life or help improve a person's strength, it can allow a person to answer any questions from anyone within half an hour after taking it, without any concealment or deception. Most importantly, the Purple Void Delusion Breaking Pill is still effective even for a God Emperor. Brush. Hearing this, Ye Bufan's face changed drastically. Why, are you scared? Yuri sneered, originally, I didn't want to take out this Purple Void Delusion Breaking Pill. After all, the recipe for the Purple Void Delusion Breaking Pill has long been lost. Although there are still a few in my soul clan, one less pill is needed every time we use it. Moreover, it is a bit of a waste to use this God Emperor level pill on a small earth god like you. However, for the sake of Hongmeng Daoyun and your disrespect to me just now, I still plan to reward you with this Purple Void Delusion Breaking Pill. After you find out the whereabouts of Hongmeng Daoyun from you, I will definitely imprison your soul and then torture you day and night. Ye Bufan was furious but helpless. Then he could only look at DTN who was standing beside him and asked for help. Senior DTN. Chapter 1779. You will regret it. Senior DTN. Ye Bufan's action made the 9 God Emperors present all look at DTN. DTN frowned. Ye Bufan said, Senior DTN, I am Ye's cousin-in-law anyway, don't you plan to say anything? DTN thought for a moment, then looked at Ye Bufan with difficulty and said, Little brother, I'm sure you've seen the current situation. What I say alone doesn't count at all. What's more, the Purple Void Delusion Breaking Pill will only make you tell the truth, but it won't endanger your life. But she will definitely take my life afterwards. What will you do then? Ye Bufan pointed at Yuri's and stared straight at DTN Dao. DTN frowned but said nothing. It is obvious that even if Yuri's wants to take Ye Bu's life, DTN will never interfere. Oh. Ye Bufan smiled bitterly and said, DTN, you will regret this. DTN was stunned. Ye Bufan didn't say anything more, but looked at Yuri's, stretched out his hand and said, Give it to me. Although I can commit suicide so that you can't ask anything, but, you also said that this Purple Void Delusion Breaking Pill is very precious, so I still want to help you waste one. Hearing this, Yuri's couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Snort. Then she snorted again and said, Since you know that this Purple Void Delusion Breaking Pill is very precious, do you think I will give it to you and let you swallow it yourself? If so, then you will destroy this Purple Void Delusion Breaking Pill directly, and then I will have to waste one more. Oh. Ye Bufan sneered. Yuri's flashed and came directly in front of him and said, Open your mouth. Ye Bufan did not refuse, nor did he say anything nonsense. He just opened his mouth. Yuri's directly threw the Purple Void Delusion Breaking Pill in his hand into Ye Bufan's mouth. Gurgle. Ye Bufan swallowed the pill, then looked straight at DTN and said, You will regret this. DTN couldn't help but twitch his lips, but still said nothing. Wanglong Mountain, halfway up the mountain. At this moment, Yi, Bai Ziqing, Nether Blood Fox, Tu Huo and others were all gathered here. The landing of Ye Bufan's Golden-class star battleship on Tianyao Star naturally did not escape their eyes. The uncontrollable pressure from several powerful God Emperors had already alarmed them. They even witnessed with their own eyes the scene where DTN and other 5 clan leaders broke through the air. But they did not go down the mountain. It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. There are 3 reasons. First, although they all have the cultivation base of a God Lord, the battle at the foot of the mountain is between powerful God Emperors. Even if they participate, they will not be able to play any role and may even cause more trouble. Second, the 5 royal families had already reached an agreement that they would never harm Ye Bufan. Third, DTN had already promised Anya that he would do his best to protect Ye Bufan. Due to these 3 points, Yi and other talents stayed on the mountain and did not go down. But now, if he knew that DTN broke his promise to him for the fictitious Hongmeng Daoyun, and even when Ye Bufan asked him for help, he just said it and did nothing, and Yi would definitely rush down the mountain and slap DTN hard in the face. Purple Void Delusion Breaking Pill. Can Ye Bufan eat this? Can Ye Bufan eat this? Although Yi didn't know whether Ye Bufan had the so-called Hongmeng Daoyun, he knew that Ye Bufan could refine Hongmeng Yuanyi. There is no doubt that Hongmeng Yuanyi is powerful, and it can even be said to be somewhat against the will of heaven. Why did he ask DTN to befriend Ye Bufan at all costs? It's all because of Hongmeng Yuanyi. Because Yi knew very well that with the Hongmeng Yuanyi, the overall strength of their Shira clan would inevitably undergo a tremendous change. By then, it would be absolutely easy for the combat power below the Emperor to surpass that of the other 5 royal clans. But if Ye Bufan took the Zixu Pawang pill, could the secret of the Hongmeng Yuani still be kept? It can't be protected at all. Once the other royal families know the existence of Hongmeng Yuani, it will be impossible for the Shira clan to monopolize the Hongmeng Yuani, and all of Dark Knight's plans will fail. This is also the reason why Ye Bufan repeatedly reminded DTN that he would regret it. It's a pity that DTN knew nothing, and Yi also had no idea what happened at the foot of the mountain. He only knew that DTN would do his best to protect Ye Bufan. Wanglong Mountain, at the foot of the mountain. Not long after Ye Bufan took the purple void pill, he fell into a dazed state. His eyes were dull, as if he had lost his soul. Seeing Ye Bufan like this, Yuri's frowned slightly. She always felt that something was strange, but she couldn't tell what it was. Moreover, she had absolute confidence in the purple void delusion-breaking pill, so she didn't think about it anymore. Instead, she looked at Ye Bufan and asked, "What's your name?" "Ye Bufan. Where are you from?" "Have no idea." Yuri's wanted to continue asking, but suddenly froze, then looked at Ye Bufan in surprise and said, "What did you say? Don't you know where you came from?" "Yes," Ye Bufan responded. Yuri's looked confused. The other god emperors couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. This kid doesn't even know where he comes from. How is this possible? You're lying. The next second, Troll Chieftain Tego shouted angrily, "How could you not know where you came from? Did you jump out of a stone?" When Tego finished speaking, the other 9 people rolled their eyes at him, especially Yuri's. What is the Zixu Pawang pill? That is an 8th level elixir that can allow a powerful god emperor to speak the truth without reservation. Ye Bufan is just an earth god. How could he possibly lie after taking the purple void pill? Before everyone could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again. "I didn't lie, I really don't know where I came from, because I have lost my previous memory." Amnesia. The 10 great god emperors couldn't help but be stunned. Yuri's asked, "When did you start losing your memory?" "I don't know either. I only know that when I woke up, I was in a bronze-class space battleship, and all I remember is my name and a piece of inherited memory that I don't know where it came from." Inherited memory. Is it Dao Wuya's inheritance? I don't know if it is true or not, because there are no 3 words Dao Wuya in this inheritance memory, and there is no mention of the name of the predecessor who left this inheritance. What about Hongmeng Daoyun? Do you have one on you? No. The 10 god emperors were stunned, and then looked at each other. If Ye Bufan said just now that he didn't have the Hongmeng Daoyun, he might have been lying, but now, he has already taken the Zixu Pawang pill, so he shouldn't be lying, right? Is it true that he doesn't have the Hongmeng Daoyun? Damn it. Thinking of this, Yuri's couldn't help but curse. It was obvious that they were all deceived by Mo Yan. This human race did not have the Hongmeng Daoyun at all. The most hateful thing was that she also lost a purple void-breaking delusion pill because of this. But at this moment, DTN suddenly spoke, looking at Ye Bufan with a frown and said, "You just said that I will regret it." "Why would I regret it?" After DTN said this, the others looked at Ye Bufan with curiosity. Since Ye Bufan doesn't have the Hongmeng Daoyun, why would DTN regret it? Because I gained a powerful alchemy technique through that inheritance. The art of refining medicine. DTN was stunned and asked, "What kind of medicine refining technique?" "A medicine refining technique that can be used to refine Hongmeng Yuani." Hongmeng Yuani. What is that? This is a kind of essence extracted from all things in the world. After taking it, it can improve the martial arts talent of any living being. Moreover, as long as the cultivation level has not reached the emperor level, it can be taken continuously. What? Never stop until your words shock people. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the faces of the 10 god emperors present all changed drastically. Hongmeng Yuani. Improve martial arts talent. In this world, there are magical objects that can improve martial arts talent, just like the flower of the other shore that DTN gave to Ye Bufan when he was on Tianhe Star. However, this kind of magical weapon is extremely rare, even pitifully rare. Now Ye Bufan actually told them that he had an alchemy technique that could be used to specifically make this kind of medicine to enhance martial arts talent. If this is true, then this alchemy technique is really terrifying. In a sense, its value has even surpassed Hongmeng Daoyun. After all, Hongmeng Daoyun can only improve one person, but this alchemy technique can benefit everyone. In fact, as long as you master this alchemy technique and rely on the background of the royal family, you can cultivate powerful god emperors on a large scale. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as they thought of this, everyone present looked at DTN with strange eyes. Now they finally understood why Ye Bufan had said that DTN would regret it. It is obvious that the kid in Yi has known about the existence of Hongmeng Yuani for a long time. This was originally a secret that belonged only to the Shira clan, but now, feeling the strange looks from the 9 god emperors, DTN couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He regretted it, but he wanted to kill that bastard in Yi even more. What a jerk. Chapter 1780 Young Master Yi is about to become the little ancestor. Hongmeng Yuani. Improve martial arts talent. If DTN had known this earlier, the current situation would not have occurred. At least before that, he would definitely control Ye Bufan, and then obtain this powerful alchemy technique first and take it for himself. Even if we take a step back and consider that even for Yi Sake, he would not make things difficult for Ye Bufan, or even snatch Ye Bufan's alchemy skills, but he would still hide Ye Bufan. In short, if he had known this earlier, the current situation would never have occurred. To put it bluntly, this Hongmeng Yuani originally belonged only to his Shira clan. Now, DTN's face was full of bitterness and resentment. But now that things have come to this, what else can he say? What else can he do? Everything was set in stone, and he could no longer change anything. Seeing DTN's bitter expression, Ulysses and others all smiled knowingly. Although they failed to obtain the so-called Hongmeng Daoyun this time, the appearance of Hongmeng Yuani was definitely a bigger surprise for them. The most important thing is that Hongmeng Yuani is different from Hongmeng Daoyun. It can be shared by all parties, which saves them the trouble of fighting. Ignoring DTN, everyone looked at Ye Bufan again. At this moment, Ye Bufan has become a treasure in their eyes. Ulysses didn't hesitate at all. She looked straight at Ye Bufan with her beautiful eyes and said in a deep voice, "Boy, tell me the practice method or application method of your alchemy technique now." "I won't." After Ulysses finished speaking, Ye Bufan said lightly. "What?" Ulysses exclaimed, then widened her eyes and asked in disbelief, "You can't?" Not only Ulysses, but the other 4 clan leaders and 5 god emperors were also stunned. "Yes." Ye Bufan responded and said slowly, "Although I have received the inheritance and the art of alchemy, I really don't know how to use it. In other words, this alchemy technique does not need to be performed by me personally, it can run automatically." "You don't have to perform it yourself. It can run automatically." "What does this mean?" Ulysses and others were stunned again. "It's like this." Ye Bufan said slowly, "Since I obtained this inheritance, or this alchemy technique, I found that my body seemed to have turned into an elixir furnace. Anything I eat will be directly refined by my body, and then part of the energy obtained by refining will be integrated into my body, and the other part will be directly condensed into Hongmeng Yuani." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 5 clan leaders and the 5 god emperors were all stunned without exception. The body becomes a furnace for alchemy. Also, anything eaten can be directly converted by the body into Hongmeng Yuani that can improve one's martial arts talent. What the hell is this? Is there any such operation? How could such a strange alchemy technique exist in this world? It has to be said that everything Ye Bufan said has overturned the cognition of the 10 god emperors present. At least before this, they had never heard of such a technique of refining medicine. What to do? The 5 clan leaders looked at each other. Originally, they wanted to get the alchemy technique from Ye Bufan and then use it for their own purposes. But now it seems that this idea has become impossible. After all, it is simply beyond their ability to refine their bodies into an elixir furnace. Moreover, not only them, I believe that even Emperor Hongmeng cannot do this without knowing the specific operating methods. In other words, Ye Bufan is the only one, and his alchemy skills are also the only one. If they still want the Hongmeng Yuani, they can only rely on Ye Bufan. What to do? Enslave him, keep him in captivity. This was the first common thought of the 5 clan leaders. But soon, this idea was rejected by them. Why? It's very simple. If you want to enslave or keep someone in captivity, there are only 2 possibilities. First, blackmail. Use his life, or things and people that are extremely important to threaten him, to force him to submit, and make him obediently help the several royal families to refine the Hongmeng Yuani. Second, control. They can erase all of Ye Bufan's memories and then make him a puppet of several royal families. However, these two methods might be useful to other people, but they felt that they would have no effect at all on Ye Bufan. Take the first one for example. Threatening Ye Bufan. However, Ye Bufan had already lost his memory before he obtained the inheritance, which means that his past was completely blank. He didn't know his past, nor did he know if there were people or things he couldn't give up. In this case, what can they use to threaten Ye Bufan? Of course, they could also use Ye Bufan's own life to threaten him. However, several clan leaders also saw what happened just now. Ye Bufan is not afraid of death at all, so how can they threaten his life? Let's talk about the second one. Erase Ye Bufan's memory and transform him into a puppet of several royal families. Although this is simple, but this kid's current situation is a bit special. His body has been refined into a pill furnace. Under such strange means, who can guarantee that after touching Ye Bufan's soul and memory, he can still refine the Hongmeng Yuanyi? If possible, that would be the best. But what if his soul is moved, he will no longer be able to refine the Hongmeng Yuanyi? Success, or failure. It's like a big gamble. We win and everyone is happy. If you lose everything. Under such circumstances, the clan leaders did not dare to gamble, nor did they want to gamble. Because of this, the 5 clan leaders suddenly realized that although they were clan leaders of royal families and even powerful divine emperors, they were actually in a helpless situation facing Ye Bufan, who was at the earth god level. Unless Ye Bufan is willing, they will not be able to get the so-called Hongmeng Yuanyi. At this moment, not only DTN, but also the other 4 clan leaders and 5 god emperors had bitter expressions on their faces. Looking at Ye Bufan, they had nothing but wry smiles. Because they had to face a reality, that is unless they did not want the Hongmeng Yuanyi, otherwise, they could not kill, beat, or scold Ye Bufan, and they might even have to worship him like an ancestor. This feeling, helpless, powerless, depressed, frustrated, messy, unwilling. In short, it is extremely complicated. But what can they do? Emperor Tian, I suddenly feel a little regretful. At this time, Ji Tianming, the patriarch of the God clan, suddenly said, if I had known it would be like this, I would never have let this kid swallow the purple void delusion-breaking pill. I don't want to know that there is such a heaven-defying thing as the Hongmeng Yuanyi in this world. Now, let's kill him. It's a pity, and I'm a little reluctant. But if I don't kill him, are we really going to worship him like an ancestor? After Ji Tianming finished speaking, the other clan leaders all smiled bitterly in helplessness. Cooperate with him. Suddenly, DTN spoke up and said, if he is willing to cooperate, then we can talk to him. But if he disagrees, then we can kill him. After all, with his abilities, if we keep him but cannot use him, he will definitely be a huge threat to us in the future. It is better to kill him as soon as possible. After DTN finished speaking, the other 4 clan leaders also nodded. After all, it is impossible to ask them to worship Ye Bufan like their ancestor. In this case, we can only cooperate. It would be best if Ye Bufan agreed. But if Ye Bufan doesn't agree, then we can only kill him now to prevent future troubles. Chapter 1781 Cooperation is okay, provided that. Wanglong Mountain, at the foot of the mountain. Half an hour later, the effect of the Zixu Pawang pill was exhausted, and Ye Bufan woke up slowly. Snort. Looking at the 5 clan leaders and 5 god emperors in front of him, Ye Bufan snorted coldly, then looked at Yulis and said coldly, let's do it. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan closed his eyes, looking as if he was ready to be killed or tortured at will. Seeing this scene, Yulis couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. At first, she really wanted to kill Ye Bufan after squeezing out all his value. But it's different now. With such a miraculous thing as Hongmeng Yuanyi, how could Yulis be willing to take Ye Bufan's life? Besides, even if Yulis wanted to, the other 4 clan leaders would definitely not agree. Ahem. Thinking of this, Ulysses coughed lightly and said, little brother, sister is just joking with you, you don't take it seriously, do you? Hypocritical. After Yulis finished speaking, the other 4 clan leaders present couldn't help but curse in their hearts. However, they did not say much, because if they were in his place, they would definitely do the same as Yulis, because they all had something to ask of Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan opened his eyes, looked at Ulysses in surprise, and said, misunderstanding. Oh. The next second, Ye Bufan sneered, and then glanced at the 10 god emperors and said, I understand now. You must know that I can refine Hongmeng Yuani, so are you planning to take Hongmeng Yuani? The 5 clan leaders and the 5 god emperors couldn't help but twitch their lips, they were all a little embarrassed. Snort. But at this moment, Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said, you can kill me or chop me up as you like, but if you want the Hongmeng essence fluid. Haha, dream on. You. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the troll chieftain Tago became furious instantly. He wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ji Tianming, the patriarch of the god clan. Then, Ji Tianming looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, little brother, although we really want the Hongmeng Yuani, if you insist on dying, then we can only grant your wish. Are you blackmailing me? Ye Bufan looked at Ji Tianming coldly. I am just stating a fact. Ji Tianming smiled and said, after all, if it were you, little brother, when faced with a divine item like Hongmeng Yuani, if you couldn't use it for yourself, you would probably choose to destroy it directly, right? Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly, but didn't say anything else, because what Ji Tianming said was the truth. Hee. Seeing this, Ji Tianming smiled and continued, so, we can actually cooperate. This will be good for both of us. Don't you agree, little brother? Cooperate. Ye Bufan frowned, then looked at Ji Tianming and asked, how do you want to cooperate? It's very simple. We will provide the resources, and then you will refine the Hongmeng Yuani for us. Of course, we won't let you work in vain. So, you can take half of the Hongmeng Yuani that is refined, and that will be our payment to you. How do you think? Nothing. Ji Tianming frowned and said in a deep voice, what do you mean, little brother? Are you refusing, or do you think that the half-finished reward is too little? Hee. Ye Bufan sneered, let's not talk about whether to pay or not. Just now you wanted to take my life, but now you want me to refine Hongmeng Yuani for you. I want to ask you one question, why? Ji Tianming frowned. Then he continued, we can apologize to you for what happened just now. In addition, to show our sincerity, you can ask for anything. As long as it's not excessive, we will try our best to meet it. Hee. Ye Bufan sneered, then glanced at the 5 clan leaders and said, if you want me to help you refine the Hongmeng Yuani, you can, but the premise is you must agree to my 2 conditions. When Ye Bufan said this, the 5 clan leaders and the 5 god emperors all smiled knowingly. They were afraid that Ye Bufan would be stubborn and not want to talk. But since Ye Bufan has the condition,